Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell and AJ. We are live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook, where we just think it is, it's so damn good here, so damn good. And people, we are just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. We got some listeners here.
Yeah.
We had Michael and Tyler, and you met some other guys. With the first night we were here at the bar, some guys were like, "Hey, John and Lance, it's been really, really cool. If you have not been here, you need to. And if you have been here, I know you're coming back because it is just the perfect place, especially here. Now, make plans because my boy Houston did this last year. He heard us talking about it on the air, and he said, "Oh, I'm doing it. Fantasy draft here. You can make your fantasy draft here. They'll put you in the sports book on the big TVs, have it all up there. Or I think Houston did it out by the pool in the cabana.
Mm-hmm.
That was which was awesome as well. The pool is rolling right now. I saw everybody out there. I went and played golf with John Chill yesterday out there. You were walking around yesterday, all outside. It is the perfect atmosphere for me. And oh, by the way, if you've got a limited amount of money to gamble, why are you wasting it on a plane to Vegas when you could just drive 2 hours down the road, all right, and get over here and let's go and then let it fly out here. We are here. No Astros baseball yesterday, so very limited, little to talk about. We had hockey last night, but that wasn't much of a game. It was 4-1 early. It was the Panthers taking care of it, but they did have a big fight, huh? Did you watch any of it?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it.
Yeah. They had.
Do you? I don't. There's not usually this level of fighting in the playoffs ever, is there? Or not this deep into it?
If you do something wrong, hockey's gonna.
I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
hockey's gonna take care of their business now. They police the game, which is nice. I mean, hey, let's take care of this here and right now, and let's finish this off, okay? And that's what hockey do, and hockey's always been like that. Even in the postseason. All right. So very little. We got the College World Series set. We got Astros taking on the White Sox tonight. We got that going to be going on in our city. But otherwise, very limited sports-wise to talk about. So we'll just talk about women.
What?
Well, I mean, what else do you?
What do you mean talk about women?
I don't know. We can
the way you want to talk about women, or the way we keep our jobs and talk about women.
Keep our jobs one.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to keep the jobs one?
Yeah. Let's do the.
Yeah. What do you mean by that? Let's talk about women.
Well,
I assume you mean something.
Well, we could do a then and now. You know what
no.
we could do that.
That's not
okay. No. We can do. Hey, girl. We can do one of those segments. One of those.
Do you want to interview women? Is that what
you
do you actually hear from women or just talk about them?
I like to, because we're radio, you can't see them. You ask them, hey, what are you wearing right now?
I immediately say no to that one.
Out.
Yeah, you don't have to go any further.
Yeah,
that's a no. Yeah, we're no on that one.
Well, you can't see them, so you need to know.
Yeah, no, we're no on that one.
Yeah, okay. I don't need to ask the question.
Okay.
For who? To paint the picture for the listener?
Paint the picture. This is radio. You paint a picture, Del.
Well, let's not paint that picture.
Okay. This is what we're talking about.
Let's
live at the
throw
Golden
that canvas away and do something else.
Start painting a different picture.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Since we are in the DraftKings Sportsbook, you got Game 3 coming up, and you got a 5.5. I'm sorry. I am not giving the Indiana Pacers 5.5 points at home. I'm just not. Is it still at 5.5? It started there.
I'll take a look. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, 5.5. You are not down with Pacers disrespect.
It is so disrespectful.
Well, it is 1-1 from a game standpoint and a cover standpoint, but I'm just really, game 1 was kind of fluky to me. And I know
Oklahoma
they came
City's
back.
Been the better team.
Yeah, I know they came back and all, but I mean, they were even covering the 9 relatively late in that game, in the last 5 minutes of the game. So it was, it's one of those crazy Indiana comebacks, but you can't live off that stuff. Indiana's got to play better basketball throughout. And I just don't know. Oklahoma City they got a scorer who just doesn't really get cold. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just doesn't really get cold. Like he just doesn't, he's not going to have one of those, Jalen 7 for 28 games. It's just not going to be. It's just not going to happen.
It's still 5.5. And I know he's not going to have, but you know what? It's a different. It's going to be a different. It's going to be a crazy atmosphere.
Oh, it's going to be really.
This should be great.
Yeah,
this should be great for Indiana. And I'm sorry, it's the level.
It'll be a good test. No, I'd take the points too, but I wouldn't. I don't know that I'd feel great about it just because, I mean, you have to. Sometimes you just have to go with what makes the most sense, and you can't do it emotionally. And so 5.5 for a team like Indiana at home, you just have to. You're not you wouldn't be laying in that spot. You would pass on it, or that's if you gamble. But if you just want to watch a game, it should be a good game. Like, I don't know where the final score ends up because a lot can happen over the last 3-4 minutes of a game, but I think it will be a pretty good game today. I think we're gonna have a game where Indiana, their home court is going to matter. I would expect them
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah, I would expect them to take a lead. I would expect them to take a lead early and maybe take control of that game a little bit earlier, but we'll see if they're going to be the center or if they're going to be the Alcaraz. We'll see.
The center or the Alcaraz. We'll see which one. I'll tell you what, it's a lot like it. I mean, coming back, you're never down too far.
Now the game one,
Alcaraz was down 2 sets and he came back and won the match. And that was a battle. And game 1 was a great battle. Game 2, not so much. Oklahoma City just took control. I expect a really, really good game tomorrow night. Indiana has been playing their ass off. I really like that basketball team, what they've done, and how they've. We've never, ever, ever seen a team in a postseason run that has been as clutch as this Indiana team. We've never seen this. When you're down, how many times they've been down 15 to 20 points and come back and won a basketball game? It just doesn't happen. So I'm not. They're not going to be out of it, even if they fall way behind at home. You know that they've always got the ability to come back, especially the way they shoot. Did you see the stat that for whatever reason, the best postseason, because Shea is playing incredibly, the Dream and Michael Jordan had 16 30-point games in one playoff run.
Dream did 94, 95?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was on an absolute tear.
Greatest runs ever.
I don't know that Dream got a lot against Shaq, though. I don't remember him getting into the 30s a lot against Shaq. But 16 on the play. Wait, all time?
No, in 95. In 95. Michael Jordan's was the best, and the Dream tied him. Unbelievable. Yeah, in 95. Michael Jordan's was 91, 92. Was it 92? Whatever the case may be. I mean, so it was like, oh, ho-hum. Yeah, it just happened with Jordan in 92. Yeah, well, guess what? That's Jordan and Dream, and that's it. There's 2 guys, and that's it. But that is an incredible run in the postseason. And I mean, it's so funny. We see all these guys. I see baseball stats now. Oh, the guy's OPS is 880. He is awesome. And I keep going back to Lance Berkman. 15 years and his OPS is 942.
Or Marwin Gonzalez. He had a really good one in 2017.
Yeah.
And Tyler White.
Yeah.
And Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And George Springer.
Yeah, they had great ones. You
look at that team and you look at their stats, and it's like, ugh. These are really good.
Now, what happened after that?
Now, granted, the home and away, actually, it wasn't crazy for a lot of those guys, but for some of them it was. I mean, Altuve, it wasn't. Altuve is clearly not the guy that you had to worry about, but yeah. Well, Berkman, we've been down that road, and that's just a total screw. But Olajuwon, I'm looking at his playoff log right now, and 94-95 is, where's his points? Here it is.
Look at his game.
46 against Portland. Remember, that was the series he ran and blocked Rod Strickland going down the court. I think it was Rod Strickland was going for a layup and Dream, or maybe it wasn't Strickland. Who was that with Portland? Who was going for a layup and Dream ran the length of the court and got a block that almost killed the play-by-play announcer. Foley and Peterson. Gene Peterson. Oh my God! He did something on the Corretto. And I'm listening on the radio at the time. I'm driving in my car. Like, what happened?
What happened?
46, 36, 36, 31, 37, 31. Yeah, and then Utah. Utah. Holy crap. 31, 41. He had a 16-point game. 22, 28. Wait a minute. Dream had no, that's the Knicks. That's the Knicks series.
That's 94.
Yeah, here it is.
That's 94.
Here it is. Score 45. They played Portland. No, they played Utah first. That's right.
Yeah.
45 points, 30 points, 40 points,
quit.
33. So in 4 of the 5 against Utah, and it was a 5-game series. In 4 of the 5 against Utah, he scored 30 plus. Against the Phoenix Suns, Dream did it 4 of 7. Against San Antonio, he did it 4 of 6. And then he did it, well, I take it back. He did it every game against Orlando.
It's what
31, 34, 31, and 35 against Orlando.
That's what he do.
6, 7, 8,
16.
9, 10, 11,
that is incredible.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep.
Yep.
And in terms of 40-point games during that playoff series, he had 5 40-point games.
Yeah.
And that's a big man from the post.
I tell you, what a run, how blessed we were to have him. That's the kind of, you just don't, it was generational. We knew we loved the Dream then. We loved the Dream. But man, when he's gone and you go now 30 years without anything. I mean, you had James Harden, who was the anti-Dream in the postseason.
Now, I'm going to blow you away with this because you don't see this anymore. Take a look. Excuse me. Take a look at field goal attempts from the post. He had 30 one game. I mean, that's 30. It's hard to get 30 shots off for one person. You don't see that much. Dream was 20 of 30. Here he is 12 of 27. In one of the games he scored 30. Here's one where he's 17 of 34, 14 of 31. Not great.
Not great. I would have thought it would be the other way.
18 of 31, 19 of 32, 19 of 30, 14 against Shaq.
Those are all good.
Against Shaq, 14 to 30. Well, yeah, a lot of
19 of 30, 18 of 31.
Here's 9 of 24, but he didn't have a good game against Robinson in that one. Here's 13. Here's what he was against Shaq. 13 of 26, 14 of 30, 14 of 30, 15 of 30. It was not as he shot less than 50% against Shaq from the field.
Yep.
So, and I remember it not like dominating Shaq like he did against David Robinson. So, Dream shot a crap load of shots. I mean, everything was going through him.
Well, remember,
dump down. Rudy T just said everything goes through.
Whenever
Dream.
we asked Dream, he was always the ball goes through the big man. Mm-hmm. The ball goes through the big man.
He meant it.
And he wanted that. He got down low every single time, and they played inside out. And when they came over and got him, he kicked it out to Robert Horry or Mario or whomever, and knocked down shots. So
it's crazy though. Looking at his block totals though, he's still he had 5 blocks or more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in the playoffs with 5 blocks or more.
That's
and
crazy.
He had 4 twice against Orlando. So so that kills off the first segment. Going through Dream's game logs of playoffs.
Well, no, listen.
Dell, that's not
what
bad.
Else? What do we used to have to talk about in postseason? I mean, we're in the NBA Finals. The only thing we got to talk about is Dream. That's it.
You can talk about the big day at Texans camp today.
Or women. We could talk about women.
Will CJ throw the football
that
today?
was a little story on ESPN was going through that storyline. General soreness and the worst general of all. And people there's a mild concern.
Worse than General Custer?
Yeah, the worst general is soreness.
Is soreness?
Yeah. Well, at least for the Astros. If somebody's sore with the Astros, like with the Texans, I'm not scared yet. If the Astros, if I heard there's general soreness, I would immediately
Tommy John.
Tremendous concern.
Yeah, no, it's Tommy John.
I'm going to trust until D'Amico shows me I can't trust him. Like I can't trust the Astros. It's things go from swollen to fractured overnight.
Right.
But with D'Amico, he tells me not to be concerned.
After 4 months of not seeing.
Yeah.
Right.
No x-rays, no MRIs, no nothing. Let's just assume it's all healed.
Yeah.
With D'Amico, I'm going to trust him until he tells me I can't trust him.
Yeah, that's right. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, we're live at the DraftKings Sportsbook here in Lake Charles. Loving life, loving this place. And if you haven't been here yet, you need to get here. If you like to get your gamble on, whatever it is, table games or slot machines or poker or whatever you like to do, the DraftKings Sportsbook, you like to bet on sports, you got it all right here. Beautiful hotel, restaurants. I saw you were at Vic and Anthony's last night?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Take care. Take care of yourself, why don't you?
Well,
right?
I mean, I had some oysters and a Greek salad.
Oh, you didn't grab one of those steaks? It's the best steak in the world. What are you doing?
Well, what are you talking about? I'm not trying to. You just made fun of me for take care of yourself, and then I had a Greek salad. Why are you getting a Greek salad? You need to have just crackers and bread. Why are you worried about me over here? Why are you trying to salad watch? Yeah, I had oysters, Rockefeller, and a Greek salad with some shrimp. That's all I had.
Nice. All right.
Don't worry. Tillman's going to be okay. I did plenty for him.
I wanted to see what Gregory would say to you.
No,
Lance.
Well, what Gregory should say to me is, I should have gotten you more steaks. I saw what happened to you on the slot machines.
Oh.
I should have. As a matter of fact, if Gregory's not bringing me 3 steaks to go for this trip, I'm going to be pretty pissed off. So, yeah, Gregory didn't say anything about what I got.
Don't worry.
Trust
you gave it back.
I'll show him my ATM slips.
I'm going to talk about right now I want to show you guys what HRP is all about. HRP is our friend. HRP is our business partner. HRP will be your business partner. I'm not even joking. That's not even hyperbole. That is a fact. They are going to help your business grow. They're going to help your business streamline. They're going to help your business, the bottom line. Okay, HRP is where you get your payroll and you get your HR. HRP is the one who takes care of your taxes every year. And I don't know how do you, okay, I don't know what you do, what widgets you make or what service you provide, but it ain't payroll and it ain't HR and it ain't taxes. So you don't know about this stuff. They do. They're experts in HR, payroll, and taxes. And then they're going to give you options for your people on the benefits packages, on your 401ks and your insurance and your everything that goes along with that. So HRP, they know what they're doing. You don't, and you're trying to do this yourself. Why don't you just sell your widgets and let HRP do what it does? HRP.net. Find out how much they can save you. Just give them a call to give you a free evaluation. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
That's your job. Do your job.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, Nick Chubb is signed, right? What? Okay.
I didn't realize he had missed 24 games. 24 games the last 2 years.
Yeah. I mean,
man, that is a
his
lot
last
of not
major stats are.
That's
22.
like a lot of not football.
Yeah.
That's a lot of not football.
He's always hurt. He's an always hurt guy. I mean, it's just what Nick Chubb does. I mean, he's been hurt, and it is. You're right. He just knees blown out. It's not like it's hamstrings and and stuff like that. But his last season that he actually was on the field was 2022.
Yeah,
that's 3 years ago now. I mean, 2 in 8 games. He had 102 carries in 2024, and then done. In 23, 2 games, 28 carries, done. Now, he played 16, 16, 12, 14, 17, 2, and 8.
Yeah.
So I don't know what. So if he's not the lead back, it's probably a good thing for Nick Chubb. It's going to be a good thing for Nick Chubb, limiting his carries. So it limits the possibility of him getting injured because, well, the fewer hits he takes, the less likely he is to be injured.
Yeah.
But what do we expect out of Nick Chubb this year? How many carries?
Well, I mean, it's almost impossible to say because you don't. I mean, he did come up with 100 carries last year. He did get to 100 carries.
Yeah, but he was the main back in 8 games.
Well, for 332 yards.
Yeah, right.
He averaged 3.3 yards a carry. Right. Like, he may not have anything left. We have to be ready for that. Nick Chubb may not have. I mean, this is a guy who has had some major. Now, every other year he has averaged over 5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Literally every other year of his career. But that's with the caveat of 2023. He only had 28 carries, averaged 6.1 yards a carry, but then he was hurt. And when he came back last year, he may not have anything left after last year. These injuries to his lower bodies, I'm assuming it was knee again in 2023, or was it Achilles? I gotta, because he's had so many of them. He was one of the. I remember watching him in college. I wrote up when he was a sophomore or freshman. I was doing these players to watch. It's like at the very beginning. I just written up Todd Gurley. It was the first year I wrote up. First or second year I was writing up draft prospects. It was the first year actually, and I was watching Todd Gurley, and I remember watching Nick Chubb along the way and thinking, Nick, this guy might be as good as Todd Gurley. This is unbelievable. Well, I was watching him in the summer, doing my summer write-up where, hey, here's players to watch, even if they're not draftable. And I thought, this guy, Nick Chubb, is unbelievable. And then he had his leg torn up in such a way that was just atrocious. And for him to come back and do what he did, like his career, he's never had a season until last year where he rushed for under 5 yards a carry. He's been unbelievable, but it's starting to pile up on him. I mean, it's starting to pile up. So I don't know if that's something that, really impacted him last year. If it was bad blocking up front. We know they had no quarterback play. We know that. Yeah, that's right. No big deal. Just torn ACL, MCL, meniscus, and medial capsule in week 2 of 2023. I mean, basically like very similar to the injury that Tank Dell had. So there's a chance that he just has nothing, that he's just slow now relative to what he had, because we're talking ACL, MCL, meniscus, medial capsule in 2023. After 2 weeks, he missed the rest of that year and came back last year and obviously did not have the same juice. So this may not be much of a season. How many carries will he get? I mean, he got 100 carries, 102 carries in 8 games.
If he gets 100 carries as the backup, I don't think he gets 100.
Well,
it depended on Joe Mixon.
I mean, that's only about 6.5 a game.
Yeah,
so
but I mean, his backup ain't getting 6 carries a game.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, and you got Dare, who they like on the field
on third down.
Nick Chubb is a great third down back, though, picking up blocks. I mean, if they're having a problem, you may see Nick Chubb on the field a lot on third down.
You're getting Nick Chubb you're just getting Nick Chubb in the building on the field, and you'll see what he's got.
Yeah.
You'll see it for himself. And they've got Catapult where they can track his burst.
Apparently he's a workout warrior. And those knees, I don't know, can they handle his squats anymore? And he was a squat machine. You know, you look at him and Saquon's their legs.
Yeah,
they're like, it's just incredible.
Well, he may be able to lift heavy weights. I don't know if he can explode laterally, and the things he's going to have to do to be a really, really good running back. We'll see. I mean, it's not like the Texans are giving him a bunch of money. So this is it's a taster. We'll see what he's got when he's in camp, and worst case scenario, he'll get you some tough yards. He runs tough. He can play on third downs. I mean, he's going to make the team. I can't envision a scenario.
Well, I don't know if he doesn't have it anymore. Are you sure? Because if those knees are if he can't run like he used to and he can't cut like he used to, you may be right. I mean, he signed for $2.5 million, but I don't even know that that's guaranteed. I'm checking right now to see if it's guaranteed. So, no, you may actually be right. He was squatting 610 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know.
How his knees hold up on that?
Well, that's
I saw the video. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is how do they hold up when you try to hit sudden explosiveness? That's a slow twitch. The fast twitch stuff is what's gotten him. And it wasn't the fast twitch; it tore up his MCL and his ACL and MCL. He's been hurt mostly. That I don't know if he's had any non-contact injuries. He's been hurt with bad collisions where he just had his knee torn up. Yeah, you may be right. He had a $925 million signing bonus. I still think he'll probably make this team because he's a veteran and he does play well on third downs.
$25,000.
Yeah, but that's the signing bonus. His contract is 2.5, so you'll be on the hook for $925,000. My guess is he's still the favorite, and that Dameon Pierce is the potential odd man out. Because
you got Woody, you got Dare, you got Chubb, you got Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't bringing five.
No, probably not.
My guess is that Nick Chubb's got to win a job.
Yeah, his cap hit this year, Dameon Pierce's, is $1.3 million. Obviously, that's certainly more than you're going to get from Woody Marks, but it's less than what you're going to take from Nick Chubb. So from a financial standpoint, it's really about Dameon Pierce. You're not taking, as you mentioned, you're not taking 5 running backs. And somebody else will, if you were to cut Dameon Pierce or Dare Agumbawale, either one of those guys get picked up. Like one of those guys get picked up. Nick Chubb would even get picked up. But if the Texans were to cut Nick Chubb, then that means Nick Chubb has nothing left.
Yeah.
That means he's slow. If he doesn't, make the team. I'm guessing he's going to make the team.
Squatting 610.
He could be
torn up knees. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. Live at DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, just 2 hours, 10 minutes down I-10. I think it took us less than that to get here. You were driving pretty fast. So that was. I don't want to say that you were breaking the law, but I'm just saying.
I don't want to say you were.
I kind of was breaking the law, but you're the one that would have gotten charged.
Oh, good for you.
Time to talk right now about saving thousands of dollars. Look, are you buying your first home? Because do you know about getting the survey? Do you know about the title company? Do you know about the insurance agent? Do you know about wholesale lenders? Do you know all of the ins and outs of getting a mortgage? Of course you don't know that. Why would you know that? Okay, why would you? I am so mad I didn't know Kent Jones when I was buying my house in Houston. I am so mad because I walked in and just started signing. Oh, here's this fee and here's that fee and here's this fee and here's that. And I'm like, wow, it's a lot of fees we got going on here. Well, Kent Jones knows all the hacks, how to get out of those fees. He knows how to get you that house and literally save thousands of dollars when you sign. And then over the life of the contract as well. That day you could save thousands of dollars. He's done this for 30 years. You think this guy don't know this business? He knows all of it. Okay, he is awesome. He is the ultimate mortgage hookup. So if you're going to buy a home, don't do it like other people. Don't do it like me, like a dummy. Have a broker. Brokers just do it better. Have a broker, and that broker is my man. It's Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes. Okay. That's a question. It's a legitimate question. Will Dak Prescott? We're watching ESPN here on the beautiful TVs. If you've never seen these TVs, the TV setup here, it's unbelievable. But we got giant screens of will Dak Prescott go scorched earth?
You know what scorched earth means? He'll be MVP. Scorched Earth is the
Put
most.
some respect on the guy that led the league in passing
When?
a couple years ago.
He finished
Oh,
second
great!
MVP.
I'm
2
glad a
years ago.
couple years. He's finished second
Oh,
win.
You heard him, AJ. 2 years ago, finished second.
2
You heard
years
him.
ago.
Yeah.
Who cares? Second in what?
In the
Second
MVP
MVP vote.
Oh, no one remembers that. He's terrible.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
11
He got hurt
touchdowns.
last year.
11
The only
touchdowns.
reason he didn't win it last year, he got hurt.
Well,
Stop it,
what
John.
about his 11
You're
touchdowns
not
and 8
fooling anyone,
interceptions?
John.
And 3-5 record.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The team sucked last year.
You're
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
to a Cowboy fan right now.
I
Yeah,
know.
we know AJ's
We know.
a Cowboy
That's fine.
fan. We'll have to talk slower.
Scorched Earth.
Whoa,
yeah,
whoa.
I'm assuming Dak wins MVP this year. He'll beat John's best friend Joe Burrow.
You think he's going to beat? No, that's stupid.
See,
That's stupid. All right.
maybe Joe Burrow's. Is CJ going to go Scorched Earth this year?
It's CJ.
He's got 2 rookies to throw
He
to.
does have two rookies to throw. And he's also
Typically not great when
and
you're throwing to rookies.
on the other side of the ball, he's got CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Is he going to go Scorched Earth?
He always
He
does.
went scorched earth the other day.
I see the Texans gave a tryout to a cornerback who's gone Scorched Earth several times in his career, Damon Arnett from Ohio State, who's gone Scorched Earth with in college with his behavior in November of 2020 when he was arrested for threatening a person with a gun and was released by the Raiders.
That happened.
Then he went Scorched Earth with the Chiefs when he was arrested on assault with a deadly weapon in 2022
That happens
with the
sometimes.
Chiefs, but he's in a different chapter of his life right now.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay.
And he says he's been
Maybe we
mentored.
need to take the guns away from him.
And Damon Arnett, oh no, that's
Oh, no.
oh, he already had character red flags before going into the draft, and then he got kicked off 2 teams for gun stuff. It was not good. The Raiders drafted some problematic guys, but he said, I'm 28 years old. Now, Damon Arnett was a first-round pick for the Raiders. He was really good at Ohio State, although I say really good. I thought he was fine. I did not. I thought he was like a third-round type pick, and he went in the first round. But he said, I'm 28 years old right now with 3 kids, with a mom and dad that loves me and has my back right now. With coaches, I feel like I've proved a complete turnaround. I guess he's talking about the Roughnecks. He played for the Roughnecks. So with coaches, I guess he's talking about the Roughnecks because I don't know which coaches he's talking about. He said, I'm a dog on the field. I'm more of a professional now than I ever was before. I wasn't a professional before. I was just a dog. I found professionalism and a calm state of mind. I feel like I'm the best version of myself that I've ever been. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
No,
Now,
sometimes you mature.
well, I mean, he's been humbled.
Yeah.
He's been humbled. So you never know. Now, that's a deep – it's that backfield's getting pretty deep now. You've got – now, he's a corner, so you can only look at the cornerback room. Like, you know, the Chronicle takes a look. It mentions Kalen Bullock in there, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, depending on how they're going to use them. I mean, Damon Arnett is a pro, but you got to really be sure with him that he's a changed guy, because you cannot – if D'Amico and those guys are doing everything they can to avoid guys that ball's not the number one thing, then I'm not sure Damon Arnett ends up – you know, he just got to try out. He's got to try out. So he's still kind of a long shot, I think, to make a team, and he may not even get into a camp. We'll see if he even gets in the camp, because this guy's got some pretty serious stuff in his background. It's not just those 2 issues. It's issues at Ohio State too that I had heard about before the draft. So I just think it's interesting. They're talking to a guy like this when they're, you know, D'Amico's he wants to have swarm guys, but he's not afraid to have guys who have some edge to him, like Azeez Al-Shaair. So,
or CJ or CD
or
A.
Yeah, but
A.
that's a 1-year deal on Gardner-Johnson, but it's showing Houston maybe has a willingness to maybe start gambling on some guys that are a little questionable.
Maybe it's got a locker room that can handle it.
Well, that's the question.
He also loves a flame out former first-round pick at corner.
They have.
Yeah, they do. They picked up a few of them.
Nick has done that before. This is now the 3rd one.
Yep.
Gardner. I mean, you had Jeff
Okudah, Henderson,
C.J. Henderson, and now Damon Arnett.
Yep. Well, we'll see.
And none of them really actually played all that well, to be honest with you. Like,
no.
Arnett got in trouble. I don't remember Arnett being a real good player with the Raiders, but he was in trouble almost immediately.
Well, okay, so trouble. So Channel 2 they caught up with CJ Gardner-Johnson, and CJ had some stuff to say about disrespect. He had stuff to say about his career and what a dog he is, okay? So
He'll tell you.
here is in courtesy Channel 2, KPRC, with this sound of CJ Gardner-Johnson.
At the Churchill press conference, you came here for championships, nothing less, not about winning more AFC South titles. And I think that message was probably communicated, I would imagine.
Yeah, because I don't think – I mean, these guys play a lot of good ball here, but I don't think they, understand, what it means to win when it matters. I'm not taking discredit the team. I'm just saying, I've been in a lot of situations where from Detroit to New Orleans to Philly, I win where it matters. And I've been in games where I had to step up. So for me, championships mean more to me than just winning a football game right now. Because I think I'm getting older, playing with a lot of younger guys who understand, the money's here, but it's more on end when you can win and get championships,
Talking about legacy?
Yeah. You want to lead those when you talk about being a great, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So he said he's gonna he feels like he's gonna win the next 3 titles, next 3 championships. And it starts this year with the Houston.
Is he going to do them all with Houston, or is he going to?
I don't know if he's moving on.
He's going to keep the trend.
He usually
going
lasts a year,
wins the Super Bowl, then moves on,
and then moves on to another Super Bowl.
Okay,
that's what he's saying.
And you know what?
And
he's
he
not here
also
for a
said
long
that.
time. He's here for a good time. Just play well this year, and we'll wish you luck next year.
I feel highly disrespected, but it's a business. Never was an All-Pro or Pro Bowl. Never led the league in interceptions. What more do you want? People say he's a hazard. He's this. He's that. I never been no hazard, bro. They got no real issues on me. That black ball ain't going to work on me because I got me a ring. I got me one. I got 3 more championships in me. I'm probably going to win the next 3. I'm going to get me another Super Bowl this year. Just watch.
I hope he's right.
I love that they all got, let's put the bull on the ring. That's that's a D'Amico thing.
Yeah.
Let's put the bull on the ring.
Yeah. I mean, look, he can say what he wants. This is his 14. So he's a lot. He's a lot to deal with. His personality he's very brash. He's very outspoken. I think he wears out his welcome. I don't care. Just make some plays on the football. Like I said, this is not the Texans didn't just give him a 4-year high dollar contract with guaranteed money. I don't care. If he's a problem, boom, you're gone. That's fine. They don't even have to play him this year if there was an issue.
I think we're gonna like CJ.
I think you're gonna like him as a player. Yeah, for sure.
Listen,
and you know what?
Stephon Diggs can't stay on the field.
Was Stephon Diggs a problem? He was a problem in Buffalo, but he had a 1-year deal and he was fine.
He was fine.
Now he immediately goes and gets that Tusi on that boat, apparently, with Mike Vrabel's Patriots team, but that one with our team, that's not on our ticket. That's not on our check. That's on their check.
Absolutely.
Split checks. So we didn't have to deal with.
Yeah, we got.
Luckily,
checks.
we didn't have to. We didn't separate checks with him. Separate checks with CD, with Gardner Johnson too. Yeah. I'm not gonna call him CD. That's not. I just doesn't make any sense to me.
CD, I don't get it either, but that's what I don't know. But why aren't you going to call him? The man said that's
what's
my
his
name.
No, he's got another nickname too.
8.
Yeah,
8.
I'll just call him.
But he's
Chauncey
not going to be
Gardner.
number 8, is he?
I'll just call him Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
Did he get 8? Did he buy it?
I don't know.
Whatever the case may be. CD is. I think we're going to like him because here's the deal, and maybe with CD and Bullock and Jimmy Ward. Maybe guys stay healthier. Maybe Jimmy Ward doesn't have to be on the field all the time.
Well, you got real play, you got legit backup.
You do.
So I still think Gardner Johnson's too talented to not play. I don't know how they're going to play him, but as I said before, I think they're going to play a lot more dime package and nickel package. Meaning, I think Petrie's going to step into basically a linebacker role.
Petrie. Yeah, right. He's going to be nickel, right? And so
like a nickel linebacker. Well, but it'll be more
Petrie,
like a dime.
Jimmy Ward, CD, Bullock, Lassiter, Stingley. It ain't too bad.
No. I mean, they got playmakers out there. I mean, Gardner Johnson takes the ball away. Bullock is a take the ball away guy.
Yeah,
Stingley takes the ball away. Lassiter did it last year. It's a lot of positive things. And you got, the strength of Petrie is that he's a force player down near the box. Great. Play him that way on passing downs. Play him as a dime linebacker, basically. Allow him to drop into coverage in the zone coverages, and then you got Gardner Johnson who can play the nickel role. and playing the slot there. So I'm very interested to see how D'Amico and Matt Burke align Gardner Johnson, because he does give you an opportunity to kind of move him around. So it's really quite interesting. To be honest with you, they're not going to do this, but when I wrote up and I talked to another couple of teams who thought that Bullock could be a cornerback. I thought Kalen Bullock, body type wise especially, he's not a real good tackler. I thought his final position might be cornerback. I'm still not convinced that he couldn't play corner if you wanted him to, but he's got such great range and instincts because he can run that he takes the ball away at the safety spot, unless his tackling becomes a real issue, which it's not great. But if his tackling becomes a big issue, then maybe you utilize him differently. But I don't see the Texans doing that. But I just want to mention that because I do think he could line up in a slot. Remember when they used to line up, they line up all Eric Murray in the slot. Justin Reed would be in the slot. Well, this is a guy that actually could cover in the slot. They had these other guys.
Well, Jalen Petrie's doing it too.
It wasn't great.
So with Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, with this defensive backfield, with I guess Christian Harris is going to play. I don't know. Henry. I think this is a top 10 defense. This is a top 10 defense in the league. If the offense,
way higher than that.
Yeah,
top 6.
Top 5, 6. Yeah,
yeah.
If the offense can hold on to the football,
we might even be selling them short there. I'll bet you around the league, you're talking about you got Hawks on the back end, ball hawks on the back end, and on the front end, you got rush. Like, what else do you want? What else do you want?
Well,
you just
stop the run inside.
Yeah, you want to be okay against the run, but still, I'll bet you around the league, they're probably considered a top 4 defense.
Yeah,
and maybe 3.
The talent is there. There's no question.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-3776 number. If you want to get in here, JT, call back. We apologize. We didn't get you in. That was Lance. I tried to get you in. But,
John, you tried your best.
So right now, though, we're talking about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. We're talking about John Clay Wolf giving away $250,000. I don't know why. I have no idea why dude's giving away $25,000 a month. He's just incredible. He just wants everybody to be happy. Because he's happy. I'm going to tell you, when you have a business that's one of the biggest businesses in the country, and that's what he is. He is a leader in America as far as buying cars. And then he sells them at auction. And dude he is incredible at this. He gives you more and he makes less, but he does value. And that's how he does it. So you're somebody that is looking to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go because he guarantees that he will, if he can't beat CarMax, he is going to give you $100. And he doesn't do that all that often. He doesn't give away $100. You know why? Because John Clay Wolf gives you more for his vehicle. You're looking for the best way to sell your car. It's at GiveMeTheVin.com. And you want to get part of that $25,000 a month, all you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com. You don't have to buy or sell anything to him. You just have to sign up, and you get 250 entries into the hopper. And if you sell your car to him, you get 1,000 entries into the hopper. So sell your car at GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the DraftKings Sportsbook, where we are hanging out, just watching these beautiful televisions. If you've never been here, you've never seen it, it is, one of my favorite sports books. It is so good. Not a bad place. Make your plans now to come on out here. Come on over here and do your fantasy draft. Come watch UFC. They had the UFC on all the TV. It's a great place to watch any boxing match. And listen, it ain't gonna be long before football's around the corner. Get on over here. That first weekend of college football, it is a sensory. It is unbelievable. It is so cool to watch. We were here for week 0, right? Weren't we here? That's when we saw Jeff Sims.
Oh yeah,
a quarterback. And remember?
Yeah. Were you here, Del?
Yeah, he was here
for that one.
Yeah, he was here for that one.
Ugh.
And
Jeff Sims, the bad old days.
It was that was awful. He was awful. But just all of the games going on at once, it's just so good, so good. So if you're looking for a great place to get your gamble on, get your sports betting on, get your fantasy draft on, to get your poker on, pool on, your concerts on, your nightclub, your restaurants, all of it right here at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. We love it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got Astros baseball back at it tonight against the White Sox at home, taking on the vaunted White Sox team that has just been, thanks to 1 year after the White Sox were the worst team in the history of baseball. Well, here comes Colorado. Okay, thank you, Colorado, for making that so short-lived. Everyone in Chicago saying thank you. So this is where you make some hay. Now Minnesota's got a winning record. You got 3 against Chicago and then 3 against Minnesota at home. I don't know what happened, but they can play at home again now. That run that they had was the most ridiculous thing ever. How crappy they were at home.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. It didn't make any sense. And it wasn't just 1 year. We dealt with this for 1 playoffs in 2 years.
Yeah,
and into the playoffs last year. It was unbelievable. But it's good to see it get back to what should be normal, what you would assume is normal, that you play better at home when you don't have the comfort of the home life, no travel, no disrupting schedule. Your schedule is always a little disrupted on the road, but not like basketball. Basketball is probably the worst. Basketball is the worst, where you're constantly in flux. Even when you get home from a road trip, you get home a lot of times at 3 a.m. or whatever. So, baseball, there's not really an excuse for it in baseball. That's why some teams are pretty good on the road, because if you're playing a 3 or 4 game set, maybe the first day you're bothered by travel, but the next 2 or next 3, you shouldn't be. But at home, the Astros just haven't played well. They just haven't played well. And so it just hasn't made any sense. But this year has been much better.
Yeah.
So that's good.
No, that's fun. That's fun. So we're heading down the stretch here towards the All-Star break. You got a bunch of series left. You got Chicago and Minnesota. Then you go to the Athletics. And by the way, this Denzel Clark dude, holy crap! If you haven't seen, I think they got some hidden gems there. Jacob Wilson, the shortstop, is going to be Rookie of the Year. He's an unbelievable hitter. He has been fantastic, playing a good short. But you got Lawrence Butler leading off, and now you got Denzel Clark playing center field like he's Willie Mays or better. Holy, he went up and went over the wall for a catch that is as good a catch.
If you haven't seen it, get to ESPN, or it's on Twitter. You'll be able to find it. Just search his name. It's as good as you will ever see.
Ever.
He goes up and over a wall and catches it on the other side of the wall, below the level of the wall. It's
a Bo Jackson kind of catch.
I don't know that I've seen kind of catches like that before. In different levels and different, I've seen some incredible catches. I don't remember seeing that on the professional level, a guy get that high.
Bo Jackson going up. Remember he walked up the wall?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, he caught it he caught it and then ran.
Oh,
the wall.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, so it was just like the fact that he did a wall run,
Right?
was kind of, and then the two most famous Bo Jacksons are that, and then a throw from the outfield.
Oh yeah,
That was
from
just,
the wall. Yeah.
that was insane. I could not do that with my shoulder the way it is right now. But
No, but you used to be able to.
yeah, no, I didn't even have that kind of arm.
Oh, really?
Even months
But
of
no, but like it, a
preparation.
little like it.
Even months of preparation, I wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
pull it off. Like that, we're watching plays of the day. It'll definitely be number one play of the day.
Yeah.
There's
of course.
no chance unless there's some field hockey thing where some lady. in
Well,
field
or a
hockey-
guy dunking a basketball.
No, there's no games where there's a.
Oh,
dunk
that's
yesterday.
true. That's true. Maybe,
Although, oh
maybe
my
a
God.
practice. Maybe
Did
some
you-
practice though. ESPN will put a dunk on.
Did you happen to see what
The
happened
most
with?
beautiful girl in
No,
the
did you
world.
happen to see what happened with Boogie Cousins in Puerto Rico?
No.
Yeah, see, your timeline doesn't have that stuff.
Yeah, it does. I got sports on my timeline.
You should see. You should just Google him.
Oh,
It-
I saw. But I saw.
No, you need
I
to see
didn't
the
read-
whole
I didn't
thing.
See it. Yeah.
You need to see the whole thing where he almost starts fighting with people on the sidelines, and everyone starts.
Oh, that they were
throwing
where
things
they
on
were
him?
throwing water at him.
Watch the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was old. I thought that was old.
Oh no.
Boogie
No.
Cousins is still alive.
Yeah.
No one told me that.
Yeah, he's playing in Puerto Rico.
I
He's not gonna
saw
play
that
here.
they were throwing. They were
Oh,
throwing
he starts
water
almost
on-
fighting with an old man on the sidelines first,
Oh,
and then like
I thought
it
that was an old video.
No,
Why would Boogie Cousins be involved in anything right now?
because he's trying to play basketball and make money.
Oh, okay. Well, I for whatever reasons, I saw it. I just thought, well, why am I watching this old video of Boogie Cousins?
No.
getting kicked out of the game?
No.
All right. No, my timeline has it. Has stuff. Okay. Oh, here it is, right here. It's right on my timeline. I don't understand.
You guys see the whole thing from the beginning where he grabs his junk and tries to put it near the guy on the sideline, and that's what causes the whole thing. Then he gets thrown out of the game, and then that's when the fans start. He grabs somebody by the arm when he's walking out, and that's when everyone starts throwing stuff on him.
Yeah, and then
It got ugly. He almost had to fight Puerto Rico.
they're throwing all kinds of stuff on him. I love that. Welcome to Puerto Rico, dude. You ain't in America playing no more.
Yeah.
Okay. Saying, oh well, of course we had Malice in the Palace, so we can.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's way worse.
Yeah, right. No, playing in foreign countries. Your boy, everybody's told us stories about that.
Yeah,
Playing
yeah.
in foreign countries.
No,
is
it's
different.
bad, but not as bad as Malice
They
in the
heat
Palace.
up coins and throw them at you.
Yeah, GJ Hunter told us about that.
Yeah.
Or they'd heat up a quarter or whatever, a peso, whatever, and throw it on the court. And then when you tried to pick it up, you burn your hand. But that's really nothing compared to the Malice in the Palace.
Yeah.
Fans ran on the court and started trying to fight square up on Ron Artest, or was it? Yeah, it was Ron Artest.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Artest. It was I think it was Jermaine O'Neal or whatever. Jermaine came running and punched him, and that was a crazy one. That was a 30 for 30. That was pretty wild. And how about the guy that threw it? Artest went after a different guy, and the guy saw him coming up, and he's kind of smiling, and he was like, "Oh, it wasn't me. I didn't throw the cup at you." And the guy that threw the cup was right next to him.
What about the idiot that went on the court and he's bowing up?
Yeah, those two idiots.
Yeah. No. We got stupidity here too, but Boogie caught it. They threw everything at him. He was drenched. I love it. Boogie. Yeah, okay. You're kind of in America, but not really. Okay. So just you know
See
what?
this
Leave
part
the
right
court.
here?
Leave the court.
Did you already see that where he starts grabbing his
Yeah.
junk like that? And that's how it all started. That's how it started. And his teammates are like, "Oh, whoa, chill out."
That's funny. Hey, Boogie. I honestly thought it was an old video. I'm watching it. Why am I watching Boogie Cousins' old videos? All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. I want to talk about Houston Potter Coders right now. I want to talk about, listen, this is, okay, so I don't know, you got a pool area, a neighborhood pool, right? How are the picnic tables? How are the chairs? How is everything? How are the fences? How is everything out there? Is it starting to rust, starting to get old? Do you need it to look new again? Do you need it to feel new, like it's new again? Well, it could look new again if you go to Houston Potter Cutters. They will pick up your furniture. And listen, you don't want to be at a public pool where all of the all of the all the tables and chairs and everything are all rusted out and terrible and broken and everything else. Well, Houston Powder Coaters can save them. Houston Powder Coaters does this every year. And if you are a public pool or you run a public pool, like one that I read last week, which I loved, and the guy named Cody said, "Listen, I've been listening to you, Robin. I've been listening to you and John for years on the show, and we need to get this done at our pool. You need to get yours done too." Okay. Okay. Suppose you don't have a public pool. Suppose you got a backyard. Suppose that you got a business. Suppose that your patio furniture is looking bad. Your outdoor furniture. You need Houston Powder Coaters. Any kind of metal, any kind of car part, any kind of boat part. Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters will pick it up and deliver it absolutely free, and they'll do an unbelievable job making it look new again. And any color that you want. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Taiwan's Tier 1 league last year. He's back with the Mets this season. It's unclear what kind of district he might face.
Jacob fucking Wilson is hitting 360. Whoa. Was that live? You did? I didn't know we were on. I apologize for those of you that are listening on
you have thoughts on Jacob Wilson. What are we going to do?
Jacob Wilson is hitting 366. Yeah. I mean, holy crap. That is awesome. That is awesome. 713-780-3776 the number. If you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you are more than welcome to come in and hang out on the show if you've got thoughts on anything. Our Astros, once again, did not play yesterday. They have got Lance McCullers on the mound against Shane Smith tonight. Shane Smith is a pretty good – Jeremy Pena is on a tear. I like to say he's on a jag at home. he has been fantastic at Daikin, and will Jeremy Pena continue? For whatever reason, the dude cannot be stopped at home. So we gotta give some love to Jeremy Pena, and we gotta hope that he continues, because I'm gonna pick him today in my deal. I'm up to 13 straight games getting a hit. Yeah,
13.
13. Yeah,
That's a ton.
yeah. So
what is this?
it's for MLB, and if I get to 56, I'll win over $1 million. Win $1 million.
Wait, MLB the website?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
MLB the app. And
You gotta
pick
get to
a guy every day.
56.
56. The highest anyone's ever gotten is 52. No one's ever gotten 56.
Wow, that
Yeah.
seems incredible to get to 13.
Yeah, yeah. But
All you need to have is just one.
how about this? I took Francisco Lindor twice, Mets best hitter. In a game, they scored 17 runs. He was 0 for 5. And then this week, in a game, he was 0 for, they scored 12 runs. He was 0 for 5. 0 for 10 in a game, 2 games that they scored 29 runs, and Lindor had nothing to do with it.
Wait, you get multiple players?
You get, yeah. Well, when you get to 10, they give you one grace that you can miss one.
So that's how you.
Once you get to 10, you only get one time that you get a freebie. I got that was my freebie.
Well, I thought you said Lindor twice.
I said I did it. And he stopped my streak before. It was earlier this
How many
year.
times have you had Jake Myers?
I have not put Jake Myers.
Talking all that yak about Jake Myers, so why don't you put Jake Myers in there?
I should. No, on the road. On the road.
Okay.
Jake Myers is
show some love for
Jeremy
Jake Myers.
Pena at home.
Show some love for
Jeremy
Jake Myers.
Pena at home. So, for those of you who don't know, Major League Baseball has a deal that you pick a guy every day, or two. You can pick 2 guys, and if he gets a hit, your streak lives on. And if he doesn't get a hit, you start over again. And if you get to 56, with one grace, you get one grace between 10 and 15. I don't know why they do that, but they do. And I used mine up on Francisco Lindor when they had 12 runs and he didn't get a hit. Anyway, 713-780-3776. White Sox in town for 3, followed by Minnesota here with the return of Carlos Correa, where they play Wednesday through today through Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then they go on the road taking on the A's. And I started this segment by dropping an F-bomb because Jacob Wilson, the A's have got a bunch of wonderful young players.
They're going to make for some good players for another team.
Yes, absolutely. They always have.
They're going to really give some other teams some really good young players like they have done for decades.
Yes.
Frankly.
Right. Yeah.
They stopped being a serious team in the early 2000s and just started like,
Wasn't it before that? Wasn't it even before
Well, but they had like really good young pitching in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, yeah. And then Canseco years, they went for it.
But it was Beltran. No,
that was
not
the
Beltran.
late 80s, though.
It wasn't Beltran. Who was it?
Carlos Beltran started with the A's.
Wait, he went
Kansas City?
He went A's and then to Kansas City?
Or was he Kansas City?
I think he was just Kansas City. But there was another really good young player with the A's originally.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't Johnny Damon, right? Because they were giving away players left and right for years. And they will again. They will again.
Yep. Anyway, that's a nice looking young team. I like that. And I'm gonna start riding that Jacob Wilson train because he is unbelievable.
Well, yeah, so Johnny Damon had 1 year in Oakland, 2001. That's what I was thinking of. But he had all those years with the Royals before that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, Jacob Wilson he'll be a good Yankee.
Yeah. Oh no, he will. He absolutely. Jacob Wilson will be absolutely.
He'll be a Yankee who struggles in New York, and the fans will boo him, and the media will write ugly stories about him. I already know how I know how his life's going to go.
You got this played out already.
I've already seen this a million times.
Yep.
Yeah, Beltran was just a Royal.
Yeah. Well, they've been a feeder too for teams.
Oh yeah,
nice feeder. I want happy belated birthday to our guy Todd Farquharson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I didn't see it. Esme sent out the email. I just saw it today. I really don't look at my emails too much, and so
you're like, hey, it's Todd's birthday. No, it was yesterday.
Well, I should look at my email all the time.
You should.
I was really busy yesterday. Listen, I'm at a place where Why would someone go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles? Play, you do the show, then you go play. You have lunch. You play golf. Then you go to the poker table. Emails? Now, who's going to do that? Why would you do that when you got so much distraction and so much wonderfulness?
It's on your phone. It's easy.
All around you.
You can literally do it between holes.
Listen, I read Doyle Brunson's book. I used to be distracted at the poker table.
No, when you're golfing.
No, you don't.
You could have just done
when you're
this.
golfing, you're going to your next. We had 3 of us, and we all took our own cart. We played in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Wow.
It was awesome.
Sounds like you're eating up a lot of the. You're just tearing up the atmosphere. Your carbon footprint was killing everyone with your car.
Well, I think it's electric, so it's not going to bother anybody.
Well, then you're all the lithium that you were killing from the planet.
You think we were killing people with our lithium?
No, you were taking all the lithium.
Okay.
Stealing all the lithium.
You're
from
stealing
others,
the lithium.
Stealing the lithium.
Can I tell you? I was at a table yesterday.
You two probably bring lithium batteries in your suitcases.
No,
Never
Yeah.
done that.
I don't want
before.
to set the place on fire.
No.
So I was at a table last night, and there was a guy there, and he had Astros tank top and super tatted, and he's sitting next to his mom.
No,
And
he
they're
was playing poker. It was weird, dude. It was.
Was his
weird.
mom there
his
too?
His mom. It was.
So
weird.
you know who I'm talking about then. Was his mom at the table?
I got stories about this, bro.
Oh, I'm just getting ready to tell you a
Okay,
Be
story.
careful. What type of tattoos?
I just
he's all and
Be
he had
careful.
he had a.
I am not saying anything. Yeah,
Had
I
a
think
wife beater on.
they're the
telling you,
no,
when
it's
I
an
asked you what type
Astros.
of
Yeah,
tattoos,
Yeah,
be
but it was
careful.
It was.
the wife beater's white.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had just
He had a tank top.
he just tank top, but yes, it's the same guy. And the tats,
Just
I'm
Be
going to be
wary.
careful because they do look like they could be
No,
homemade.
he was all neck and everything. It was.
It could be homemade. No,
the point is,
speak kindly of him.
Yeah,
sir.
the
Watch.
man knows who you are, and you're
Yeah,
talking
he's
about.
from
a certain
Houston,
way.
obviously. So yeah, you don't want to get out
He
of
He
doesn't
doesn't know
pocket.
who we are. How does he know who we are?
You don't
He's
know he
from
doesn't know
Houston.
who you are.
Oh no,
Yeah.
he didn't know. I played at his table. He didn't know.
He
who
may
we
not
were.
look.
No,
He
he
didn't know
can
who we
find
were.
out because we're telling a story about him right now. He can get back to him.
Just
And
be
he's
careful.
gonna say, "Let me look for that John Granado guy."
John Granado.
Just wear a
and
mask.
John Granado and Jeremy Branham are telling the story. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
So
Brand-
I'm sitting at
actually
a
Jeremy.
I'm
Brand.
sitting at a
Branham.
I'm sitting at a 3-card poker table, and he's sitting next, and he's getting frustrated. I sit down, and his mom is right next to him. It's clearly his mom,
Yes.
and he is playing, and his mom's trying to play, and she's not sure what she's doing, and he's like, and he wasn't winning. He goes, "Mom, I'm telling you, I'm about done with you." And then his mom would ask him to do this. He goes, just put your cards down. Just put your cards down. And he's having to walk her through every step multiple times, and he's losing, and he's getting really frustrated because he's trying just to sit and play. And he's like, "I swear to God, I'm gonna make you go back up to the room. I'm done with this. Stop, man. You're killing me." And he's keeps telling her. And to be fair, his mom was really
She's
the mom really was screwing some things up. Like, I could see where he'd be frustrated. Then this other dude sits down at our table, immediately starts winning and winning big. And I don't know if he doesn't know that that's the guy's mom or not, or he just doesn't care. But he starts trying to tell her, "Well, no, you probably need to play that." Well, what's and like she doesn't know what's I don't know if I should play this. And I goes, "Mom, just stop. Just pull your cards. Just pull your chips back. Just stop. Stop playing. You don't even know what you're doing. Stop." And the other goes, "Let me see your cards. I'll help you here." He goes, "Yeah, play that. Put your money down." He's telling her to stay on a jack high 3-card poker. Terrible. Of course she loses. And he's like, this guy's like he thinks he's going to teach her how to play the game. And the other guy, and then at one point he goes, "No, you need to play it here. Play this. I don't know. There's some other bet there." He goes, "No, you need to play it here. Here's $10. Put it on there." He's giving his money to the woman, and she puts it on. And the guy goes, "Tell him thank you, Mom. Tell him thank you, Mom." Damn. And he's getting so frustrated. He's getting so frustrated that I've never seen anything like this. Like, my mom could not be at the. At first I thought, man, this guy's being kind of disrespectful to his mom. After about 10 minutes at the table, I'm like, man, he's got to get his mom off this table. This is not like, if your mom can't figure out how to play by now.
No, it was way
Mom's got to go to the room.
It was way worse than a poker room.
Put her on the Netflix.
It was way
oh,
worse
I'm
than a
sure
poker
it
room.
was.
And he's also on the 8th floor. He's on the 8th floor.
I got nothing bad to say about him. Like I said, I felt
Screaming
bad
down
for
the
him.
hallways. He lost a couple thousand playing poker. I went up to get my my Astros sweatshirt because it was cold down there in the poker room. And he comes up in the elevator after losing a couple of $1,000 with his mom. He's screaming, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do, Mom?" A half hour later, he's back down with money again. When after he lost a few thousand, I mean, that whole scene was. I got away from the table. I moved to the other table because I was like,
was that
I
bad?
don't want to be a part of this. Yes. Oh,
what?
It was bad. It was real bad. Anyway, you need.
I had no problem with him at the table. He was just getting so frustrated with his mom. I'm like, I don't know why you're like, put her up, make her watch some Netflix up in the room.
No,
you're clearly miserable with her.
How old is this man?
He's probably in his 30s.
He's 38.
30s.
No, because he asked everybody at the table how old they were, and he goes, "I'm 38." I don't know why he asked us all how old we were.
And I don't have any problem with it, to be honest.
A weekend or so at a resort with his mother in the same room.
I don't know.
He absolutely.
I mean, it'd be miserable anyway you cut it.
So he sat down at the
Those
table.
look like some jailhouse tats.
Angel,
I'm just telling you. I know where you were going with it.
Yeah.
Michael and Angel are sitting next to him. Angel's sitting next to him. He sat down at the table, and he did something, and he had some kind of garbage that she said, "Oh, I'll take it. I'm picking it up." He goes, "You're a beautiful woman. Your husband should be so proud of you. If I had a wife like you." And Michael goes, "Yeah, I am proud of her, pal." And I was like, "Uh-oh, this is not starting well. This is not starting well."
Michael from Pick Me?
Michael that.
Oh.
Yeah, that was here with us.
Big Michael,
and, yeah, with Angel. Yeah. Yeah. So no, dude. It was weird. I got away from it. Time for you to talk about John Daspit. He's not weird.
No. John Daspit is I don't know if he ever goes to casinos. I assume he would. I assume he does. I'm trying to yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. We talked about it before. I don't know when he can. He's always busy. He's always working. He'll be working on a Saturday sometimes, working from his home on a Sunday. Sometime he'll work up in Austin, sometime out in my old spot in Richmond. Got a nice little place there, got his wife and his kids, but he makes time for his family, but you're part of his family too. Once you sign up with the Daspit Law Firm, he treats you like family. He is going to fight for you tooth and nail. His lawyers who are working for him, and he has a decent amount of lawyers. He's actually the largest practice in Houston for personal injury, because he wants to make sure that everyone he signs up gets the attention that they deserve, that you're not just a number. A lot of places you're just a number, not with him, not with the Daspit Law Firm. You're not just a number. They are going to overturn every stone and make sure that every bill is accounted for and is paid for by the insurance company if you've been badly injured, and that your settlement, your pain and suffering settlement, is going to be properly accounted for and taken care of as well. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com. Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can
But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we got CJ's throwing today. Is that what we're hearing? Dell, you got inside information?
Well, he may. He's going to throw when he's ready. What's the big rush?
There is no rush.
I don't care if he throws or not. I mean, seriously, I don't care if CJ Stroud throws right now in June or not. What the hell are we doing here?
No, but how much? I mean, he did have a shoulder problem last year. He mentioned it late in the season.
I mean, that's
which none of us knew about.
That's worth talking about. But I'm not trying to rush him out there.
No,
if it's sore or whatever, dude, don't even play. Like
so
that's
how?
fine.
I mean, he was inaccurate early on. Okay, he was not the same guy all year, and who could be the same guy when you got all of that pass rush that was on him last year? You're not going to be his internal clock was off. He was making throws early, and trying to get rid of the ball before guys were out of breath, or whatever the case may be. He was just not the same guy last year, and I'm hoping. If you want to know the truth, I'm hoping his shoulder had a lot to do with it. As opposed to, well, CJ just wasn't very good. I'm hoping the shoulder, he definitely contributed to him not being as good as he was his rookie year.
Right. I am too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that injury played a part.
And now the other side of that is he going to be healthy? Is he going to be completely healthy? Or is this something that we're just?
Well, he better be. Or this is a major long-term concern. If he's not healthy a full year after having a shoulder,
it's half a year.
They were asked.
Not even a half. It's a half a year.
Well, if he isn't this year, I'm talking about. If he's not healthy this year, then it's this year and last year.
But he's got like 6 months to rest, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You would hope it'd be okay, but if it's not, if it doesn't get better with rest, and he was asked and would not answer, he being D'Amico Ryans.
Right.
Did he have a procedure or anything done this offseason? He goes, all right, guys, that's going to be it for CJ. We're not talking about anything else. And he never answered that question. So I thought that was, he doesn't have to, HIPAA. He doesn't have to answer that because we're not in season. But I always feel like that's the best course of action, just to be honest about stuff. And although all it does is create content for radio, TV, especially ESPN, who tries to glom onto any salacious headline they can and turn it into 15 stories on 5 different shows every week. But I don't think the CJ story I don't think CJ Stroud not throwing right now or having some soreness in his shoulder is a story yet. I don't think it's a story yet. But if we get to camp and he's not throwing, my concern level has elevated.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Oh,
because even if he had a surgery or something, like it should be, unless you have it really, really late, like in May. He should be like. I understand why people think, well, whatever it is, he should be healed up by now if he didn't have surgery. Yeah, I get that.
Texans.
How do we know he wasn't pitching? You know, he does play some baseball too. How do we know that maybe he wasn't getting some mound work in? He's a little sore.
Yeah, it could be that, or he didn't do anything. So training camp starts early August. So
It's not late July this year.
No, it says early August at the Houston Method. It doesn't say. It doesn't even give a date. Mandatory mini camp starts today. It's the 10th and 11th, and then training camp doesn't begin until early August, which means we're 2 months away. We're still 2 months away.
Yeah.
From him having to be out there and throwing. So I mean that's
so today is
hopefully it should have been.
So today is mandatory mini.
Right. Today and tomorrow.
And that's fine.
Yeah. I'm not worried about it. If he doesn't throw again, that's fine. What do we care? I mean, we gotta. But I'm hoping he's going to be 100% healthy for one, and secondly, I'm hoping that contributed to why he wasn't as good last year.
If you go by what happened, at least the training camp dates last year, it's July 18th. So August would be late compared to what it was.
Yeah, no, it says mid-training. I saw the AI. I see where it says that too. But even on the Texans, it says mid-July is when training camp begins on the Texans thing. That's the AI overview that you're looking at. But I think the Texans, it's usually July when it starts, when camp starts. So I don't know when, but regardless, it's not. They say mid-July, but I think it's usually later in July.
Well, it was the 18th last year.
Was it that
Yes.
early? Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be August. That's too
well,
late.
the Texans camp said the other one said it was early August. Okay.
Well, that was an AI overview.
So
Because I saw the same thing. So it's not. It's going to be July because they have games coming up in August. Like you got to get work.
Yeah.
Well,
so we
before
got about
that.
a month to see when training camp
A
begins.
little
Yeah.
over a month.
A little over a month.
And if it's not, if the soreness isn't gone by then, okay. Well, I'm having a different conversation on the show. But for right now, whatever. If he throws, he doesn't throw. Who cares?
Do we believe it's general soreness?
I know,
from
until
a non-pers-
D'Amico lies to me, I
From
have
a-
no
You
reason
don't
to
think-
believe.
You don't think he's
to
lied
not
to
believe
you?
him.
You don't think he's lied to you before?
I'm trying to think.
Just in normal coach speak.
No. D'Amico wouldn't lie.
He can omit. There can be some
Yeah,
omissions.
but not outright lie.
Okay.
Not our guy.
I think he's omitting right now.
I think he's omitting. I think there may be some omitting going on right now because he was very evasive with the way the questions were asked. D'Amico does one thing for sure. If you ask a question, and somebody must have told him this when he started, okay, D'Amico, whenever somebody asks a question, it's good for you to kind of reiterate the question for the purpose of the transcripts and everything. So he goes, as far as him being able to hang on to the ball and not fumble, we feel like he's getting much better at that. What do you think about the about your cornerbacks' ability? Like when your cornerbacks, you're going to play a lot of press man and zone coverages. How do you look at that? Well, as far as playing a lot of press man and zone coverages, he reiterates right, a lot of that. He's got like he's got little ways of answering questions that are pretty down the middle. When he gets off track, like he did with the CJ question, where all of a sudden he's being evasive, it's very obvious to me. It's not like he gives in-depth answers. That was one where he didn't want to give an answer. So that kind of alerted me just a little bit. But once again, we're in June. I'm not going to make a big deal about it unless I find out that he has a small fracture.
Oh.
If I find out there's a quote-unquote small
Has the
fracture,
inflammation
then
gone down?
Too
enough?
much inflammation.
Then the Texans are getting thrown in the Astros. They're getting thrown in the Astros pile where I know they're not telling me the truth. When have the Astros told us the truth about injuries?
Never.
They got a terrible track record.
No.
Terrible.
Never. They're the worst. 713-780-3776 the number. If you want to get in here live from the DraftKings Sportsbook here in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget Resort and Casino. What? Get on over here and make your reservations. Make your reservations for the first weekend of the NFL. Make them now. Do it now. And because we told you before, I mean, when the Super Bowl or the NCAA tournament or whatever, the first weekend of football, it's going to be packed in here. Make your reservations. This is a great place to be for that opening weekend as we're in week 2 of college football and in the opening weekend of the NFL. That is so much fun. Such a great place to be. So make your reservations now. Go to goldennuggetlc.com. I'm talking right now about Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking about you feeling better, you looking better. I'm talking about about just because when you get older, you lose testosterone. You just do. Okay. I found out, I don't know how many years ago, that my testosterone was low. And there's nothing I can do about that. It's not, oh, yeah, make fun of me. Oh, John's got low testosterone. What? No, it's what happens. Okay. So it's something that's natural. Well, you can replace that testosterone and feel better because it helps you. It helps you with your body fat. It helps you with your focus. It helps you with in bed. It helps you training. It helps you losing weight. It helps you all. I mean, the testosterone is kind of a big deal. So you got to replace it. And if you are feeling sluggish, if you're not yourself, why don't you go to Game Day Men's Health and get a free evaluation of your testosterone levels, and then let Game Day Men's Health figure it all out for you. Let them give you the peptides that are going to make you better all the way around. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement and just reach your goals. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Yep, that's where we are, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Come on. If you haven't been here, you need to. You need to, because it is awesome. One of my favorite places. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Come on, hang out here and get your gamble on. All shows on Friday are going to be East River 9. East River 9. So we got us a big week here. 2 shows here at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and then East River 9. We want you to come on by. If you haven't been to East River 9, that's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Get there with us on Friday and hang out. All of our shows are going to be there. 713-780-3776, the number. If you would like to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Been talking a lot of Texans. They got minicamp, mandatory minicamp. Everybody's going to be there, right? I mean, that's not.
No,
that's like for Hassan Reddicks and, guys don't show up for stuff.
Trey Hendricks, guys, there's contract disputes.
Yeah.
And we don't have
that because we pay
There
people.
are none. There are none.
Yeah.
You even give guaranteed contracts to second rounders. Turn the
Full
NFL into
guarantees.
what are you doing, Texans? That's so funny. They've literally caused a bleep storm throughout the NFL with second rounders now.
Second round guaranteed, fully guaranteed contracts.
Yeah.
It's a little different though. You mentioned bringing in Damon Arnett. It's different than when Bob was alive. Remember that Bob was not having any.
Well,
of
at one point they were too strict. I remember talking to a coach who said, "Lance, we can't even have guys who have smoked any weed on the board. Like that's."
Yeah.
He said, "Do you know who plays NFL football? They're not choir boys." He said, "There's some guys that are straight arrow." He said, "But you're taking guys off our board. It's like this is not what you take guys off the board for." And Bob McNair was just, you got to be around for a while. You know when it changed? When I was told it changed, I said, when did it change where you guys would take some chances? Wade Phillips. When Wade Phillips came in the building, I was told that Wade talked him into like Jonathan Joseph. J-Joe had weed issues at South Carolina and stuff like that. And J-Joe was never an issue with the Texans. But, they were taking a few more. They took a few more. They drafted some guys. Remember Sam? What was his name from LSU?
Oh,
Sam Montgomery, right?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't even.
No, I know he was a problem.
Third rounder that never even made the team.
No, never played a game, but because he had some issues. But they said Wade Phillips is the one who got the Texans to kind of soften up their stance on some of the character stuff. That they had to reimagine what character issues were. Is the guy immature? Does the guy have edge, or is he a character problem? Immature is guys can mature. If you have some edge, like Azeez Al-Shaair has edge. It can pop out it, but I don't know of any problems off the field he's had. But we know obviously on the field he'll say some stuff, do some stuff, hit people in the jaw with a forearm shiver when a quarterback's sliding. Some stuff like that.
That's fine.
But he's got some edge, and that's different. Coaches don't mind players with some edge.
That's fine. I mean, you want to hit somebody in the jaw? You want to hit Trevor Lawrence late? I don't care. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Look at all these stories. Dolphins second rounder remains unsigned. Here's why Seahawks rookies Nick Manwari and Elijah Arroyo remain unsigned. Here's why Raiders second round pick Jack Best remains unsigned. There's all these articles from about guys who are unsigned from the second round
because of the Texans.
Yeah, because of the Texans. Oh, I assume.
Good.
Here's why the Bills' second-round pick T.J. Sanders has not signed a contract yet. 1 day ago, Mason Taylor still unsigned by the Jets in contract dispute 4 days ago. It's like across the board, second-rounders aren't signed because the Texans did this. R.J. Harvey, second-round pick for the Broncos, has not signed his contract yet. 24 hours ago, that was written. This could be the reason why Rams tight end Terrence Ferguson hasn't signed his contract yet. Only that was 2 weeks ago. As of 2 weeks ago, only 2 second-rounders signed their rookie contracts 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, what the Texans did is really causing a lot of problems around. Yeah, no, it's caused a lot of problems around the NFL.
Yeah, I'll bet they're all like, what is wrong with you? Now, every agent has got to get their guy a fully guaranteed contract in the second round. I mean, you know what? Good on you, Texans. Way to ruin the league. Way to destroy all this other second rounders.
Only 2. The Texans
still
only two second rounders are signed.
To this date, or is that an old article? I saw
as of yesterday.
It's only still only 2. That article came out, and so Pro Football Talk had that 2 weeks ago that only 2 were signed. So no one has still been signed over 2 weeks.
With mandatory minicamp starting this week.
Wow.
I mean, I was told it was a real bleep storm when the Texans did that. And at first I thought, well,
apparently not.
I get it. Apparently, and NFL teams were like, nope, this is not the new normal. We're not doing this. So what are you going to do? And the agents, well, that'll be interesting. I'm not sure why Nick did that. I don't understand what he did it right up front. There was no threat of anything. I don't, that's kind of weird. I don't understand that because you usually don't want NFL teams aren't looking to be the first team to create a seed change with the structure of money. I mean, the money's already going so far north so quickly where more and more guaranteed money is being paid out. We know that they've lost complete control of the quarterback salaries, and it's having an impact on other players now where other players on their own teams are being adversely affected. That's kind of crazy that the Texans just out of nowhere would do that. That's wild. Unless even an agent saying, listen, if you do this for us, we'll give you a sweetheart deal on the next one. But an agent wouldn't say that. And if you're the Texans, you don't trust that anyway. So, wow, that is really wild that 30 second round picks are unsigned and mandatory minicamp starts today. Holy crud.
Yep.
And those are guys like Mason Taylor, Demetrius Knight. We're talking about guys who are going to start or expected to start for their teams, and they're not even in camp. So that's pretty wild.
713-780-3776. If you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number. Yeah, the reason that we're at East River 9. Who do you guys like in the U.S. Open this week at Oakmont?
I'm going to go Scheffler.
You're going to go Scotty Scheffler?
Or
we're going out on a limb.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. I'm sorry, all he does is win.
That's all.
Well, you want to have to pick the high. I guess I'll pick Davin Cropperbush to come out of nowhere. I'm picking the number one guy.
Wait, there's a golfer named Cropperbush?
Yeah.
What?
That was, I don't know how.
What?
What? Cropperbush.
Wait a minute.
Say it faster. You're saying it slow. You're saying it slow.
I had never heard it before. I was trying to make sure.
It's Cropperbush.
Where did you?
Bush, like Cropperbush.
Oh man,
he's an amateur. He plays.
I want to watch Cropperbush.
Yeah, he played at Stanford. He played at Stanford.
Don't you want to watch?
He played at Stanford.
What do you say about people's names?
There's a reason they have those names because somewhere in their background, like if your name is Carpenter.
Yeah,
like Carrie Carpenter.
I'm sorry, his last name was Carpenter.
Oh, okay.
No.
Davin Carpenter.
No, it wasn't. It was Cropperbush.
No, it's Carpenter.
Cropperbush.
I can tell John played poker late.
I'm the one who noticed it.
John, what time did you finish playing poker?
Oh no, I was in bed at 9:30. I was tired.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, out in the sun.
Yeah, I was tired.
Dolphin.
I was tired. And plus, I went about an hour without catching a hand.
I got in at 12:30.
I couldn't even catch.
I couldn't catch
nothing.
I couldn't catch a tumbler.
You couldn't catch anything.
It's there, and yet there I was at 12:30, still awake.
Yeah, you were. That's a shame. All right, 713-780-3776.
That's why you couldn't think of a golfer's last name.
I know.
Up till 12:30.
Of all the names to come up with,
Prescott Glizzer.
What?
Glizzy.
No,
Prescott
no last name Glizzy.
He's going to win the U.S. Open.
I don't think.
No, I'm going to go Scheffler. He's playing really good golf right now.
Oh, you think? You think Scotty Scheffler's playing pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Scheffler. You can take who you want.
Okay. I'm going to take John Rahm this week.
So Keith Makersweat isn't going to? You thought
I'm going to take John Rahm to win this week.
I'm going with Keith Makersweat.
What is his name?
Keith Makersweat.
Don't listen to him. I just threw a random name and immediately it wasn't good.
Keith Makersweat. Don't say it slow. Just say it like his name.
Makersweat.
Makersweat.
That's like Cropperbush.
Makersweat. Okay.
No, don't slow it down. Then you.
It's
weird. It makes it weird.
You're making it sound weird.
Yeah.
Like Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, you're making it sound. No.
Okay. You gotta take your time with it. Time to talk about Air Team. About my team. Okay. Air Team worked at my house. Loved what Air Team did at my house. And Air Team, helped me out. But I wish I had known about Air Team before I needed air conditioners, because I probably would have saved the money by not needing to buy air conditioners, because Air Team could have come to my house and said, oh, you got a little problem over here. Let's take care of that. Be it Freon or the lines or the, I don't know, whatever it is, the blades, whatever it is on your air conditioner, there might be some problems. Have you cleaned it out lately? Have you even looked at your air conditioners to see what's going on with them? How about spending just a little bit of money? It's not a big deal. It's not a, I'm telling you, I don't want to put a price tag on, but I'm telling you, it is worth it. If you have not looked at your air conditioners in a while, you need Air Team to come over. And then if you have any air conditioning problems whatsoever, I love what they did for me. I mean, obviously air conditioners are expensive, but they gave me the best price that they possibly could, and the workmanship was second to none. Air Team has been doing this in this city for generations now. They're in their third generation right now of family members that are doing Air Team, that are running the show. AirTeamLTD.com. You got any air conditioning issues? AirTeamLTD.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The Astros are a top 10 team now, according to ESPN. Detroit's the number one team in baseball. The Dodgers. I don't know that Detroit is. If you got the Dodgers and Detroit playing in a series. Now the Dodgers have lost a lot of pitching.
Yeah,
a lot of pitching.
They do every year. It seems like.
Yeah. They got Detroit, L.A., the Mets, the Yankees, Philly, the Cubs, Padres, Mariners, Giants, and Astros. Why they have the Mariners ahead of the Astros is beyond me.
Why do they?
I don't know what their problem is. What is your problem?
Do you know the Astros currently are the third best team in the American League? Obviously, by the numbers, they're the third best team in the American League. And now the National League has a few more wins. So
well, this was okay. This is old because the Astros are 7 games over 500 now. They have the Astros at 5 games over 500.
Yeah.
And the Mariners are 33 and 32. The Mariners have been in a tailspin. So this is a little bit older, although it's still on ESPN's front page. Listen, the Astros are a top 10 team. I didn't believe in them, and I can't believe with all the injuries. We talk about the Dodgers injuries. We know all about the Astros injuries. This is a good baseball team.
Well, I mean, look, they got a weak division. That helps, but it's not just a division that they're winning.
They
against.
just went into Cleveland.
I mean,
won.
no, they're they're not really set up to win in the postseason against a good team per se because of the injuries.
Because you got 3. Because you got Hunter Brown.
Well, in a 2-game.
In a 7-game series, you need 3 horses.
Let's slow down on Lance McCullers. I'm glad that he's had 3 straight good games. That does not. You act like you've never seen him before, and it's some magic like he doesn't get hurt every year.
No, but
I mean, historically, he just doesn't make it through.
No. I'm not going with the assumption that he's going to get hurt.
Okay,
this year. I'm just not.
You're working on the
he's
assumption
already missed his
that
time.
he's going to pitch at the highest level he's ever pitched for the whole year.
Well,
why would
what
you
do you
do
mean?
that?
He won World Series.
This is an outlier for him. He was in his 7th game. He was game 7. He was bad.
Oh no,
the
he was
Dodgers.
real bad. But he had just come back.
And that was game 7. That was 8 years ago.
No.
Lance McCullers pitched in 2022 in the World Series, but he wasn't very good, if I remember correctly.
No. He pitched in 22, and it was awful.
Yeah,
in game 3 in Philadelphia.
Yeah, no, Lance. This isn't actually an outlier for Lance McCullers. But this is a 3-game. Man, I'm just not operating off 3. I'm glad he's doing it, but Lance McCullers has to show me a full season before I'll believe it, because it just doesn't. We're talking about a guy with 5 injuries that have ended seasons for him. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And when he's bad, he's not very good.
Listen, Spencer Arrighetti's coming back.
Yeah, now that's it. That's the answer. It's not Lance McCullers. That's a lanyard situation.
Listen, I'm going to.
But our 1-2 is pretty damn skippy.
Our 1-2 is really good. If Arrighetti comes back the way he was before, then that's going to be really good.
You got to have 3.
But I'm counting on Lance McCullers.
Okay,
I'm counting on a guy that you gave $85 million to that is back and looking really, really good.
I can't.
I'm going.
Hey, you gave him $85 million like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
What about those other 3 years?
Well, he had to get ready. He's getting ready.
Oh, yeah. I'm not counting on him. If he gives it to me, I'll be really happy.
Lance, get her ready.
I'll be really happy. But Arrighetti now.
Is that guy winning the U.S. Open?
No, he's not going to win it either, and he's not going to finish the season without going on the IL. But no, I think that Arrighetti hasn't played baseball for a while. So although he can. It was his throwing hand.
No, it was his thumb.
Yeah, it was his throwing hand. So that's going to take a little while before you can throw.
Yeah. But I'm going to go by this.
They found the fracture early on that one, right?
They found it right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
The inflammation didn't stop him from being able to see that. I'm going to go to the assumption that Arrighetti's going to come back like gangbusters because he's been rested so long now. Okay? He's going to go work, get spring training work wherever. He's going to go get minor league work, and he's going to come back, and everybody else is going to be tired out from pitching all season long. And Spencer Arrighetti is going to be like, what? We just started. Let's go. Spencer Arrighetti is going to be great. You got at least three hosses at the top of this rotation. There's no reason you can't win in the postseason. And look
I think you got two hosses, legitimate hosses. The other guy, Spencer Arrighetti, had a good rookie season, hasn't really pitched this year. And then one of the most injury-prone pitchers that we've seen in Houston sports history. I don't know if I'll give you the other two. They're super hosses. They're ones on most teams. But we'll see about the other ones. So it's still a long time to go for them to prove it. Hey, if Lance McCullers keeps this up and stays healthy and nothing looks wrong and he pitches at this high level, hey, I'll be ready to jump on board in August. But I want to see him get through that. And Spencer Arrighetti, but that's something to be excited about because you don't have to be 5 deep once you get to the postseason. You just have to frankly, you have to be 3 deep. I mean, to win a World Series, you'd like to be 4 deep. But if you're 3 deep, now you have no room for error. Your 3 guys need a win. That's all there is to it. I mean, 2 of them have to be unbeatable for you to win a series if you only have 3 starters. But that's pretty tough action. But it's we're not even really seeing everything. We don't have Jordan. We don't have Arrighetti. Like, it's kind of exciting that we don't even know. Like, we're not even really seeing the version that we're used to.
I think you and I both said, well, this isn't the year.
No.
I mean, no, the way that they started. But they start that way every single year, okay? They start 5-9. They start 14 and 20, whatever. They start slow every single year, and then they turn it around. This offense, with the way Jeremy Pena is hitting, with Paredes in the 2-hole, with Altuve in the 3, Christian Walker's got to come around. He's got to be more consistent. Got to be better.
I mean, he's
Yainer,
producing some runs.
With Cam Smith coming up with big hits, with Jake having the best season of his life, with some young guys sprinkled in.
Just win the division and then play the ball where it lies once you get into the postseason and see what happens.
Yeah, and with Jordan coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, okay, do you have more confidence that Lance McCullers can stay healthy or that Jordan is actually going to be back to Jordan?
Jordan back to Jordan.
You do?
Yeah, I got more confidence.
We haven't seen Jordan be Jordan yet all year.
But that's what I got more confidence in because I've seen that happen multiple years. He's had injuries and come back to Jordan. I've never seen Lance McCullers stay healthy.
Yeah, you have.
1 year ever. When's the last time?
Well, I mean, he came back in 22, and he
No. He came back in August. Tell me the last time Lance was healthy for the whole year.
Oh, that's
No, good. Tell me.
Yeah.
See if you can come
he wasn't
up
healthy
with it.
this whole year. He just got back.
See if you can come up with the year.
He wasn't healthy this whole year. He's missed a lot of time this year already. You know that, right?
I know,
so he doesn't have to. You don't have to have a whole year.
That's what I'm saying. You don't get full health out of him. I hope
he's already missed his time this year.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. When's the last time Lance McCullers had a healthy year? Can you remember? Off the top of my head, I'm thinking 19. But I think 19 he was out with the injury because it was COVID in 20. So
probably
I think maybe 18, 7 years ago.
I know, but that doesn't matter.
I'm just this is just a kind of an aside, but
he's already missed time. So this is okay. Just so you know.
Oh, I know. He didn't. No, I know. It's the Lance McCullers story is going to be one of those stories. It's kind of I don't know what to say about it. I have good feelings about him, and he's been part of some great stuff, but only 50 career wins, and he's pitched for 10 years, John. 10 years, and he's averaging 5 wins a year.
2021, he had 28 starts. 2021.
Okay, the year after the COVID year. Okay, yeah, that's the last time.
He was 13-5 with a 3.16.
Yeah, and then 18 was the year before that.
Yeah, 21. So 22, 23,
didn't
24,
pitch in 19 at all.
22, 23, 24. It's been 4 years.
Didn't pitch in 19, didn't pitch in 23, didn't pitch in 24.
He's rested.
He's missed 3 entire years over the last 6 years. Wow.
He's Lance, lay it down. He's rested. Okay. What, Del? Don't look like that. Okay.
I'm just supposed to ignore what you said.
Yeah, you heard. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Our strikeouts per 9 right now are like insanely good. It is it is fun. It's one of those things where we're dating Lance McCullers. It's nothing serious right now. We're just dating him, having fun. Like, oh man, it's just a lot of fun going to play a little putt golf with them. Like, we're just in the stages of it's just fun with Lance McCullers.
You would take Lance McCullers on a putt?
Yeah.
Take him to East River 9, play real
that's
golf.
fine. East River 9. Yeah, well, on Friday he can come out there. We're just dating right now. It's not serious right now. We're not engaged to Lance McCullers. We've been through this issue before.
Sit down dinners with Lance McCullers?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you bring him here?
But nothing expensive.
Well, why don't you bring him here to the Nugget and Lance can sit behind you at the table, right behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's when you
get free drinks.
He did. He was getting free drinks for years and years from the Astros, and he wasn't at the table. He wasn't playing. He was actually there.
Send him to the room.
Yeah.
Send my drinks to the room. I don't even want to be near you.
No. They're not free unless you're at the table.
I know.
Okay, so you got to be at the table,
or unless
even if you're sitting right,
or
behind,
unless you have a guaranteed contract,
right behind. Right. Oh yeah.
You have a baseball contract. Those drinks keep coming in.
They keep coming. The drinks keep coming.
What is ESPN allowed to wear every day? Why am I not allowed to wear this kind of foolishness?
You're allowed to wear anything you want.
No, I'm not. I'm not allowed to wear that in.
What do you
I'm
want to
talking
wear?
about NFL Network. Yeah, right now I'm allowed to wear.
You want to
whatever
wear
I
what
want.
Molly's wearing?
No, look at Stephen A. I don't even know what the hell
Why's he
he's
got
doing.
that jacket on? What's going on?
Well,
it's June.
he's inside first.
Take.
If you sign $100 million deal, they'll let you wear.
Nah, that's true.
Whatevs.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I did already. That's why I wear this, my Astros T-shirt.
Well, Wendy doesn't count as your $100 million deal.
You didn't sign anything.
I signed that. The marriage license.
A long time ago.
I signed a marriage license.
Yeah, what an investment you made.
Time to break. 713-780-3776 live from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Don't you go anywhere. Get in here with us. All right, welcome back here live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Make your fantasy football plans now. Do it now. Get your rooms, get the DraftKings Sportsbook set up, get it all done. I mean, they take care of it. Houston did it. My boy Houston did it last year. Said it was awesome. I hope they do it again this year. 713-780-3776. Tongue Dart Chris is here. I don't know when Tongue Dart Chris calls in something. We said something inappropriate. What's up, Tongue Dart?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I'm actually not going to say anything inappropriate today. I'm genuinely curious about this, though. Do you think the Astros should take a Mariners approach and sign Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown to a longer-term deal? And I have a question for Lance, because I've been putting this off. Lance, is getting the ablation done the best move to go to get helping with AFib? Thanks. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, I usually go to a doctor for that.
To get advice?
Yeah, to get medical advice. You know, I think a doctor might help more about the ablation question.
And Lance isn't here to answer it anyway.
Lance is somewhere. We don't know where he went.
Yeah.
But Tongue Dart, I don't know if you should call a sports radio show to find out about your heart procedures.
Particularly when Lance is on the other end of that call.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Just I would go to
WebMD first,
Web,
maybe
or your
general
doctor,
practitioner,
a heart doctor,
something.
Yeah, Lance giving I
don't want to be
heart procedure advice. No, don't do it, and then heart attack dead. No, just go find somebody who knows what they're doing. Tongue Dart. As far as the Astros go, they do that. They did it with Jordan. Right? They did it with Bregman. They gave him long-term. Now, Julio Rodriguez was a ridiculous deal, right? Julio Rodriguez was a long-term. The Astros don't do that. Julio Rodriguez.
They got 12 years, $209 million in 2022.
Yeah. So, I mean, none of those. I don't know that any of these guys. Who's Julio Rodriguez? Jeremy Pena ain't Julio Rodriguez. Jeremy Pena was actually graded out as one of the worst baseball players in one of the bottom quarter in the entire league last year. Jeremy Pena has turned it around and been great, but I don't know that you want to commit 12 years to Jeremy Pena right now. I mean, because of 1 year.
And at 27 years old too.
No, thank you. And who else? Yiner? Yiner's been too inconsistent. Who? Jake Myers? Who?
No,
No,
those guys are all past the age where you would even consider it. Like Julio Rodriguez got his at 22 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jordan got his. And Bregman got his. Bregman's second year, Bregman went into camp and they were like, no, we're gonna have to redo you. We'll give you extra years, and we'll give you a lot of money, and you give us 5 years here as a couple more years past arbitration. So the Astros won on that one. But otherwise, I wouldn't do that. 12-year deal. Hell no. Hells no.
Yeah.
And by the way, this team doesn't give out more than 5-year deals.
Yeah, any of the guys you'd be willing to even pay a certain amount of money are too old to even consider that type of a length of a contract. Like you said, they did it when Bregman was young. Also, Jordan as well. The next guy up for this hypothetical would be Cam Smith. Like if he showed out this year next, and could you get him locked in? But we know the Astros don't operate that way anyway.
No, they would with Cam,
but for the length of a
not
deal,
that. No, not that. Maybe 5.
Yeah.
And listen, if he's got 4 years left on a deal, they might give him 6. He's got 1 pre-arbitration and then there's 3 arbitration years. That's 4 years. They might give him 6. Yeah, I can see that. They did it with Altuve.
How many years do you get other than Altuve? How many years do you usually get with the Astros? 8?
You get 6 because when you're done, 7.
No.
7.
They'll give you the early extension.
Oh, yeah. Well, they did it with Bregman and Jordan.
Yeah, and George.
And George.
Yeah,
no.
They gave George some early money too.
No, George went through arbitration. No, they did not.
He only went.
George
he only
went
played
through
6
arbitration.
years?
Yeah. Hey, George came up old. Don't forget, George.
No, I know, but
I remember his arbitration years. No, he absolutely went through arbitration.
I thought they gave him more money than he wasn't just arbitration.
They settled with him, but they never took him to arbitration, and they gave him a nice contract, but they didn't give him not a Bregman deal, no, or a Jordan deal.
So
no.
he only played 6 years for the Astros?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, no, they bring him up early. It's like 7 years.
Well,
no.
His first year, his rookie year was 14. He was done with the Astros in 20.
Yeah, 6 years. That's 7 years.
So 7
That's
seasons. Yeah.
They didn't do a long-term deal with George. I mean,
no.
They didn't do a
They
deal
didn't
with
buy
him.
an extra.
No.
Wait. But his rookie year was his rookie year, wasn't it? He only had
Yeah, but
6
he came
years.
up
They bought one extra year, didn't they? I thought I remember them
When they
buying
bring
an
him up
extra year.
later, you actually get an extra year.
No, I know that,
out of him.
but he.
I mean, when you
he
bring him
had
up late.
But he had 295 at bats. That wasn't enough to qualify?
No. I mean, that's not that puts him in. That's a 7-year deal. Then that makes it a 7-year.
So you're saying that's a free year?
That's a free year.
See,
Yeah.
I thought he had played enough to qualify.
No, George wasn't one of those. It was Bregman, it was Jordan, and Altuve too. Altuve didn't go through his arbitration years, and then and Altuve is the only one that's got a second contract, a third contract rather.
Yeah,
he's the only
one.
one.
That's just because he wants to be here.
Well, and they want him here.
Yeah, but he's not trying to find out exactly like what's the highest amount I can get.
No,
that's obviously it's not what drives him because he knows he's going to get a crap ton of money anyway.
Yeah, and you want him to be a lifer. You want Altuve to be a lifer.
Well, sure,
but there's nobody.
Well, you'd like a lot of these guys to be lifers. I would have wanted George to be a lifer.
Yeah, not at the cost.
No, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted money.
Yeah. I mean,
George,
how about do it for the team? How about do it for the
take
top?
a home?
How about do it for Houston?
An HTD.
Yeah, hometown discount, baby. Hometown discount. And I feel bad saying that the woman should sit behind the guy, and when you bring her to a casino, like right over here, Angel, she made all the money for the family this week. She won She sat there and won $700, cashed out $800 on one of those machines, while Michael's losing all his money playing poker. Okay, I mean, thank God for her. Otherwise, the kids wouldn't eat this week.
So the woman doesn't have to sit behind the mat.
Sometimes she's got to take control of the situation.
Okay.
All right. And that's what Angel did this week. All right. Well, Michael's just out there playing golf and not making money for the family. All right. That's terrible. 713-780-3776. Time for you to talk about the Zaddocks.
Yeah, let's talk about Zadok Jewelers, and let's talk about doing what is best for, when it comes to purchasing gifts that are significant, gifts that matter. And that's Zadok Jewelers. Everything that they do matters, and matters a great deal. It is a splashy gift. When you start dealing with Zadok Jewelers, you are going to get the best that you're going to find in the city of Houston as it pertains to, a jeweler. But Zadok has been doing this for over 4 decades. Everything that they do is first class. It's top of the line. Father's Day is right around the corner. Don't drop the ball at the great Father's Day gift. I know you've gotten dad some things before that, especially when you're younger, you think, you look back on it now and you say, I wish I could do something for dad like I did for mom. You can. 25 of the world's finest watch brands, such as Omega, Breitling, Tudor, IWC, they're all right there at our good friends over at Zadok Jewelers. You've got Mont Blanc cufflinks, you've got pens and more. Zadok has everything to celebrate the MVP in your life. Swing by their Post Oak showroom and check them out for yourself at zadok.com. This is a winning move for Father's Day. Do something special for dad this time. If you want to really show him something and show him how special he is to you and everything he's done for you, do it this coming up Father's Day. And don't forget Dads and Dogs, June 13th and the 14th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. the Father's Day. Treat this man show him the appreciation that he really deserves, and join us for Dads and Dogs, a special in-store event where pups get a treat when you shop with refined gifts for dad at Zadok Jewelers.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. Is Caleb okay? After the book, is Caleb Williams under a lot of pressure?
As a quarterback in your second year for a Bears team who has done everything they can to make you successful, they've traded for offensive linemen. They've brought in not an O-line, but an offensive guru in Johnson. Receivers, yeah, he's under pressure, but the book is part of it. But they've gone as much as you can for a young quarterback. It's on him.
No, they've definitely bolstered the offense. Caleb Williams going to be any good this year?
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty good. I think he's got some talent. He's got a lot around him. You guys talk about bolstering the offense. There's a lot around him, I think.
It's a tough division now.
Yeah, but, I mean, I think it got easier with the Lions. I don't think the Lions will be the same team. They're not going to sneak up on anybody.
No, but they're still going to be good.
Yeah, Ben Johnson, I don't think they're going to be nearly as good offensively. Ben Johnson is special as a play caller. Special. One of the best play callers I've ever seen. Does things like he keeps people off balance so badly.
That is true.
He rebuilt Jared Goff from 0 to MVP candidate. I mean, you know, I love Aaron Glenn. I think you can find a DC that can do what AG did. You got Aiden Hutchinson back this year. AG had to deal with 1 billion injuries. Yeah. So we forget that. They were winning with like Astros pitching injuries. That's how many injuries they had. They were picking guys off the street to play cornerback for them. So, but, you know, we'll see about the Packers. I think the Packers are
good.
Pretty good.
Minnesota will be good.
Minnesota's pretty good. Yeah, it's not an easy division, but how will Caleb Williams play? I think he'll play pretty good. I'm more worried about I just think that he's too easily rattled mentally. I just get the sense that he's too emotional. I think, you know, he's a talented player, but just all the stuff that we've heard, I just don't know that the main thing is always a main thing with him. Not that he's into all this other stuff. Sometimes is he wired the way that an NFL quarterback needs to be wired? You can be different than other guys. I don't have a problem with that. But are you wired in the off season? Are you wired in the regular season? Do you have the type of, because you know how it is, John, you got to have a certain makeup to have guys buy into you and let you lead them into war. I mean, they can act like they're behind you, but are they really all in or not? I have no question that my guys are
I don't know
that the guys are behind my quarterback. I don't have any doubt about that with CJ.
No.
With Caleb, I have some doubts.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why. Why do you have that?
Because I think that he's, you know, I think that he is, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain. I think his personality.
Is he the consummate teammate?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I can't say that he's not a good teammate. I don't know that. Yeah. I don't know. That's actually a good question. I just feel like there's just a feeling I get that Caleb Williams is a guy that maybe, I don't want to turn it into the paint and the nails thing or anything like that. Do they look at him as a dude, like one of them? I don't know. I don't know if they look at him. He's a little different, you know. He's a little bit more extravagant. He's just a little different. He doesn't come in the easy to check off box. And Ricky Williams used to have a hard time with that. And I think it's stupid that the NFL puts guys in boxes, but I don't make the rules. Like if you don't feel like an NFL quarterback to them, I hear coaches and personnel guys say it all the time. They think guys are weird, right? Well, I mean, just because he's different doesn't mean he can't play, but they don't like different.
Yeah.
NFL doesn't really like when you step outside of that little box they like to put you in.
Yeah, they like you to like. You're right.
It's kind of a conformist.
Back in the day, it was Jim McMahon. He was like an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Brett Favre. I mean, he would do anything to win a football game.
Yeah, it's a conformity thing.
Yes.
They just don't like different. They don't. Oh, he's a weird dude.
Yeah.
They'll tell you he's a different dude. I always hear this. He's kind of a different dude. I heard that about Keon White from they call him he's a lone wolf. He was a guy from Georgia Tech, defensive lineman, He's a different guy. What is he? Just
Russell
a real.
Russell Wilson got that.
Yeah. But they bought
RG3 got that.
Well, now Russell not as I think there's a question about if I think Russell doesn't fit into the stereotypical box of black quarterback, and it bothers some people for whatever reason. And he may be a little bit of a phony. He may be a little bit, that he really tries to be something. I just know he balled out, played great for him, helped him win a Super Bowl. RG3 was one of those. He's a different guy now. Like, hey, what's RG3 like? What, I remember asking about him in the draft before I was doing. Oh, he's a different guy now. Oh, that's never a good thing.
No.
When I hear he's a different guy, that means teams are already starting. But sometimes there is something to it, man. Because if the football players on your team want you to be more like them, it can be tough. But I do think younger players now and younger people in general, they're okay with things being different. Younger people are good about, hey, you don't have to be like me, and I still will play with you. I still respect you. But coaches have a hard time with it, man. Coaches are still, I don't know, man. He just doesn't strike me as a football player. Is he good at football? Yeah, but he's a different guy now. Say no more.
Right. Well,
you know that from talking to coaches.
Yeah.
Coaches don't like things that are different.
Yeah, well,
they like you to fit in a nice.
I'm more worried about the locker room. Like Kyler, has everybody bought into Kyler?
Well, it's not because he's a different guy. I think Kyler,
because of his work ethic.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah,
that's a different thing. You think the Texans were all in on David Carr? No, because of work ethic.
Yeah,
wasn't that he wouldn't work? It was that the family life just superseded everything with him, and he had to get home as fast as possible.
He didn't work.
Yeah,
he was home, and he wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
when he was
more important
when he was in a building, he was working. He was very professional. It's just that he clocked in and clocked out.
Well,
and
other than
quarterback,
you
can't clock
there
in
every day.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
The helicopter dad thing is one of the worst things going on in sports right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I we'll see if they're bought in on. Well, Caleb Williams wins a couple of games for him late, and
he's talented.
Balls out. Then you know what? They're gonna be behind him.
He looked pretty good against Texans 2 years ago.
Are they?
Oh no, that was last year, the beginning of the year. Yeah. Remember he had one of his
patted on the head though.
He had one of his
buddy. You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, but that was after he put a bunch of numbers on our defense.
Well, yeah, but our defense at that point. That's another thing about our defense. You know what our defense does? Our defense gives up big plays. Our defense gives up. While it's a really good defense, remember how many?
A lot of big plays.
A lot of big plays.
Too many explosive plays and near explosive plays.
Yeah. No. So that's got to stop. There's no question that we got to put a stop to that this year. I ain't having it. Not with this defense.
Yeah. Don't put up with that crap.
I'm not
John.
putting up with it. No. All right. We got a segment to go, and then News of the Weird coming your way right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, we got Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. Plumbers who John and I have had them do major work, small jobs. I had them do a major repiping job that I didn't. Someone else had done it a few years back. I guess it was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, and it just wasn't. It either wasn't done right, or the shifting earth ended up causing the pipes to kind of flatten up and belly, as they call it, where it doesn't flow toward the line to the city. And so it was coming back into my sink, all the things from the garbage disposal. And they came out and did a massive project and got it done. They also just came and fixed my leaky shower. They came and improved the water pressure in my sink in the kitchen. Little things like that, John, or major things.
Yeah.
Always treated fairly. Always great workplace, work site, always transparent.
We sprung a leak and they, boom, fixed it. Boom. I mean, we had shower issue. I had a sink that was clogged, and most people can do that. I couldn't because I'm not good. But here's the deal: Aqueduct Plumbing is great. We love what they do for us. You got a plumbing issue? 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
We had a good time.
You know what's weird, Jerry? When he used to work here, he walked the full summer. Jacket, dress shirt, not a beautiful. That's when he was bigger before he lost. Yeah. He never sweat. I said, "What we out there?"
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook, home of John Chill. He's working right now. He's working. My man John Chill.
We gotta go.
We played golf with him. Yeah, we played golf yesterday, and had a great.
I heard John was 2 under.
John Chill? Yeah. No, he was. No, we had a good time. It was. Course is great. If you've never played here before, bring your clubs. When you're coming for the weekend, bring your clubs. We ran around in 2.5 hours. It was awesome. It was awesome. Not a lot of people out there. It's a little hot. It was a little hot. John Chill, I got to tell you, it was wet. We was soaked. By
It was a
hole.
little.
It was
yeah, I went out walking yesterday outside, and it was a little humid.
Dell didn't do anything. I
went out
him.
walking.
I texted him.
You didn't go golf?
No, not golf.
I didn't see you at the.
He wouldn't golf. He wouldn't ride around the cart with
I
me.
didn't see you at the 3-card poker table.
What
do you do while you're
Angel
here?
came out and met us, and you wouldn't even do anything.
What do you do while you're here?
You ride around in the cart. We'll talk. We'll play some tunes on the
Ride
cart.
around in the cart.
Del, what do you do while you're
You want
here?
me to ride bitch in the cart? Is what you want me to do?
Wow.
Is that what he wanted me to do?
Wow.
Well, you don't play.
You language.
You could come and ride
Do
in the cart.
what?
And
just sit in the car.
enjoy
while you guys play?
beautiful day.
Why? I don't enjoy you. Why would I be out there with you?
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. We
Would
could
not be fun.
ride
You
around.
want me to
and
sit
you.
in the side?
Yeah,
on the
you
side
could sit.
or in the back and ride and watch you play golf.
Not
What kind
the,
of
no,
what kind
next
of
to
life
me,
is
not in
that?
the back.
Why would I want to sit next to you?
That's
What kind of life is that for me?
That's a fun day.
It's not fun. I'm not the
Okay.
wife who
Okay.
sits there.
I'm just saying.
It's well, watch my guy go out there and play golf. What am I? What are you talking about?
That'd be fun.
No, yeah, for you, so you can have that story for the rest of your life.
Anyway, it was a lot of. We had a lot of fun. Okay,
I'm
that's all.
sure you did. I just wouldn't have had any fun.
Yeah. All right. Did we miss anything today, Del?
We talked. Did we talk hockey? We talked hockey. You
6-1.
made
They had a
fun of-
nice fight.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of guys punching each other. in
Yeah,
that
they
one.
had a 5-on-5 fight because that game was so out of hand.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot to. Oh, did we mention that? Not that it plays that much of a part, but the fact that EA Sports, I talked about the college football game. They're actually going to pay the universities based on how often they're played in the game. So normally they have tiers where say if you're a tier 1 school like Ohio State, you get a certain amount of money to have your images in the game. Instead, it'll be based on how often your team is played. Yeah, so like the Coug fans, I was talking to AJ about it yesterday. If you're a Coug fan, you want the Cougs to get more money, play the game as often as you can with the Cougs, and more money goes into their
for the video games.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Well, listen.
It's not usually. They used to go, Ohio State.
So it's
Alabama.
like the Spotify model.
Well, how much did
it's kind of like streaming? Like
how much did Sean? How much did Mapes make Rice?
I don't. Well,
doesn't matter. They'll just put it in their $800 billion endowment.
Well, last year
where they won't
not
give
it to the,
not one thing. Can we get some blocking sleds?
What?
Well, last year, Rice. It didn't matter how much you play with them; they were in a certain tier, and their money they got was a flat fee. This year, if Sean wanted to start a Rice Dynasty, if you played him all the time and he got other people to do it, they would make more money. But we'll see. So they have decided, hey, this is going to be about popularity as opposed to
what if Rice became the #1 played team?
Then they'd make more money than Alabama would.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Let's go, Rice fans.
That'd be cool. My cousin is a fullback there, so.
Oh really?
Oh really?
Yeah.
Where do you play?
Michael
Where do you play
Barnett.
high school ball?
Dickinson High School.
Okay.
Nice.
You got family in Dickinson?
Yeah, that's where I went to high school too. I played basketball there. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I see.
The Dickinson. What's their nick? Don't tell him. Don't tell him, AJ. John, what is the nickname for Dickinson?
I already know what it is.
The Dickinson Bulldogs.
No,
that's right. It is.
That's
Bulldogs.
wrong. It's Gators.
The Dickinson Gators?
Yes.
That's for Anahuac.
Well, but it's like Auburn War Eagles and
What?
Auburn Tigers.
So
There's two different names.
Yeah, Bulldogs.
There's
is
also
one of them?
Bulldogs. Bulldogs is one of them.
No, it's not the case.
It kind of is.
No.
You don't know.
No, AJ would tell you.
No,
He
you
would have
don't
been
know. Some people call them the Bulldogs.
Who? Yeah, you're that some
See?
people.
I do
That's
too.
what I said.
do
Yeah,
too.
two of us.
And I grew up in Lamar Consolidated.
Yeah.
So I have the right out of all of us. I can talk
Why do you
about
have
it
the right?
because I'm in the general.
It's not even in the same ISD.
It's in within 100 yards.
No, it's not.
I mean 100 miles. I mean
Okay.
it's within 100 miles.
Okay.
We
sure.
could drive a bus there
Yeah.
and eat Whataburger after the game.
Well, that's how all high school football is. You drive
Yeah.
a bus
See?
there, unless
Yeah,
you go out of
don't
state.
know. You don't know, Del.
I do know. I
Do-
played high school football.
Do we?
I do know.
You grew up down there, right?
No, I grew up in California.
Yeah, but you went to high school in.
No, I went to high school in Long Beach, California.
Oh, same thing.
It's not within 100 miles, so
Dickinson,
it's not the same thing.
It is. It kind of is. Anything, AJ? Is there anything we missed? We talked about your Cowboys. They're gonna suck again.
Oh my gosh, whatever.
What?
Well, until they prove us wrong,
Yeah,
we have to
They
work on
they
that,
have to prove
AJ.
wrong. Exactly.
They're
Until they
trending
prove us
badly.
wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
for the most part under Mike McCarthy, they only sucked in the playoffs because they were winning 12 games.
That's
a year.
true, but it was
So
spectacular.
they'd have to prove that they suck again.
Yeah.
It was
So
spectacular.
get rid of
screw-ups.
him and then hire.
Well,
Well, the
they
total
did
coaching
that.
staff is new, so I'm glad about that.
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
glad about Schottenheimer though.
it's gonna be great. Because you got a 12-year-old as your coach.
No, Brian Schottenheimer is a coach, which is I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Good luck with that, AJ. Have another fun year with finishing
They'll be better
third
than
in your
last year.
division.
Just remember this. They'll be better than last year.
Remember
for
what he
sure.
said. They'll be better.
They'll be-
Yeah, well,
Oh,
I think there is a
yeah.
good chance.
There's a
they're
great,
better.
great chance because you sucked last year. Goodness
And
gracious.
1,000
wins
people were hurt
Cowboys
too,
have?
but okay.
Yeah, how many wins Cowboys have last year?
7.
4?
7. See,
So they
people
were-
thought that they're like freaking 3 and
They weren't. They
It
were
seemed
a
terrible.
lot better.
They
It
weren't
seemed like 4.
terrible.
Let's see. Last I checked, the Eagles aren't going anywhere. Washington's going to be pretty tough.
Well, if
Oh, no.
if,
And
The
everyone's
Giants are better.
Many
I
people are
think
talking
Washington's gonna
about the
take a step
Giants
back,
right
but
now.
okay.
if
Ain't anybody worry
They
about the
could.
Giants, bro.
They're the
defense is gonna
hunted.
be good.
Washington is the hunted this year. It's going to be a little different.
if he takes that CJ drop, then who knows how good they'll be.
Yeah.
If the second
Why
year
all
drop
of a
by
sudden, if
quarterback-
you're in your second year, you got to take the CJ
well,
drop?
we went from greatest rookie quarterback season of all time to what we saw. So
Well,
it's now the
okay.
CJ drop.
Okay, how's his offensive line? He's got Laramie Tunsil, one of the best in the business.
1,000
not
holding
showing up.
penalties.
More false starts, but the point is the same.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He
that's
does
what I
make
meant.
a lot of mistakes. Yeah.
No, who cares? I mean,
No, you
they're
cared
gonna be
last
great.
year.
Oh yeah, you're right. I did care last year,
Yeah.
but you know what? Now he's got.
It's not our
and there's-
problem
he's got
anymore.
Laramie Tunsil. There's no way that offensive line could be bad. Okay.
Evidence suggests otherwise.
Yeah. Well, last year.
But
last year.
But now
suggests
we've got
otherwise.
Cam Robinson, so we should just all
Yeah, no.
fine. Yeah.
With Cam Robinson and Ed Ingram.
and
Lakin
Lakin
Tomlinson.
Tomlinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be great.
Yeah.
No.
And Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, but we
What
got.
could go wrong?
The problem is we got rid of Kenyon Green.
Yes, our depth isn't as good.
No. Yeah.
Remember when Kenyon came back and they were like, we still don't want you.
You're not that good.
We're still going to keep playing
Yeah.
somebody else.
Right. I mean, will he play for the Eagles this year?
Yeah, I predict he'll get in the game.
Will he be good for the Eagles this
On
year?
special teams or actually?
Oh, you know what? I predict he'll be
That's the best offensive
slightly
line
below
coach
average.
in the game.
Well, he's kind of got that mantle right now.
Right.
So if Jeff Stoutland can get him right, then that's looks good for my draft grade on him. Because it wasn't looking too hot. It's not looking too hot right now, but I've had other guys like Sam Darnold. Like last year, I'm like, told y'all Sam Darnold could play. I know I said it in 18 and it's now 25 or 24, but eventually Sam was going to be
You
pretty
see? He just had to get out of there.
good. Yeah.
That's all.
I told you Baker could play.
Mm-hmm.
See?
You're right.
Eventually,
No, absolutely.
Eventually, the 2018 draft class, Josh Allen, think about it. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Of course, Josh Rosen was always considered, behind the scenes. He was, whatever. But those four guys, at first it was just Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. But actually now, Baker is a legit quarterback.
Oh,
Sam
absolutely.
Darnold. I'm curious to see how Sam plays this year. Sam just went to Seattle and they got rid of their top two wide receivers. Well, I shouldn't say top 2 because Jackson Smith and Jigba was already becoming one of them. But we'll see how Sam Darnold does this year.
Listen,
he was good last year, but we'll see.
Listen, Baker is a top 10 fantasy quarterback now. He throws touchdown passes.
Yeah.
He throws touchdown passes. He's not going to run for you. I mean, there are tiers, and he's probably in that third tier. But I mean, you could do a lot worse in fantasy football than having Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield scored some points for you. Baker Mayfield had a bunch of fantasy points last year. So that's how I look at quarterbacks. How are you helping my team? Fantasy points per game. Yeah, fantasy. How are you helping my team? Oh, Baker Mayfield was fourth in the league last year.
Why did you just keep saying, "How are you helping my team"? What are you talking about?
Fantasy team.
My fantasy team. That's all.
He doesn't. That's how he judges.
That's all.
Quarterbacks.
That's how I judge quarterbacks. Last year,
well, that's why
Lamar 1, Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3, Baker Mayfield 4.
It's
Jaden Daniels 5.
It's that attitude. How are you helping my team? Is why everyone gets death threats on Twitter.
Yeah.
I hate you so. I hate you, fantasy football people. The gambling people are nastier.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You were next to a guy yesterday who lost money and
I don't want to talk
making
about that
comments
anymore
on.
I don't want to talk about that anymore because I'm worried that he may be from Houston.
I hope that he's wearing Astro stuff.
Yeah,
and I don't think he was Tango Blast. So, I hope that guy won all of his money back yesterday and ends up having a safe trip home.
So, yeah, hope so. So, we got Astros tonight, right? We don't have basketball till tomorrow.
Correct. McCullers on the mound tonight.
McCullers against Shane Smith tonight. Shane Smith's a pretty good pitcher. So the White Sox are a little bit more of a problem than they should be because their pitching is okay. So we got that tonight.
We'll have Texans stuff to talk about.
Texans
tomorrow.
mini camp.
Yeah.
D'Amico's going to get a bunch of questions out of first day of mini camp about how much better the offensive line is going to be.
Well, they're not concerned, so we shouldn't even ask the questions anymore.
And
guys, about how much better the offensive line's going to be, they're going to be better.
Yeah. I like what
Nick is the one telling you that. Nick's new thing is you don't need to be asking us questions. We'll tell you what you need to know, and there's nothing to see here. Okay.
Right.
First of all, Nick, what did you think? Well, I guess everyone has all the answers now, so I don't know. You tell me. I guess Nick has been sassy as hell the last 2 years. You win some divisions, all of a sudden Nick's sassy after some division titles.
Well, it's the Patriot way.
Yeah.
The Patriot way is to get sick of the media and not answer anything. That's how we grew up. That's how the Patriot way is, and that's how we're going to keep on doing it. No, he definitely has the Patriot way in him. Okay.
Oh yeah.
He got very little patience for stupid media questions or questions that question decisions that you've made.
That's really what it's been. That's really what it's been.
Yeah. So we ain't got time for that. We got time for you just listen, like you said. Just listen to what we said.
Just do what we say. Just listen to what we say. We'll tell you what you need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Do like we got them to do in New England. Okay. Just fall in line.
But they won Super Bowls there, Nick.
Division titles are not like Super Bowls.
Not that I know.
Okay.
Of.
All right, maybe not to you.
Because generally your season ends the second weekend of the playoffs.
Okay, go ask him some questions. Then.
Yeah, about second.
I'm not going to ask him any question because he's not going to be concerned about any of my questions. He's just going to tell me he's not concerned, and we're going to move on. He'll try to get a chuckle out of the media. Glazing him. I was going to say something else. I had to clean it up a little bit.
That's
glazing him.
What you were going to say.
There are media members now who aren't a super glaze.
He'll get him to chuckle a little bit, and then he'll move on for my question. That's all. I know how it will go. But I'm glad no one's concerned.
Nick, what is it like for you to be so awesome and the team to be so awesome? Can you speak on that?
In fact, I can.
It's Houston media. And then one guy goes, is there anything going on with CJ? Hey, we're not worried about CJ. There's nothing wrong with CJ. There's nothing. Nick, I noticed you got some really good offensive linemen in the offseason. How did you get so many good offensive linemen in the offseason? What What did you do to make that happen, and how are you so much better than other?
I know it wasn't a problem last year, the offensive line, but you made some changes, and they look like great changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you make so many great changes? And
Not why you did.
I also want
how
to
you
say,
did it.
first of all, great job. You should have won Executive of the Year. Let me start my question off by saying you should have been Executive of the Year.
That's not a
Also,
question.
what is it like to be awesome, and how? Yeah, that's it. First of all, you should have been Executive of the Year, and secondly, you guys got some really good offensive linemen in the offseason, I noticed. Yeah, we feel like we got a lot of really good offensive linemen as well, and that's not a question. I like the way that you asked.
Wouldn't
that.
it be
You
great
framed
if
that.
they had if the media would go along with that and do that? Hey, listen, the offensive line was great, but listen, what about what about that you guys really, really, really were great defensively and didn't really give up big plays? But
You're straddling.
Watch
careful.
yourself. The tone,
Be careful.
John. There's a tone that
There's
suggests.
but. Why did you say but? Nick Casero doesn't need your butts.
He don't need my butt at all.
No,
he didn't need no. I'm just thinking, why would? Okay, I know we lost to the Ravens, but we were right there. Right there. So
I don't know the score.
How do you get over that Raven hump this year?
Don't play
no,
them.
that I don't
which
even think
you
he
can't
wants you to
avoid.
bring it up.
Yeah, I don't think you should avoid bring up anything negative. Just talk about
Yeah.
Swarm. Maybe not explain to him that it's actually Swarm when you actually look at it, and just keep it moving.
So back-to-back division titles. Does this look like another division title team to you guys?
Yeah.
Yes,
for
yes,
sure.
definitely.
Yeah.
Because of Nick Casarios.
Well,
Moves.
right. No. Nick, you've won back-to-back division titles.
What is it like to win 3 straight division titles? We're presuming that, of course.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that question, Houston media.
All right.
It's great. It feels great, but we're not. Well, look, we're going one game at a time. Nick was there. We're this season. There's a long way away, guys. So there's a long way to go. But it does feel awesome.
We are breaking. We've got News of the Weird coming your way next. Our last segment here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't you go anywhere. In the meantime, right now, I'm talking a little Chastang Ford. Those are my peeps. Love Chastang Ford. I bought 4 vehicles from them. I recommend them to everybody. Okay? If you're in the market, I don't think that there is a better pickup than the F-150. F-250, F-350, whatever you're looking for. I had an Explorer, so I love the SUVs. Their SUVs are great. I had one. I've had now a few F-150s and love them. I think, listen, I know the Lightning didn't go over great. I think it's the best vehicle I've ever owned. It is really the best vehicle I've ever owned. You're looking for that Lightning, or you're looking for the F-150, the regular one. You're looking for F-250, whatever you're looking for. You've got employee pricing at Chastang Ford. It's the best place to get your vehicle on. Whatever you're looking for, they got them in stock, ready to go. I don't know if they still have 2024s on a lot, but if they do, then they are going to make a deal. They're going to get you into that 2024 and make sure that you get I'm telling you, you're going to get the best price. Employee pricing with transparency, no add-ons, no markups. It's the only place to go get your Ford on. All right. Commercial businesses know this. You should know it too. You're looking for the best way to get your F-150 on or your Explorer, your SUV, ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you know who Uri Geller is?
No.
Uri Geller apparently is some kind of a magician. Uri Geller claims that he used telepathic sabotage of Greta Thunberg's ship, as apparently her ship had problems.
Well, it was commandeered by.
Well, the IDF, locked her up. She was bringing stuff to Gaza, and they boarded it, and because Geller uses telepathy.
That's right.
I know.
He is an illusionist. He claims behind the faulty GPS that he used his telepathy. Do you think that you want to piss off Uri Geller?
No, not
no.
if
he can use telepathy to screw up my life, then
tell him to use it on that.
Yeah,
on that slot machine over there.
Can he affect inanimate objects?
Obviously,
if you would have just listened to Angel and go play that one over there.
It's playing right now. It's auto spinning, and if it doesn't work, then I'm going to call you a lie.
Okay, no, listen. People have been winning on that thing.
Well,
and you
don't know. I'm the cooler. I come to cool down machines.
You really?
Is this machine hot? Let me sit down.
Maybe the Nuggets should hire you then.
You really do.
They should
take on a third job.
It's literally on autoplay right now. I'm just going to go over there and know it's going to say 0.
Hey, do you want to make money
yes.
when you have a Bigfoot sighting? Well, apparently there's a cannabis store, a dispensary. They're offering discounts if you can prove that you saw Bigfoot.
Okay.
Do you want discounts on your weed?
Is a picture enough?
A picture is enough.
Okay.
They need photographic proof.
That's easy. You can trick a bunch of stoners.
Well,
that's not going to be hard.
You think that you could just...
Yes.
Yeah.
They're already... Typically, you're going to find the hardcore ones are already ready to jump in on a lot of conspiracies or jump in on a lot of UFO talk, Bigfoot talk. Yeah, you can trick them.
It is good. It is really, really good to be Proton VPN right now in France.
I saw that story yesterday.
Yeah. Apparently, they saw a 1,000% surge in signups in 30 minutes after Pornhub left France. So
it's banned from France.
It's Pornhub pulled out of France. For the first
time,
Pornhub pulled out.
Then why do you need a VPN?
You proud of yourself?
I did it all by myself.
But a VPN allows you to disguise yourself. Why would you need that?
Because you can't access Pornhub from France, so you have to pretend like you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't leave. You can still.
Yeah, did Pornhub leave or did the France kick them out?
No, Pornhub apparently left.
Okay.
Well, what do you need a VPN for?
Pornhub pulled out.
Because I guess they won't allow anyone from that country to access their site.
Pornhub blocked France from accessing its website.
So you're gonna have to use a VPN.
Yeah. So now the signups for the VPN are through the roof. Through the roof. Have you signed up with Proton VPN yet?
No, I haven't. I also haven't.
Well, when you go to France, you're not going to be able to access Pornhub.
There's always Twitter. Have you seen the crap that shows up on Twitter? Who needs that? It's full on. It's unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
And the court system said we're good with it.
Really?
Because Elon's like, leave it on, freedom of expression. Like, that's not expression.
It is expressive.
There's
some expressions on there.
I mean, kids you don't have to sign up. Just get on there and look at this full penetration. Great.
Whoa, wow.
What? Did I say a bad word? Did I say a bad word?
It's a room
Did I say a bad word?
The room is shocked.
Look at you said Pornhub finally pulled out. You just said that.
Well,
I'm just going the other direction.
He wasn't great either, to be honest. It's been a
but
rough show for both of you.
There's an example. I guess I set a bad example.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're done. Hey, Joe, thank you. Thank you to DraftKings Sportsbook. Thank you, John Chill. Thank you, everybody here. We love being here, and we really appreciate it. If you're planning your fantasy football draft, do it here. If you are looking for the first week of the NFL season, I would do it now. Make your reservations now because the hotel and the DraftKings Sportsbook is going to be rocking, and you need to be here. Look, we appreciate DraftKings Sportsbook. We love it. We love the Golden Nugget. Thanks to everybody who made this possible here. AJ, nice job. Dell is next. Is Sean here today?
No.
It's you and AJ?
Yes.
All right. It's Dell and AJ next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. OpenAI said it has hit $10 billion in annual recurring revenue. The milestone comes roughly 2.5 years after the company launched its popular ChatGPT chatbot. The figure includes revenue from the company's consumer products, ChatGPT business products, and its API. Sports entertainment equipment and apparel stock Topgolf Callaway brand surged 15% after a high-profile corporate director bought shares in the company. The move comes after a security filing shows a board member purchased roughly $2.5 million worth of shares last week. Waymo vehicles were set ablaze in downtown Los Angeles amid widespread protests against the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. The Alphabet-owned company suspended robotaxi service in the protest area. In one photo, at least 5 Waymo robotaxis can be seen engulfed in flames with anti-ice graffiti sprawled across the car's hoods and doors. Futures are slightly higher. Monday, the Dow Industrials lost 1. That's Your Money Now.
Continue here at the DraftKings Sportsbook in the Gold Nugget in Lake Charles. John and Lance are done for the day. So just me, you, AJ, and a giant screen with Brian Windhorst in front of me. As the TVs are on, they did us a favor of that. And judging by what the content has been for the last 3 hours since we got in here. Not a lot to discuss as far as, I guess, national stories other than football, because football will always be king, and it is the beginning of mandatory mini camps. I think the Patriots got going yesterday, but a lot of teams get going today, and the Texans do as well. And maybe take this as a clue that things are A-okay, but Aaron Wilson's reporting, I'm sure the Texans just told a lot of reporters who were there that C.J. Stroud will be among the players available to the media. I would be surprised if he's made available if he wasn't going to be participating. Maybe that's just a thing, get it out of the way on the first day, and he's still standing out there with the helmet off, not throwing. But maybe we take that as a clue that he's going to be out there participating, because what would anyone else ask him? What would they ask him if not about his shoulder or the general soreness, if he once again missed the day of camp, at least participating in camp? So maybe that's good news. Either way, the quarterback at this point will be made available to the media, so we'll get at least CJ's perspective on why he missed time. We know what the Texans tagline has been, not to worry about it, and maybe they're proven right if he's going to be throwing on June 10th. So we'll see how that plays out. So mandatory mini camps are ongoing. The Texans are about to get started. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio out there running on the practice field. That gets videoed for some reason all the time, or at least mentioned all the time by media people are out there early. So things are appearing to be normal. We'll see as we move on throughout the show what we get from Texans as they begin another part of their offseason program. We'll get to some Rocket stuff too, because while they are not playing and the finals are ongoing, the Rockets still are a point of conversation because of what they can and might do this offseason. There's an article on ESPN.com right now about the 10 teams to have the most interest in. The Rockets are among them. I think they maybe 5 or 6 on that list. And there's a quote from Rafael Stone we'll get to. And what some of the talk is from Bobby Marks, who is kind of ESPN's. He shines in the offseason because they're talking about contracts and how trades work, and he has his little handy dandy touch screen that he comes on SportsCenter with, and he just shows you how a contract work and how a trade would work. So I'll get to that in a little bit here. No Astros, they'll get going tonight. Lance McCullers on the mound as he tries to continue what has been a bit of a turnaround since not his initial outing, but one of his early outings that led to all the ugliness. He has gotten better and better, so we'll see if he can continue that. But as far as what even happened last night, I am what you would not consider a hockey person. I watch hockey in the playoffs, and I'm like a lot of people. Oh, it's time to decide a title. I'm going to pretend like I know all there is to know about the sport, and I'll watch it. Now, I don't have any love for Canada as far as them winning anything. They haven't won a Stanley Cup since '93. In fact, Canada winning all the international tournaments, beating the U.S. in like the Olympics and Four Nations, the most recent one, and of course the World Championships, and has turned me off hockey a little bit. I'm a bit of a sore loser, but I'm watching again, and Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup since '93, and Florida, now up 2-1, is trying to deny Canada for a second time. They beat Edmonton last year in 7 games after being up 3-0, and things look like they're turning in Edmonton's favor because they won the first game in a high-scoring game in overtime after the Panthers had a 3-1 lead, and they also were pushing the Panthers to the brink in game 2 when they scored a goal with like 17 seconds left before it went to overtime. The Panthers won that one. So last night was game 3, and the Panthers beat the snot out of the Edmonton Oilers in more ways than one. They beat them on the ice as far as goals being scored, and then when Edmonton kind of did what some teams do when things aren't going away, we're going to try to win the physical battle when we can't win the score, or at least the battle on the score card. They tried, they didn't. There was like a 5-on-5 fight that the Panthers won. All 5 guys won their matchup. Surprisingly, the goalies didn't get involved. And that's kind of just, I guess, the culture of hockey. There's a lot of conversation. I was listening to a show talk about how in any other sport, none of this is sanctioned. But it is what it is. You can use your stick to cross check someone or spear someone in the middle of a fracas, and it doesn't matter. And it's just what it is. And if it's not personified by what we're about to play, I don't know what is. So this is probably, because you don't have the visual, it's probably maybe a 9-year-old girl, and she is being interviewed by a local reporter. I think his name might be Clay Ferraro in Florida, and she got what she wanted. And here's the sound of this little girl talking about hockey and what she loves about the sport.
Okay, peel back the curtain a little bit. We interviewed 9-year-old Sophia here before the game, and I asked her what her favorite part of Florida Panthers games are. Sophia, what is your favorite part of Panthers game?
The fighting.
The fighting. Okay, so now I have to ask you, now that it has become the big story from this game, what did you think about the fighting, especially in that third period?
It was really good, and I really liked how they punched each other a lot.
Now, did you feel like the Panthers won the fight in addition to the game?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So do you want to be our local 10 fighting hockey expert?
Yes.
That's just hockey, and particularly playoff hockey. Although actually, there are less fights because of how much the games mean. But last night was not one of those nights. The game was out of hand, and the Oilers, like that Denzel quote when he's sitting down with Jamie Foxx, "I'm going to leave here with something," and that's what the Oilers try to do. Instead, they just got embarrassed in more ways than one. So that series had been a good one, at least the very competitive. Game 3 was a runaway, and the Panthers are going to try to go 3-1. And Canada's long suffering drought of not winning a Stanley Cup, two wins away from that, at least for the Panthers from that continuing. So that's kind of the biggest thing that happened last night. We'll get into some I guess off the court stuff as far as some of the storylines with the teams around the league in the NFL reporting for mini camps, and also, as I mentioned, that Rocket story as well. So we're just getting started here. It's me and AJ till noon. If you want to get in on the show, you can. Number is 713-780-3776. We'll come back with the Rockets because they are a team that's going to get talked about quite a bit, and that conversation is continuing right now. So we'll take your calls. We'll get to a couple things that I found funny as we go on throughout the show. So me, AJ till noon, we'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
We've got video evidence, thanks to Jeremy Branham, who's out there at practice, that C.J. Stroud is throwing a football. So crisis averted. We'll see how long if he's participating in 7-on-7s, but hey, threw to the running backs. He threw to Jaden Higgins against air. Jaden Higgins dropped it, but hardly the important part of it. C.J. Stroud's shoulder is well enough for him to at least throw in the early portions of practice. So I kind of suspected if he's going to be open to he's going to have open availability and be one of the guys they put up there to answer questions. I don't think he was going to not participate and then have to answer questions about why he wasn't participating. So there it is. At least as of right now, everything seems fine. So that offseason storyline can be buried. General soreness is the initial diagnosis by Dr. D'Amico Ryans. We'll see what C.J. Stroud has to say about why he had to miss time. But there it is, practicing throwing the football. Okay, so we push that aside. Nick Chubb's out there too. He's taking handoff, so he passed his physical, signed with the Texans. He did one of those customary "Hey Houston" videos on the Texans social media, and now he's out there taking handoff from C.J. Stroud. So their most recent acquisition is out there. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's expected to participate in minicamp today as well. So far so good with the Texans and some of their bigger name players. As far as the Rockets, they are, what are we talking about? Maybe 2.5, 3 weeks away from some real movement as far as what their offseason may look like. And certainly trades can happen throughout the offseason. So even if it doesn't happen quickly, it doesn't mean it won't happen. But they're one of the teams of interest. If you go to ESPN, I mentioned that earlier. They, along with several others, are, I think it's 9 others, are teams that if you are expecting a potential big trade or big signing to happen, more so the Rockets with the trade, considering their cap situation, you should kind of look at them closely. And one of the quotes from Rafael Stone sticks out. And the Rockets themselves, when their quotes are in articles, whether it be from Patrick Fertitta or Ime Udoka, there's been a cautious approach to the questions about what they might do to change how this team looks in 25, 26. But the quote from Rafael Stone, courtesy of the Chronicle, is this: I think continuity for continuity's sake isn't what we're trying to achieve. Continuity is great, but the goal ultimately is to build a championship team. And if we think there is a move or a series of moves that makes it more likely we will be that, then we would ignore continuity and we do those moves. So that's a quote from the GM, where there should be no reason to rule out a potential move that changes the trajectory of the team if it's going to lead to a championship. They won't be trading away one of these players people think highly of if it's not a championship move. Now, maybe that doesn't pertain to Cam Whitmore, a guy who does not play. I know there's still a lot of people who believe in Cam Whitmore. There may be even still Rockets personnel, front office personnel who believe in him, but that one seems to be the case where they are listening and talking about a trade for him. And I kind of think of it from two sides, not just the Rockets side, but Cam Whitmore's side. What's in the best interest of Cam Whitmore? Probably to go play someplace else because he'll get to play. Now, if he goes to another playoff team, then it's going to be a little bit harder. And he probably doesn't want to go to a bad organization unless he's going to be guaranteed minutes. And that might be most important for him going into year 3 of his career, to know that he's going to get 25 to 30 minutes, maybe more a night. So we haven't heard much from Cam Whitmore other than his quote that the Rockets had to answer for after the season. His talk of not exactly knowing what he has to do to get minutes. Other than that, we don't see him pop off on social media. At least I don't see it. So while we may question what he looks like on the bench or what his attitude may be, considering there were some concerns coming out of college about that. But for the most part, he seems like a guy who just wants to play. And for him, that may be something where it has to be done someplace else, because we have not heard the comments about Reed Sheppard with Cam Whitmore, where the Rockets, at least through sources, are telling people that the goal is to expand Reed Sheppard's role. That is something the team wants to do in 25 and 26. We have not heard those type of comments from the Rockets on Cam Whitmore. He seems like the most likely guy to go as it stands, and maybe that's just for a smaller move. Maybe you're acquiring a couple of picks, or maybe you can entice a team who needs to get off a veteran, maybe with a specialized role. Maybe it's a shooter that you can acquire because that team really likes the upside of Cam Whitmore. We talked about Fred VanVleet's option, and the story early was his option had to be exercised 6 days after his season was over. That was extended because we all assumed that eventually there would be a contract extension. Well, that date is not close, but it is the 29th. So if we're looking for dates for this Rockets team, the date of June 29th is when Fred VanVleet's contract has to be decided on if he's not traded beforehand. He's a guy, like I said, we discussed yesterday about all the possibilities. Me and AJ, we're on the side of we would rather if we're not letting Fred VanVleet go, we'd rather just exercise the team option, which is near $45 million. Just have it be a year, and you can assess Fred VanVleet's value to the team after the year, as opposed to locking in for 3 years, $90+ million, whatever the contract might be, to give him more stability. Even though the annual salary would be less, and I think that would, at least for me, conflict with we need to get Reed Sheppard expanded role, because at some point, because of his size, Reed Sheppard has to transition into being an NBA caliber point guard. How do you do that if Fred VanVleet is playing 37 minutes a night for the next 2+ years or so? I say 2+ years because there could always be a trade. I don't know. That's what that contract would have. Where that contract would have some value. You can always use it to facilitate a bigger deal. But let's just say it's 3 years, $95 to $100 million. When is Reed Sheppard going to play? He can expand his role as a backup, but if Fred's such an important piece of your team, Reed Sheppard's not playing big minutes in big moments, considering what your backcourt looks like. And that stuff can always change, because Jalen Green is one of those guys who was mentioned in this piece, and he's just going to be a guy that's always talked about because of the potential. And sometimes potential can be a killer, whether it be the team who's looking to acquire him or the team that he's currently on. But he's one of those guys who is going to be appealing and thought of as a guy who could be also in trade conversations, because depending on what side of the Jalen Green narrative you're on, you may believe what he is now is what he will always be. And I see a lot of that conversation online about Jalen Green, and you look at Shea and Tyrese Halliburton, the two best players, at least for their teams in the finals, and those guys were quote unquote given up on early. We know the circumstances of why the Clippers did it. They did it because they could not get Paul George without him, and they needed Paul George to secure Kawhi Leonard. So you get why they made the move. It has not worked out for him. Of course, Paul George is in Philly, not playing. We'll see what he is in year 2 for them. And then Tyrese Halliburton was the younger guard on a team that already had De'Aaron Fox. And of course, the jokes about the Kings now not having either are right there to be made. So I don't think they're alike when it comes to Jalen Green. Also, those guys were, I think, traded right after year 1. It's been 4 years of Jalen Green. So while he is not a finished product, he's certainly a more finished product than Tyrese Halliburton and Shea. So I don't think the comparison's an apt one. Of course, there's always that possibility that trading him is a giant mistake. Can the Rockets afford to wait on it if a good deal comes around? I don't think they would if they believe that the move could go win them a title, at least put them in real title contention. As far as who's untouchable, I don't think Jalen Green falls in that mix, despite some of the commentary that's been out there about what the Rockets feel he can be. If he is the piece, because some team loves him, that you think could bring back a title, or at least a player that can help you win a title, I think they would make the move. I don't think that applies as much to Amen Thompson or even an Alperen Sengun. I think Jalen Green could bring back a lesser player that the Rockets think could help them win. Well, if they were considering trading Alpi, I think you're talking about bringing in a superstar. And we mentioned it yesterday that one of those superstars may not be available Giannis, right now, all that momentum for Giannis asking out is lessening. We talked about Jake Fisher's report that Giannis has not asked out, and right now the momentum says he wouldn't ask out. Brian Windhorst was on this morning with ESPN and echoed those comments that the conversations about Giannis leaving Milwaukee aren't that prevalent in NBA circles right now. The expectation, I think, right now is that Giannis is going to stay, which takes a big player off the board, and it probably speeds up the process of making trades happen in the offseason, because a lot of teams who think they had a shot at Giannis would just wait, keep the powder dry until a trade was finalized one way or the other. But now, if he's not going to ask out, then the players who don't reach top 5 player in the world status become guys more likely to move. So uh, while the Giannis thing probably would have held up the trade market until it was finalized, now we might see it as soon as those trades can be made. And one of those trades that is out there, at least according to Bill Simmons, he thinks that the Kevin Durant to Spurs trade is pretty much completed. They're just waiting to announce it. Certainly, Kevin Durant was a target, at least an alleged target for the Rockets, and if he's now off the board because the Spurs have put together a package to get him, that might be a sigh of relief for Rocket fans to not have to give up what the Suns might ask for a 37-year-old player who's still hyper efficient, can still go get a bucket anytime he wants, but has been prone to injury, and you don't expect that to lessen as he continues to age. And maybe you're only working on a 1-year deal for Kevin Durant, as you don't want to invest a lot into his future, and that will lessen the type of package you would give up. But if one Bill Simmons is to be believed, with his speculation, you may not even have to worry about it. You can move on to someone else, because that could be like two major stars off the market before we even get to being able to trade. So just something to think about. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll continue to talk. We'll get to some more text and stuff here, and we will also, excuse me, get to the Astros, because they got a game tonight. Did not play yesterday, but Lance McCullers on the mound, and there was a question earlier in the day about how the Astros, excuse me, would deal with young players in their contracts. The name Hunter Brown was mentioned among them. We did not focus on Hunter Brown. We got to Jeremy Payne, and then of course the morning show gets distracted, because that's what we do. So we'll get into the likelihood or why the Astros don't go in on those really long-term deals for some of their younger players. I think the comparison was made to Julio Rodriguez in Seattle and what they did to him. We'll get into the differences there, and we all kind of know the Astros philosophy on that. So we'll touch on that. If you want to call in about anything, you can, 713-780-3776. We're here till noon. I am at the DraftKings Sportsbook here at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. It's a great place to come out here and come out to enjoy yourself. The pool was going the last couple of days. Trust me, I could hear it from my room. You can look out and see down into the pool, and you can hear the music as well. It stopped at a reasonable time, but I'm done with this show at noon, and the music was going as soon as I got up to my room. I think it went into the early evening as well, because it's hot. People want to be by the pool. It's a good time. Of course, John was out there playing golf, so you can do a lot here. Try to avoid what Lance does: lose at slots. He's a mush, so you'll probably have better luck than he does. All right, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. I missed the rejoin, so that was the delay, AJ. I didn't hear it, but so then I just guessed. Welcome back. We're at the Golden Nugget. We'll get to La Salsa. We'll talk video games. Some of the other, I forgot to mention when we're talking about the Rockets, some of the other appealing things about them as far as being on the trade market is all their draft picks they own, and also the Suns draft picks. So they have several first round draft picks they can trade, and they've got salaries that can help get trades done. So if they want to be, they can be a team who makes a move that maybe vaults them. And it's weird to say because they're the 2 seed, and I won't say it's a phony 2 seed, but was I surprised they got beat by the Warriors? No. When you're the 2 seed, I should be surprised if you're losing to a Warriors team that beyond Steph and Jimmy Butler, when Jimmy Butler's healthy, there's not a lot of juice there. Of course, Buddy Hield had a great Game 7, but we saw the limitations of that team after Steph got hurt. The Rockets didn't have the opportunity to play them without Steph, but the Warriors are gasping down the stretch of their dynasty, and they tried to hold on by bringing in a 35-year-old, and it was enough to beat the Rockets. And I think I won't say a real 2 seed. Let's just say a more experienced 2 seed takes the Warriors out, and maybe the Rockets are just one player away from getting that done. We'll see what they do. All right, let's get to La Salsa. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Deli Belly? How you doing?
That's not my name. I'm good, man. How are you?
Hey, so I'm starting to replay the Ghost of Tsushima, and I was wondering if you ever played that before. Also, I had the little Miho in the car, and he wanted to know what John meant by that's the first time Pornhub pulled out of anything. I don't know what that meant, so maybe you can get with it. He just wants to know. Later.
Mm-hmm. So why don't you explain it to him, since you're the guardian? Why do I have to explain to the non-existent hypothetical Miho in your car? You knew what John meant, so you can explain it. So as far as Ghost of Tsushima, I have not played that game. I'm not a big open world game player. I usually just play sports games, but I'm looking into something because sometimes you got to draw your focus from recruiting in college football games. So I'm looking for the next one. I'm not sure. I mean, The Witcher 4 probably won't be out for several years now. Feels like, considering some of the stuff they're doing to make that game a little different, and just the timeline of games, it feels like that one's not coming out soon. No, there's a new Mafia game. Mafia is a long-running game, but now there's one on PS5, I believe, coming out here shortly. So that might be something like I do, but I have not played Ghost of Tsushima. From what I could tell, people were, and I think this is kind of consistent with games like that. The initial, whether it be the trailer, the cinematic trailer, maybe even some of the gameplay trailer stuff, is not representative of what you actually get in the game, because they can just create a video and a hype video for it, and then sometimes when you get the game isn't capable of doing what those videos show you it can, just how it goes. So we'll see what the new stuff on the PS5 give me. I'm a PS5 person right now, but Ghost of Tsushima probably would avoid, just because I've heard people say that they were kind of duped by the initial hype promotion for that game. So we'll see. Appreciate the call, La Salsa, but once again, that's not my name. And also, tell your Miho, don't listen to John and Lance, or you're responsible for explaining to that person what's going on that show. All right, we'll move away from that and tell you that Lance McCullers is on the mound tonight for the Astros. They're back in action. The Mariners blew a game last night, so the Astros lead increases a little bit, and where they stand right now is a team that probably is going to win the ALS. They've dealt with the injuries to the pitching staff, which will continue at some point. Arrighetti will come back. They've dealt with the slow starts of some of their hitters. Christian Walker still has to pick it up, but for the most part, it seemed like they weathered any of the real storm that generally kind of hits the Astros early in the year. They're known to struggle early, and at this point in June, this is when they start to pick it up, and they weren't even at the pace they were last year in terms of struggling. So I think right now I don't really see a real challenger to them in this division. Of course, when you have Hunter Brown and Fromber, that's a good start. And if McCullers is going to be what he was or what he has been over the last couple of outings, I'm not ready to say he's a third ace like Jeff Blum did. Jeff Blum was on MLB Network. We played that sound last week, and he put Lance McCullers in that category. I would not do that. I think getting anything from Lance is a positive, and hopefully what has been a positive story continues today. As far as the Hunter Brown conversation, Julian, I see you. We'll get to you here. If not immediately in the next segment. But Hunter Brown the question was asked, why don't the Astros try to lock up Hunter Brown now? Give him one of those longer-term deals like you see across baseball, whether it be a Tatis or Julio Rodriguez. I think that the biggest difference is, beyond the fact that the Astros don't operate that way, is that those guys were getting those deals when they were in their early 20s. Hunter Brown's now 26 years old. And maybe you don't think it'd be a 12-year deal, but what's the appropriate deal for a guy of his age? Not that he couldn't not that he can't be a great pitcher for the next 8 years, but how the Astros operate in multiple ways, whether it be what happens to their pitchers because of the way they're asked to pitch. Looks like people forgot I'm here. I don't know if you can hear Maya Rudolph, AJ, but they have just turned up the level. So we'll see if I can get someone to maybe turn that down. But back to Hunter Brown. He's of an age where a 10-year deal from the Astros is very unlikely, even if they did operate in a way like the Padres or others would do in giving their young players big money. I think he's one of those guys who's destined to hit free agency. And what that means normally is for an Astro is they're going to go someplace else. I wish they would buck the trend a little bit, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case with him unless a new ownership group came in, and we don't sense that that's going to be on the horizon. So I would say get accustomed to Hunter Brown over the next couple of years. Love him, love what he's doing, and then get ready for now it's some time away, so you don't have to start the goodbye tour now, but just be prepared unless he and the Astros break a trend of giving guys at his age a long-term deal for lots and lots of money. All right, we'll go to break with that. Julian, hang on. We'll get to you when we come back. You got a question about – I didn't see the question, but I did see that you're on hold. So we'll get to Julian when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
We are at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles, and you may be able to hear PK Subban in the background because, well, it's his time to shine with the Stanley Cup going on. But Julian called in, and let's get to him. Julian, what's up?
What it is, Dot Turkey. I have a few things for you, man. Predator, killer of killers. Man, I give that what did Dave Chappelle say? I wish I had 4 thumbs. So I can give it 4 thumbs, and he says down, but I give it up. It was a pretty nicely done animation. And then Hulu has another show that I just found out on accident, 1,000 Blows. Have you seen that? It's awesome. Now, this is going to be a sports-related one. Altuve, he probably has the best chance of getting 3,000 hits of anybody currently playing as far as an older player, a vet. But what's the likelihood of that? Because he's slowing down a little bit, and he's not going to be hitting 200 hits a year, maybe 150, you know? So that puts him about 2029, 2030. Man, I don't know. I think that's tough. What do you think? Have a good day, brother.
Appreciate it. So we'll start from the last thing you said and go the other way. All right. As far as Altuve is concerned, at 35 years old, you mentioned possibly slowing down. The big one of the things you got to be concerned with is health. Can he play? Maybe moving the left field is going to help him. I don't know. But he had 185 hits last year, and that was the most hits he has had since 2017. So you look at some of his numbers in 23, 112, and 22, 158, and 21. Certainly injuries have played their role in him missing time. And then there's also the COVID year that hurts him, where he only had the 42 hits. So, and 64 right now. Does he want to hang on even as the skills diminish and try to get there? There's so many factors at play. Will he look at himself and go, you know what? Considering how he's willing to drop down the lineup and go play left field, he may be someone who goes, you know what? This isn't me anymore. I don't want to be a guy simply doing this to get a record, and he might step away, but as opposed to doing the farewell tour when all he's doing is chasing the 3,000 hits. He's got his World Series. Who knows how many more opportunities he may have? He may look at it as, I've done all I could. I've played at this level for a long time, and now maybe some guys think they're cheating the game when they hang on. Other guys want to hang on and try to get to those benchmarks. I'm not sure that drives Jose Altuve. So you have to take that into consideration as well. What drives him? And if getting a record doesn't drive him, he may not be someone who's be hanging on until 39, 40 to try to get there. He's currently right now at 22.96. So still a ways away there. As far as 1,000 Blows, I have seen it. It has an actress in it, Erin Doherty. She has been in some things I've liked in the past. It's a UK show. Stephen Grant is in it as well. He is in Adolescence, which was a hit on Netflix as a limited series show. One of the things about it was a one-shot show. Everything was done in one shot, like long. The entire show is that way. These long sequences of dialogue, and there's some action stuff as well. Just really good. He's in that show. He plays the dad in that show. So I like that one, but I'm not done watching that. That's on Hulu. And then Predator, Killer of Killers, talked about that yesterday. It's good. The story's really good. Without giving away too much, it's simply, if you know the Predator franchise, they love a challenge, and while they will kill humans that don't stack up, the ones they honor are the ones who challenge them, and then some of them kill predators. So I don't know how deep into the lore I want to get, or when that became apparent, but yeah, this is kind of in that model where humans kill predators who attack them, and because of that, they are honored, sort of. And that's how I'll leave that. You can watch that if you like animation and you like it taken seriously and gory, and it's a Predator movie just in animated form. That is one for you. So, yeah, we talked about Predator Killer of Killers yesterday, and there's also going to be a new Predator movie where it looks like it's going to be us following a Predator as opposed to the humans being the center of the story. And I think Elle Fanning is in it. She plays like an android, which brings in the alien part of it because the company who created her is the company that's prominently featured in the Alien franchise. So there will be some AVP tie-ins there too. So a lot of that type of stuff going on right now. Of course, Alien has a new series coming out as well called Alien Earth. Exactly what it sounds like. We've dealt with the aliens, at least in that world, in space. In this case, we bring something back. And as you might imagine, carnage ensues. So a lot of that stuff going on. If you like genre television, it's a time for it. If you like IP stuff, it's there for you too. So yeah, Predator Killer of Killers. Something that Michael Carroll recommended. He hit on that one. Talked about it yesterday. Also, I don't know if we mentioned it yesterday, but Department Q on Netflix is really good as well. That is not animated, so if you immediately scoff at something animated, that is real people solving crimes, and there is a twist in the middle of episode 1 that centers the story, and then it takes off, and you of course it's a whodunit type thing, and it's the typical grizzled detective who has demons, and he's got to overcome them to solve the crime and really get his life together. So it's all the things we know, the tropes and detective shows that some of us love. So that's there for you too. That's on Netflix. I watched that before. In fact, I think I mentioned maybe yesterday, delayed my trip to getting to Lake Charles. I just had to finish the show before I got here. Little did I know they have in the TV they have Netflix. So all I had to do was sign up and I could have finished it here. But either way, those are a couple shows. Department Q on Netflix you can watch, and of course you like the Predator stuff, Killer of Killers. So thanks, Julian, for the call. Anyone else want to call in? As you know about pretty much anything, you can. That number is 713-780-3776. So the news of the first hour is this: CJ Stroud is throwing a football. He's participating in 7-on-7s. Reporters are telling us what he's doing. Less important that the guy who won Rookie of the Year is completing passes. The fact that he's throwing those passes is the more important part, considering the storyline this offseason. So that's good news. We'll hear from CJ. At least maybe you'll hear it on the later shows, but he'll talk to the media later after practice. So he'll give his thoughts on why he was absent from practice and what it actually was, or maybe he just follows what the Texans have laid out there, where he doesn't say really anything other than he was sore. We'll see about that. All right, we'll go to break with that. We've got one more hour to go here at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. We spent a nice 2 days here. We really got here Sunday, but we did a show yesterday. We're doing a show, closing it out today, and then of course the rest of the lineup follows us. So we'll get hour 2 going when we get back. Hour 2 of the show here at the Golden Nugget. We're at the we're in the DraftKings Sportsbook in the Golden Nugget here in Lake Charles. Got one more hour to go before we'll head back to Houston, and of course, Paul Gallant follows us from Houston. So let's get to. Well, Keith, we'll get to you before in a little bit here. I did want to mention a couple things we're doing this week. The station is we got a remote this Friday at East River 9. The entire station will be out there for the U.S. Open. We are out at East River 9 when we do have one of the major championships, so we'll be back out there on Friday. And we continue our summer circuit. And this week, we will be actually, the summer circuit will involve East River 9 as well. East River 9 has a restaurant. Should have remembered that. Why wouldn't we include them? They have a restaurant out there with really good food. A lot of the people who work here tried it, and they like it. Love it even. So if you want to catch up with us out at East River 9 on Friday, you can do that. And also, if you show up in person, you can register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electronic Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Registration, you do have to be there in person. Now, it's not the only time you can register because we're going to be doing a summer circuit throughout the summer. So anytime we're out and about for our summer circuit tour, you can register to get an e-bike. So remember, this Friday, East River 9 broadcasting all day long from 7 to 6 as the U.S. Open will have begun the previous, but hey, major golf. We're at a great golf environment, East River 9. Okay, let's get to Keith here. He's got a question or a comment. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Thanks for having me. 2 quick questions. Just want to see if you were going to tune into that show Stick with Owen Wilson on Apple TV Plus. And second question is, I know you're a Dolphins fan. Is there a better chance that the Dolphins end up trading Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey, or a better chance that they sign into new, longer, extended contracts? Thanks, Al.
Stick, the Owen Wilson show. I don't know. Maybe I get enough of my golf listening to John. But, I have considered it. And part of my TV watching experience is I'm one of those people who I won't go on Reddit, but I like listening to podcasts about shows I just watched just to hear other perspectives. So that one is a show currently that a podcast does. They don't do it per week, but they kind of go in 3-episode chunks and they talk about the show. So that might get me to do that because I like the host of those podcasts. So I may watch Dick. We'll see. Fan of Owen Wilson. As far as the Dolphins, and you mentioned a couple guys, Jalen Ramsey is not at minicamp. His is excused because they are working on a trade. They have agreed that it'd be best for both parties for him to get traded. Now, with Jair Alexander available, that might change some of the people who'll be willing to give up stuff for a 30-plus-year-old corner in Jalen Ramsey, but he is not, unless there's some drastic change in his view and even the Dolphins' view, he is not playing for the Dolphins anymore. He's getting traded. As far as Jonnu Smith, he is not there at mandatory minicamp today, and he is not excused. His absence isn't. So the Dolphins want him. They just don't want to pay him commensurate with what he believes is his value. He set a lot of records for Dolphins tight ends in his first year there. They are a team this offseason who has decided they're not going to be spending a lot of money. It backfired on them last offseason when they gave extensions to the aforementioned Jalen Ramsey when they didn't need to. And, of course, they gave an extension to Tyreek Hill, and his season ended in disaster where he quit on the team, decided he didn't want to play in the second half of the final game after he could tell that the Broncos were going to win against the Chiefs and advance to the playoffs while the Dolphins needed a Bronco loss. So he was like, I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. And then he asked to be traded right after the game. So they probably would have traded him if he didn't have his off the field stuff, if he wasn't a smaller receiver who had his worst year and his value wasn't at his best. And considering they would still take a cap hit even if they made a move, it didn't seem smart for them to make that trade. But the Jonnu Smith thing is one where Jonnu Smith is looking for a deal. And why would Jonnu Smith agree to a trade or at least want to go someplace if he didn't have a new deal in hand? So there's a lot of moving parts there. But the gist of it is, Ramsey out, Jonnu Smith up in the air. What's more likely? Jonnu Smith to be traded. If Jonnu Smith is traded, Ramsey out. Jonnu Smith up in the air. What's more likely? Ramsey out. Jonnu Smith up in the air. What's more likely? Jonnu Smith to be traded. If Jonnu Smith is traded, Ramsey out. Jonnu Smith up in the air. What's more likely? since I think that the Ramsey thing is happening, I think Johnny Smith is going to fight. Maybe he gets more guaranteed money up front, but from the Dolphins, just to make him feel a little bit more whole this year. But I don't think they're giving him a big deal to remain there past this year. It's just not something they want to do, and kind of difficult to make a move now, particularly for a tight end who isn't a star tight end, for another team to decide they're going to give a star tight or a tight end big money to come in at this point, considering how much money has been doled out already this offseason. So that one might stretch a little bit unless they do one of those things, like I said, where he gets like guaranteed money for a year to make him feel like he's being properly valued. But that's just part of the process right now. And of course, while you call and ask that question, you've got Pat McAfee on in front of me, and you just have a list of guys who are not in camp. And while the two players you mentioned are there, you also got Trey Hendrickson, you got Shamar Stewart, the Aggie, who isn't playing, and he's a first-round pick who isn't there. The Texans set a precedent themselves. We talked about it on the morning show because of what they gave to Higgins, a fully guaranteed money. There's only like 2 second-rounders who are signed, him and one other player. The 30 other second-rounders are not signed as of yesterday. We'll see with the mandatory minicamps here if some of those deals get done. But it's just a bunch of second-rounders, I guess, wanting the Higgins deal, and NFL teams going, no, just because the Texans did that doesn't mean we're going to do that. And that's leading to 30 guys who aren't under contract. The Texans doing things to upset the way things go. And they've done that for a while now. It was under a different regime. But when they gave Laramie Tunsil all his money, it was a deal that the rest of the league fought back against and said, no, that's a Texans thing. We're not going to do that. And that held true. We didn't see the type of deals for O-linemen immediately after around the league that Laramie Tunsil got. Of course, another Texans-involved move, but it wasn't them, was another one of those precedent-setting deals that actually didn't force NFL teams to go along with it. It was a Deshaun Watson deal where they gave him all that money. The Browns did because they were competing against others, and when it came down to it, giving him all that guaranteed money convinced Mulugeta, his agent, and Deshaun to go to Cleveland, and that's ended. It's not over yet, but it's been a disaster for everyone involved. And now the Browns are banking on some combo of Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador, and there's one other guy to lean on as Deshaun is trying to recover.
Kenny Pickett
from a there it is, Kenny Pickett, the other one, as they're trying to recover from Deshaun, trying to recover from his injury, which he apparently aggravated when he decided to do a TikTok without a boot on. So all magic, just special stuff going on in Cleveland as they continue to be an accursed franchise. And at least who could have predicted that trading for a guy with forget about the off the field stuff. The quarterback quit on his team. He quit on the Texans after they gave him money. Let's exclude all the allegations. When the quarterback quits on the team, that might be a clue that the individual isn't all that dedicated to football, because quarterbacks generally, particularly starting quarterbacks, don't do that. Got his money, said, "Nah, I'm good," and the Browns were like, sign us right up for that, and then you top it off with the allegation, like, all right, this is on you, Browns. This is on your decision makers, and now they're stuck. Or maybe they hit on someone in the draft, and maybe they'll be saved. But either way, they're still paying Deshaun Watson a lot of money. So that's kind of what's going on in the NFL as far as transactions. Hendrickson, out waiting on the Bengals to come correct after giving their 2 receivers money. Hendrickson, I guess, thought he was next in line. The Bengals are like, well, we got to keep Joe Burrow happy. We don't have to keep Al Golden, our new DC, as happy. And despite your contributions, you're on the contract, and what you're asking for is something we can't agree to. And because the team wants to give Hendrickson a short-term deal while he wants a long-term deal. And unfortunately for him, the Bengals are kind of holding steadfast and saying, "Sorry, man. We appreciate all your efforts, but it's not something we can do." Texans don't have that problem. While they may be causing problems for others, there's not a guy right now who is in line to get a new deal. That's partly because their best players are all young guys, and they gave a lot of money out last offseason, at least to Danielle Hunter they did. And of course, they gave Joe Mixon an extension as well. So they're in pretty good shape. I mean, their biggest concerns are short-term guys on their own line who they don't have to worry about giving long-term deals to. They just have to hope that those guys play better than the guys that played last year on the line. So it's pretty good setup for them as far as contracts. That'll change maybe next offseason when they have to give real thought to how much CJ Stroud is worth. And while they won't have their feet to the fire to immediately give him a deal, generally you don't want to take it further than you have to, or sometimes it gets contentious. Will Anderson's another guy who will be in line for a new deal. And if they get the type of production from him and CJ that they expect, then it's going to be tons and tons of money to give those guys fair market value. But if they're great and they're playing those premium positions, you do what you have to do. I don't know if it's coming across for you, AJ, or anyone listening, but because it's the Pat McAfee show, I'm just hearing F-bombs and him cursing. Like, ooh. So it's catching me a little off guard and hoping it's not going through. But hopefully we're okay there as we're in the DraftKings Sportsbook. And they're officially open. So it's time for them to be at business. So they have to turn up the screen. I would appreciate it more if it was Good Morning Football than Pat McAfee. But you deal with it. At least I will deal with it. All right. We'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, if you got a question, you want to ask or a comment, the number is 713-780-3776. It's me and AJ till noon. Then Paul Gallant follows us. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
We talked about Altuve earlier in the show, discussing would he be someone who could get to 3,000 hits? Well, someone who put a lot of slander on Jose Altuve's name is John Boy, and MLB has bought into John Boy's company. What used to be a guy on Twitter who would speculate about things by using broadcast to pull the videos and go back and investigate, because look at the buzzer on Altuve's shoulder or under his jersey, whatever the hell John Boy was on. MLB, despite that, the guy actively slandering one of your best players, has decided, the John Boy business is what we want to be in. So they bought a minority stake in John Boy. And what that means is he'll have access to MLB team IP and league IP, and he'll also participate in merchandise and sponsorship collaborations, and he'll have a presence for some of his content on league platforms. So they're one and the same now, John Boy and league. Look, get your bag, man. I never saw him as the independent source for all things baseball related, even if that might have been the sell. At any point when the bag is big enough, people will I don't know if sellout's the right word, but people will go and try to make their money, and MLB is invested in them. I'm sure it'll be great. It is just interesting that a guy who pushed a myth that changed people's perception of one of the game's greatest players over the last decade is someone they want to be in business with. But hey, short memories. He didn't do it to a Yankee. Obviously, he didn't do it to one of the teams you might consider a legacy franchise. He did it to the Astros, and that is, I guess, something that can be looked past and pushed aside. So John Boy and Major League Baseball will go hand in hand. This is a courtesy of Front Office Sports. They do a lot of the sports business stuff across the leagues. And a quote from Kenny Gersh, who's the MLB EVP of media. We think having a strong content creator community is important for baseball. Having people out there with the authentic voice talking about baseball is good for us, and we want to support that where we can, encourage that, and in this case, invest in it. A big part of this is getting them in front of more baseball fans than they already are. So, yeah, he's got a presence, and they're trying to be a part of that. So, John Boy, not the radical anymore, just a guy who's got Major League Baseball backing as he continues. So there that is. It is, look, strange. I guess you want to call it strange bedfellows, whatever, but it's not surprising. It's just from my perspective, it's nasty work, considering what he's been a part of, even with the apology. So there that is. The Astros, Major League Baseball and John Boy all together. So so he has access to Astros IP, I guess, and which is interesting. And he'll have access to Astros content, no problem. Which is people use ironic all the time. Sometimes it's wrong. I'm just going to use the term interesting. That's going to be a thing going forward. And so there it is. Okay, the Astros have Lance McCullers on the mound tonight. They're facing the White Sox. The White Sox stink, but they're not the worst team in baseball. That is where the Colorado Rockies are perched. But it's Lance versus Shane Smith. Shane Smith, 2-3 on the year. The ERA is good, and we'll see how that plays out tonight. He's 60 Ks, 25 walks. He's been good this year. The Astros against the White Sox. The White Sox pitching hasn't been bad. They're awful, but the pitching itself has been something that's a little bit interesting. So if we go back to the first time they faced off in the first series this year, the Astros lost 2 out of 3, and they were held down relatively so. I mean, they had their 8 runs in the game they won, but they scored 3 in a 7-3 loss back in early May, and then in the closer of the series, they lost 5-4. So that was one where Okert didn't have a good outing. He came in and gave up a couple runs, and that cost the Astros in that one. And I'm looking for the starter. Lance McCullers was on the mound that day too. Didn't go deep into the game. That one ended in 7. and he only went 3 2/3. So Lance's performances have gotten better as he's gone deeper in the game. So we'll see what he can do today, or at least tonight, out at Daikin Park as the White Sox hunt town. Right now, the Astros at 36-29, and with the Mariners blowing a game last night, the Astros are 3 games up on the Mariners. The Angels are the Angels, and the division is rounded out by the Rangers and the Athletics. And I want to get to the Athletics because of Denzel Clark. I would just tell you, I'm not telling you to watch A's games. I wouldn't punish you and say, hey, you need to watch A's games. That's not fair. But night to night, just Google Denzel Clark. Just search his name out on X or Twitter and just see what he's done. I didn't know there was an award called like the Electric Play Award. It's awarded to the best defensive play of the week. He's won it a couple times. He's going to win it again for what he did against the Angels a couple nights ago now. Or last night, excuse me. It was ridiculous. He climbed the wall. The extension of his arm, probably 4 feet beyond, it felt like, beyond the wall, the top of the wall, and made a great play. And I don't even think, as far as bravery, it's the best play he's made over the last month. There's a play against the Orioles where he's running full speed, arm extended, and makes the catch. And initially you think he goes head first into the wall, but thankfully the arm that made the catch is the one that took the brunt of it. And he was a little shaken up, got up and walked off the field under his own power. But that kid has a chance, I say, because he's a rookie. He has a chance to win Rookie of the Year. A Gold Glove from that position, not Rookie of the Year. He doesn't hit well enough to do that. But as far as what he's done, now he's an older rookie. It's like when the Astros brought up guys. He's 25 years old, so maybe not so much a kid from Canada, but he has been great. They just threw him out there. He was on AAA last year, but now with the Athletics not really having a home city, although they do put a Las Vegas patch on their arm, the A's guys are pretty much anonymous to begin with, but he's one of those guys who you might not have heard of until the last month or so, but he makes play after play. So while the A's are not good, they do have some guys like Butler's good, Jacob Wilson's pretty good, and of course you've got a 25-year-old rookie making spectacular plays in the outfield and what seems like on a weekly basis. So I would just say, don't watch the A's games. There's no reason to, but just see what he's up to on a night-to-night basis, and you're going to be pretty impressed by what he's doing. I mean, we got a Jake Myers who's been good at the plate. Denzel Clark has been spectacular in the field. So that's just something to look at and go, hey, that guy's probably going to play on some other team when it's time to pay him. And it's not the near future, but the A's have guys that they probably won't pay, and they'll eventually wind up being contributors on better teams, making a lot more money than what the A's are willing to give, unless things have changed, unless moving to Vegas is going to change things for the A's. But that feels like years away now, considering they haven't even broken ground on their Las Vegas stadium. Meanwhile, they'll tell their current host, Sacramento, we are not going to mention you in anything we do. We're just the Athletics going forward until we can eventually move to Las Vegas, which could be several years away now. So that's just something to take note of, what's going on in the division. Hopefully he doesn't do it to the Astros, but he did it to the Angels last night. Maybe the Astros hit it too far for him to go get, but it doesn't feel like anything's too far for him to go grab at the moment. All right, we got a couple more segments to go. AJ, before we wrap up this segment, at least, I did mention hockey earlier, and it's a light time in sports. The NBA Finals aren't going on. It's just practice in football right now. The NBA Finals weren't going on last night, and the extent of football conversations are about what guys aren't doing because they're not in camp, or hoping that CJ plays. Did you catch any of the hockey yesterday?
Oh, absolutely not. When you brought up about you having little interest in hockey earlier, I said to myself, definitely not me at all. So yeah.
Look, I at a time I watched hockey all the time. I had NHL. I had the NHL video game. That's always going to play a part in my interest. If I'm playing with this player. This is now I get to see him on the ice. But yeah, I'm not locked in. I don't know what's happening through the first 82 games of the season. Once the playoffs begin, okay. But even now, if the Panthers weren't in it, and my slight connection to them because I was born in the state of Florida, I wouldn't care. But mostly, I'm hating against Canada. Like Canada not winning again because of how much this means to them. It is funny to me. I don't have any real problems. I don't have any problems with Canada other than I just don't want them to win Stanley Cups if I had my choice. And I currently have the chance to watch Edmonton lose again. So I'm rooting for that to happen because if you don't know, and why would you if you're not following hockey right now? Because Florida has no state tax, and that would apply here. If we ever got a team in town, of course, the Stars exist. People, particularly Canadians, are taking issue with the fact and saying it's a giant advantage that Florida is able to pay guys differently because they don't have state tax. Of course, with professional sports, the players who decide to go play in Florida or Tampa, they don't get the 82 games pay state tax free because it's about how many games you play in other parts of the country and in some cases Canada as well. And if there's a state with state tax, the games you play there are taxed differently than they are in Florida. So that is a point of contention because at this point people are sick of the state of Florida being so dominant in hockey. And you got guys on TV mentioning how the NHL should maybe enforce a rule that kind of, in their eyes, evens up the playing field. And Gary Bettman, he was on the broadcast yesterday and said, "Stop it! We're not doing that. Should we help out the teams in New York and LA because of how crazy taxes are in their states?" And he mentioned this: no one cared when Florida was bad. No one cared when Tampa was bad. This is only a thing because they're good. And he was actually pretty dead on talking about how organizations matter more, facilities matter more, the training staff matters more, who you get to play with matters more. They matter a great deal more than going to a state with no state tax. And he said, you know what? Maybe it could be a differentiator if all things are even, but guys want to go play places they can win. And he kind of shot all that down, but that's the conversation. That's how much, I guess you say, traditional hockey people, particularly Canadians, are sick of what is happening. Now they're asking for rules to be put in place to keep Florida, and I guess, like I said, if it ever happened here, keep teams in the state of Texas from being as good as they could possibly be, because I guess it's simply unfair. You know what? Win a title. It's been since '93. It hasn't all been Florida teams keeping you from winning them. Canada. It's like, look, I get it, but it's kind of dumb. That this is what you're leaning on because your teams can't win it all. You're in the Stanley Cup Finals again. Go out there and win. Don't get beat 6-1 in a game 3. Eric, I see you. You want to talk about Jose Altuve? We'll get to you when we come back. That goes for anyone else if you want to join the conversation. 713-780-3776. A couple more segments to go here at the Golden Nugget. We'll be back.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granato and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
Being serenaded by Stephen A. Smith now. No Pat McAfee. Let's get to Eric. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Dale, the Miami Sound Machine. I think you made a mistake when talking about Altuve. You said he has a World Series title. It's World Series titles. It's okay. We all know you hate Houston. Also,
what did I say?
Have you seen? You said World Series title. He has World Series titles.
Apologies
Also,
for not adding on the S.
Also, have you seen Monarch? And what do you expect from season 2? I ain't gonna listen. We all know you hate Houston. Bye.
I don't know what. Did you hear what show he asked about, AJ? I didn't hear it.
No, I kind of fizzled through.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what he said. So fair enough. Don't have to always entertain Eric. But I do apologize for not giving him his second title. God forbid I didn't pluralize that, or maybe I just clipped the S off when discussing him. But yeah, he does have two. One of, if not the greatest Astro of all time. And the questions about it, particularly him getting the 3,000 hits, I think that's all going to be on what he wants. So we talked about that earlier. But thank you for the call, Eric. Maybe you can call back in and tell us what show you're talking about, because I did not hear that at all. Looking at what's going on, at least as far as what I can see going on at Texans camp, CJ Stroud's in front of the media right now. And he says he's been throwing this offseason, and we just didn't have anything to talk about. So I wonder if that'll be the energy from him throughout, because I'm sure the questions will continue. But right now, he's pretending like there was no problem. And maybe in the grand scheme of things, there wasn't. But when the starting quarterback does not throw, when he at least when the media is there, that's going to be a topic of conversation. But he is treating it like it's no big deal. So we'll see. And according to D'Amico Ryan, CJ was adamant he wanted to throw this week, and he says that shows the type of person CJ is. D'Amico also said it's important to protect him, and he wasn't focused on the outside opinion. So the two guys who were prominently focused, or at least featured in the decision on whether he would throw or not, maybe had a differing view of when he should be available. But CJ, I guess, let it be known he was going to go out there and throw. So maybe the Texans were willing to hold him out again for another couple of practices. We'll see. But there it is. He's throwing. He wanted to throw today, this week at least, and he won out there. So from all reports from people who saw, no limitations on what he did, which is even better news than the fact that he was throwing. He wasn't out there soft tossing it. He was going through the drills, and throwing with the velocity people remember. So all's well that ends well, it looks like, with CJ Stroud. And of course, as questions continue to be asked, we'll hear more, and I'm sure the sound will be out there for people. I guess on the rest of the day. Don't want to predict it, but I would imagine as we get further and further along in the broadcast day, you'll be able to hear CJ and D'Amico, because these guys are just up in front of the media in the last 15 minutes or so. So we'll hear from them as we go forward. But I think the Texans were willing to sit him out a couple more days, but yeah, the quarterback wanted to throw, and he was out there getting it done. All right, so that's good to see. We talked about the John Boy thing earlier. Some other business news in the media is how much is Michael Jordan going to get paid to work for NBC? There are some questions about how much work he was going to be willing to do, but the reporting about how much he was going to make, people are talking like $40 million. $40 million per year, and that is reportedly double what Charles Barkley is making to do what he does for what was TNT, and now I guess ESPN licensing TNT, the former TNT show inside the NBA. We'll see if Charles Barkley makes appearances on TNT, ESPN beyond that show. But $40 million, reported to be wrong. Now, maybe I'm out of touch on this, but Michael Jordan's not going to get me to watch the NBC broadcast. The games are. Yeah, I treat all the broadcasters that way. Like Tom Brady is making allegedly $37.5 million per year. I have not watched a game because Tom Brady's on it. Last time I did that was when he actually played football. And mostly that was only because Tom Brady was going to be in a game that had a good opponent on the side. I wasn't watching Tom Brady play New Orleans when he was in Tampa when New Orleans wasn't good. The only reason I would even watch because Lattimore and Evans might get in a fight. That happened several times. But Tom Brady certainly wasn't going to get me to watch him broadcast a bad football game. So $37.5 million seems crazy to me. If Michael Jordan's getting 40, I mean, there's more there with Michael Jordan because he's a guy who we don't hear from unless it's his own documentary, The Last Dance. But I don't know that that's $40 million allegedly well spent, and the rumors seem to be wrong. But if Michael Jordan's not on a broadcast of a good game, I'm not watching it. But the money is the money, and how do you secure Michael Jordan? You give him a giant bag, but it appears $40 million isn't going to be it. This was according to Dominic Wilkins, who how does he know anything? He goes, I know this. If Jordan's doing this, it's got to be a huge payday. Well, while I would agree with that, they're not getting him for cheap. How much is Michael Jordan going to do that they think they're getting? Let's say $30 million worth of value. If it's a giant bag per year, is he going to do sit down interviews with the star of the game that NBC is broadcasting? Is he going to do breakdowns, watching film? We know ESPN gets their money's worth out of Stephen A. Smith. What would NBC's money's worth be out of Michael Jordan, and what would he agree to? I don't see him on the broadcast every week. I don't see him sitting next to whoever else they've hired in studio. The only thing I think would make it make any sense is if he was doing sit down interviews with the best players in the games that NBC has. Like Michael Jordan travels, not that he would, but if he did, Michael Jordan travels to Minneapolis to talk to Anthony Edwards, or he's in Denver to talk to Jokic. If he was doing that, I could see why the bag would be as big as what's being reported. But if he's just an in studio guy who breaks down a couple sets in a game, what are we doing? It's not my money, NBC. I'm just glad you're back. Give me John Tesh's Round Ball Rock and those player introductions that they say they're going to do again. Oh, cool. Okay, we got word what Eric was calling about. He was calling about Legacy of Monsters, which is a show. It's a monster show, as you might imagine. It's a Godzilla show. It's Monarch is the name of the company in the Godzilla world. I watched that show. It's fine. It also has the star of Shogun, Anna Sawai. She played Mariko in Shogun. So if you like Shogun, which was a show that had a presence on this show and also the John Gallant show, she was in that. So you can watch her in that. Legacy of Monsters is okay. I'm a fan of IP, so I watch it. It's not the greatest television, but it's on Apple. So if you want to catch the first season there, you can. I'm trying to remember how often you saw Godzilla. Probably less than maybe people want it. It's more human and character driven, and there's a story about the family involved that stretches across time a little bit. But as far as the monsters you see enough, and of course in the season finale you see several. You always got to throw that in there. So if you like Godzilla, I say first watch Godzilla -1. That is a Japanese production. That's a great movie. But if you are looking for Godzilla in English, at least mostly English, because some of it is set in Japan, Godzilla, at least Legacy of Monsters, is pretty good. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. It's me and AJ till noon. AJ's not here with me at the Golden Nugget. He'd probably enjoy it, just like everyone else would. You guys should come out here if you can. It's depending on where you live in Houston, about 2.5 to 2 hours and 15 minutes away. Come down here, enjoy what they have to offer, from the sports book to the pool to the golf. They got pickleball. They got everything you might want to enjoy here. And the weather's going to be hot, so you will enjoy that pool. And they have kind of a lazy river thing going out there too. So if you want to bring the kids out here while you are enjoying the casino, they have the aquatics out there for the kids as well. So anything you might need or want from a Vegas casino, it's right here for you in Lake Charles. We've had a good time here, and we're wrapping up our time here. We've got one more segment to go. We will be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After a mixed close yesterday, stock index futures are a little soft this morning, but not by much. Really, it's kind of a flat market to start this Tuesday as Wall Street waits to get further details of the ongoing trade talks between the United States and China. Some progress said to be made, but details are scarce. Interest rates moving a little lower. The yield on the 10-year note at 4.45%. Dollars slightly higher against key foreign currencies. Oil continues to rally, up another 30 cents to $65.59 a barrel. It's up about $10 a barrel over the last couple of months, while gold futures are up $6.50 to $33.61 the ounce. Wall Street also waiting on tomorrow's consumer price data. We'll find out whether or not the tariffs that have been affecting incoming imports will be reflected in the price of consumer goods or wholesale goods, which we'll get the inflation reading on that a day after tomorrow. So for now, a quiet start to the day as Wall Street's looking for headlines off which to trade, but so far it's been a little quiet, waiting to hear about the U.S. and China.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, we'll wrap it up with this. Sticking with the Texans, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud here CJ did confirm he did not have surgery. So while D'Amico Ryans did not want to answer that question straight on last week, CJ himself tells us no surgery for him. We'll get to some more words from CJ here, but let's get to D'Amico Ryans. He was asked about CJ and his offseason and partly why he treated the situation the way he did. Here's D'Amico Ryans on CJ.
Today, obviously, he was a lot more active today. What did you like about what you saw from him?
CJ threw today, right? All right. Just CJ's a competitor. Last week, CJ, he was adamant about going out and practicing. It just showed the type of person that CJ is. For me, as a head coach, it's important for me to just make sure we're protecting him, making sure we're doing what's best for CJ, and not really worried about the outside opinions or other people. Nobody knows the information about our players more than me. And so I've got to make sure I always do what's in the best interest of our players, first and foremost with their health and wellness. That's always in the forefront of my mind. And so that's why the decision was made about CJ. I saw him out throwing today. He looked pretty fine.
D'Amico Ryans, from all the eyes on him this morning, at least CJ, all the eyes on CJ, he looked fine. And D'Amico echoed that as well. So clearly a story to talk about, but not a story to obsess over. And right now seems to not be an issue at all. Let's hear from CJ Stroud on it. He noticed the conversations about him. He heard them. So we'll hear from CJ in a little bit. But he found it humorous, all the conversations regarding his availability. So we'll hear from CJ in a little bit. The deal for Nick Chubb is official. He passes physical. 1-year deal for Nick Chubb, $2.5 million. That deal can get up to $5 million. Incentives involved, probably something to do with him as far as games being played and certainly numbers being put up. And with Joe Mixon in the mix, I wonder how many carries Nick Chubb will get, because Joe Mixon was the workhorse. And of course, we've got a guy in Nick Chubb who's coming off an injury, and Joe Mixon is another guy who has had injury issues. At least he did last year, and he's been unavailable throughout last seen in a walking boot. So maybe there'll be less on Joe Mixon this year, considering D'Amico's interest in the wellness of his players. Last year, Joe Mixon, 245 carries, and some of that was limited by the hip drop tackles he suffered the year before in Cincinnati, 257. So he's willing to tote the rock. We will see if Nick Chubb can lessen some of that burden on Joe Mixon, because Joe Mixon only played in 14 games in the regular season last year and got up to 245 carries. So if we're talking about if he was available for all 17, you're looking at maybe 270, 275, maybe more than that. When I think about it, maybe upwards in the 285 range. So if he would have played all 17, he would have had maybe right around his second most carries in his entire career at age 28, or at least, he'll be 29 in July. So maybe this is a time to go get another back like Nick Chubb to not put as much strain on Joe Mixon whenever he is healthy. So the Nick Chubb signing could be a big one, and it may spell the end of Dameon Pierce, considering they did bring back Dare Ogunbowale, and they also drafted Woody Marks. So here's CJ Stroud. Found the conversations about his availability kind of funny. Here's his response to those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I was already throwing, before you guys see me out there, pretty normally. It's just, I think y'all don't have much to talk about, so everything is blown up in all season, so I'm fine, man. I'm really okay.
He's fine, did not have surgery, and yes, he's correct in certain ways. In some ways, we don't have a lot to talk about regarding football in the offseason, but you throwing out of view of the media is going to lead to questions being asked. And we've talked about it here on the show and just the station overall. The Texans have the right to deflect and not answer questions in a way that may be more open, particularly if there's nothing really to hide. And a week after him not throwing his back, and apparently he pushed for it. So there it is. So now we move to what the season will be. The offensive line, according to people who saw, kind of struggled with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson today. Now, you're not wearing pads, so it's always kind of shaky to evaluate offensive line play. But the tackles in question were the ones with the issues, and now you've got Blake Fisher and Cam Robinson out there playing tackle. The starting unit, I believe, was Robinson, Tomlinson, and I'm blanking on the center. They also had Titus Howard and Blake Fisher out there. So we move past CJ, and now we go to can the people in front of him do their jobs? And at first look in minicamp, they had their issues with, well, 2 elite pass rushers. So you may comfort yourself with saying those are pretty good guys they're facing. But when you have not a new starter, as far as Robinson, he started throughout his career, but a new starter in the city, and you have a second-year player who was kind of thrust into playing because of the issues in other places. You want those guys to step up, because no matter what you think of Nick Caley, no matter what you think of Cole Popovich, if the talent out there isn't up to a level where they can hold up, you can kind of bury the offense right now, particularly if it's the tackles. Look, certainly you can deal with it. You can step up, and if your guards are strong, but if your tackles are bad, your game planning around them from the jump, you're going to limit what you can accomplish. So as much as they've done to add to their skill units with the running back acquisitions, with the drafting of wide receivers, and the trade for Christian Kirk, the biggest impediment to what this Texans team hope they can accomplish is those guys up front. Look, and they went out of their way to at least address it with the trading of Larry Tunsil and discarding of Shaq Mason. The question that they will have to be faced with, if it doesn't go well early, did they do enough to strengthen a unit that was bad, and the players they acquired were bad in their previous spots? The only one who's got a kind of a blank slate is Arante Ursary, the drafted player out of Minnesota. We don't know what he will be, and at least at the moment, he's not in a position to start. He's more of a swing tackle. But you need Blake Fisher, your most recent draft pick at tackle, to be a guy you hit on. And Nick Casario right now, at this point, doesn't have a track record of hitting on offensive linemen, and didn't even mention that Kenyon Green had to go as well. So you look at that you starting unit. The only person that you've drafted in the last couple of years that you've diverted resources to that's actually in it is Blake Fisher. And at least on this day, he did not play particularly well. Shorts and a jersey with no pads and a helmet don't mean much, but at least the early reporting is your best players on defense had their way, and maybe that's what you want, at least on June 10th. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next. And then it's the Killer Bees. Had a good time here in Lake Charles in the Golden Nugget. You guys can do that as well whenever you want. It's a quick drive. Have a good time. Play poker. Play blackjack. Play the slots. It's all here for you. And, of course, I'm sitting in the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's a great spot to be in for big events. Of course, the NBA Finals are going on. And when football's back, it's a perfect place to be. Have all these TVs. You can watch all the games you want. And it's a great spot for fantasy football as well. If that's something you want to do with your buddies, you can do that here in the DraftKings Sportsbook. AJ, appreciate you, what you did the last couple of days. I'll be back in Houston tomorrow along with John and Lance. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
I'm never going to thank Jason Whitlock for anything, but I thank AJ for playing that as we head out for the day. All right, Paul Gallant up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
1-2. This ball's drilled. Naylor has ended the night in grand fashion.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You heard voice guy himself say it, 713-780-3776 to call it the text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, all the avenues to get aboard the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Also on X at ESPN 975. Or at Gallant Says, or at Sean A. Mapes. On the gram at ESPN 975. On the TikTok live at ESPN 97.5. We're everywhere. And you know where the Houston Astros are? First place in the American League West by now 3 games after what you just heard right there. That was a game last night. The Astros had it off between the Seattle Mariners and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona won 8-4 on a walk-off grand slam. So, you got the Mariners losing and giving the Astros a little bit more room. You got, of all teams, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in 3rd place. The Texas Rangers are in 4th. The A's, who don't have a home, they stink. 26-42. I know that this show doesn't exactly have the best track record when it comes to predictions and bold declarations in the world of baseball. Remember, one time we famously killed the Texas Rangers in September of 2023. In our defense, we were correct. The Astros just didn't take care of business in the ALCS, right? That's how a takesman actually goes out on his shield.
Yeah.
You blame the team that lost for not making you right, Sean.
Yeah. No, we were right. They lost the AL West.
Yeah.
What happened in the playoffs? That's another story.
Exactly.
We had no control over that.
We had no control. The Astros still won the AL West. So some would say that this show does not exactly have a good track record with that. There was also last year when this show was called Gallant and George with Joe George, where we laid the Astros to rest probably, I don't know, May 20th or something like that. In our defense, we also were right there. They were dead, but just like the man upstairs, they came back from the dead, right? So listen, we've made predictions. They haven't ended up being true, but know that we were right all along. And you might be wondering to yourself, Paul, wow, you're doing a really dramatic build up to something on this June 10th of 2025. But guess what, guys? I'm ready. I am ready to do something that everyone in this town is too chicken bleat to do. The greatest baseball mind in Houston, Texas is ready to tell you something that you already know. Call it. The Astros have won the American League West. Huzzah!
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
It's over. They're God's team. It's done. Up 3 games on the Mariners. Up several games on the Angels and the Rangers. It's done. You might be thinking to yourself, Paul, of all the dumb things that you've said about baseball, this might take the cake. Does it take the cake? Huh. Take a look at the Astros schedule the remainder of the year. I did a lot of research today. Did you know that to this point, the Astros have played the fewest games against teams under 500 in all of baseball? 15. Did you know, based off of a lot of research, which I did turn over to artificial intelligence and honestly took way too long to do this research, showing me the way that they did their research along the way. I used Grok. Grok, maybe don't show your work. It makes you seem dumb. But per Grok on X, which is an artificial intelligence device, and per Tankathon, the Astros have the easiest schedule left in baseball. They won the AL West. It's over. The Mariners can't score. The Rangers can't score. Both of those teams can pitch. Maybe they have more depth than the Astros pitching-wise. The Astros can't really score either. So, again, a lot of arguments that you could use against me if you so choose. But you know what I'd call that? Blasphemy. Series, not over, because there's a lot of season left. There's almost, in fact, 100 games left, right? Why did I say series over? Season also not over. But, I mean, we looked at the rest of the first half of the schedule. They got 2 tough series the rest of the way. They're against National League teams. It's the Phillies, who have lost 9 of 10. It's the Dodgers. That's really it. That's really it. And all of a sudden, if you take a look at all the websites that do power rankings, the Astros are slowly creeping towards the top. Some sites have them as high as 8. They have the 6th best odds as far as making the playoffs, and people are still refusing to put them in that top tier, but they're slowly creeping up those power rankings. And up 3 games on the Seattle Mariners after a walk-off home run by the Arizona Diamondbacks on a night where the Astros didn't play and are about to play the Chicago White Sox. I'm ready to call it. I will also note, I'm going to say this really quickly, the views of the Paul Gallant Show do not necessarily reflect the views of everyone else at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975 as well. Also, they do not necessarily reflect reality or real baseball thought, because Paul doesn't really do that thing. And he's not even going to watch the Astros White Sox game tonight because the White Sox suck. And the Astros, really, they should win that game and the next game and the next game. And on top of that, I'm watching the movie Ballerina starring Ana de Armas, who's playing the new John Wick. Boom. Just wanted to add that little clarification there. So AL West is over. And now I think the real question is, okay, well, should the Astros start playing for a first-round matchup that's favorable to them, right? That's what we do since the division's over. That's what we do.
Who do you want the Astros to play in the first round?
Right. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Who do you want the Astros to play in? Because they're going to make it to the real playoffs this time around. They're not going to do that stupid wild card thing. Oh, yeah, that's another prediction I got wrong when I predicted the Astros would dust bust the Tigers. That's fine. All of that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, guys.
Okay.
Season is already figured out. Call it. The Astros won the AL West last night. Isn't this the best baseball talk in town? I mean, a lot of people are saying it. Personally, I'm very humble. You guys know this. I don't like to put myself up on a pedestal like that, but facts are facts. 3-game lead with 98 games to play against those bums. Oh, done. It's over.
I mean, last year at this time, they're down by 10 games.
Exactly. Exactly.
They're basically up 13 games.
That is the best math that's ever been done on the show, Sean Mapes. That's the best math that's ever been done.
They got this.
People are asking right now, Paul, are you being serious? Yeah, I am. Just like I was serious when I killed the Rangers. Just like I was serious when I killed the Astros last year. Just like I was serious when I said the Astros would get a 2-game dust busting of the Tigers. This show knows ball. And sometimes the reality doesn't reflect our predictions. That's reality's fault. Yeah. Not our fault.
Right pick, wrong result.
Exactly. So anyway, they're playing the White Sox the next couple of games. As far as the White Sox go, it's really interesting to take a look at them big picture. Imagine you're really excited that your ownership is leaving. They just sold themselves to Justin Ishbia, the brother of Suns owner Matt Ishbia. But here's the thing. Jerry Reinsdorf, who owns the White Sox, could step away from the White Sox between 2029 and 2033. Or he outright has to step away in 2034. 2029 to 2033. That is a big window. On top of that, what year is it right now? 2025. If you're a White Sox fan, you got to wait 4 years for that window to open. Also, apparently the White Sox lost out on a bid for a new stadium to a soccer team, the Chicago Fire. God, that's got to be brutal. I feel for White Sox fans. And this does seem like one of those series where maybe the Astros don't take care of business because they're playing against a bunch of bums. And it is at Dyken Park, and they had the day off going into it. But I can understand that there might be some out there that are saying this looks too easy. Will the White Sox play a little bit more motivated now that they know that 4 years from now they might have a new owner if he decides to opt out? I don't know. It's a question that is worth asking for sure.
Between 4 and 8 years from now, they might have a new owner.
Man, I gotta play. I'm gonna do it for Mr. Reinsdorf.
He's 100% like hedging his bets of like, what if we get good again? And like, I kind of want to hold on for when we're good in 10 years.
I think you're right.
Like,
I mean, think about that. Like
that's how long of a time frame this is.
Right, because that's the byproduct of tanking. Generally takes, at least if we already use the Astros,
it's like 5 years.
Something to make a prediction is 4 to 5 years or so. So yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. He's got diamond hands that nobody around him wants him to have.
I know everyone is like, you can just sell it tomorrow. Like you could just walk away right now.
Tomorrow, honestly, the White Sox value would probably go up significantly, not just because of the purchase price, but because there's no Reinsdorf touching the team anymore. Most Chicago sports fans, Joe will tell you, they hate the Reinsdorf family. Anyway, also their top positional prospect, Kyle Teal, has been called up. So he's played a couple of games.
All right.
Yeah.
Get ready for the bigs. Get ready for the ALS champs.
Watch out.
The 2025 ALS champs.
Right. It starts with Kyle Teal, the next
Yeah.
Jose Altuve. Another prediction that we will 100% go back to if we end up being right about. But you could probably tell that.
Get back to us in 10 years.
Like much of this segment, that may have been a sarcastic comment made because there was no actual baseball game to talk about last night. We got to make filet mignon out of our chicken poo. I know that doesn't work out, but we figure out a way to do it. Don't look at the contents of how we made this. Just don't think about it, okay?
Yeah. Enjoy these McNuggets, all right?
Right.
Don't think about
Just enjoy the crispy breading around the whatever's in there, okay? Your dog's not in that. Neither is your cat, okay? We don't do that. ...
The views of Paul Gallant do not reflect those.
The views of ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That's right. Call it. The AL West has been won. Up next, it turns out the thing that everyone was freaking out about was nothing to freak out about when it comes to Houston sports. What was that? You'll find out on the other side. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It seems that everyone was freaking out about CJ Stroud not throwing at OTAs due to shoulder soreness, general shoulder soreness to be specific, / perhaps a pectoral injury. It seems everyone's collective freak out to that was unnecessary because guess who was throwing at OTAs today? Excuse me, at Houston Texans mandatory minicamp today. It was CJ Stroud. Does this mean that everything is 100%? Not necessarily. But I think that we can now pause and stop worrying about whether or not this guy's going to be good to go. How did he get hurt? We got a little more clarity from that on Sports Sunday on Channel 2 with Randy McIlvoy and Big Sarge Sports, along with Aaron Wilson of Channel 2. Here's what Wilson, their Houston Texans insider and one of the more plugged-in insiders when it comes to NFL news, had to say about Stroud Sunday night.
Care about us? They not in that sense. Care about us generally. Don't care about our opinion of CJ and his shoulder. And it's still, it's just a connective thing. It's muscles in the shoulder. And it was exacerbated by weightlifting combined with throwing. And that's what led to this situation. It is not a big deal. He will be ready for training camp.
And now he's ready for mandatory minicamp. He threw today. As far as I can tell, his shoulder did not see his arm fall out of it. I'm not a doctor. And of course, the Houston Texans are going to be very coy when it comes to talking about injuries. But it seems the collective freak out and the amount of people who are acting concerned about CJ Stroud are now going to have to find some new content when it comes to news coming out of Houston Texans offseason news. They're going to have to find content elsewhere. I'm looking at you, Damian Woody, yesterday on NFL Live.
Hey, Graz, when the last time the Houston Texans played a game? Back in January, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They haven't played a game since January. And your quarterback's not throwing in the offseason? No contact? To me, that's red flags everywhere. I know that's the team's job. The team's job is to downplay these type of things. But when your quarterback is not throwing the ball in off-season workouts, I'm sorry. Like that throws up red flags for me. And so when you combine what you're seeing from Houston, as far as the quarterback not throwing, they got issues along the offensive line, a reshuffled offensive line. Man, this situation in Houston offensively worries me.
This time of year, everyone that's covering the league from a national perspective is looking for content wherever they can find it. So CJ Stroud not throwing at OTAs, which certainly is unusual, became something that allowed people to talk about the Houston Texans nationally for a change. So that's at least neato. If you are the way that I used to be, watching ESPN, waiting for my favorite team to be mentioned, that's what it was like back in the day. You had to sit back and wait for your favorite team to be discussed on SportsCenter. Couldn't go on the internet to look up what happened. No, you had to wait at night for SportsCenter to talk about your favorite team.
Surely they'll get to the NL Central here after the commercial break.
And they had teases going into the commercial breaks, and you're wondering, wait, is this when they're finally going to show the Red Sox highlights? Is this when they're finally going to touch on the Patriots offseason news? It sucks. So I empathize with the NFL content creators and talking heads and blabbers and all that stuff. You're looking for something, but right now, guess what? That was a whole lot of nothing. Nothing. And you were acting like you were concerned. I'm concerned about what's going on with the Texans. Did you have a futures bet on them? Why are you concerned? That's the fun one that I've seen a lot of. I'm concerned about it. No, you aren't. You're concerned that there's nothing to talk about and that you didn't save yourself enough vacation days to go and leave the country this time of year so you didn't have to talk about this stupid crap. This is fill-in time for the national talking heads. This is when the fill-ins come in and ESPN tries to see if they found a diamond in the rough. This is when Jason McIntyre's sitting in for Colin Cowherd, making people drive off the road because they can't stand his takes. This is that time of year. I'm concerned. Save it. I'm concerned. I saw a lot of that out there locally as well. I wasn't. Could I have been concerned in July and in training camp? Sure. Could I have been concerned in the regular season? Also sure. But people talking about concern and fear at this time of year, fart noise. That's what I think it is. Now, as far as anything that I want to see at Houston Texans minicamp, these are the only things I'm curious about. These are also BS practices. Generally, they even cancel the third mandatory minicamp practice. That's at least how the Texans have operated the last couple of years. But they could be losing out on valuable reps. Takes I used to have. I'll admit it. I used to be a part of this. You get away from working on a football station, a football team's flagship station. You realize, oh yeah, I am creating urgency because my boss is telling me to create urgency. I'm not forcing it, not mandating it, but I'm creating a sense of urgency. There's none of that this time of year, but this is what I am intrigued by when it comes to the Texans at minicamps. Is Stroud at all limited? How nagging is the pain? Is he even going to talk about it? I know that he did speak with the media, and we'll react to some of what he had to say later in the show. What offensive line rotation is getting the most reps? That is kind of interesting. It at least gives you a barometer of what the Texans' offensive line, at least in the eyes of D'Amico Ryans and their offensive line coach, Cole Popovich, in the eyes of Nick Caserio, it gives them an idea of what they want the offensive line to be, what they think the offensive line should be. But things could change between now and the end of training camp, due to injuries, due to random signings that happen in August. But that is also intriguing to me. I'm not excited about it. I am curious to know if any rookie wide receivers are getting first-team reps. Is Jaden Higgins going to get any looks? Jalen Noel, the two Iowa State kids? Because I know it's Nico Collins, number one. I know it's Christian Kirk, number two. And after that, who's in the best shape? Who's in the worst shape? We did have one shape take from Cody Stutes on one Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher's looking good. Does that mean that he's going to be a good player this coming season compared to last? I don't know. This time of year and these kind of practices, much like Damian Woody is scraping the bottom of the barrel for content to talk about, and the NFL Live crew is doing the same thing. This time of year, if you're taking away anything from OTAs or mini camp, you should be taking it with all of the salt. Himalayan salt, which Stephon Diggs had on that boat. Could be that. Could be sea salt. That's what I generally use when I'm cooking. You know, it's like the big old sea salt, you know? I know a lot of people do the old fashioned, like little tiny granules. Nah. You got to do the sea salt. Got to get those big old granules and put it in your steak.
The big rocks.
Oh, yeah. Give me those rocks, Sean. Give me those rocks.
Fiending for those rocks.
Yeah. You know, when I make a steak, and this is what I do, teaching everybody something, okay? What you do is you put some black pepper on it. You put some salt rocks on it. You put a little garlic powder on it. You put a little Italian seasoning on it. Just a splash of balsamic vinaigrette on it. And then you rub it in. Oh, yeah. Rub it. Oh, yeah. Rub it all over. And then after that, this is the best part. People don't know about this. Some espresso coffee grounds, and you rub it all over. So what that does, it tenderizes the meat. So there you go. You leave it in the fridge for like a day. Then the next day, what you do, you sear each side of the steak for like 30 to 40 seconds on your stovetop. If you don't have a grill, and you put it in the oven, 20 minutes at 200 or so. Boom. Boom. There you go. Paul, get back to talking about Texans minicamp.
Yeah,
Fine.
please. Back to
Make
Texans
hungry?
minicamp.
Getting hungry there? Yeah.
No, just I want to know about Nick Chubb.
He's alive.
Because I think that's now our new talking point. We've moved on from CJ Stroud's shoulder. We've moved on to Nick Chubb. Huh?
Nick Chubb.
Super Bowl contender with Nick Chubb?
Well, guess what? He signed a 1 year, $2.5 million contract with the Texans.
Steal. Good job, Casario.
And on top of that, saw this video from Will Kunkel, CJ Stroud, and his shoulder, which was a concern a little bit ago. It's connected to his arm, and that arm gave Nick Chubb a handshake. It gave Nick Chubb a handshake.
There we go.
I said Chubb. Forget about that, okay? Forget about everything. So there you go. Houston Texans are in the midst of minicamp, and that is truly all we got.
Major news.
But CJ Stroud's fine,
Yeah.
and Nick Chubb is there. He's wearing number 21. The funny part, too, is I'm seeing all these people like posting clips from the part of camp that you're allowed to post video from. And I'll admit, I do post this on Instagram, but not because it's valuable. I post it because it looks cool to post it on Instagram. It's like, hey, my job's cool. This is what I'm doing today for work. I'm out at practice. That's what I do. But now that I'm a single man, that doesn't matter anymore, you know? I'm not a single man anymore. I don't need to post that. So I don't have to do this anymore. And it is really funny to see like videos of a guy running half speed and getting a handoff. But I've seen a lot of that right now. Nick Chubb, hey, he doesn't seem to be limited running half speed, coming off with a broken foot.
Okay.
And the injuries that he suffered.
He looks at home at half speed. Okay.
Yeah, he
comfortably half speed.
You know what? It does make me wonder. Am I faster than Nick Chubb? Full speed me, faster than half speed Nick Chubb. Might be. Embrace debate. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Just like this is the greatest baseball mind show in Houston. We did say the Astros have already won the American League West because the Mariners lost on a walk-off grand slam yesterday. This is also the number one show in Houston when it comes to football talk. We did get a couple of texts in the last segment. You probably jinxed the Astros, Paul. Epic Astros meltdown coming in 3-2-1. Thanks, Paul. Hey, they're up 3 games with the AL West. It wouldn't be epic. It wouldn't be epic. Texter asks, was Russell Wilson talked about in Seattle as much as CJ's being talked about in Houston every day like this? When Russell Wilson started asking for the trade, yes. Before that, the idea of letting Russ cook, whether the Seahawks offense should be geared around Russell Wilson throwing more and the Seahawks running less, that also was an everyday conversation. So to answer your question, yeah, Seattle's obsessed with football. On a level I thought Houston was, but Houston doesn't really care about the NFL as much. That's a fact, at least specifically the local NFL team. Could they someday? Yes, if they win. It's a bandwagon sports town. I don't judge us for that. It's who we are. Embrace it. Accept it. The team's good. They're good. We care when they're good. When they're not, whatever. Up next, everything you missed over the weekend in sports that we didn't get to on yesterday's show. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports, the things we didn't get to touch on yesterday's show. You know us as the greatest baseball mind show in all of Houston. You know us as the greatest football mind show in all of Houston. And now you know us as the greatest tennis mind show in all of Houston. That's right. Carlos Alcaraz. We are big fans of Carlos Alcaraz on this show, mainly because we don't know a lot of other tennis players that are playing currently, because I think Roger Federer stopped, and it's just
Djokovic,
right?
still around. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Rafael Nadal is playing anymore, but Carlos Alcaraz won the French Open over something called Yannick Sinner.
Great name.
It is a cool name if he's real. Star Wars character or tennis player, Yannick Sinner. Not sure. It's Carlos Alcaraz's 5th Grand Slam. He is 22. Makes you hate yourself a little bit if you're a little bit up there in age, maybe 36 or something like that. He came back from 2 sets down and saved 3 match points, which, in case you don't know, we are, after all, the greatest tennis mind show here in Houston sports. That's tough to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like being down to your last strike 3 different times.
Pretty much. Also, guess how long this match took?
I know, forever.
5.5 hours. The longest final in the Open era. I will say this about tennis, a sport that I have dumped on in the past, mainly because I just do not like the country club nature of tennis. I feel the same way about golf. It does involve a lot of activity. Playing anything for 5.5 hours, even if there are breaks, does require a tremendous amount of athleticism.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're also not, like, getting subbed out.
Right.
You know, like, it is 5.5 hours of actual physical activity and, like, quick bursts athleticism, too.
Quick bursts, and your shoulder is getting a workout with every single serve, and your arms are getting a workout with every single time you swing the club. 5.5 hours is a long period of time. So a lot of respect to Carlos Alcaraz for what he did. Stanley Cup Finals, Florida leads 2-1 over Edmonton. They won 6-1 last night. Edmonton was called for 21 penalties, featuring 85 minutes of penalty time. Some are suggesting that they are getting riled up by the Panthers. For those who don't know, the Panthers have a guy by the name of Brad Marchand, who is the all-time agitator of hockey history. I remember back during a Bruins-Vancouver Canucks Stanley Cup Finals game in 2011, where Marchand legitimately punched a guy 6 or 7 times in the face, trying to get him to fight back. Also, he wasn't called for a penalty for it, which was hilarious. So he is essentially the leader of the Florida Panthers. One of the Edmonton Oilers players, so annoyed by the Florida Panthers, took a water bottle and squirted it on the Panthers bench. But they're all saying, yeah, the Panthers aren't under our skin. There was also a brawl after an Oilers player cross-checked a Panthers player, and there were 5 one-on-one fights on the ice at once, which is sick. So there you go. To soccer we go. U.S. men's soccer lost at Nations League for the 3rd straight loss in international play, this time against my least favorite European country, Turkey. 2-1. Bunch of Alperin Şengün stands on here, probably excited about that. Landon Donovan, U.S. men's national team great, called them out after the fact. This led to some backlash from current U.S. men's team players, specifically one, but here's Landon Donovan in the meantime.
And I can't help but think, and I said this in the beginning of the show, this is what it means to represent your country. Correct. This is what it means. And if you don't want to take this as a professional soccer player and someone who gets the opportunity to wear that jersey and take it seriously and responsibly, then don't come in. This is what it means. He's 40 years old. He's played a long-ass season. He's tired. He's out there grinding, hurt himself in the process. And I can't help but think about some of our guys who are on vacation right now, not wanting to play in the Gold Cup. This is what it's pissing me off.
That is in reference to Christian Pulisic, who has not played basically any of the U.S. men's national team games. And I guess everyone's just expecting him to come back in and fit right in with the U.S. men's team when he comes back. Christian Pulisic's dad fired back at Landon Donovan on social media, highlighting that Landon Donovan once took an extended break. And on top of that, suggested that Landon Donovan grow a pair. Christian Pulisic liked this post on Instagram. This is how beef and receipts are kept tab of in sports in 2025. More, in case you missed it, former Villanova coach Jay Wright joins Dan Hurley and Rick Pitino as college coaches who are not interested in the vacant New York Knicks coaching gig. We learned that via Seth Davis. Sharpie to Jay Wright. That was lame. Rockets legend Michael Beasley. Remember when he played for them? Well, he played Lance Stevenson one-on-one. If you were listening to the show on Friday, you would have heard Michael Beasley bleep talking Lance Stevenson before this one-on-one game actually took place. Earmuffs for all the kids out there.
But I'm gonna do it to you real. I'm gonna do it to you real nice and slow. You understand? I'm gonna do it to you sexy. I'm gonna make them people love you tonight. You understand? For real. I'm gonna make the people love you. Already. I'm gonna have you shake it ass. I'm gonna make you dance, Lance. No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna make you dance, Lance. We gonna get straight to it. I'm gonna bring my dancing shoes and I'm gonna tap all over that court. You understand? You better. No. Nobody in the world ever did that. Hello, everybody. Nobody at your service.
So there you go. Got a little sexual. And then Michael Beasley, who apparently is the greatest one-on-one basketball player ever, he beat Lance Stevenson 31-21 in a gym in front of live people in this one-on-one match for $100,000. On his Instagram story afterwards, Michael Beasley had a follow-up. He had this to say: "We made a sex tape that Kim Kardashian would envy," referring to, again, Michael Beasley playing a one-on-one game against Lance Stevenson. Michael Beasley, a little kinky.
It is an interesting way that he views at least one-on-one basketball.
Yeah, very
insight into his mind.
Continuing, in case you missed it, we had some fun live mic moments over the weekend. First, here is Tennessee baseball coach Tony Vitello. Just listen for it. You'll hear it.
4 outings now, really since the post-Texas game, I guess. So that would be 2 appearances. Okay. Since Miami of Ohio.
Gotcha.
Oh, sorry, that was pretty nasty.
That's all right. We all do it. Yeah, I know. Offensively.
He just hucked a loogie due to allergies. We do all do that. It's pretty awesome to do it in the middle of a broadcast. That's pretty awesome. Wasn't a very bony loogie, you know. That wasn't bad. I've heard worse, Sean. That's not bad.
I mean, it's as bad as you'll hear on a broadcast, because normally that's where I throw the challenge flag on. We all do this.
Maybe not while in the midst
not
of
with
a
the headset
conversation
on
with
yeah.
somebody. It does
mid-sentence.
suck,
It was mid-sentence.
It does suck when all of a sudden, allergy-wise, you are in a spot where you just got a ton of it just dripping down your nose into your throat. It does suck. So I empathize. Sometimes I have to do it during a commercial break, and I'll have a whole segment where it's up there, especially when I'm doing my live stream. It happens all the time. You'll notice I'll go down to the floor. It's probably because I'm having to huck a loogie due to just talking for about like 45 minutes straight. Also, in live mic fun, I always have to say his name slowly. Yankees infielder Jazz Chisholm was mic'd up during this moment on Sunday Night Baseball.
I think we're looking at... One second. Oh. Damn it! Spin throw.
Spin throw is right. Difficult play. Difficult.
Yeah, that's all right. We gonna get it.
I like the damn it. I wish it was a little more unfiltered. I would have probably yelled something else. But damn it, look at Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah.
Actually knowing the rules that he cannot break on a live broadcast. Can't say GD, can only say damn it.
No. Tried to do a kind of whirling spin throw while he was mic'd up. Would have been an all-time moment. Unfortunately, he threw it like 5 feet too far for the first baseman. That's why you get like you said, perfectly clean, FCC friendly. Damn it.
Damn it.
And then Carr Ravage. That was a very difficult throw.
Right, I know, like patting him on the shoulder.
Yeah, don't feel bad, kid.
They feel bad probably because they're like, "Oh, damn, we made this ever happen." It probably was somewhat related.
Yeah, 10. I mean, up until the second the pitch was thrown, he was. I forgot what the question was, but he was, answering what his favorite Star Wars movie is or whatever they're asking him.
Exactly. It's cool sometimes, but most times it ends up being pretty boring.
Yeah.
And it also leads to moments like this where even if that's not linked to Jazz Chisholm throwing that away, I mean, a lot of people are going to think it was linked and they're going to get pissed off about it.
Yeah, especially if you're, in this case, a Yankees fan. Like, if you're a fan of the Sunday Night Baseball team as the guy is getting interviewed in the outfield or in the infield, like, you're anxious the entire time because you're like, they're going to hit it straight to him and he's going to screw it up because he's talking to Carl Ravage.
One last one for in case you missed it. Guess who had his bachelor party over the weekend? In Miami, of all places. Deshaun Watson. They rented luxury sports cars. Couldn't buy them. Deshaun?
Yeah.
Nice groomsman gift. Oh, wait. A lot of that guaranteed money is probably going to legal fees. Also, get this. Some guys went out with Deshaun Watson to go get Poppy steak. I love Poppy steak. I've never heard of it, but I love it. And there's a custom menu and everything. What a wonderful time for Deshaun Watson and his bachelor party. Good for Deshaun Watson having that one last release before he ends up being married, in addition to all the other ones. Hey, that's in case you missed it, everybody. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll respond to some of the things that you said over the course of hour number one and a question for you, because things keep getting dicier and dicier at this place that I'm pretty sure everyone in Houston has been to at least once. Popular Houston places you no longer go to. We'll discuss. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You'll hear from CJ Stroud in the next segment. He weighed in on his shoulder, and you aren't going to want to miss what he had to say. But since it's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, a couple of things to clean up. People were wondering, hey, is Joe Mixon alive or is he dead? Joe Mixon, Texans minicamp. It's a good question. Is he okay? Is he back to health? Is he not there? It's a good question. It's a very good question. I looked it up on X, and get this. I do not see any Joe Mixon clips of him taking a handoff half speed from any Texans quarterback. Trouble in paradise? Should we do this as our new, well, CJ Stroud's fine, but what's the deal with Joe Mixon? Will that get us through the dark days of June? Someone else texted in, did the Texans sign Nick Chubb to get attention off Stroud? No, they didn't. Also, some people were asking about the way that I cook. I was talking about cooking steak. Someone correctly texted out, you finish off the steak preparation with the Heimlich. Yes, that's true. I've choked on steak 4 times in my life. Another texter asks if the big salts that I put on my steak are bath salts. Damn, I never thought about that. A little bath salt rub for my steak. We could have some really interesting takes if I took things that route. Saw this yesterday. I'm got a little concerned. It's not that far away from me. Did you know that in the last 3 weeks, there's been 3 shootings in the Galleria parking lot? I was pretty stunned to see this. This is a post from ABC 13. Caught on camera. Driver opens fire inside Galleria parking garage. 3rd mall shooting in 3 weeks. 3 in 3 weeks? Has the Galleria really gotten that bad? I don't really go to the Galleria anymore, mainly because it's a pain in the ass to park and it's a lot of space to walk around and I'm too lazy. And I'm not going into every single store. Back in the day when I was a high school aged kid or an early college aged kid, before Amazon blew up the way that it did, I certainly would have enjoyed walking around the mall, looking for fun stuff to buy. But 3 shootings in 3 weeks, that's pretty sus. It has me wondering, of all popular places in Houston, which places do you no longer go to? I got one. I don't go on Washington anymore. Washington was fun back in the day. Washington has changed a little bit. Is it because of situations perhaps related to what's going on at the Houston Galleria? Well, as far as the guns, yes, it is. It actually is. I imagine people don't go to Greens Point Mall anymore, which also was called, I believe, Guns Point at some point in time. That's pretty hard sounding. But where else do you no longer go to? Slopez69 says, Galleria, more like Gunneria. That was pretty good. Parts of town you no longer go to. I wish personally, and this has nothing to do with actually anything gun related for a change, but I wish I did not have to go to the spot where not only the Houston Texans play their games, but also the place where the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is located. The NRG arena / stadium / center area / Astrodome area. I wish I didn't have to go there as much as I actually have to go there. It's not like the area is sketchy. It's just kind of ugly. Right? Can we all agree on that? It's not the prettiest. It's a little dirty. It's not really anything to do outside of these massive parking lots. You just walk around a lot. Yeah. Some interesting comments on the YouTube and the Twitch. I suppose I should have perhaps predicted that this would be the way that things take themselves when you ask, hey, what places in Houston do you no longer go to? I'm not going to lie, though. The Galleria, outskis. Worst part about the Galleria is actually just driving nearby it around Christmas time. I'll say that I do not like to drive west of Fountain View and Voss on Westheimer. You get a little bit past Voss, past Voss. Oh my God. Turns into Mad Max Fury Road. From the 832, someone saying Sharpstown Mall. From the 832, you read my mind. I definitely don't go to Washington anymore, except for El Tiempo. I don't even go to that El Tiempo anymore. I go to the El Tiempo on Westheimer. That El Tiempo is a good one. I've been to that El Tiempo a lot, but I prefer the El Tiempo on Westheimer. But there's lots of really good El Tiempo locations. There's one near me that's also technically on Westheimer, but I can never get my friends to go out to that side of town, which makes me a little annoyed because it's about a 22-minute drive to go to the El Tiempo Westheimer location that's closer to downtown. You know, the one that's right next to Numbers. Numbers? I'll still go there. That place is weird in a fun way. Numbers on a Friday night? Ever been? Oh, you will see some sights. And you will not see those sights anywhere else. Slowpace69 says, the Richmond Strip. RIP Coco Loco. Bowling alleys inside the loop, says Virginia Buttonweed. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. So there you go. Places you no longer go to. I'm just going to admit it. If there's 3 shootings in 3 weeks at the Houston Galleria, I don't think I'm going to go to the Houston Galleria anymore. Even though there's a rink on the bottom floor. That rink is not getting me there anymore. That's just me, though.
Is it bad that it's mostly because of the parking for me?
It really is more the parking than
I
it
was
is
like,
the guns.
if the parking was more convenient.
But now the guns are in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose that if we're to empathize with the people that are pulling these guns out and one person did die, so we don't want to empathize too much, but that parking lot will drive a man to do things that he might not have done before. Parking in that parking lot?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody takes your parking spot. This is what happened at least in the last one. It was caught on video. Someone pulled into a parking spot that a guy thought that he was going to get to pull into. And even though he had pulled into a parking spot on his own, he decided to take out a gun and plop, plop, plop.
It's not over.
Right. Not over. I'm still mad that you cut me off. You took that spot. I wanted that spot, not this spot.
I had to walk 25 steps. Come on.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what? I have my gun with me.
I will say that's a really frustrating thing at grocery stores. I get it. It's hot outside. But the people that are waiting for a spot that's closer to the door and then while waiting for that spot, jam up traffic for everybody else who's looking for parking. Like, you fatty boombati, get out of your car and walk into the store. Oh, no, I might get heat stroke. No, you won't. You'll be fine. Walk into the store, get your extra steps in so that the heat stroke can't hurt you anymore the next time around. Yes, I am pointing the finger at you. Park your effing car. I hate driving around a parking lot. I'll park wherever. I do not need to be very close. One of my best friends was obsessed with I need to find the best parking spot, dog. No, you don't. You don't. You don't. You're driving an Audi A4. It's a nice car for college. It's not that nice of a car. Relax, Steve. Anyway, this is Steve, the Closet Bills fan.
Ouch.
Who I love. But that's
Sorry,
another
Steve.
thing. The car was sick. But it was like, Steve, come on. What? We can't park 3 spots closer? Or further away? What are we doing here? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You'll hear what CJ Stroud had to say about his shoulder today. Next, stick around. Houston Texans mini camp underway today. Mandatory attendance unless you're banged up. Guess who we saw out at practice today? CJ Stroud. And get this, he wasn't just handing the football off, he also was throwing the football. Wow. Perhaps all of this time, our concerns about CJ Stroud's shoulder were overreactions. After practice today, Stroud shared some laughs about concerns over his shoulder. Here is the starting quarterback of your Houston Texans.
Due to your off-season workout program?
A little bit, just I took this offseason very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right. So I was here like pretty early with Clint, our strength guy. So I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger. And it really went really well, but there's always risk and reward, so there's always risk to working hard. So it was a great off season. I think I got that done, but also, I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything,
That's in reference to Aaron Wilson on Sports Sunday night, saying, hey, one of the reasons Stroud's shoulder might have general soreness is that Stroud might have been doing a little bit of extra work in the weight room, which lent itself to the same kind of overtraining that we've heard JJ Watt talk about in the past. Maybe lifting all those tires on Hard Knocks, not the best for your back. And hell, we all know about one of our favorite Houston Texans ever, Brian Cushing, who fought and overcame overtrained athlete syndrome, which is a really tough plight.
Yeah, debilitating illness.
Is it an illness? Okay, Sean, I wasn't 100% sure. Overtrained athlete syndrome. More from CJ Stroud when asked about everyone freaking out about his injury.
Yeah, I mean, I was already throwing, before you guys see me out there pretty normally. I think y'all don't have much to talk about. So y'all everything is blown up in all season. So I'm fine, man. I'm really okay.
Whoa. Hey, CJ, I know you got bigger things to focus on. Winning a Super Bowl for the Houston Texans. Getting to the AFC Championship at least. Helping the Texans win a third straight AFC South. Getting your first career MVP. But CJ, I'm your friend here, okay? I've got some advice for you. You got to keep this in mind. This is huge. There have been very few players who have won this award. It's only been given out for the last 20 years. And when you answer questions like that, you are putting yourself in jeopardy. You could prevent yourself from winning the award. I am, of course, talking about the Good Guy Award, which is given out by the Pro Football Writers Association of America to the member of the NFL's Players Association who is making the media's job easier. And here you are right now saying that the media doesn't have anything to talk about. That Good Guy Award that you won in 2023, but you didn't defend your title last year. It's fine. You can't win it every single year. That's now at risk. That is in jeopardy. What is President DJ Bieneme going to say when he hears you say, oh, it seems like you guys have nothing to talk about? And I know what actually DJ will say, because DJ and I have been talking about this, and we're sort of annoyed by the entirety of this offseason program. But he might have to take a bullet. He might have to fall on the sword. You're saying the media's job is a little more difficult this time of year. It's never difficult for us. We're the media. We talk about sports for a living. We're important. So important. And you can't say that we've got nothing to talk about, even if we do have nothing to talk about, to the point where I said that the Astros won the AL West earlier today because the Mariners lost on a walk-off grand slam last night, and now the Astros have a 3-game lead, which is a season high. We have plenty to talk about, okay? And I know you care about that Good Guy Award. I mean, I saw the picture of you smiling with the actual trophy from that award. And yeah, the smile did seem a little confused and like, what the hell is this? Just a little bit. Wait, this is a real award? Are these bleeps serious? I know that might have been going through your head, but this is an important award. Okay? It's tough. It's tough to win an MVP. There's a lot of good quarterbacks. It's tough to win a Super Bowl. There's a lot of good teams. Don't throw out your chance to win the Pro Football Writers Association Good Guy Award, which is a real thing. And it's really stupid, and I think it's funny.
Yeah. Hey, there's a lot of competition within the Houston Texans for the Good Guy of the Year award.
Well, Joe Mixon, I think, would have won it last year.
Mixon, Will Anderson. Who knows?
true.
CJ Gardner-Johnson might be shooting up
CJ
the
Gardner-Johnson is going to be battling him for sure. Speaking of CJ Gardner-Johnson, Sean, perfect transition. Thank you for helping me out there. We have heard a lot from CJ Gardner-Johnson the last couple of days. Here's CJ Gardner-Johnson talking to CJ Stroud as I guess they were in the midst of photo day for the Texans. CJ.
Oh, that's my big brother from Twin. Why you got the breads on? Why you doing like that? Hey, this the best quarterback in the game right now.
CJ Stroud, best quarterback in the game. Embrace debate. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Can you call someone big brother when you're older than them? CJ Gardner-Johnson, I just looked this up, 27, born in 1997. CJ Stroud is definitely younger than that.
Yeah.
Can you call him big brother when your big brother is 23 years old, 4 years younger than you? Can you do that?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think that's why he switched it to twin. You know, he's the big twin brother.
It could be that. Listen, the twin, yes.
He did pivot. He pivoted fast.
They have the same name, so technically they are twins. I think that's why he called him his twin. Okay. But
that's how twins work, yeah.
But as a white, okay, I know you guys know I don't see color or hear color, but is that a term in the community, like calling someone that's your little brother your big brother? Is that a thing? I know Unc, but that's more young people, the old people thing.
Yeah.
That I think at first was part of the community, and then it was hijacked. As we do, we whites, we steal the cool things. Sorry, we're dorks. I don't know if that's a thing. I need to know. 713-780-3776. Tell a white man what's up.
Maybe next time we have DJ B&me in here, you can just, what's up, big bro?
Yeah, let's see how that works.
Just see how it lands.
He'll probably make a joke about me being old, so we know how that generally goes. More from CJ Gardner-Johnson. Guys, you got to get excited for the CJ Gardner-Johnson era of Texans football because the guy says a lot of interesting things. Here he is, 6 interceptions last year, Super Bowl champion, talking about his aspirations for the rest of his career.
I got 3 more championships in me. I'm gonna be honest with you, I got 3 more. I'm probably gonna win the next 3 years. I got 3.
Your legacy to be.
Wow. Okay, so that's enough. That's CJ Gardner-Johnson. Sorry, that was a poor job editing there. 3 championships. CJ Gardner-Johnson just said the Texans are winning the next 3 Super Bowls.
Oh, he said CJ Gardner-Johnson's winning the next 3.
Oh, wait.
So the Texans are at least getting 1.
That's true. CJ Gardner
contract.
Johnson contract. We're looking this up on the fly. 3-year, $27 million contract, but only $10 million guaranteed. So that's basically a 1-year deal. Someone he signed with the Philadelphia Eagles, I believe, this past offseason. So he might be basically on old Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. That's his first name. CHAUNCEY. He might only be here for 1 year, but it's good to know that the Texans are going to win a Super Bowl for CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah. I do love just going, yeah, I think I got 3 more in me.
I got 3 more in me. And then
3 more.
The next 3.
Yeah.
I like that too.
Yeah. I don't think there's ever like a Patriots player who's ever like, I think I got 3 more championships in
Right.
me.
The most you would get is Tom Brady, when asked about what his favorite championship, he would say the next one, which loved hearing. Oh man. Talk about rizehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975, 20% off your first order of Rise Reds Max strips. Talking about pants tense. I mean, Tom Brady saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Talking about the next one.
And CJ Gardner-Johnson also talking about the next 3.
The next 3. All his. Hopefully the Texans keep him around for all of them.
What if he's right? What if he's actually correct? And like the next 3 championships will be won by
This
CJ
might be,
Gardner-Johnson.
Sean, this might be our signature show. We've already made a bold prediction. And even though we were wrong on our last 3 bold early season Astros predictions,
Yeah.
even though we were wrong, the 4th time's the charm. AL West, call it. It's over. They were 3-game lead on the Mariners.
Mm-hmm.
2, we just played CJ Gardner-Johnson saying he's got 3 Super Bowls left in him, and he's winning the next 3. This is a very consequential show. Just so remember this.
June 10th.
Remember this on 6/10 that the greatest graduate of that, he just made a very important show. Subscribe to the podcast on Apple and on Spotify. If you roast it, I'll read the review on the air. There you go. All right. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Most interactive sports talk show in town. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. People are finally coming around on your Houston Astros. A rousing edition of Keep That Same Energy is next. You'll hear all of a sudden a bunch of people are starting to backtrack on their hot offseason takes about the Astros dynasty being over. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros had the day off last night. They play the Chicago White Sox for 3 to open up a homestand at Daikin Park. And they have a 3-game lead in the American League West. It's officially 3 after the Seattle Mariners lost on a walk-off grand slam to the Arizona Diamondbacks last night. The Astros have the easiest schedule left in baseball. And to this point, they have played the fewest sub-500 teams in baseball. So we're calling it. We're calling the AL West. And it seems that the rest of baseball is finally starting to realize that at least in 2025, the Houston Astros aren't going anywhere. It's time for Keep That Same Energy. All right, guys. Power rankings watch. The Astros are rising the power rankings across baseball. Fox Sports, haters that they are, with Dodger Joe Davis on the call of national broadcasts, had them 10th, but this was 8 days ago. Watching Kyle Tucker in Chicago and Alex Bregman in Boston can't feel great for Houston fans. Have we forgotten them already? Tucker had a home run last night, by the way, against the Phillies. But having Isaac Paredes at least provides some relief. Paredes has hit as many homers as Bregman this year, though the Astros' new third baseman is currently mired in a 1-for-22 slump. More positivity, Fox Sports. More positivity there.
It's the 10th best team, and even if we're just saying it's the 10th best team, like 2/3 of this was negative.
Right. The first part was, must suck to see Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman elsewhere. Isaac Paredes has as many home runs as Alex Bregman, but he's also in a 1-for-22 slump. F off, Fox Sports. But at least they're showing a little bit of respect. ESPN had the Astros ranked 10th in their power rankings 5 days ago. The Astros returned to the top of the AL West for the first time since the initial few days of the campaign. They accomplished this despite an ongoing plague of pitching injuries and lingering unavailability of star slugger Yordan Alvarez. Perhaps the biggest reason for the Astros' ability to remain afloat has been shortstop Jerome Pena and his emergence into a top 10 overall player in the American League. All right, let's go. The 27-year-old has morphed from a high strikeout, low-walk power threat to a complete package at the dish. Pena has slashed his whiff rate to elite levels, losing no power in the process while continuing to shine on defense. Okay, that's a nice write-up.
Yeah.
CBS Sports has them 11th. Also, this guy's write-up for the Astros at 11th is BS. I was among the crowd who thought the Astros' run of division titles would end this season. It's hard to trust anyone else at this point in the AL West, so it looks like we're headed that way again. Sound more disappointed, a-hole. The Astros have won the West each of the last 7 full seasons. Yeah, we know. That's why everyone should have picked them, and it's weird that no one picked them going into this year.
That's why we have this segment.
Right. I'm honestly stunned by the lack of people who picked them to win. It was all, the Rangers have got to be better, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the we see it for the NFL Super Bowl picks where there is just a lack of I'm just gonna pick the best team that's in the Super Bowl every year. Like back in the day, I'm just gonna pick the Patriots every year to be in the Super Bowl, or more recently the Chiefs. And I think last year was the first time that for the Chiefs run that people were just like, I don't know, Chiefs. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not really analyzing them as a team. It's just every year there's, last year was the Texans getting picked for Super Bowl appearances.
Right.
The Bengals, back in the day, the Chargers would always be one of those kind of sexy teams that get hyped in the offseason. For some reason, that was the Rangers and Mariners this offseason with the AL West.
Yeah, it was strange. I thought we would at least see one person, and people were like, well, you could never sleep on the Astros. And yet every prediction slept on the Astros, and it did feel like wishful thinking. I mean, obviously, we're a little more sensitive than we probably should be when it comes to disrespect against the Astros because we've been defending the wall all this time. And even if we were vindicated by 2022, you still kind of get that sensitivity. No one picked them to win it. You picked the Rangers, sort of understandable because they won the World Series a couple of years ago. The Mariners, I'm still never going to get. More power rankings for the Astros. The Athletic has them 9th. As the Athletic's Chandler Rome outlined earlier this month, updated imaging of Yordan Alvarez's injured right hand discovered a new fracture, which complicates his recovery timetable. It was always a fracture. I don't think it's a new fracture.
It was also always complicated. The timeline was also complicated.
The timeline was definitely complicated from the beginning. You're right on that front, Sean. Now, all of a sudden, though, just to pause for a second, what if there is a new fracture? Would they know? Would they know? More imaging, please.
I think it's because they went from believing there was no fracture to now there is a fracture. I think that that's the new one.
Okay, gotcha.
Because we thought there wasn't one.
On the Astros flagship tomorrow, whenever Dana Brown does his availability, I would like someone to ask, wait, was there another fracture? And 2,
is it 60% healed?
I would like to hear that it's more than 60% healed. I actually want a number. Dana could lie to me. I just need a number.
I don't want a number.
What if it's still 60%? What if he says, it's like 58%? Wait, that's the wrong way. I need to know. I need to know. More for this power ranking.
77%. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll make me feel good. Give me like 68 or 69. Nice. More on the Athletic power ranking. They have the Astros 9th. The Astros have not disclosed when they expect Alvarez to return. He is the most dynamic hitter on a team that has still surged into first place in the AL West despite his absence. The infield duo of Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes has helped offset the loss of Alvarez and a substandard season from Jose Altuve. No mention of losing Kyle Tucker or Alex Bregman there. It might be enough to win a weak division. Oh, F you. But if Houston wants to do damage in October, the club needs its best slugger doing what he does best. Oh, well, we'll agree on that. Yeah, they do need Yordan back. We can agree on that. MLB.com, meanwhile, as we keep that same energy, has the Astros ranked 8th. If the Astros end up winning their 8th straight full season AL West title, this stretch in which they are missing 3/5 of their opening day starting rotation, and of course, Yordan Alvarez, their best hitter, will be the reason why. They have now won 10 of 15 and built a lead in the division with some cushion at the exact moment when the rest of the division would have liked to, but didn't make a move. Yeah!
I think that is the best recap.
Yeah.
Of how the Astros are the 8th best team in the league is they have stayed afloat.
Yeah.
And if anything, they've come into the lead while the pitching injuries have been happening, just falling every couple days. And as the Yordan thing drags on, even despite all this, the Astros are more in the lead than they were when they're fully healthy.
The Imperial March from Star Wars is appropriate here because this is giving, as the kids say, Death Star 2.0. It's not 100% complete.
Yeah.
They got a lot of construction to do. They've got a shield over it on the forest moon of Endor with all those little teddy bears.
Yeah.
A bunch of golden grams defending it. And then you see the big space laser, but you're like, this thing isn't 100% operational. It's a trap. That is what the Astros are right now.
Was that Bruce Bochy?
Watch out. Yeah. Bruce Bochy is now Admiral Akbar or whoever the hell is running the Mariners. I don't even know who their manager is anymore.
Yeah. Gosh.
I kind of miss Scott Servais.
I do too.
It was fun. At least he got scrappy.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree that this is well, I don't want to keep up with the Astros or the Death Star imagery because
it didn't work out either
famously they blow up every time.
Empire 0 for 3 with Death Stars. They had Death Star 1.
Mm-hmm.
They had Death Star 2,
which was the coolest.
Then they had Death Star Planet from Force Awakens, where it was like, hey, you've had 30 years to think of something new.
That's when sitting in the movie theater, I was like, oh my God, this is the same exact movie.
Literally,
they just made the same exact movie again.
And still, it was better than all the prequels. I thought The Force Awakens was good. The second one just completely screwed them for the third one, which was a mess. 713-780-3776 to call to text. That is Keep That Same Energy. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to jump aboard the most interactive sports talk show in town. We are 87 days away from the NFL season kicking off. Cowboys and Higgles in Thursday Night Football action on September 4th. In our continued countdown, has Aaron Rodgers found a way to out-douche himself? We'll discuss. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Rise Health. RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975. After you talk to a board-certified physician for about 5 minutes about what's going on downstairs, you, my friend, can help your friend downstairs get back in the game. Rise Health's Red Max strips are your fast track to peak performance. They are dissolving strips packing sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin. You put it underneath your tongue in very discreet packaging. 5 minutes, boom, good to go. No pills. You don't need water. You don't need to be all discreet about it. It's basically a strip in a condom-sized packet. You put it under your tongue. Boom! You're going to be good to go. RiseHealth.com, promo code 975. You'll get 20% off your first order. It's worth it, guys, if you want to get back in the game and you want to use something that's going to have you ready to go as quickly as possible. The Rise Health Red Max strips are the way to do it. Rise up, you'll rise up with Rise Health, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975. 87 days away. September 4th is when the NFL season kicks off. The Philadelphia Eagles will... Feagles? What? Remember Jeff Feagles? He was a punter.
I was going to say.
Philadelphia Eagles will unveil their second Super Bowl banner when they host the Dallas Cowboys. 87. Is that Rob Gronkowski? Personally, I think it's Rob Gronkowski, but I understand the arguments for Travis Kelce, who, get this, went to a wedding with Taylor Swift this weekend.
Whoa.
If you're a bride, and Sean and I doubt we will ever be brides. If you're a bride, would you be pissed off that Taylor Swift's at your wedding, or happy that Taylor Swift's at your wedding? Because no bride wants to be upstaged, yet every single woman is obsessed, it seems, with Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift being at your wedding is one of the greatest honors you can get.
Yeah.
But Taylor Swift is at your wedding and you are being upstaged. Also, you will be upstaged to a degree by Travis Kelce as well.
Yeah, I think that if you're a bride and you're a Taylor Swift fan, it's awesome.
That's the only way it's probably happening as well,
Yes.
is that Taylor Swift only comes if the bride is a Swiftie.
Well, I don't know. Like, who's getting married here? Is it one of Travis Kelce's like college teammates?
They didn't even make the story that I read it in, Sean, on TMZsports.com, which goes to show you that they were upstaged.
Yes.
This couple that was tying the knot, they were upstaged by a celebrity appearance at their wedding.
But if you are just kind of like, I like some of her songs, like, yeah, I liked her when I was a kid. Because at this point, if you're in your 20s or 30s, she started coming out with music when you were a child. But yeah, you're just probably like, I guess it's cool.
It was Travis Kelce's cousin, Tanner Corum, who got married.
Okay. I'm just going to take a guess that it's okay.
I would think so.
If it's family, because that means Travis Kelce probably asked.
I would think so. But still, this is not blood being brought to a wedding.
True. That is true. That will 100% upstage this wedding.
Yeah. And anyway, it seems the bride was okay with it because they once posted a photo together in 2023. This birthday is going to be hard to beat. Okay. Yeah, this is a Swiftie. Anyway, you're welcome. Again, slow season, as CJ Stroud pointed out. CJ Stroud's fine.
Yeah.
He's at practice.
How dare you, CJ Stroud, say we have nothing to talk about?
Right,
Anyway,
exactly. What are you talking about?
Which cousin do you think it was?
First cousin?
Yeah.
Second
Which
cousin?
side? Mama Kelce side?
Aaron Rodgers is the newest quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is at Steelers minicamp today. He has yet to speak. Here are the contract incentives for the contract that he signed. A lot of incentives, because otherwise it's just a 1-year, $13.65 million deal, which is a bargain, I would say, for Aaron Rodgers, even if Rodgers isn't the same player. Yeah. He will get a bonus. He will get all of that money if he is under center for 70% of the snaps this season. He will make $500,000 for a playoff appearance. $600,000 for a first-round bye or a wild card win where he takes half the snaps. $750,000 for winning in the divisional round and taking half the snaps. $1 million for winning the AFC Championship and taking half the snaps. $1.5 million for winning the Super Bowl where he takes at least half the snaps. $1.5 million for winning regular season MVP. So he's not going to get all this money unless the Steelers have an incredible season.
I would have said like stop after wild card round. I was gonna say wild card win.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Like because they're not gonna be the 1 seed, so they're gonna have to play a game. Like I can stretch my mind to like they win a playoff game. I can't see them making the AFC title game. I think he's only gonna make another $1 million.
Their defense is good, but you're right. And I think there's a lot of limitations offensively for them, even with Rodgers there. Rodgers does improve them. There's no denying that, but
it's like the Texans, where it's like at a certain point in the divisional round, like you're going to have to beat the Ravens, I was about to say the Patriots, Paul, the Ravens, the Chiefs, or the Bills. Like you're just going to have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And And even the Texans. Like, I don't know if the Aaron Rodgers Steelers could beat the Texans.
Yeah, I don't think the Steelers could.
Or they wouldn't be favored. They could, but they wouldn't be favored. Like, we'd all pick the Texans.
I would. I know a lot on the Twitch would probably disagree with that. But that's what the Twitch does. More around the National Football League. Get this. Houston Texans legend turned New England Patriot Stephon Diggs is engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
Per Mike Vrabel, because he is at Patriots minicamp.
Oh.
Mike Vrabel said he looks engaged out there.
He looks engaged.
He looks engaged.
Okay.
But there's no ring. Men don't have to wear a ring. Things that maybe should be a thing. No?
And a male engagement ring?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't need to be a big old rock or anything like that, but I don't know.
I would ask, what does it look like?
Pretty awesome if you're a guy and you're engaged and you don't, and theoretically you could be an absolute dirtbag, you know?
Yeah, it must be pretty awesome if you're a scumbag.
If you're a scumbag, it's best world. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, what if a woman comes over? What if a woman comes over to your engaged man and he's not wearing a ring? You know? What's a man to do? He can't keep the woman from approaching, theoretically. Just say. But Stephon Diggs looks engaged. Again,
he looks engaged.
A lot of stuff going on. Mandatory minicamp is underway for a lot of teams across the league. As far as players in attendance, Trey Hendrickson not there for the Bengals, nor is their first-round pick, Texas A&M Aggie Shamar Stewart. He is there, but he's not practicing. I guess he wants to have the best possible contract he can as a rookie. TJ Watt did not report to Steelers mandatory minicamp. Terry McLaurin did not report to Commanders mandatory minicamp. Micah Parsons is there for the Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer, new head coach of the Cowboys. That's going to take some time to get used to. Says a contract will get worked out. But you know who was at Houston Texans mandatory minicamp? Texans safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Super Bowl champion. He skipped OTAs, but he's out there at Texans minicamp. Texans Storm! Oh, yeah. More fun news across the NFL. This is pretty embarrassing. The NFL lost Tony Dungy's AP NFL Awards ballot. They just lost it.
How's that possible?
How is that possible? It's like, I don't know, Sean.
All right, like, it has to be an online.
I think they mail it in.
Right?
I think they mail it in.
It's ridiculous that they mail it in.
A lot of players, I guess, were unaware of the fact, voters were unaware of the fact that the ballots were shared publicly this year. I think Diana Rossini was like, oh, I didn't know that this is going to be made public. But Dungy and his voting results were not counted. So they've actually changed the amount of votes that were put in for the MVP vote. Dungy found this out because Dungy's vote was replaced by a duplicate by something named Deontay Lee of The Ringer. So they said that his ballot was the same as that ballot. I guess Dungy noticed the mistake because the ballot showed he voted for Lamar Jackson, which he did not. Which is also pretty interesting because this was a vote for MVP that was determined by one vote, I think, as far as Josh Allen getting it over Lamar Jackson.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, is there a way the swings of a single award and like 6 months later we have to be like, well, sorry, send that trophy back.
Good question. I don't know.
I guess it would just be a tie. You know, it would go from a win to a tie.
There were co-MVPs for the 03-04 season. It was Steve McNair and Peyton Manning, for what it's worth. Patriots beat them both in the playoffs.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Makes you think.
Makes you think. Tony Dungy, by the way, I wonder who he voted for. It does not say who he voted for.
Well, not Lamar.
Definitely not Lamar Jackson.
I would probably then Josh Allen.
But he's done weird MVP votes before.
Saquon?
He voted Bobby Wagner MVP once.
Did he do that?
Yeah, he voted Bobby Wagner MVP back in the day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's had some. He's had us.
I was about to ask what year, like it matters. No year. It would be crazy every single year. But yeah, I just want like comeback player of the year or something to be like, oh, sorry, Joe Burrow. Turns out it's DeMar Hamlin, or something like that. I can't believe that they mail in the ballots.
I can't either.
That can't be right.
It shouldn't be right. I guess a Bills blog is claiming that Dungy would have voted Allen.
I mean, that of course a Bills blog is going to say that.
But it actually does not say who he voted for. It would have been really funny if he voted for another linebacker or something like that. Anyway.
Azeez Al-Shaair.
Azeez Al-Shaair, yeah. I love it.
He missed 2 games.
Comeback player of the year next year. Tony Dungy might vote for him. So there you go. That is the 10-minute drill. We are 87 days away from the start of the NFL season. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next on the Paul Gallant Show, there's another team that's trying to get in on the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. It's not the Houston Rockets. We go big game hunting. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So we were talking in the last segment about the NFL losing Tony Dungy's MVP vote for this past season. They retabulated the votes. I guess it would not have had an effect on Josh Allen winning the MVP over Lamar Jackson, even though there was only one vote that separated the two. I guess one of those votes was the person that they counted twice on a graphic that they posted instead of Tony Dungy's. But I had mentioned in the last segment, Dungy once had a very unconventional vote for MVP. For the 2014-2015 season, he voted Bobby Wagner for MVP. But here's where this gets weird. Remember who was the unanimous defensive player of the year that year?
He was unanimous.
J.J. Watts. Guess who Tony Dungy voted for defensive player of the year?
I mean, he had J.J. Watt.
Watt. And then he voted Bobby Wagner for MVP, Seahawks linebacker. This is that year with J.J. Watt, where J.J. Watt was second in the MVP vote to Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers got 31 votes. J.J. Watt got 13. Does that one vote matter? No. The other votes for MVP, 2 for Tony Romo, 2 for DeMarco Murray, 1 for Tom Brady. But I am using this as, once again, an opportunity to dump on Tony Dungy, who has the most sanctimonious, terrible takes whenever he is on. And that's only if he has a take, because generally it's just a lukewarm-sounding grandfather drinking a glass of warm milk. Like that's the vibe that he gives off on NBC's NFL coverage, which is the worst of all of the networks that broadcast the NFL. It does have the big guys in the Sunday Night Football booth, Tirico and Collinsworth. I think they're great, but the rest, not so good. And we usually get a heavy dose of Tony Dungy, who once voted for Bobby Wagner for MVP, even though he voted J.J. Watt as Defensive Player of the Year in that ridiculous 2014-2015 season where he had all the sacks and he scored a bunch of touchdowns and was unanimous Defensive Player of the Year. Tony Dungy, everybody. Why is he an analyst? I truly don't know. I don't get it. I get that he used to be a coach. I get that I think he used to play. That's all. I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, he's one of these guys that people are like, oh, I'm going to go talk to Tony Dungy so that people change their opinion of me.
That was a weird point. It was like, I want to say like
Michael
late
Vick.
2000s.
Yeah.
It was,
Michael Vick met with Tony Dungy. What did Tony Dungy do? Stop killing dogs? Did he tell him to stop killing dogs?
Like, you already went to prison, dude.
Please
Like,
don't go back to prison. Yeah, it's weird. He's looked at as this sort of pastor / fatherly figure. And listen, maybe he is like that, but I know his football takes aren't great.
Yeah. And it's
based
also,
off of that. And did he lose this ballot or did they lose this ballot?
I want to know who he voted for because like,
I do too. I want to know.
I thought it was like he either voted for Allen, so it didn't matter, or he voted for like Saquon Barkley or didn't. Now I'm thinking about the whole world is an option for him to have picked. He could have picked anybody.
And by the way, this is the same guy who earlier this year called out the 2025 NFL Hall of Fame selection for not selecting Adam Vinatieri and Reggie Wayne. Well, I don't know. Maybe focus on what you do. I'm not convinced he turned this in. I am not convinced that this is an NFL problem versus a Tony Dungy problem. Whatever. If I can go up against an Indianapolis Colts of years past and point out some fallacies, I will. Anyway, it's the offseason for the NBA. Your Houston Rockets, get this, are looking to improve their roster in whatever way they can. You could say they're big game hunting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If the Houston Rockets want to get Kevin Durant, move over because they're competing with another team that's also hoping that they'll get an interview with their head coach. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rockets and Knicks are battling one another just like they were over 30 years ago in the NBA Finals over acquiring all the pieces to get to a place they've never been before. They're not just the New York Knicks preparing a tsunami-style offer for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yes. Kevin Durant, per Brian Windhorst, is the apple of the New York Knicks' eye. Here's Windy.
Well, this one is a different story. I do believe Kevin Durant will be traded in the coming weeks. Today, the Suns are naming their new head coach, Jordan Ott. He's at an introductory press conference. They've been going through that process, and I expect them to look into the Durant trade market pretty soon. Now, there are going to be a handful of teams that have interest in Durant. The key with Durant is this. He has 1 year left on his contract. Is he going to want to sign an extension, and is he going to want to be a part of the process of the trade? And are the Suns going to let him be involved in the process? That's a key factor going forward.
Interesting. I'll again ask what I asked when it came to the Knicks' interest in Giannis Antetokounmpo. What do the Knicks have to offer? Really, what do they have? What do they have that they can swap theoretically for Kevin Durant? I really do not know.
This is easier because I can see like one of the wings, like either Anunoby or Bridges being the swap there, and it's like a little bit cleaner of a like, okay, if the Suns still think that they're gonna compete, which apparently they do, then I can see why they're the Knicks, like what the Knicks have to offer, which is a starter off their final or Eastern Conference Finals team. I see why that would at least like it's less ridiculous than the Giannis tsunami offer. This one's like, okay, maybe all you need is a small wave to get
ripple.
Yeah, to get Durant. You know, you don't need the tsunami.
Just a little ripple.
Yeah.
The kind of ripple that could be created by a cannonball. I don't know. Again,
the Durant thing, I cannot wait to be over just because every 3 days there's a new team that he's basically like some insider is saying like, oh, it's happening with the Timberwolves, with the Spurs. I saw I think Bill Simmons on one of his podcasts said that like he wouldn't be surprised if the deal's just already done and he's going to the Spurs. Durant's going to the Spurs. So there's always going to be a team that, hey, Rockets, Spurs, Knicks, apparently. Like there's Wolves. Like there's so many teams that are in the Durant thing just because I think the price is lower and there's a chance that Durant can put his finger on the scale of where he wants to go.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't think Durant's going to want to go there. I think Durant's too aware of how dumb James Dolan is.
He already didn't go there.
Right. He's had plenty of chances to go. This is just like the Lakers during many off seasons, but now that they have Luka, thank God we're not going to hear any crap about them this off season unless LeBron decides to say, am I going to retire? I don't know. Again. But for now, this is going to be the rest of the off season. The Knicks are interested in everything. After their best season in 25 years. And they will get nothing. I think that's a very safe assumption to make the rest of this offseason. If they do somehow get it done, great. But firing Tom Thibodeau, I just do not think helped them out in any way, shape, or form. I do not understand why they did it so quickly afterwards. This is something that you do after like protracted negotiations. It feels very reactionary to do it days after the season is done, which is what they did. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Keith has a thought. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paul. Love the show. Sean, love the show. I'm actually a diehard Knicks fan. I think the Thibs move had to be done. You know, despite back-to-back 50-win seasons, despite, making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. he had some key rotation issues and lineup issues, all throughout the season, which has kind of been Tibbs' MO his whole career. Well, my question is, outside of Brunson, do you see the Knicks potentially moving OG or Mikal Bridges to get a Giannis? And, where do you think Gary Trent Jr. as a free agent lands as well?
Good question. I don't really care about Gary Trent Jr., no offense. Bridges is not going to be enough.
Not for Giannis, but that's my whole thing. Like for Giannis, like what are we doing here? Unless the Bucks just love Karl Anthony Towns, then maybe that happens.
And I don't think anyone loves Karl Anthony Towns right now. Like that's the big problem because Towns would make sense, and Towns is a good player, but Towns is not someone that you want to be the centerpiece of your franchise. Is Towns entertaining for a mediocre basketball team? Is Towns getting people in seats to watch Milwaukee Bucks basketball when they just had Giannis? Probably not.
Yeah, and if you're the Bucks, you probably want some young, like, hey, come see if this guy turns out to be a star. Like that would be the attraction if you're not going to get an actual star back, which chances are you're not. And yeah, Karl Towns being 28 doesn't do that for people.
No,
we kind of know what Karl Towns is.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We're all ready to call it. What are we talking about? Paul, you're calling something already? What the hell's going on? Yeah, we're calling it. And everything that you need to know coming out of day one of Houston Texans minicamp. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. No game for the Astros last night, but tonight an opportunity plops itself on Houston's plate. The Astros get not one, not two, but 3 games against the wretched Chicago White Sox, with Lance McCullers on the hill for Houston tonight against Shane Smith. Want to know how bad these White Sox are on a Tuesday night game? $10 tickets. Yeah, not good. I don't know if there's a Taco Tuesday deal at Daikin Park. I know there is a Dollar Dog Day. Dollar Dog at Daikin Park. When's the Triple D experience? Dollar Dog Day Astros is every Tuesday night. All right. Dollar Dog Night.
So you can get dinner for essentially $12.
Yeah.
Plus parking.
That's cheaper than most places these days. And yes.
And that's also if you only have 2 hot dogs with nothing else.
No water.
No water. No
water. $7.
Yeah.
Beer. $13. El Tiempo Margarita. Priceless. Just kidding. It's $25. $23.70 something with tax. So the Mariners lost again last night, and the Astros have their biggest lead of the season right now. It's a 3-game lead in the West. We had some fun with this earlier in the show. We called it. We called the American League West. But I imagine everyone in town is feeling extremely confident, if you're following the Astros, about their chances to win the division at this moment in time, even with the Yordan Alvarez undetermined injury. We're going to keep calling it undetermined. It was a strained muscle. It was inflammation. Now it's a fracture that's 60% healed. He's out. We just say that. He's out with undisclosed. Even with the injuries that they have dealt with in the pitching staff, where 3 of the 5 opening day starters are shelved for the moment. Spencer Arrighetti, Hayden Wisniewski, Ronel Blanco, and you're hoping that you see Christian Javier, Luis Garcia at some point this season, but I doubt we see them before August. JP France is even someone you're wondering, when will he be healthy? Because you're at that point. He's dealing with the shoulder surgery that he had. I'd imagine most people out there are thinking, yeah, they're winning the AL West. And part of that might be because this is a largely casual sports fan base. No offense. I appreciate that about us. We're a little casual when it comes to things. But you're looking at these other teams in the American League West that can't score, that make the Astros offense actually look like a good offense. And you got to be thankful. I mean, it's great to be in the AL West. This is just a garbage division. The Central has somehow lapped the AL West. The Tigers are the only bad team in that division. You're in the easiest division in all of baseball. And it stands to reason that's just going to be how it is for the remainder of this year, if not years to come. Are the Mariners ever going to field a regularly competitive product? Are the Texas Rangers ever going to get back to what they were a couple of years ago when they're having as many struggles offensively and they're a lot healthier than they were last season? I mean, I'd be pretty skeptical about both of those things changing anytime soon. Angels ownership is bad. And A's ownership is worse. It's a shame for the A's. The A's might have had the catch of the year last night. If you didn't see it, you should look it up if you are a baseball fan. One of their outfielders made an absolutely bonkers catch, Denzel Clark, where he almost leapt over the entire wall. There was a little bit of parkouring off said wall. It was an incredible catch. That catch is entirely overshadowed by the rather annoying sounding broadcaster that they have for their play-by-play, but also for a fan over the weekend going viral, standing right behind the A's pregame show and being forcibly removed by 5 members of security for wearing a Kelly Green shirt, calling on their owner, John Fisher, to sell the team. Like, he was forcibly removed. A lot of stuff going on in California right now, but hey, looting and rioting, all that stuff, nah, we ain't doing anything about that. But if you are an athletics fan, a fan of a homeless franchise, and you are suggesting that they sell the team, the people who own that just god-awful, pathetic, cheapo franchise that we're not even sure is ever going to play in Las Vegas, if you perform an act of protest against them, guess what? That's what the National Guard and the Marines are getting called in for. I can't believe they needed 5 guys to remove him. It doesn't seem like it was that hostile. They bring 5 security guys over there. I want to know who the first person that narked was. I'm assuming that it was somebody on the A's pre and post game show, but I'm also assuming too that since this is such a Sean embarrassing franchise, I'm assuming that the communication between NBC Sports, wherever the hell is broadcasting the A's
smartly, I think they went with Bay Area.
Bay Area?
So Sacramento, I guess, counts.
Is it NBC Sports California now?
Northern California?
It might be Northern. I mean, Sacramento's fairly close to San Francisco. It's like an hour and a half away. Is it possible that someone on the pre and post game show had the ability to communicate with athletics playing in the Sacramento River Cats ballpark security? I honestly am skeptical that the A's broadcast team, which I'm guessing is not based in Sacramento, had the ability to communicate with them. So I want to know who narked. Who narked on the guy wearing the sell the team shirt?
There has to be like an A's person that was watching it and that then calls their thugs. To their secret police to wipe them off the face of the earth. Do we know where this guy is now?
Good question. I don't know.
I would love to see what the back room that you get pulled into after saying sell the team in a minor league ballpark looks like.
Probably
there's not that many rooms.
It probably looks a lot like the room where they do their media availabilities, which is legitimately the same kind of shed that people who cover Houston Texans offseason complain about not having enough air conditioning during the mini camp and training camp. It's outrageous. Where's the air conditioning? Yeah, I'm curious about that. I did watch Inglourious Bastards again over the weekend, and I am curious if there is some athletics minister of propaganda. I'm not suggesting they're like Joseph Goebbels. I'm just saying there might be someone there that realized that the people are singing the songs of angry men. It is the music of a fan base that honestly can't believe they're still watching this crap. But the few that still are all hate John Fisher. And I do think every single time that you step in to stop people from wearing shirts like this, you just highlight that your owner is a sensitive little baby. I feel like you got to ignore it, ignore the backlash. I don't get why these owners are as sensitive as they are. You own a constantly appreciating asset and are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Why do you care what these people think about you? You're robbing them blind anyway. You know it. We know it. Oh, no, somebody said sell the team. Yeah, you're doing a bad job. You would have to acknowledge that, don't you? Like, is there no self-awareness? Like, get it, you're a rich person. There might never be any self-awareness. You're surrounding yourself with kiss asses and yes men. But this isn't helping you out. I mean, I see stuff like this, and especially during a time like now, I will pounce, and everyone should pounce. This should be like the biggest story in baseball right now.
In California, some would say.
Yeah, that's definitely a bigger deal than anything else that's going on in California.
They tear gas this guy. They really do need a better slogan though than sell the team. Because A, heard it before. B, at the end of the day, you are just saying like, hey, make like $600 million. Hey, we want you to have $600 million so we don't have to deal with you anymore. I imagine they're not $1 billion franchise, so I just kind of went with $500 million, a little bit more.
Do you think there's any GoFundMe's out there that could be redirected
To buy the
to buy the A's,
like the Packers, where they're like, we'll be owned by the citizens of
right, the People's
Oakland?
Republic of Green Bay, right?
Yeah.
Is there going to be a People's Republic of the Athletics in Sacramento? There could be. I can't think of anything else going on in California that would, create concern or issues. So I would assume everyone in California's got plenty of time and plenty of money to donate to the right cause, which is to help the A's get a new owner. Yeah. Anyway, King of Twitch says, why doesn't baseball force John Fisher to sell the A's? It is a great question.
Because the other owners would have to do that, and they don't want it to be, hey, if you're bad at your job, you have to sell your team.
You're right, but
that's what Mark Cuban didn't want Donald Sterling have to sell his team, because he was like, wait, so if people just get mad enough, we can force us to sell the team.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, all the other owners, they got to be looking at this guy. They're like, wait, he gets to sit with us?
See, I think
there's less of that in baseball than in football.
I was gonna say,
and
I think most of
basketball.
the owners in baseball are like, thank God everyone's paying attention to him.
That's a fair point.
Thank God the Rays owner gets to.
That's the difference.
The Rays and Marlins get to fly under the radar. The Rockies and the White Sox all get to fly under the radar, all because they have each other. They're zebras in a pack, where it's like, hey, if one of the Lions gets one of them, that's all right. But there's 6 of us. Chances are I'm gonna be ahead of the Lions.
People are suggesting the Vegas move is still going to happen, and I just don't see how it happens with this group. Like that's one of the reasons that I guess they're not forcing the Fishers out. But I would think that there would be somebody else that's like, hey, I can do a better job with this. I can build a baseball stadium for you in Vegas, which will, at the very least, have decent, you would think, regular season attendance. It's got to be indoors.
It'd be better, or it'd be just as good as Sacramento.
Yeah,
and
anything's
Oakland.
better than
like what are you talking about? Of course, you'll get some people just to like walk by and go, and it could be like the Raiders, where it becomes a little bit of, maybe only for like weekend series, but it comes a little bit of the road team destination.
It could be, but they're holding out hope for this to actually happen when there clearly was no plan. In Vegas was kind of like, get in line, which I think is actually the appropriate response, because I just don't think I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's going to be the vacation destination for people who want to watch baseball, but I don't know. Do you want to go to Vegas to watch baseball?
No. But
sorry,
I don't want to go to Minute Maid Park to watch baseball either.
It's called Dyken Park, actually.
I just haven't. I haven't gone since it was called Minute Maid Park.
Wow. Protests much, huh? They just won the AL West, June 10th. Don't you want to see them hang the banner? Apparently,
they hang them outside now. They don't even. They've won so much they don't even put them in the stadium.
By the way, someone suggested something, because I know it's Dollar Dog Night, and that tickets are available for $10. Is tonight Pride Night at Dyken Park? It is.
Whoa.
It is. Oh, man. I might have to cancel my date. Do they have like Tequila Sunrise Rainbow Pride jerseys? See?
They could really slyly do that. You only have to change a couple colors.
That's something they should do.
You only have to change a little bit of colors.
I could make these people so much money. I could make them so much money. It's pandering for sure. It's pandering for sure. But I could make you money. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Everything you need to know coming out of Texans minicamp today, including the return of CJ Stroud. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. CJ Stroud was at Houston Texans minicamp today. And get this, he was throwing passes. So it seems the concern was a bit overstated by all the hot takers out there and all the people searching for Texans content over the last couple of days. Here is Stroud talking about that at his post-practice availability today.
Yeah, I mean, I was already throwing, before you guys see me out there pretty normally. I think y'all don't have much to talk about. So everything is blown up in all season. So I'm fine, man. I'm really okay. Yeah.
Y'all don't have much to talk about. He's right. He's right. Stroud confirmed that he did not have a surgery on said shoulder because this is a guy who has dealt with shoulder injuries in the past at Ohio State. He said those past issues allow him to not panic when he's dealing with shoulder pain. It seemed some people, perhaps even D'Amico Ryans, were a little annoyed with this storyline. Oh, CJ threw today, transcription via Landry Locker of the way that D'Amico Ryans started his press conference off. But Stroud's back out there. We played some audio from Sunday night on Sports Sunday from Channel 2 with Randy McElvoy and Big Sarge Sports and Aaron Wilson. Aaron Wilson explaining that perhaps Stroud had overtrained himself this offseason, which is why he was sidelined for OTAs and not throwing for OTAs.
Don't care about us? Not in that sense. Care about us generally. Don't care about our opinion of CJ and his shoulder. And it's just a connective thing. It's muscles in the shoulder. And it was exacerbated by weightlifting combined with throwing. And that's what led to this situation. It is not a big deal. He will be ready for training camp.
Stroud also was asked about perhaps overtraining it, working it a little bit hard. Here's what he had to say at his post-practice presser today.
A little bit, I took this offseason very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right. So I was here like pretty early with Clint, our strength guy. So I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger. And it really went really well, but there's always risk and reward, so there's always risk to working hard. So, it was a great off season. I think I got that done, but also, I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything,
A lot of everything. Overtraining, not the reason why, per CJ Stroud. So he was throwing at practice today. Anything to be excited about? How about this? Jaden Higgins, second-round pick, wide receiver from Iowa State with a Nico Collins-esque build. First pick by the Texans in this past draft. He had a one-handed catch for 30 yards down the sideline from CJ Stroud. Got to inside the 5-yard line. I'm watching the play. Can you guess who was covering him, Sean?
I was going to ask, was there a defense? So
there was.
Okay.
There was.
Kamari
Lassiter. The locksmith was unlocked on this play. It's a one-handed catch. It was a very impressive one-handed catch. I guess he also caught a slant pass from Davis Mills, and there was a lot of green in front of him. But practice one.
Who's the winners? Winners and losers from practice one?
Definitely Jaden
Higgins.
Get excited.
CJ Stroud, number 2 for throwing.
He threw.
Biggest loser, everyone who talked about CJ Stroud throwing for a week.
Correct, Sean.
Myself included.
I mean, we did, but we were annoyed with the conversation that we felt that we needed to also partake in because everyone was talking about it. Nick Chubb, he's out there. He wore number 21.
Nice.
Joe Mixon, not out there.
Not nice.
Dameon Pierce, not out there.
What? Wait, really?
Dameon Pierce not out there.
Is that going to be the new where Dameon Pierce watch 2025?
I don't think enough people know who Dameon Pierce is as far as casual Texans fans. I think a lot of them assume, the ones that do know him, that he stinks because he wasn't able to make it work in Bobby Slowick's offense. And I would tell those people, you're crazy. But there you go. What else do we have from today at Houston Texans minicamp? Trent Brown, one of the guys the Texans brought in on the offensive line side of things. Big guy. Here's a write-up from Landry Locker. Trent Brown is an incredibly massive person and one of the most interested observers during team. So wait, so he was watching?
But he was interested.
He walked behind offensive linemen from the sidelines like a heavyweight wrestler to the ring. Is this fiction? This is the most dramatic write-up of a moment in practice. I like the picture Landry's painting because we don't get to have cameras this time. Watched intently. So Trent Brown is watching intently, and Landry Locker watched Trent Brown intently watch. Okay. This is me just taking this is all I have from practice today. I'm not jumping on Landry, but I do think the writing there is funny.
Who's watching more intently? Trent Brown watching the offense or Landry Locker watching Trent Brown watch the
Definitely the latter.
Okay.
Definitely the latter. I mean,
yeah, because he put in pros. Yeah.
Landry Locker might have the best Houston Texans YouTube channel out there, but could we see Landry Locker dive into Houston Texans fiction during the offseason? Writing a book? What else do we see from Houston Texans? Mini camp. A lot of CJ Stroud quotes. A lot of D'Amico Ryans quotes. Daniil Hunter. He wasn't at OTAs. Back with those big old vascular biceps. Oh, yeah. CJ Gardner-Johnson. Out there after not being at OTAs.
The road to a CJ Gardner-Johnson 4-peat continues.
Right.
He's got the one. He said he's got 3 more left in him.
And then could he get a 4th after the one he already has? Could he get a 5th? I don't know.
He said he's only got 3 more. He's good. He thought about it. He said he has 3 titles left in him.
You're welcome for this content. You're welcome. Only we can give you the big news for the Houston Texans in a way that makes sense to you, number one. But number two, tells you everything that went down at minicamp. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. New segment alert. Woo, woo, woo. Every single Tuesday at 2:30, we will be giving you the worst takes of the week in sports. Worst Take Tuesday is next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call and it's how you text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros play the Chicago White Sox tonight and up 3 games in the AL West. We are already calling it. Yes, on June 10th, the Astros have won the American League West. You heard it here first. We do reserve the right to, a little bit later, perhaps change our mind on whether or not the AL West race is over. But they're 3 games up, and they have the easiest schedule in baseball by 0.02 percentage points the rest of the way. That's a lot. Truly. The most in all of baseball. And CJ Stroud was back out there throwing at Houston Texans minicamp. The really only interesting thing, I think, to this point, based off of everything I've read about what went down at practice today, is that Stroud hit Jaden Higgins on a throw deep downfield that Higgins caught with one hand, with Kamari Lassiter in coverage and with Kalen Bullock coming for safety help over the top. Every single Tuesday at 2:30, we're going to start something new. What are the worst takes that you heard over the past week in the world of sports? Could be here. Paul, it's your entire show, you stupid son of a biscuit. Granted. It's also from all the hot takers out there, whether in written form or in blowhard pundit form. It's time for Terrible Take Tuesday. Saints quarterback Jake Haener was asked about the Saints' lack of veteran quarterbacks in their quarterback room. Here's what he had to say about that. We're fine. Why? Because they've got former quarterback Kellen Moore, former quarterback Doug Nussmeier, former quarterback Scott Tolzien, and former quarterback Scott Linehan on staff, said Haener, who you might know for a very zesty picture on team photo day with the Saints last year. I mean, what are you going to get from that? Those guys on staff are veterans, man. They've done it. They've been through it. You've got everything you need in terms of what to look for, what to ask, what to see. Well, what about what to do? Because all the Saints quarterbacks seem like they are NPCs. I don't think any of them are real. I'm not convinced Jake Haener's real. I did watch him speak for 3 minutes. Who was the other guy that's the front runner, Sean, for starting quarterback?
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck, because I'm too nerve-wracked by the spelling of his last name to actually pronounce it the right way. It might be Shu or Show or Show. I don't know.
Yeah. I think you got Spencer Rattler is also in there.
Yes, I forgot. How did they not draft Shedeur Sanders? I don't get it. There's really no excuse.
Yeah, by the time like the 4th round rolled around, like, come on.
At least you would have something to be excited for this year.
Yeah, sell hope.
Right. You got none of that. It's like Jake Haener and Spencer. Ugh.
Oh, Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck. My bad. I thought it was Spencer.
No.
See, I already forgot
Spencer
his name.
Rattler and Tyler Shuck becoming one person. Which, I mean,
forgot a letter or two there, too. That's a bad take. The Saints are not fine without a veteran quarterback.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kellen Moore, Doug Nussmeier, Scott Tolzien, Scott Linehan, like, sure, but I would like there to be a better quarterback that they're all coaching. You know, like I'm not saying those guys aren't good at their job. I'm sure they're fine. I would like them to have more to work with. I would like to see what Scott Tolzien and Scott Linehan can cook up with a little bit more talent.
With more talent, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, nothing against these coaches. I mean, he might be right about the coaches. They might be great coaches. But the quarterbacks are.
NBA finals are underway. Battle of 2 teams in small markets. Here's what Adam Silver had to say last week on Breakfast Ball about two small market teams in the finals.
That's one thing I really admire about the NFL. I mean, if we were going into a Super Bowl and it was Packers against Steelers, you guys would be celebrating that. Those would be storied franchises. People wouldn't be talking about, the fact that Pittsburgh is a small market. So in fact, I'm happy whatever team ends up in the finals, but.
That's so wrong. Honestly, that's offensive. I'm not a Steelers fan, and the Packers made me cry after Super Bowl 31 when Brett Favre and the Packers beat the New England Patriots in a game that I went to bed at the end of the first quarter with the Patriots leading 14-10. I'll never forgive my mother for that. It's fine. No big deal. Come on. The Packers and the Steelers are two of the biggest franchises in NFL history. They have massive fan bases across the country. Lil Wayne is a Packers fan, for God's sakes. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think he's from Wisconsin. Could be wrong on that front, but you have huge amounts of people who are fans of both of those teams all over the place because of their track record of success. The correct comparison for a small market NBA Finals would be a Panthers-Jaguars Super Bowl. That's it. Hell, it might even be a Texans Super Bowl, as far as teams that are new that nobody is really aware of.
Well, it's not a small market, though.
But it is a fan base that, let's be honest, isn't exactly a big one outside of here. And until the last couple of years, Sean, no one really cared about them.
Are we the New Jersey Nets?
Of Texas, yes.
Or like the LA Clippers, where it's like LA Clippers, big market, all of LA.
Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, only problem is most of LA doesn't care about them.
You share a state with the Dallas Cowboys. Your team nickname is the Texans, and you are second fiddle to them forever until you win 3 to 4 Super Bowls. Then it becomes maybe a conversation, but it's not going to for a while. The Cowboys are the most iconic franchise that there is in the NFL, even though, they haven't won a damn thing in a million years. Worst Take Tuesday continues. Jason McIntyre is filling in for Colin Cowherd. I find Jason McIntyre to be the epitome of everything that's wrong with our industry. And here he is talking about how he's not excited for the NBA Finals in a take that I'm sure no other sports talk show host had on that same day.
OKC, Indiana, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not that excited for these NBA Finals. I joke that Colin is the elitist here on the show, but maybe it's me. Because, if I were the NBA, I would have changed its motto to give me super teams or give me death. Because that's what I like. I like superstars in the NBA Finals, and we don't really have that. We don't have dynasties. We got debuts, and that just isn't as sexy as what we've had here in the last, quarter century. Folks, let's be real. When the NBA had super teams, this century, it was at the height of its popularity.
Every single time I hear someone say folks, a little part of me dies inside when you're saying it unironically. Like Jason McIntyre's trying to talk to you, like a fireside chat with you. These NBA Finals aren't sexy. Wow, thank you for that riveting insight, Jason McIntyre of The Big Lead. He's not excited about the NBA Finals. Give me more. Give me more. You're filling in for Colin Cowherd. At least give me a ridiculous analogy. Come on. Bad.
Yeah, he should have been like, these finals are like they're like the Star Wars sequels or something like that, where it's like, it's big, it's new. Don't feel attached to any of these guys. Han Solo, that's Steph Curry.
The funny part about him saying there's no stars is that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is boring as far as stars go because he's like the model superstar for your franchise, but he's the MVP. Oh, there's no stars. Oh, it's not sexy.
Yeah. Again, I get that for more casual viewers, like my mom, guess what? She was more interested when it was LeBron versus the Warriors, because she knew who those people were. She's going to be less interested in this one, but it shouldn't, or maybe I shouldn't say it shouldn't, but it's weird that it's Jason McIntyre has the same NBA opinions as my mom.
Yeah. That part of it too. I mean, listen, if people are actually watching Jason McIntyre fill in for Colin Cowherd on a TV show that's probably just going to be on mute at a gym or in a doctor's office, they're there because they like sports. And you're saying, this isn't sexy. Yeah, we all know. Everyone knows that. You don't need to explain it to us.
It also, this is where I'm like, is it the stars or the cities? Because if these same exact teams, like the people and coaches involved, were just located in Miami, would people like?
No,
people would thus care more.
Right,
No.
exactly.
Like they wouldn't.
They would care if LeBron was playing it.
Yeah.
Right now, we have a bit of a vacuum. If it's not LeBron James and it's not Steph Curry, who really is getting people to watch? We're going to figure that out over the next couple of years. But can we at least have something original here? I don't know. Instead of saying like there's no stars in the series that features the MVP, and less calling me folks, Jason McIntyre, who is very tan for a McIntyre. Just saying. Anyway, more Worst Take Tuesday. One of these takes will be the worst. It's just a matter of who. There was a radio show called Mike and the Mad Dog featuring Mike Francesa and Chris Russo back on WFAN way back in the day. Iconic sports radio program from what I understand. One of these takes is going to be the worst take. Mike Francesa, he believes the reason Tom Thibodeau is out is because of Knicks GM Leon Rose.
I don't care what you think of Jim Dolan. I don't care what you think you've heard or what you know. This was Leon Rose's decision. This was not Jim Dolan's decision. I feel like I have that on very good authority. I feel very comfortable with that. And like I said, I tell you with complete faith in this information that this is Leon Rose's decision and nobody else's.
Okay, complete faith, right? So if you believe Mike Francesa, he's right? Well, here's what Chris Mad Dog Russo had to say.
But this is about Dolan. Don't let anybody hear you. Don't let anybody in America hear you say, this is Leon Rose. Nonsense. I don't want to hear from Rose. Everybody knows that Rose had nothing to do with this. This is Dolan. And this is Dolan. This is not Leon Rose. Please don't go to Leon Rose. It's not him. This has nothing to do with Leon Rose.
I bet they miss each other.
I was gonna say these guys
must miss each other.
These two opinions, I guess, reporting kind of, but these two opinions would be perfect on a show together,
especially on a June 10th slow news day. These two guys need each other. They're like calling from across the country via airwaves. Like, I miss you, Mike. Mike, I miss you, Mike.
Singing somewhere
out there.
They're both looking outside a window.
Hot taking in the night. Anyway, that is Worst Take Tuesday. Every Tuesday, 2:30. Sean Apes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. A little garbage time before we get out of here. Congratulations to the Houston Astros, American League West champions. Don't think about it. Just trust me. Just like you should trust both Mike Francesa and Chris Mad Dog Russo for their opposing takes. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros, they've already won the American League West. You can call it right now. They're up 3 games on the Mariners, and they have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. It's over. And C.J. Stroud, he's back at minicamp. He was throwing, and when asked about the discussion surrounding his shoulder, he said, guess you guys didn't really have that much to talk about, which he was right about, which is also why I called the Astros winning the American League West the day after they did not play a baseball game, because they are now up 3 games in the AL West. The views of the Paul Gallant Show do not necessarily reflect the views of ESPN Houston, ESPN 97.5, or ESPN 92.5, or Sean Mapes Behind the Glass, even though I often lump Sean into having the same opinion as me.
Yeah. You do. You say we here at the Paul Gallant Show, and then say whatever you think.
Right, exactly. And depending on whether or not you actually want to step in.
Sometimes I back away from the mic.
I can't co-sign this. Anyway, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Sydney Sweeney is about to be in a movie, a sports movie. She is going to be pioneering boxer Christy Martin. I do not know who Christy Martin is, but Christy Martin, to get ready for this role, Sydney Sweeney said, I had to gain more than 30 pounds. So she's usually a size 23. Now she's wearing a size 27. Her boobs got bigger and her butt got huge. That's per her. So Sydney Sweeney, she as a strong, powerful, independent woman and trying to be an athlete in a movie, has put on 30 pounds, and apparently it's gone to 2 specific body parts that some enjoy, others don't.
So, like, they didn't have her do curls or anything?
Nope. It looks like she's just bulking up.
No, they just
bulking season.
I want to know what pervert physical trainer they got to be like, no, just squats today.
Just squats. But yeah,
again,
listen, if you're gaining weight and it's going to upstairs as well, I mean,
it's probably not great weight.
Probably not the best weight for everybody, but some people are into that.
Yeah, I mean, for her, it's made her a lot. That kind of weight has made her a lot of money.
By the way, her bath soap still sold out.
Let me know when there's a restock, and I'll pick us up some.
I'll let you know. We could sample it. Not together though.
No,
not together. Whoops. Hey, remember how everyone was giving FanDuel a lot of credit for noticing that Jonte Porter may or may not have been betting against himself? Well, it turns out that FanDuel gave Jonte Porter a VIP account after he was making NBA paychecks because of how many bets he was making. So, seems like FanDuel might have been aware of Jonte Porter a little bit earlier than they should have been.
Yeah.
And they stepped in. That's really funny that Jonte Porter had a VIP account.
Yeah, because he was spending a lot of money on.
They're like, all right,
FanDuel.
We're putting you at the top. We're not going to ask any questions as to why you,
Jonte Porter,
who shares the name on specific people that you're betting on, we're not going to look into it any further as to why you, Jonte Porter, with your VIP account, are betting on someone called Jonte Porter.
I mean, once you put in your like date of birth too, it's like Jonte Porter, date of birth, whatever his date of birth is. It's like, hey, that's the same exact one as the guy on the Raptors.
Same exact one.
Oh, all right. Now that what a coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
VIP.
Oh boy. This is going to, I think, happen again. I'm wondering which of the websites will happen. Malice in the Palace? How about Milicia on El Palacio or La Brescia in El Palacio? I say that because DeMarcus Cousins nearly had a Malice in the Palace incident in Puerto Rico over the weekend. He got ejected from a game. He literally slaps a fan courtside.
Well, and he did the move where he kind of grabbed himself, his crotch area, and then slapped him. Like, extra disrespect.
Extra disrespect. I'll give the fan credit. The fan wanted to scrap.
Yeah.
So it
Didn't
not
back away.
gone
Wasn't
well.
looking for the call.
No, he didn't flop. He got right up. So Cousins gets walked off the court by a bunch of security guys, and as he's walking into the tunnel, fans started throwing things at him, which caused Cousins to try to turn around. He's 6'10", probably at least 270. Tried to run out the tunnel, but 4 security guards were able to tackle him and prevent a Malice in the Palace or Malicia en el Palacio or La Blanca en el Palacio from happening. So there you go.
Every time we talk about a foreign sporting event, it's like they're always taking it way more seriously than we do.
Way more seriously. I figured this was some sort of exhibition game, too. I didn't know DeMarcus Cousins was playing in Puerto Rico, of all places. Times are tough, bro.
I'm sure it's nice, though.
I love Puerto Rico.
Yeah, like, of the, like, destination, you know, like, he's not playing in Russia, you know? It's like, hey, gets to play on the beach.
Probably make more money in Russia, though.
True.
But I don't even know why he's in it. But I guess...
Oh, because he's not in the NBA. I mean, he's playing basketball.
He has been playing in Puerto Rico for a little bit of time. Anyway, I got to look up what team he's on.
Dwight Howard played in Taiwan like 2 years ago.
But that's China. I get China. Like playing in a U.S. territory is very low.
Closer to Miami, you know.
I guess. That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to everyone who tuned into today's show, our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, and Twitchers. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It is Ryan and Mapes behind the glass. Brian does a job that it takes two men to do. Well, Ryan's training on the board. Lots to get to today. Astros begin a series against the White Sox. Astros facing a pretty good pitcher for the White Sox, who they stole from Milwaukee in the Rule 5 draft. It's been pretty good for them. So the Astros might have their hands full tonight against a White Sox team that's not very good. Lance McCullers on the mound for game one of the 3-game series. Some rocket items that are out there. It is a Tuesday, so we'll cash or trash whatever takes that you may or may not have. But we begin with Texans mandatory mini camp. What's that song? Time to play football in Houston. Yay, something like that.
Football time in Houston.
Football time in Houston. Texans are ready to play. Texans are ready to play. Now, the big news coming over from Kirby. C.J. Stroud threw the football today, Blankers.
Thank goodness. I mean, I don't care about being wrong. I don't care about my hypothesis that he had something done. I am thankful that he is throwing. I am thankful that he is okay. And I am thankful that there is not as much to worry about for Texans fans.
It would have been better for us if he didn't throw today.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm willing to surrender the content for the well-being of my peace of mind. I didn't want to think for the next couple of months before training camp that C.J. Stroud could have something that was aching him for 2 weeks that he couldn't throw. So I'm happy that he threw today. I'll surrender the show content for C.J. Stroud throwing today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you're talking about the most important guy on your roster, and you need him to be as healthy as possible, and to be able to put that to bed. You're right. I mean, look, the national guys were all over it again today. Damian Woody had a big deal, I guess, about how this could be a major concern. Well, now there's not as much of a major concern with your Houston Texans, so we can talk about other things, but I am extremely grateful that that's the case and not something that's more serious or more concerning. Or I didn't think he would throw all week, so I'm happy that he's back.
Yeah, they kind of got the sense that it was going to happen. Like we got out there and it was, hey, Stroud's going to talk to the media today. Okay, well, if he's talking to the media today, he's not going to talk if he's not throwing. And then whenever he ran onto the field, one of the, I don't know which coach it was, or if it was like even a ball boy, I have no idea. I just didn't get eyes on him. He was yelling at Stroud, "It's the comeback! It's the comeback!" So I had a pretty good idea that C.J. Stroud was going to throw the ball. But then I wondered, how hard is he going to throw the ball?
Mm-hmm.
What all is he going to do? Is he going to take every other snap or every third or fourth snap, depending on how many quarterbacks are in the drill? Is he just going to lob at little, 2-yard slants to the running backs? Or is he going to be doing everything that every quarterback on the field was doing? And he let it go. He let it rip. I was like, what was I? Oh, I don't remember. 2.5, 3. I forget. But any concern, scale of 1 to 10, it's at a 0 now. Because not only was he out there, not only was he throwing, but he was letting it rip and he looked good.
That's what I was going to ask.
He was putting the ball right where it needed to be. The ball placement specialist. No, he looked really good to me. He looked like normal C.J. Stroud.
That's the biggest relief of all, because it's one thing to be out there, but I was going to ask you how frequently he was throwing and at what velocity. And I saw the one that everybody was tweeting, the sideline route that he threw was a nice touch pass. But if that's the case, then I am ecstatic, because I had some deep concerns. I actually did think he had something done. And then you always wonder how the recovery goes and how he comes out of it. And what, if he's the same type player. I'm glad that can all be put to bed.
Yeah, Stroud was asked about the surgery thing too. He said, no, I didn't have surgery. He said that he said the reason that led to the soreness because he's been working his tail off. He said he wanted to lose body fat, wanted to get stronger, wanted to get faster. Said he has been throwing this offseason. So it wasn't like, oh, no, he hasn't thrown a football since they were eliminated by the Kansas City Chiefs. So a lot of the narratives, a lot of the theories put to rest. I still don't know why the Texans didn't just come out and be like, yeah. Whenever D'Amico was asked that surgery question, him not answering it left it lingering.
I think that's the biggest thing looking back in retrospect now, knowing what we know, is why did they handle it the way that they did? Because it was just like a rumor mill that just started to churn. And then, every media outlet locally got it first. And then the national media jumped on board. And then it just became this hurricane of what's going on, questions and no answers. And D'Amico added fuel to that fire. And you just wonder why. I mean, if it was a nothing burger all alone, then just say it.
To answer the question, I would say that he just didn't want to answer any more Stroud questions. So it's like, okay, now you've asked me a third Stroud question. I'm putting it to rest. It was just unfortunate that it was the surgery question because he left it lingering. I don't think the Texans loved the way that they handled it. Because there's several clues that tell us that, like, okay, Aaron Wilson reported it over the weekend after voluntary OTAs, after they were there. Then they came back Monday, and D'Amico immediately, as soon as he gets behind the microphone, by the way, CJ's shoulder is a little bit sore. So I don't think that they feel they handled it in the best way, but at the same time, like it's insignificant. It doesn't matter. He threw today. He's going to be ready for camp. He's going to be ready for the start of the season. All that has happened in the last couple of weeks, it gave us fodder, but it is really irrelevant now. And I do feel bad that we have to retire the bit Stratted with Mystery.
Right, yeah.
Like, we're no longer Stratted with Mystery, so we can no longer play the bit that Michael Carroll worked so hard with.
Unless he does something else on a different front. Yeah. I mean, I hope they learn from this. I understand that you want to be, kind of keep everything close to the vest and handle things the way you did. I would say that they handled it poorly. I would have handled it differently as well. And hopefully they do it differently the next time, because I think all it did was give them a whole lot more to deal with than they should have to deal with if he was fine.
Yeah. I just don't feel like they care, Like D'Amico even mentioned that today too. He's like, we don't care about people's opinions. Everything that we do is in-house. That's just their mentality. I don't really mind that mentality either. Like, keep it in-house. That's fine. Like, I have no issue with that. Now, does it lead to some panic amongst the fan base? Yeah, it's going to, but they don't care. They don't care if the fan base is panicked that much. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about CJ Stroud being back on the football field.
Oh, CJ threw today, right? All right. Just the CJ's a competitor, and last week CJ, he was adamant about going out and practicing. It just shows the type of person that CJ is. But for me as a head coach, it's important for me to just make sure we're protecting him, making sure we're doing what's best for CJ, and not really worried about the outside opinions or other people. Nobody knows the information about our players more than me. And so I'm going to make sure I always do what's in the best interest of our players, first and foremost with their health and wellness. That's always on the forefront of my mind. And so that's why the decision was made about CJ. I think you guys saw him out throwing today. I think he looked pretty fine to me.
Looked pretty fine. See, he did. He looked pretty fine today.
Mm-hmm. And that's, like I said, I mean, I'm glad that is the end result. I'm glad if that's how they choose to handle it, so be it. But I think you kind of, you can joke about it now, but the main reason why everybody was making such a big deal was exactly how you handled it.
Oh, anytime the quarterback's not throwing, it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. Like, if your quarterback is not throwing a football, it is something that we're going to talk about. I always will. If the quarterback walks down the street funny, I will be talking about that. That's how important it's the most important position in sports.
No doubt.
Expecting people not to talk about the most important position in sports when something could be, never said it was, when something could be wrong, flared up. And Stroud did address that he was sore. So, like, it was a legitimate thing. Coog Blake's congrats on throwing the ball today, CJ. Yeah. Big congratulations to CJ Stroud. I wonder if he's popping bottles whenever he gets home today.
No,
threw a touchdown to Jaden Higgins.
Texture tightening up.
Texture did Stroud shred it. He was shredding it. He was shredding the football, and he was shredding the pounds right off his body, trying to lose the baby fat. CJ Stroud
didn't look like he needed to lose any weight.
He said he was trying to get rid of the body fat and gain muscle.
Okay. Look, I appreciate him for doing that. Now, don't overlift and do anything more. I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I don't know what the balance is there for a quarterback. Like, in June, I don't really care if they're lifting a little bit.
No, but you don't want him to come in like, super light unless you expect that he's going to put on weight during the season, because that during the heat of the season with all the hits he's going to take and everything like that, I'd rather him be, if it's muscle, great, but I need him to be durable. I don't want him to lose enough weight where he's a little more fragile.
No, I think he's trying to position his body, like lose some of the fat, gain the muscle. Like that's what he said that he was trying to do. Be stronger, faster. What was the other one he used? Oh, I don't remember what the other one he used. Maybe it was better, stronger, faster. Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Here's one more from CJ Stroud. Actually, we'll get to that on the other side. We'll hear from CJ, hear another from D'Amico as well. Plus pick six and an extra point. I was out at training camp today. Everybody gives their thoughts. Pick six and an extra point. I have no idea how many of these I had. I didn't count. All right, 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975 as well. Blankers and Pac-Man Joel on the Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture, someone tossing up the me bounds to themselves for going to a mandatory practice. Pat yourself on the back. It's me patting myself on the back.
That was directed at you? I thought it was like that CJ went to a mandatory practice, so he should be commended.
Oh, maybe it was.
I don't know.
Maybe it was. Maybe that was towards Stroud. I don't know. It wasn't mandatory for me, though. You're right.
Right.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho, are we going to talk about the greatness of Mr. Denzel Leslie Clark's catch? I mastered that catch on the first EA Sports video games. Congratulations, Ocho, for mastering that catch on the video game. It was a great catch. Great catch by Denzel Clark yesterday. Did you see that bad boy?
Oh, the outfield catch by the A's? Yeah. I guess that's his second one of the year, but yeah, that was. I mean, people are already anointing it one of the greatest catches ever,
which is a bit much.
Yeah, I would think so.
There was a video of Mike Trout doing the same thing like 3 years ago, like almost the exact same play. You can actually see Trout came from a little further in right center, like covered more ground.
There was I want to say a Blue Jay that went left center, and it was about a 15-foot wall, and like at the very top of the wall pulled it back. That was phenomenal too. But yeah, I mean, every year we get a couple of these. I think it's a stretch to say it's one of the greatest ever.
So glad the CJ thing is over. You guys blew that way out of proportion for content. Well, it was fun. I mean, we leaned into it, shrouded with mystery. But again, it's the NFL. The NFL is king. It is the quarterback position. The quarterback position is going to be the most talked about, most important position that exists in sports, whether it's in this city, whether it's in any other NFL city. So anytime the quarterback has something ailing him, or if the quarterback is on the sideline, or if the quarterback's not throwing the football, it is always going to be something. And again, look, the possibility existed that it could have been more. Like it wouldn't have been the first time in history that a coach says, "Oh yeah, everything's fine," and it turns out later everything was not fine. You don't even have to go back that far. You go back to Christian McCaffrey last year. Kyle Shanahan at voluntary OTAs last year when Christian McCaffrey was not there told the media everything's fine. What happened with Christian McCaffrey? We mentioned the Dak Prescott thing on the show yesterday. Dak wasn't throwing at voluntary OTAs a few years ago. Oh, he had a scope on the shoulder. So, like, we never thought it was severe or serious, and we actually believed Aaron Wilson's reporting, which he's good. We believed D'Amico, but of course we're going to talk about it, and if we're going to talk about it, we're going to lean all the way in.
I just think that because it ended the way that it did today, that yeah, we can have those conversations. But I think we had every right to at least be skeptical or at least question it and think about the what ifs that might surround it, especially because of the way they handled it. And I don't think that was over the top sensationalism, because everyone had questions. Everyone was starting to do it because there were no hard answers. We didn't see or get indications that they could have put it to rest by saying he's absolutely fine. There was no surgery. We think it might have been a weightlifting thing where he might have been overdone it a little bit, but we have nothing to, just put it to rest. They didn't put it to bed. We had questions. I think it was all above board.
The Junior Broncos, you check in with Stoots. I don't think Stoots likes me. I said hi to him and he kind of big leagued me.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think Cody Stoots is a big fan of Branham.
Did you tell him that you didn't want to get into the big boy territory?
No, we didn't talk much.
Oh.
I was like, "Hey, Cody," and he just kind of kept walking. He was like, "Hey," and then he kept walking. Cody's Toots.
It's kind of a big deal,
He didn't want to really engage me in conversation. So, and you know me, if you don't like me, the more I try to like you. So I'll keep plugging away at the big guy, at the big fella. 713-780 ESPN. Who's the Texans' number 2 quarterback? Davis Mills. He has a neck up on the race. Talk about it fine, but don't make up stuff. Blankers had the man on a surgeon's table.
Didn't make it up. I felt like that was my guess. I felt like that there was a chance that he had a scope. He had someone cleaned something up. I don't know if that's different than surgery or not, but regardless, I'm glad I was wrong. I admitted it at the top of the show. I'm ecstatic that I was wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was plausible. I'm glad that he cleared it up today, though. Nope, didn't happen. Okay, cool. We move on. Texter, all of us are just scared from the Astros. I mean, there is a history in football where an NFL football coach tells you, hey, everything's fine, and then it's not so fine. They did it with Christian Harris last year. Christian Harris will be fine. Oh, Christian Harris can pretty much miss the entire year. Like, this happens all the time.
I get it that the city, due to the Astros and other things like you just mentioned, already is a little leery anytime they hear of an injury. But we just mentioned the Dak situation yesterday. That's a true situation about a quarterback where nothing was said. There were questions, and then it comes out in camp that he did have a scope. So it is very realistic to talk about that.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Real football stuff. My biggest takeaway was the cameraman. He was by far the most impressive thing I saw today. This guy rides around on a Segway as he shoots video footage. Incredible, this guy.
He works for the team?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, he's riding around on one of those Segways. Remember that Segway that Mike Tyson used and he busted it on Christmas?
Like the mall cop, Paul Blart?
Yeah. He rides around on that thing as he's shooting footage. It is by far the most impressive thing I saw today. Like Jaden Higgins had that unbelievable catch, 2 unbelievable catches, one against air, one-handed, one against Kamari Lassiter. Not even close to the cameraman's ability. He is fantastic.
Good
like,
on
could
him.
you imagine doing that, riding around on a Segway as you're shooting video footage?
I mean, the multitask skill is pretty impressive when you think about what you have to do to control one of those Segways alone. But then to like keep the camera from shaking all over the place and keep steady hand on that is impressive.
I was blown away. I don't mean that facetiously either. I mean that sincerely. But real football stuff. I thought Jaden Higgins was actually the highlight of my day.
It's good.
Big fan. I mentioned the catch that he had against Lassiter, like the one-handed catch in the corner of the end zone against Air. Like it looks cool. It's great, but you're not being defended.
Right.
The one he made on Lassiter was fantastic. And it was a great throw. Stroud dropped into the bucket. I think the Texans really have a guy in Higgins.
That's good to hear, because you can hear and take with a grain of salt everything that you hear from all the draft analysts and the McShays and the Lances, and then you talk to people that saw him play in college, and that's all fine and dandy. But you want to see how it translates to the field, and like you said, you want to see how it translates, whether it's 1-on-1s, 7-on-7s, or whenever they get into full-blown scrimmages. But if he looks like the real deal, this offense could be really, really, really good this year and have a bunch of different ways to beat you. Because the question that I had for you yesterday when we were talking about priorities that I'm curious about is Nick Chubb.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really do much.
But does he looks the part?
It's hard to tell because, like, all they're doing is handing the football up to him and he's running a few routes.
Okay.
Like, he didn't really do anything that, like, blew me away today, but they're also not in pads. Like, and I think that would be the time where a running back can really shine. Like a receiver can shine without pads because they can go up and make an incredible play, right? Or a quarterback can look good without pads because they can just have incredible ball placement and all this stuff. And, like, they're simulating a rush, and they're having a rush, but they're not in pads. Like, a running back can't, to me, unless it's something in the passing game, can't really stand out that way. Like, they didn't even hand the ball off. Like, like they were handing the ball off in drills, but not whenever they were actually having the ones versus ones.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, you're right. From a hand-to-hand combat and one-on-one capability in any kind of D-back versus wide receiver situation, you have a chance to actually stand out more and show what you can do. I'm just the more I'm looking at this offense, as long as he can be decent, I'm even more excited because I like the extra depth in the running back room.
Yeah, no Mixon. I mean, Mixon was apparently, according to Will Kunkel, there, according to his sources. So, like, he was there, like, in the facility, but I didn't see him. It wasn't doing it. And we heard from Aaron Wilson that he was in a walking boot this season. So that's something to monitor. That's our next fear that we can lean into instead of Strata with mystery.
You're
we
right.
Need a nickname with Joe Mixon,
because it's one thing to say that Chubb was brought in, and it kind of surprised me that all of a sudden they're bringing in another running back. And we had said at the time, when we're looking at all the different scenarios, are you bringing him in just as a potential depth piece that you're kicking the tires on, that you have a chance to actually upgrade your running back room? Or are you bringing him in because there's a chance that you might need him?
That's my thought. Like, and I'm not, I think Mixon's going to be fine because Aaron Wilson's been consistent with his reporting and he's been right with his reporting. So I believe Aaron Wilson's reporting that Joe Mixon's going to be fine by training camp. But there are setbacks, as we know. Hopefully that's not the case, and it was just them beefing up the room. And I do sincerely believe that. But that sliver of doubt does exist in my mind because I can be a bit of people have told me that I can be a bit of a pessimist. I don't really see it. I think I'm an optimist. I think I'm a realist. Pessimist? I don't know. Here's another one from C.J. Stroud, because this, to me, is critical to the Houston Texans in 2025. Two things, really. The offensive line and then just the offense as a whole. I think the Texans defense has the capability of being a top 5 defense. If they can get an offense that's in the top 10, around the top 10, I think that's where you see the Texans, sky is the limit, potential dark horse Super Bowl contenders. Here was CJ Stroud on what he likes about Nick Caley and his offense.
About this Nick Caley offense?
Him as a person. I think for me, like, I buy into people. I really don't buy into like system. I kind of have that thing about like life. Is like, it's the people and the relationships that kind of take things and make it rocket ship to the stars. So just him as a person, man, like he has probably the most juice I've ever seen in my life. Just naturally. I'm a very laid back, chill guy. Except for like when I'm in between the lines, but like he's 6 a.m, he's up, he's at it. So like that kind of like gets me motivated. and just how he buys into his players, and he calls me a lot. I don't always answer because he always he always yelling and stuff, but I appreciate it though, and it's been great. He's implementing a lot of things he's done in the past, which is important as well. The system is important, and he's doing a great job. As you guys have seen, we've been able to have a pretty good OTA off-season program from what you guys can see, and even things that y'all can't see, building that foundation so we can rocket ship once we snap that ball, against LA. So I love Nick, and he's doing a great job.
He called out Key from LA. Called you out, Key. He's already looking forward to LA. How big of a malcontent is CJ Stroud? 713-780-3776. He doesn't answer the calls of his own offensive coordinator. The Texans have a diva quarterback right before them.
Yeah, there's your storyline now. Yeah, now that's shrouded with mystery. Why don't you answer all your coach's calls?
He's not answering his OC's calls.
It is a little it's humorous, but maybe he does call too much. Maybe he is too excited. I like the fact that they've already gotten off on the right foot. This is great. There was a couple stories that were coming out about still, crapping all over Slowick more about how kind of disjointed it was last year. I don't care about all that. The most important thing now is you're getting another pretty good offensive mind coming from good experiences and in what he's had in the past. And if CJ and he are on the same page early and they're ready to go, then I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, this is all talk of sheep,
sure.
Right? Like, am I encouraged by what he said? Like, they're getting along. Kaylee's high strung, high energy. That's fine. That's cool. I rather hear that than like, oh, he mopes across the hall and I don't really like him. Like, okay. But talk is cheap until you get out there and you actually perform. But I've liked what I heard. I'll just leave it.
Yeah, because I think the main thing is that if we didn't have this Stroud story early on with starting with OTAs, we'd be right back to saying what we always say, which is it's still just off-season programs. It's still just mandatory training. We're not going to learn a whole lot. We're not going to get a whole lot. And there's not a whole lot that's going to translate to once we get into pads.
See, I disagree with that. I do think that it is valuable. And I do think that there are a lot of things that go on that is very constructive to the team going forward.
Right. But what I'm saying is from our standpoint, from the media standpoint, from the listener standpoint, from a fan's perspective, we aren't going to get a whole lot of substance out of anything, no matter what happens. It is extremely valuable for them with the playbook, with the new OC, with some of the new players that they have from the draft and otherwise. All of that is extremely important. I don't want to discount that at all.
Yeah, mostly agree with that. Now, I do think that there are things that you see or that come out and you're like, okay, it changes your outlook on stuff. Like Jaden Higgins, I think would be a good example. We'll get into him a little bit in a second. D'Amico had great things to say about Jaden Higgins. Like, we can see Jaden Higgins make outstanding plays, and we're like, okay, Jaden Higgins is going to be a trusted top 3 receiver for the Texans, where if we didn't see that from Jaden Higgins, we're not as confident about the wide receiver room. So I think it's
That's
small
fair.
things, but I do think that it exists.
Because I also think from an offensive line perspective, now they're going to play with your minds a little bit, as well as just experiment with different combinations of how the line is laid out, who's where, and how it looks. But I do think from the standpoint that they maybe tried to oversell it a week ago, but the fact that you're working on continuity, you're working on eliminating some of the things that might have been a problem a year ago in that room and with that unit, so that you get ahead of the curve before you even get to camp. I think that could be a very important step. And I think that some of that is obviously visible to the media and to the fans. And that could be something. But we know that the offensive line is going to be something that everybody's going to be hyper-focused on.
For sure. Let's talk about that offensive line on the other side. Also, the D'Amico Ryans giving some praise to the Texans' newest receiver. No Noel. His name's not Noel, but no Noel is hard to say. Jalen Noel has a little bit of an injury, wasn't out there. But the other rookie was Jaden Higgins. We'll discuss that offensive line battle, which looks like it's shaping up to be a battle. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jaden Higgins, my camp show out today. Pick 6 and extra point. I don't remember how many I had. But here was D'Amico talking about his rookie, Jaden Higgins, who the Texans picked with the 34th pick of the NFL draft.
Here, I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made. And in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
I think D'Amico's got a man crush Monday on Jaden Higgins. Like, D'Amico does not rave about players a ton. Usually it's like, hey, we like what he's doing. They're all working. We'll see where they land. Like, he raved about Stroud. He's raved around about a few of his defenders. But for him to have this sort of praise to Jaden Higgins, 4 days into he had rookie minicamp, he had voluntary minicamp, he has mandatory minicamp, and the dude's talking like Jaden Higgins is a 3-4 year vet that's been a solid producer.
That's great to hear. I mean, was it Watson that he was building up?
Watson had a catch today, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah, because Noel didn't.
I need him to have 10 in the regular season.
No. Yeah, you didn't bet it though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I remember him pumping up Watson. I think that was more motivation to other receivers that might be not there or not working hard. But to hear something like this, I was surprised he didn't bring up Swarm, but I mean, that's his type of guy. And then he's going to pump up his type of guy, because you go out and draft him and you already are hearing that he's going to be a guy that can contribute right away. That's huge, because we know that, you drafted other guys in the past that no matter what you thought they were going to be, that it's been a slower process. And Fisher took a little while to get on the offensive line, and some others. Remember, he was extremely high on Lassiter right from the jump, and Bullock and guys like that. So that's great to hear early on.
He's enamored with Jaden Higgins.
I love it.
He's a fan. And look, it backs it up too. Like, he's saying it and then you're seeing it. So it's okay. Let's see what kind of year the Jaden Higgins produces, because that could be a major threat with Nico and Higgins' size. And then you have Kirk and, Noel, depending on who's out there and who's winning snaps and stuff like that. This wide receiver room is going to be very, very good. And I also think it's going to be very, very tough to make this roster, because the Texans have multiple players that are going to get cut that should be on NFL rosters.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned those 4. Like Watson's an NFL football player.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think he's going to get 10 catches with the Houston Texans? I don't, because the receiver room's so deep, but he's an NFL football player. Mechie had a really good one-handed behind him catch today. Like, I think he's an NFL football player. I think Hutchinson's an NFL football player. Now, backups, not like starters. And then Jared Wayne, don't sleep on Jared Wayne. Like, Jared Wayne is not bad. He's pretty good.
Barrios out there?
I didn't see Barrios.
Because I was going to say, when you start talking about like veterans like Barrios, Watson, guys like that,
he might have been out there, but I just didn't notice him.
They're going to be on a roster because of their special teams abilities too. But then when you talk about just purely from a receiver position, it's good to know that how far that they have come from, hearing that from you, from where we talked about about a year or so ago, when we were talking about one of the worst receiver rooms in the league. And now you're stacked, you're loaded, and you got guys that are probably not going to make this roster that are going to end up somewhere else. So that's encouraging, because injuries are going to happen along the way.
The receiver room is the deepest position that they have, in my opinion. Braxton Berrios' famous girlfriend, Alex Early, I think you pronounce her name Early. They're making a Hulu show on her. Did you know that?
Did not know that.
They're making, yeah, she's like a very, she's a huge TikTok influencer. Like, she's a social media star.
I've heard that.
They're doing a Hulu show on Alex Early, Braxton Berrios' girlfriend. But the receiver room's very good. Somebody asked me about that tight end that they drafted, Nick Lachey from 98 Degrees. I don't forget his first name, but he was he's a big man. He doesn't move all that great, and he had like a really bad drop. But I mean, he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Mentioned Mixon. D'Amico had a lot of praise for Bullock and Stover. Like, I didn't really see it a whole lot, but I had a lot of praise for them. And then the O-line that I mentioned, which, by the way, the defensive line was beating up on the offensive line. Now, it's hard to tell because they're not in pads, so it's much different. But Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson had a bit of a field day against the Texans offensive line, which Not the best two guys to be trying to block whenever you're an offensive line that's trying to figure it out. But it's the same structure that we saw. Robinson, Tomlinson, Andrews, Howard, Fisher from left to right.
So Andrews looks more and more like he's going to be the first guy to get the first crack at starting at center.
Like Patterson worked in with the ones at times, but he wasn't the first one out there. And it's June 10th. They don't have a depth chart. Okay, then why is Stroud your QB1?
Yeah.
Why is Nico running with Stroud? Like they have a depth chart right now. Now a lot can change, but they have a depth chart right now.
You said Fisher's playing right tackle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now Ursary was working in there, and Ursary also was working in at left tackle whenever they were getting like the second and third tries.
I just worry right off the jump for a guy as big as Ursary to be mobile enough and agile enough on the outside on NFL defensive for pass rushers.
He's going to have to be eventually.
Eventually, yes. But, like, I don't want to throw him to the fire right away. I hope it's just, he's depth right now and they're going to make him better, because it seems like right now if he's going to play at all this season, he would be inside.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all. I don't think we'll ever see him inside.
Really?
No,
with his size and how big he is?
That's why. Yeah, he'll never. I don't think he'll ever be an interior offensive.
I thought that they had talked about early on
enough.
that they were going
to. I don't think he moves like well enough to be an interior offensive lineman.
I thought they were going to try him at guard.
If he plays this year, if he plays at left tackle this year, I think they're in a little bit of trouble, because now you're playing a rookie left tackle and a second-year right tackle that didn't play a lot last year. I think there's a decent chance he could be your right tackle over Fisher, which is fine. Like, both of those guys are inexperienced and young and green. But if Robinson's so bad that Ursary has to be your left tackle, I think you're
in a world of hurt.
Yeah, unless Ursary's just like surprising us all and is the steal of a draft pick, which I think is a bit unrealistic at this point.
In person, he's what, 6'6"?
He's a big guy.
Yeah. I mean, that's everything that I heard. I just worry about his mobility in terms of on the outside at tackle right off the jump.
Yeah, he's more of a big man than a mobile man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What number is Ursary wear? They have double numbers too, by the way. Ursary's listed at 6'6", 330.
Okay.
Like two guys that, like, Woody Marks has number 27 and Miles Bryant has number 27. Which one's going to be number 27?
Who gets it at the start of the year is the most important thing.
I guess you can do double numbers through preseason. Does that sound right? But then once you have the actual team,
I would. I don't remember them having double numbers in the preseason. I thought they have to clean it up by first preseason game.
Yeah, I don't know. I know for sure by the start of the regular season. Maybe it's just a camp thing. But I mean, you carry 90 guys. I mean, there's more than 90 numbers, and so.
But normally they have some cut downs before they get to the first preseason game where they don't have duplicates.
713-780-ESPN. That's all I had. Yeah. A couple of texts on this is their return date for Tank Dell. If Tank Dell plays in 2025, I would be stunned.
I'm not expecting him at all. And based on everything that I've heard of in terms of how they had to do like one of the tears before they could do the other tear, before they could do everything else to clean it up, I had no expectation of him touching the football field at all this year.
Yeah, I would be stunned if I see Tank Dell on the football field in 2025. Now, I think he's holding out hope, and like, hey, if he comes back with like 3 weeks left to play and he's 100%, you need receivers, that's great. But I would be stunned if we see him, and I'm also going to chalk up like my attitude of see you in 2026, Tank Dell. And look, I think it's fair, and I hate this for my guy because I love Tank Dell. I think it's fair to wonder if he's ever going to be the same player. That was a major leg surgery for a guy whose best quality is his shiftiness and his quick twitch.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of friends that are in that business of doing those surgeries and or rehabbing those surgeries. And they said it's just unfair. You hope that he can regain everything, but it would be unfair to say that he's ever going to be to the level he was before that injury because it was so devastating in so many different areas of the knee.
Wayne took out Tank Dell. That should be enough for him to be cut. That's a good point. It's a really good point, Texter. You taking out one of us, we take you out. No, I like Jared Wayne as a depth piece, though, but he's going to have a really tough time making this team. If you keep 6 receivers, you're looking at the 4 that we mentioned. You can store Tank on IR, so you don't have to worry about that.
Right.
But the 4 that we mentioned, who are your favorite 2 after the 4 that we mentioned? the 2 rookies, Kirk and Nico, are locks.
Yeah, and then
I'm not sure there's anybody else that's a lock after them.
I think Watson is going to be there with special teams in mind. And then I think it's either Hutch or Mechie.
So you have Hutch, Mechie, Wayne, Watson, Berrios. Am I missing anybody? Or I think I hit it.
That's it.
So you're going to cut more than likely 3 of those guys.
Yes, you are. And teams are going to be waiting for you to cut them because they will find their place on other teams.
Now, that's, of course, if they're all, they all make it healthy through camp, which maybe that's a little bit unrealistic. But no, that wide receiver room, I'm telling you, pretty
It does
dang
say,
good.
by the way, that the temporary deviation from an NFL rule states that in the preseason, they are allowed to have duplicate numbers.
Okay, so they have to trim it down.
Yes.
But I mean, both of those guys are making the roster. You would think Woody Marks is definitely making the roster.
For sure.
Miles Bryant, I guess he'd be more in the roster bubble. But it'd be funny if both of those guys make the team, and then you had the veteran fighting with the rookie on who's wearing number 27.
Yeah, I mean, okay, and like Nick Chubb going back to his high school number, if that's a big deal, okay, cool. I mean, I don't think if he's not worried about it, I'm not worried about it. I just need to see a really good version of Nick Chubb. That would make me extremely happy.
They have two number 72s, but it's Jalen Thomas and Tommy Tagua. So it's like, okay, well, both of you are going to be Tugana.
Exactly.
So, like, that one doesn't matter as much as 27. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cam Smith in the lineup tonight playing right field. We all like what Cam Smith has done in his rookie year, but you're starting to see more and more Major League Baseball teams call up prospects because it's the time of year. Summer is kind of emerging, is approaching. Feels like summer in Houston. But it's that time of year where most teams have gained that extra year of club control. So let's take a look at Cam Smith at this point of the season. Was Cam Smith worth calling up with what he's produced to this point? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This song makes me think of Stephon Diggs. He talked to the media today, Stephon Diggs. They asked him about what was in the bag. He's like,
did they?
Yeah. Well, I think it's good on the Patriots to put him out there immediately. Like, it's not going away, so you might as well put him out there. Then the first time that he's available to the media, he's going to get asked about it. So you might as well just get it out of the way. That way it's done.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well, I'm not going to talk about my personal life with people I don't have a personal relationship with. It's actually a really good answer. Like, it's a great way of ducking that question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just probably should be careful where cameras are from now on going forward in your personal life.
Or just
with those
don't have
people that are
illegal
buddies of yours.
substances if they are illegal substances.
Yeah, and don't have them within a camera's view.
Gun to your head, do you think it was an illegal substance in that bag?
Yep.
Ryan, gun to your head, do you think it was an illegal substance in that bag?
Not a doubt in my mind.
Mapes, gun to your head, do you think that was an illegal substance inside that bag?
I think it's more probable than not.
You answered that like an attorney.
Answer it like with a yes or no answer, Sean Mapes. Don't dodge it and skirt it.
He did.
Answer it.
He did answer it.
Allegedly, it was.
He did answer it. He answered that like kind of like Nick Caserio would answer it. Just a bunch of word salad and like kind of gives his opinion, but also has a hedge there. I said probably. I didn't say that it was. It's a good way not to get sued though. So yeah, it's pretty well done. Yeah, I mean, I would think that was an illegal substance in that bag.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I know that everybody's all about the clicks and the media coverage and the social media aspect of it. But if you're going to do that kind of stuff in your off season while you're having some fun, and I'm not opposed, I understand that and people can have some fun, but don't do it in front of a camera. It's going to get somewhere.
Yeah, it's a good way to like. Sometimes that stuff can speed you up though, so maybe it can get them working out pretty good.
And then you
Tries to
probably have to
recover.
take a drug test at some point, right?
I don't know if they drug test for Molly Percocet.
I don't know what they
in the
test for
NFL.
anymore. I know.
I'm sure that they do.
But I know we talked about the NBA aspect of that, and that's been up for discussion recently again too.
I wonder when they get tested though. Like, I wonder if you could do it in the off season and then it's out of your system by the time they test.
I know from an NBA perspective that the NBA players knew that they were only allowed to do it once during the year. And once they did it during the year, they couldn't be tested again, at least the old CBA.
Yeah.
And players would celebrate that.
Now, much different than the NFL, though.
Oh,
like they have different rules.
especially nowadays, right? They crack down on everything so much more that now you could have over-the-counter prescription meds that you, quote-unquote, think aren't on the NFL's list, and then you find out that they are the hard way.
Yeah.
According to NFL drug policy, MDMA or Molly is not a banned substance.
It's not a banned substance. Now any sort of doubt I had is removed. That's absolutely what Stephon Diggs had. Allegedly. I didn't say that. I'll fix that in post. Yeah, that's crazy. They don't test for it.
That is, I mean, with everything that they've cracked down on, you would think that, I mean, with some of these over-the-counter drugs that the guys are getting drilled for, you would think that would be on there.
Texture says they test for Adderall, though. Yeah, so they test for Adderall, but not Molly. That's crazy. I know Adderall is banned in baseball. Like, they got rid of all those like amphetamines and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the latest collective bargaining agreement or the last two is where leagues completely restructured and redefined how hard they were gonna crack down on all that stuff.
Somebody sent us a picture of bath salts. People still do that. Remember, people like there was that fad where everybody's like doing the bath salts, and they're dying basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
I hope
brutal.
they still don't, but they do a lot of dumb stuff thanks to videos they see.
Yeah, it is nuts. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So this is the time of the calendar in Major League Baseball where all these teams are calling up their prospects because they've probably manipulated service time enough to keep them away from the Super 18 thing, so you can pretty much get that extra year of club control. So knowing that's where we are on that point of the calendar, knowing that you could call up Cam Smith today had you not called him up on opening day, we can look at the sliver of time, the sliver of work that Cam Smith has done from the start of the season till now to form an educated opinion and give our thoughts and our opinions on if calling Cam Smith up on opening day was worth it. So
Well,
numbers,
Jeremy Branham says so. I guess Cam Smith is ass.
Lance,
So.
don't interrupt me like that again. Cam Smith hitting 246 on the year, 326 on base, 365 slug, 691 OPS, 95 OPS plus, which we all know OPS plus league average is 100. So Cam Smith 5 points below league average. Now his defense does give him a pretty decent WAR, 1.1 WAR, which Israel's quick to point out is fourth best on the Houston Astros. Knowing what we know now, knowing this is the time of the calendar when teams start calling up prospects because they've already gained that extra year of club control, did Dana Brown and the Houston Astros get it right by calling Cam Smith up on opening day?
I'll say yes. I'll say yes because I think he continues to show the progress that he's getting better with every extra at bat he gets in the major leagues. I also think that I want to believe in today's baseball that they're going to make a decision on Cam Smith before they get to that extra year, one way or the other. And I think that the Astros seem to be a franchise now with their younger players trying to wrap them up earlier. But I know that it's a big discussion that could be debated, and there's going to be a lot of passion on both sides of it. I'll say because of how bad I was worried about the outfield situation this year going into the regular season, and with the prospect of having Jake that I thought he was going to be, and Chaz starting in the outfield every day, I will still say yes.
I don't think it's fair to use the extension to help your argument because that is an unknown.
It is an unknown, right? But I mean, I'm trying to say why I can feel good about the fact that they did what they did when they did it. I think that if you didn't see Cam Smith until this, in the upcoming days, I don't know where that outfield would be. I don't know that I would feel as good as I feel right now about where the Astros are. And so I'll say that I'm totally fine with them calling him up when they did.
Now, the injuries have thrown a wrinkle into this because you've lost two outfielders in the last couple of weeks. Zach DeZinzo OPS plus of 94, just 1 point below Cam Smith. His WAR is not as good because he didn't play in as many games, but he does have a positive WAR. And Chaz McCormick also hurt. 86 OPS plus, which 9 points below where Cam's at. Chaz at 347 on base, Cam at 326. On base. Cam's a better defender in right field, though, no doubt about that. And then, of course, they lost Yordan Alvarez as well. My counterpoint to that on the other side, I'm a believer that no, he hasn't done enough to justify Cam Smith making the opening day roster. I much rather have the extra year as opposed to his first 51 games. 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on it as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, Cam Smith. Did the Astros get it right? I think this is the last time you can have this conversation, really, because this would have been the line of demarcation somewhere around this time when you would have called up Cam Smith because you were able to gain that extra year of club control. And I've been happy with Cam Smith. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm very bullish on his future. I think the power is to come. He's been way better in right field than anybody could have imagined. He's a very good athlete. Like he is going to be a very good baseball player and has already been a solid baseball player. So don't get it twisted. But would I have rather had these 51 games of Cam hitting 246 with a below average bat, or would I rather have Cam Smith for an extra year in 2031? And I know it's hard to look that far in advance, but I always point to George Springer. Like, would you have rather had a full season of George Springer in 2014 when the Astros lost 90-something games? Or would you rather have George Springer on a team that went to the ALCS and was a game away from getting to another World Series? Now, it's not an apples-to-apples comp because the Astros are good this year and they weren't good in 2014, but it's still enough for me to rather have the extra year of Cam than the first 51 games of Cam. And he's been solid. He's been fine. But he hasn't been this world beater that has changed the complexion of the team. He's been batting in the bottom of the order, below average bat. We like what we see. We're hopeful about his future, but not worth, in my opinion, the extra year of service in 2031.
And that's fair. Like, the Springer example is a good one. And I loved what George Springer brought to this team when they were just getting this golden era started and all the things that he was able to do. And another year of him would have been outstanding. And you're absolutely right from that regard. And every situation is different. And you're right. I can't predict the future. I would hope that if he continues to blossom and grow and show that he was, rightfully the centerpiece of this trade, that's going to be a big part of the future, that they'll try and do something before it's time. But in the meantime, there's no argument for me that you can make a hell of a case that it was better to let him sit until now.
And the other thing, too, like if we expect him to blossom and become a really good player, do you want an extra year of a really good player, or do you want it as it blossoms? Like, do you want a rose whenever it's blossomed for the maximum amount of time, or do you want a rose whenever it hasn't blossomed yet, but it's going to in the future? Ask yourself that. I think it's a little romantic of me. 713-780-ESPN. Todd, the show. I wonder if they would have played Cam at third in the minors and he wouldn't have become as good as he is in right. I doubt that. I mean, you can't say for sure because it didn't happen. But I believe that the Astros would have saw the path to the bigs was him playing right field. Like, okay, we see Isak Paredes. Isak Paredes is doing great things. If Cam Smith is going to be a big leaguer this year, it's going to have to be in the outfield. And plus, they already started doing it at spring training. So, they didn't have to say, okay, Cam, you're making the team. So I think that the move to right field would have happened regardless. And I think you can use spring training as the example as to, he would have played right field.
I honestly think you and I had the conversation really, really early in the process, whether I don't know if it was he was already taking reps in the outfield or not, but we just looked at his body type and said, that's a really, really big kid to think about him playing consistent Major League Baseball on the infield. I, for one, said, I looked at him and I go, I mean, he just doesn't look the part of an agile third baseman when you start talking about what kind of defense you expect out of a third baseman in Major League Baseball. Now, and the bat will translate to many different places on the infield and he could be a first baseman. He could be a corner outfielder. But yeah, I mean, I think you and I were talking about that pretty early on, that he probably wasn't for the long haul going to be a third baseman.
No, he not with Isak. Like they have Isak I believe they actually felt like Isak was part of their long-term plans too, especially after they signed Walker, because they have a few years of club control. On the Twitch, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Todd, the show, says, I think he brings a little energy to the dugout that they definitely need. I don't disagree with Todd's point. I do think that Cam brings some energy to the Astros, some youthful energy and bounce. But do I think the Astros record would be any different if they didn't have the energy? Maybe a game or two. A game or two.
I know that, when you reference all the mound visits and stuff. Yeah, I love the fact that when he gets a big hit in Cleveland on Sunday, that, he pop slides and comes up screaming and yelling and he's all juiced up with excitement. That's great. But it's really just about, his career, his ability. And if you believe like he is going to be better and better and better by the time this contract is up, then it's plausible to say that they should have waited. It's just that I just thought that their outfield was in such disarray that at least he brought some stability, and the fact that he has been able to take to right field so quickly defensively has helped me to be on the side of I'm okay with them bringing him up and doing this before it was before it was time.
713-780-ESPN. Eric Brandon must have had a good dream about Israel last night and wanted to get him on the phone. Let's head out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Israel?
What's up? First of all, I want to shout out Dana. Dana got 2 starters and a starting pitcher, but he got hurt for Tucker. That was outstanding. First, let's start right there. Cam forced his hand for performance in preseason, in preseason. But look, first of all, let's talk about this season. He's going past the expectations because he was not supposed to even be in the majors. Not only he's in the majors, I know you know what the war means, right? You say the other guy positive, what, 0.3? It ain't no 1.1. It's a whole. He on a whole nother. He went to and this thing. Oh, he's an athlete. No. To go to third base. Go to outfield, right field, a position you never played, and have no errors. When everybody, the outfield is going to be this, and the outfield is one of the best in the majors right now. Cam is doing. He's past expectations. They did not get him to be a power hitter, number 3, 4, 5, or 6 in the batting lineup. He's been batting 9th and 8th. 246 is not bad. But what it is, he can the walks. You talking about his walks like it's something negative. He can see the ball. He hitting the doubles. And another thing, he get key hits to tie the game, and also, even if they don't win the game, he ties up the game a lot. He get key hits in crucial situations. He got it, bro. And what's going to happen, they ain't going to go to the end. They're going to extend him in the 2nd or 3rd year. He's going to be a star. Matter of fact, it's going to be his team with next year, 2 years, it's going to be his team. He's going to be the star because his enthusiasm, and he got the energy that they need. And that's just it. And
Israel,
we're going to see.
Israel, good points. Great points. Let me ask you something real quick. Would you because Cam Smith is going to be great, and it's going to be his team in a couple of years, would you rather have 51 games of Cam when he's a baby, or would you rather have 160 whenever it's his team and he's dominant?
I want Cam to actually retire as an Astro. I want them to extend his contract after 2 years. Yes, I want to retire an Astro.
Ryan, hang up on him.
Ryan didn't believe me. He's like, we hang up on callers? Yeah, we hang up on callers. Whenever Israel does not answer the question, we hang up on callers. And Israel's bringing up the extension thing. That is the unknown. Like, I agree with Israel, and I agree with you. Like, if they sign him to a long-term extension, which this is the Astros, how likely is that? I mean, guys have signed early, but if he gets anywhere close to free agency, he's gone. But the extension's the unknown, so I don't think it's fair to use it to either side of the argument. I will concede if they sign Cam Smith to an extension, then this entire conversation's a moot point. But are the Astros more likely to sign him or more likely to not sign him? If he's good. Like, probably not.
And again, you're right from past precedents, and then you also look at it, and Dana Brown was involved with Atlanta, though he wasn't the decision maker in trying to get guys wrapped up before they got to that point. But again, like you said, we don't know what we don't know. I hope that if he is all that and everything that Israel thinks he already is, that they do try and do that, and that he is amicable and open to it, and that it's possible to do it. Because otherwise, you're right. I mean, in your scenario, it could be a really, really bad day for all of the Houston Astros and their fans if he ends up getting away in the prime of his career a year too early.
And I think that's why you can't use it on one side or the other. Like, we could argue, is it more likely that he will sign or more likely that he won't sign? I think that it's probably more likely that he won't sign, but let's just eliminate that from this conversation because it is an unknown. As far as the walks, I don't view walks as a negative. I view anything as not getting out as a positive. So I'm not going to allow you to say that kind of lie. It's great that he walks. It's great that he gets on base. That's not a negative at all. The WAR conversation. I'm not sure Israel knew what it meant. It's wins above replacement players. Like just any player that you pluck from the street, how many wins is the guy getting over that guy? What's Cam Smith's? I said it at the start. It's 1.1. So Cam Smith is worth 1 win over the average replacement player. So again, I'll ask, Is one win from Cam Smith in his first 51 games worth blowing an entire year for a guy who Israel said is going to put this team on his back in a couple of years? Of course it's not.
Right. And when you think about it too, from just the sake of for the sake of the discussion, with DeCenzo playing so well until he got hurt, is it plausible to think that if Zach DeCenzo, which they turned into an outfielder this year as well, is it fair to think that if DeCenzo got the same opportunity at the same position that he could do close to the same thing that Cam has done to this point?
I think he could.
I do too.
But even let's just give Cam the win though. Let's say that Cam is worth one win more than DeCenzo, because that's what their wars are. Cam's at a 1.1, DeCenzo's at a 0.2, but he doesn't have the advantage.
Right.
But let's just call it what it. Let's just not introduce anything else to the argument. Cam is 1.1 win, DeCenzo's 0.2 win. So let's just round up. Cam Smith is worth one more win than playing Zach DeCenzo in right field the first 60 something games of the year. Is that one win when you lead the division by 3 worth blowing a year of service when the guy's going to be in his prime? I think it's an easy no.
Right.
Easy no.
It's one thing to have the discussion from a production standpoint. It's another financially when you think about what you'd have to pay him for that 1 year if you do have to sign him to a new deal in order to retain his services. And the other thing I was going to say to Israel while he was saying all that is, where's Jordan going to be in the next couple of years?
I mean, he's got to. You mean help?
I'm saying if this is going to be Cam's team, and Cam's going to be the best.
Counterpoint.
Then where's Jordan going to be? Because I still firmly believe
there's a very
it's going to be
easy
Jordan's
answer.
team.
There's a very easy answer here, though.
Which is
on the IL
injured list. Yeah,
Jordan's going to be firmly planted on the injured list. No, but I mean, I think Israel's point though about Cam being great actually validates my argument. Because if he's going to be so great in 2 to 3 years, that's when you want the extra year. And again, we're not dismissing Cam Smith from the 2025 team. We would be bringing up Cam Smith today. He'd be on his way up right now. We would just have missed out on his first 51 games as a big leaguer, 60-something games for the Astros.
Yeah, no, I mean, what it really comes down to, right, is the fact that Israel is basically making your argument better because the fact that if he's going to be a better player for the length of his career, if he's going to be a better player in his prime at the end of that, you hope to God that he signs him. They lock him down before you get to that point.
I mean, I've told you what I would have done if I were Dana. I would have, hey, Cam, do you want to be a big leaguer on opening day? Here's a team-friendly contract for you to sign. Oh, you don't want to sign it? I hope you enjoy living in Sugar Land. If you really want to threaten him, go live in Corpus.
Yeah, you make a deal like Milwaukee and Tampa and teams like that do because they see the potential. They know what they're hoping you turn out to be, but they're also trying to do what's best for an organization that if you just want to put a monetary value on it, and I'm talking about right now's rates as opposed to when you actually get to the point that Cam Smith could get that year and hit the market a year early, it's probably upwards of $50-60 million a year.
Yeah.
Just if it just keeps going the way it's going, if you're talking about the numbers that, guys that were, coming to be premier players.
The cost
this last
of a total
year.
contract.
Yes.
Yeah. And think about it too, from just like the AAV. Like, let's just assume Cam Smith turns into a good player. Let's say good, not great. Let's be fair and conservative with the conversation. Cam Smith turns into a good, not great player. He's a free agent at the end. Let's see, we're in 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So you have him under club control through 30, would be a free agent going into the 31 season. Let's just assume, okay, he enters free agency after the 2030 season. What is a good corner outfielder going to get market value?
Probably good, not great.
Yeah.
Probably 40 a year.
Okay. I was going to say like 20, 25, but whatever. Like, so if it's in that range,
it's based on how good
40
is
is more great, right?
Yeah.
But let's just, like,
great.
that's the range. Like, okay, like depending on his actual value and production, he's going to be in the range of $20 to $40 million, depending on how good he is. The Astros just peed that down their leg because of the first 51 games for Cam Smith, who again has been solid. We like what we see as a rookie. We like the promise. He's a 95 OPS plus guy, and the Astros just peed down their leg a $20 to $40 million valuation on a player. It was not a good decision.
Soto's great, right?
Soto's great.
Yeah. And Soto went way over 40.
Yeah, he got.
That's why I'm saying by the time 5 years from
Inflation,
now, 40 should factor in as a good outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money to walk away from.
Like if you put it into the financial value as well, the Astros, because they called Cam Smith up with his 95 OPS plus, in a 1.1 WAR, which is good for a rookie. No one's dogging Cam here. This is actually a dogging Dana for calling him up too early. Because if you think that Cam's going to be a good player, you're just throwing away $25 million in evaluation for a player. I do like the trade, Israel. I think it's a great point. I do like the trade, the Kyle Tucker trade. I was a proponent of it at the time. I was making TikToks in Disneyland, applauding Dana Brown. I think you were a fan of it too.
Big time.
Yeah, yeah. So we were fans of I don't want to say getting rid of Tucker, of trading Tucker for valuable assets before he left you for free.
Yeah, doing what you weren't willing to do in the past, which is admit you weren't going to resign Kyle Tucker. And so cutting your losses by also adding to what you could add to from the roster. And you got 3 Major League Baseball players.
Yeah, we all like the trade. So I agree with you, Israel. We agree with you that we like what Dana Brown did in terms of the Kyle Tucker trade. He brought up the other point about spring training numbers. I'm a believer that you should never be making radical decisions. And yes, this was radical because the guy's a year removed from college baseball. He's a year removed away from playing in the postseason tournament. Did they go to Omaha last year? I can't remember. I don't remember if they're a year away from playing in Omaha. So it was a radical decision. Sometimes radical decisions can be just fine. But spring training numbers should never, ever lead to a radical decision for a general manager. Spring training numbers are almost meaningless.
Remember how we were trying to calculate how many of the pitchers that he actually hit bombs off of were actually Major League pitchers?
We did.
Yeah, because of the fact that guys are trying to make the team. You have split squad games. You have so many different variables that are going in as teams evaluate their own talent that it's the Kelvin Cato effect of you're going to reward a guy for getting big numbers in spring training, and it's going to bite you in the butt more so than it's going to succeed if that's the way you do business. And we were trying to figure out like how many Major League pitchers he had success over all the hits and all the home runs that he hit in spring training.
I remember when everybody was banging the table for Justin Dearden to break camp with the Astros because he had that big spring training. What was it, 3 years ago?
Mhm.
Dude's out of baseball now. Spring training numbers are almost meaningless. Brandon T, I have a feeling Israel thinks he never loses an argument. No, Israel will concede defeat. I believe in Israel. Israel, kill that narrative. Concede defeat. Concede that you'll sometimes take an L. Is Israel Cam's agent? Maybe. I need Israel to be my agent, though. I love the way he defends Cam. I'm a big fan of it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. People have thoughts on this. They're divided, it looks like. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Israel's texting. It said my take is trash can emoji. Israel also says, I don't want you to agree with me. I disagree with you. I don't want you to like him. We don't care. I like Cam Smith. I like Cam Smith so much that I'm trying to commit another year of my life with Cam Smith. That's how much I like Cam. Is I'm trying to commit another year of my life with the guy. And you're saying I don't like him. Israel, that's not fair of you, Israel. It's certainly possible that if Cam wasn't brought up in the first 50 games, he might have just been left in the minors for the rest of the year. I do not believe that. If you had the current outfield situation, Cam was a guy who almost, like, again, we're playing the alternate scenario here, was a guy that almost made the team out of spring training. You're going to tell me they wouldn't have called him up for the entire year? I just can't believe that.
So my question for you, because I'm not up to speed on all this, and I know it doesn't surprise you, but like,
that's not fair. It does surprise me. You're up to speed with a lot of stuff.
But I say tongue in cheek. But from the standpoint of team control, is there a hard deadline for all players, or does everybody's contract change the deadline for team control? Because, like, if I'm the Red Sox, if Roman Anthony, if I'm bringing him up now and I have to pay him the extra year, now it would be even more ridiculous to me, or Caglione or guys like that, because of the fact that now you didn't even get the first 50-some games or 60-some games. Now you're right up almost to the deadline. Why would you do it?
Well, I think that it's late enough.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
I think it's late enough.
I didn't know if it was like
usually teams will do it like mid-June, but June 1st is usually enough. Usually enough.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, it makes some sense that they waited on Anthony.
Because I watched Roman Anthony last night, and he made a costly error in that game too, and I'm going, man, at this point, I don't know what the cutoff was or anything like that. But I mean, if he's going to be what everybody thinks he's going to be, that's a guy you definitely want to save the year on.
Yeah, he made an error last night.
He did. That's what I was just to say. I watched it, and I was like, oh, and he basically sided the ball. He didn't try and field it in front of him, and it went all the way to the wall, and I was like, that's not a good play.
They don't love his, well, I shouldn't say they. His defense isn't something that, like, many people write home about. It's more.
I think Caglione was 4 for 4 last night.
Oh, did he go 4 for 4? Yeah. That guy's just look what the Royals did. The Royals might have called him up a little bit too soon, but it's always kind of like in a weird spot. People are texting, tweeting. I don't care about service time manipulation. That's a reason that players leave. See, people always point to George Springer, like the reason that George Springer left was because the Astros manipulated his service time. Is there a reported offer that the Astros gave for George Springer? Because I'm of the belief that if the Astros gave George Springer the exact same contract the Blue Jays gave him, I believe he would be a Houston Astro. So unless you can point to a reported contract offer of the Astros that they gave to George Springer that's at least similar to Toronto, you're not going to hit me with he left because his service time was manipulated. No, I think he left because the Astros didn't offer him a contract.
Yeah. No, they definitely weren't even going to get into a competition or a bidding war about his services. I think that one was pretty much set in stone. But I know that early on there was that discussion when they were so bad about, because everybody was watching every move he made about, when they brought him up.
A tweeter, I like my team not screwing its players. See, I get that, actually. Like, I understand that sentiment. Like, hey, if the guy's ready, bring him up. Don't take advantage of the young player. Like, I totally understand that. But this is a cutthroat business where games are won and lost in the margins, and I'm worried about my job and my team winning as many games as possible. And I believe that if you look at the Astros over the next 6 years, I believe that the Astros will win more total games in the alternate reality that I'm presenting, where you wait to call up Cam Smith, that way you get the extra year, than you would have just lived in the scenario we are now. So that's why yes, I agree that it is screwing the players. At the same time, like, they're waiting 3 months to get a 6-figure contract. Like, how much poor are we going to call on the player? How much woe is me are we giving to the player? So, like, I get it, but I just don't agree with it.
I think at a certain point, if you're not the Yankees or the Dodgers, and the Dodgers probably more so right now, and you just don't care about that kind of stuff, and you have money growing on trees literally all over the place with all the different ways that you can pay players, you have to understand how hardcore it is when they say it's a business. And yeah, you don't want to screw over your players, but at the same time, you have to do what's best for not just the financial, but the production level of the team that you are in charge of, or at the end of the day, it's going to bite you in the ass personally, and it's going to bite the organization in the ass over the long haul.
When the owner employs you, is the owner telling you, hey, make sure the player is happy, or is the owner telling you your goal is to win as many games as possible?
Right.
So I have to try to achieve that goal. My goal is not, okay, well, this guy should be up. He's probably one of our best 26 players. That's not my goal. I'm sorry. It's not.
And you know that Crane, as being such a shrewd businessman in his professional career, that's exactly what he wants out of his general managers. And if you're someone like, when you're in charge of the Dodgers, you realize they might not care as much, and they might be able to do things where they'll deal with that when it comes to it and not have to blink an eye about it because of all the network, the TV deals they have and all the different things that they have in their favor that a lot of the other teams don't have the liberty and the access to.
Texture, if he wins Rookie of the Year, they get a first-round pick. I do know that, and I will concede that bringing him up on opening day gives him a much better chance to win Rookie of the Year than if they brought him up today. Do we think Cam Smith's winning Rookie of the Year? A. And then B, do we think who do we think has a better chance to win Rookie of the Year? Cam Smith or that Jack Caglione guy that they just brought up from Kansas City? I think the odds say him.
If he did have 4 hits last night, and he is supposed to be a combination of like Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, and all these things. If he lives up to billing, but assuming he gets enough at bats, he's up for the long haul now, and that he continues to roll. Yeah, he probably has a better chance, and he's going to get all the exposure in the world. Everybody's watching everything he does. Most people don't know who Cam Smith is that are casual baseball fans, and a lot of guys in baseball don't know who he is.
Yeah, I will concede that calling Cam Smith up opening day gives him a better chance of winning Rookie of the Year than calling him up today. I would counter that point by saying it's not going to matter. Texture, I believe Springer received a 6-year, $150 million deal. You are correct. Now show me where the Astros offered that. And then tell me that he didn't choose the Astros, who didn't give him an offer, because the Astros manipulated his service time in 2014. It's a straw man argument. What upsets me about this conversation, what makes the Astros front office and owner sometimes so pathetic, is the fact that we have to act like we have no other choices than pinch pennies. I think it's a fair point. Now, I don't think that I wouldn't call Crane cheap. I'd call him more frugal. What is a better way?
Savvy.
Maybe that's the best way.
I think he's business savvy in the fact that he understands, like, he's still going to do, if he just gets a gut feeling and a wild hair and decides, I want to go spend on someone with a big name like a Verlander in the past or a Hader. But at the same time, over the long haul, he wants to be as resourceful as he can possibly be when it comes to running his baseball team.
Texture, why are you going on and on about Cam Smith for 51 games? Won't he be up for the whole season? Yes, he'll be up the whole season this year, but because they called him up at the beginning of the season and didn't wait, the Astros will lose his club control in 2031. Well, why do you care about 2031, Brandon? Well, do you want a good player on your team in 2031, or do you not want a good player on your team in 2031?
Let's also be honest in terms of, we said Caglione, but Jacob Wilson's right now he's going to be the Rookie of the Year from Oakland.
Yeah, he's been really good.
Yeah, I mean, over his last 36 games, he's hitting 407.
I actually took a little deep dive on Jacob Wilson yesterday. He has the weirdest profile that I can remember. Like, he's got a terrible, like, he swings at everything. Mm-hmm. He rarely walks. His power is not great. It's like he hits for some power, but not great power. Not even good power, just some power. And he has one of the slowest bat speeds in all of baseball. Like, it's insane to me that one of the slowest bat speeds in all of baseball is he leading the league in batting average? I think he is.
Right now,
it might be behind Judge.
Overall, he's batting 370. His splits are 372, 408, 528, 8 bombs, 5 stolen bases in 63 games, has 23 extra base hits, and 16 strikeouts.
He's weird. He's kind of like a little Luis Arias a little bit, where he doesn't hit for tons of power, never walks, but like never ever strikes out. It hits for a very high batting average.
He made it
behind Judge.
Like, he not a great fielder, right? He made an error against the Astros, but then he came back and hit a bomb.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah,
it sounds right. He was. I heard the general manager talk about whenever they had the draft, and they're like, I can't remember what pick they had. It was like 4th or 5th, and they thought it was whatever pick that they had. they thought it was like a top 3 player draft. Like I think they might have had the 5th pick and they thought there was 4 good players, or they might have had the 4th pick and thought there was 3 great players. And they were on the clock and they're like, okay, well, I'm sure they had these conversations before they're on the clock, but you get my point. So they felt like, okay, all the great players are already gone. We knew that was going to be the case. This is a guy who might not have the highest ceiling, but he has a very high floor and he does some things that are incredibly elite, like contact. Like not striking out. They didn't think he was like a great athlete. They didn't think he was a great defender. But it goes to show you sometimes that the floor can be the roof. Please read this text on air. Israel's the biggest idiot out there. Seriously, moron. I sent this text originally on May 22nd, resending now. We're not going to read that on the air. Nice try. Like you thought we were going to read that on the air. Who do you think I am, a fool? But the 1 year helps develop him faster to be the guy. It's not 1 year. You're missing the timeline. It would have been a few months. Season started what? It started early April 1st, somewhere around there is usually when the season started. So you're looking at April, May, and parts of June. You're not even looking at 3 months. You're looking at 2.5 months. And in fact, you can make the case that maybe he needed a little bit more seasoning in the minors.
And maybe he comes up with more confidence, a better concept of the strike zone when he does get called up. And maybe he starts off on a hot streak instead of struggles the way he struggled when he was here early on.
Did the Astros call up Cam Smith too soon? Was it a mistake that he was on the opening day roster? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I'm going to tell you about the greatness that is Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're fantastic. We were out there a few weeks ago. Went out there after a Friday show. Got there in no time. It says 90 minutes from Houston. I feel like I was there quicker, but maybe I drive fast. But if you're looking to escape the rat race, the hustle and bustle of the stress, the anxiety, whatever, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're fantastic. Got out there late on a Friday, hung out, woke up Saturday, explored the 92 acres of property they have out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Took the kids out to the catch and release pond. Checked out the creeks there, which is great for fishing. They had a food truck out there when we were there. They had live music. You're going to love your time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It doesn't take all the time to get there either. Like you're not loading up the car for a 5-hour trek. You're not worrying about TSA and the airport. You're going to be there in 90 minutes. You're going to start your vacation quick. So stop wasting your vacation time, your rest and relaxation time by traveling all day. No, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort in 90 minutes. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book that stay right now at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. The open green spaces, the wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing that you're going to find in the Lone Star State. You can't beat it. I mentioned the 92 acres of property. You can kayak. They have pickleball courts there too if you're a pickleball enthusiast, or you can just hang out by the pool all day. There's nothing wrong with that as well. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors and always searching for ways to do that. From the glamping to cabins. We stayed in the treehouse. Treehouse was awesome. Or pull up the RV. They had the perfect stay for everybody. And also right now, incredible savings are in store this summer. During June and July, you book 5 nights, you're saving 35%. So what are you waiting for? Head to twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Book your stay. It's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. I want Israel's thoughts on DeZinzo. Israel, let us know what you think of Zach DeZinzo. Pena is the next face of the franchise, not Cam. About that. Pena's has got 2 more years after this one.
Yeah.
I don't think Pena's going to be an Astro after this year plus
Well,
2.
I mean, if this is the new Jeremy Pena, you're probably right. I don't know that they are going to be in the boat again.
It's too late.
Yeah, and I think that you might end up more so with another situation like Kyle Tucker.
Pena's a reason. That's interesting. So this year, next year, trade him in the offseason.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
Yep. I think that's something where you have look, if that's your line in the sand, if that's where you're at as a franchise, and we just got done talking about it, then the new norm is going to be that if you don't feel comfortable, then do something reactionary that's going to help you in the long haul if you're not willing to commit to that into the short term.
Yeah, I believe in being consistent with it too. Like if you're going to do it for Tucker, I think you need to do it for all players. I guess the exception there could be Fromber, though.
Right. I mean, every player in every situation is different, right? How you feel about him might be different, or that certain player and his potential to be and continue to be that might be different for one player than the other. But if organizationally, the same way we knew forever and a day, they're not into 10-year contracts, they're not into spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, then before you get to the standpoint of the crossroads where you get left holding your pants going, what's going to happen next as they move on and you get nothing for them, then set the standard that, hey, if we don't feel like we agree with what your asking price is, thanks for being here. We're going to move on and get some players for you while we can.
Yeah. It's why I believe in signing players early. Like I wouldn't have hated if they signed Pena whenever Granado was calling him Mauricio Dubon. They were calling him Adam Everett. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And it is a very risky proposition for the times that you swing and miss. And you commit. It's not quite John Singleton, because John Singleton now doesn't look like that bad of a deal, although it was bad at the time for the organization. 10 years, 10 mil.
Now they did Singleton before he was ever up.
Mm-hmm.
And like I like to lump Singleton into all the other contracts they did at the time. Like they signed Altuve to an incredibly team-friendly deal. They signed Bregman where they bought out 2 years of free agency. So you can point to Singleton, which is fair. But that was only costing you $1 million a year. Meanwhile, Jose Altuve won an MVP on the friendliest player contract to win an MVP in the history of the game.
That's why I bring it up and say, from a Cheerios perspective, Milwaukee or Seattle looks like they did it the right way with J-Rod. You have the pros and the cons. You have the shortstop from Tampa that turned out to be a disaster after you committed all the money.
You get that money back though? You don't have to pay him.
Is that
they don't have to pay Wander because he breach of contract
from insurance perspective?
Well, no, I think it's breach. I don't think they owe him a dime.
Okay.
I don't think it's the insurance
because I don't know that he's been convicted yet, so I think it's still in limbo.
Probably, yeah.
But now he also got caught with a gun.
But I don't know if you have to pay him while it's in limbo. But whatever, that's neither here nor there.
But I'm just saying, because Tampa's a franchise that they don't have all the financial means all the time, and they're not willing to spend it. Like you're going to do that, and if it backfires on you, now you hope you can get out of the contract, and then you have to try and do it again. Where you miss is where it can be detrimental, though I understand it. Like, if you have the really good talent evaluators, more times than not, you should be able to hit on it and save your franchise a boatload of money.
Yeah. See, Pena, it would have been good to do Pena this past offseason where it's like, I still feel a little uncomfortable doing it. Not sure what the player he's going to be. But now that he's off to this start, going to be an all-star. He's going to have a top 3 MVP finish if he keeps this up. It was too late. Now it's too late.
See, and that's
why the fine line is tough. And that's why you always have to trust your evaluation. If you're Dana Brown, you're like, Pena's going to be great. Then sign him before he becomes great. If Dana's telling you that Cam Smith's going to be great, sign him before he becomes great.
Well, also from the standpoint of Pena, if he just was who he's been before this kind of breakout season, you probably still would have come out okay.
You come out with a major league starting caliber shortstop.
Yeah. At a maybe, at the higher level of what you're paying a major league caliber shortstop, but nonetheless, you've got him locked down now. You locked up and you're in a good spot. But if you lock him up when you did and thinking that he's just going to be that, and now he does this, now you're in a windfall.
No, it's too late. It's too late. Like they've. It's probably more likely they do what you just said, where you keep him this year, next year, trade him going into his final year, than it is they re-sign him.
And I think if you'd have said, would Jeremy Pena have taken that deal before this breakout season, And would he have taken it going into the season or previously? I think that he absolutely would have. Now he'd be stupid to.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, it's tough to know everything, but if I had to just go one side or the other, I would say, yeah, I would agree with you. I like Cam. Is this a trolling text? I like Cam. He's young. He's got a lot to learn still. He smile when he's out in the field of play, brings a lot of kids to the park to dream big. I hope that's not a real
I don't think you're paying him on his smile.
I'm not sure I want people that are thinking that way to listen to our show. I'm just kidding. Everybody can listen to the show. Manipulating service time like Springer's why the players don't want to sign extensions. Altuve signed an extension. Bregman signed an extension. Jordan signed an extension. Javier signed an extension. Ooh. Lance McCullers signed an extension. Ooh. I feel like all that talk is cheap until you turn down a contract that either A is paying you big money or B is going to pay you more money than anything you're being offered. If George Springer would have been offered more money than the Toronto offer, would George Springer be an Astro?
Yes.
If the Astros offered George Springer 160 for 6, would he sign with Houston or would he sign with Toronto for 150 and 6?
Houston.
What if it was even?
Houston.
I think so too. That's why I think it's Springer left because he was mad about their service time manipulate. No, he left because Toronto gave him the best offer.
That's right.
Straw man argument. Brandon T, I would rather have the extra year of Cam. Potential is definitely there. He hasn't been that big of a game changer, IMO. Not yet. And we hope that he will be, which is why it makes sense to wait a little bit. It seems foolish to think Smith would not have the same numbers his first 50 games of the big. Start him on the learning curve now. And who else plays right field these first 50 games? It would have been DeZinzo. DeZinzo would be a right fielder.
Well, I think they would have started with Chaz.
Chaz would have been in the mix. And don't forget, if we're playing the scenario where Cam Smith doesn't make the team, you have your left-handed bat because Ben Gamble would have made the team.
Yeah, they wouldn't have released him.
Ben Gamble was let go. Ben Gamble, in my opinion, was the final cut on this team, and they kept Cam Smith over him, which I think Cam Smith's a better player than Ben Gamble. Don't get me wrong. But can you survive the first 60 games of the season with Gamble and then call up Cam to get the extra year? Yes, and that's the point.
Yes, and we don't know what Ben Gamble would have been, but the way he played at the end of last season, you think he'd been serviceable enough that you could get by. Now, would you still be 3 games up in first place in the division?
How many more wins do you have with Cam as opposed to Gamble? In a platoon, it wouldn't be just Gamble. It'd probably be Gamble, Chaz, DeZinzo in the mix.
Maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, I would say 1 or 2. But, I mean, that's same ballpark. Key from LA, would you be feeling that way if Cam Smith was a pitcher? I would feel this way no matter what. Like, I fundamentally believe in this, especially for a team that does not have a history of re-signing their own players.
I just think that most people, when you're just doing it from a return on investment possibility standpoint, most people would lean on the fact that you play it conservative, you leave him in AAA until you reach the deadline point, and then you take the risk that you are going to cash in by getting that extra year. I just think that's most people's rational decision making on it from a business perspective.
No, good question here. What WAR would you need to see to make it worth it for Cam Smith at this point? Like, because I don't think it's worth it. You thought it was worth it. What WAR do I need to see for this to be worth it? I'll answer that on the other side. More people have some thoughts on it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What war would Cam Smith have to justify to be called up now? See, because the Astros have been good. I'm not sure that there's – I don't really think I would change my mind on this. Like, he would almost have to put up Pena numbers for me to change my mind on this. Because, again, you're getting Cam Smith today. You call him up today. You missed 2.5 months. I think the Astros would have been able to sustain their position. Maybe not in first place, but maybe like right in the ballpark. Either, a game up, a game down, somewhere in there. And then you're getting Cam Smith. So, like, you're not missing the entire year. You're missing 2.5 months. So it would have to be something very, very high in order for me to say the Astros made the right call.
And then when you think about, again, hypothetically, because we don't know, but you think about what his WAR number would be in the prime of his career at the end of the deal and how much greater it would be than what you would need right now. And you would like to think that if he becomes the player that they traded for, that they believe he's going to be, his WAR would be through the roof.
If you compare Cam's numbers to Altuve, Springer, Bregman, Correa, etc., I don't know how that's pertinent. We're not comparing Cam versus those players. We're comparing Cam having 2.5 months.
We're making
or
a
3
business
years,
decision
or 1 year. Yeah, it's not. I don't know why that's pertinent. Rocky, guys, seriously, you guys are being petty over 1 year of service. Big deal. What's the big deal? Serious question. I mean, we're just talking about having the best teams possible.
We also put it in monetary results for you. I mean, in monetary terms, it could be a big deal to the tune of, what do we say, $25 to $40 million.
Yeah, depending on his talent level at that time. What's your window looking like in 2031? Likely not as open as it is now. Would that be fair? See, I think I'm of the opinion that you can always sustain a winner in baseball. There's been many teams who have been good for a very long time. Yankees, I think, have had one losing season. Actually, I think the Yankees have never had a losing season this century. Now, they're big market, get it. Dodgers are good every single year, big market, get it. Rays are pretty dang solid every year. Milwaukee's pretty dang solid every year. Now, are you going to be the market of New York and LA? No. But are you going to be the market of Milwaukee and Tampa? No. Is there a happy medium there? Probably. Texture, I hope to be here in 2031. You and me both, brother.
You nailed it. Yankees haven't had a losing record since 1992.
Yeah, you can sustain winning in baseball. Now, how do you do it? I think what Dana Brown did with Kyle Tucker. You continue to move players for other players. Those players produce, and then when it's their turn to come up in free agency, you trade those players.
Yeah, but I also think, like you said, the Yankees Dodgers are like on a different level all by themselves, because for a long time the Yankees had the best team, the Yankees and the Dodgers, but the Yankees specifically had the best team money could buy.
Sure.
And then Cashman kind of changed his ways recently.
No, that's why I brought up the Milwaukee Tampa ones too.
Right.
Milwaukee's usually a winner. Tampa's usually a winner. Now, can you have the markets of New York and LA? No, Crane's not going to be the market of New York and LA. But can you have a bigger market in Milwaukee and Tampa and always have a payroll that's competitive with the luxury tax? Yes. And if you do that, I think you can have a sustained winner. That's why I don't like the window talk. Jordan's going to be gone. So what? Jordan wasn't here in 2017 when they won the World Series. Oh, well, Correa's, who cares? They won the World Series after Correa. The greatness of the Astros is not an individual player, except for maybe Altuve. It's the Houston Astros. It's the machine that they built. The name on the front, more important than the name on the back. Why have the Astros been great for so long? Because they are the Astros. There's only 2 players that were here in 17 that are still here. But they've continued winning. Why? Because they're shrewd. They're smart. They make good decisions. Now, did moving on from Click kind of, slow that down a bit? Yeah, probably did. Can Dana Brown pick it back up? I'm hopeful that he can.
I think Cleveland's also an example of a team that just
low
finds
budget.
a way to low budgetly win the division or make the playoffs and have sustained winning seasons.
And I don't want to be them.
No,
I want to be
it's not fun.
Well, I mean, they're winning
when you've
a lot.
experienced what the Astros have experienced.
I think you can be in the middle of them, though, and always be a winner.
I mean, I can just tell you from the standpoint of everybody that's back home, the frustration with the Brewers is at a certain point, it gets old that you have to just accept that, hey, we won the division, or hey, we made the playoffs, or hey, we bounced. We made it. We didn't make it as far as we wanted to. At a certain point, there is the desire to take it further.
Well, sure. But do I think that because they're a low payroll
No, I'm
team
not saying
that they lost Game 7 to the NLCS? No, they came up a little short that year. Tampa's been in 2 World Series, and again, I'm not saying that you need to have a payroll of those 2 teams. Have a big payroll, not not astronomical. Sorry for the pun. You don't need to be New York. You don't need to be LA. You don't need to be Milwaukee. You don't need to be Tampa on the other end of the spectrum. Be close to the competitive balance tax, have a good little roster turnover, but always be bringing in talent, however you're bringing in talent, whether it's drafting good, whether it's shrewd free agent signings, whether it's trading Kyle Tucker in the final year of his deal. Brother Dana going to pay Cam. I hope you're right, Israel. I hope he does pay Cam. If you guys are worrying about 31 and 25, then we got way bigger problems. It's baseball talk. Like, everybody talks about this.
Brother Dana.
Brother Dana. I like that nickname for him, though.
I was just going to say that could
Brother
be
Dana.
that's the nickname going. Brother Dana GM.
I'm not sure that we could pull it off the way Israel can.
No.
Yeah. Tyler in the row, they absolutely brought up Cam too early. I feel bad for Cam because the little worm Swabby decided he would use him to farm engagement. It is now a lightning rod on Astros. What you called Swabby a little worm? Why is Swabby a little worm there, Tyler in the row? It's a little harsh for Swabby.
It's a little slimy.
It's a little slimy. What point is Bryce Matthews the everyday second baseman with Altuve at the DH? Well, I don't know if Altuve is ever going to be the DH because you have Yordan. But I'll rephrase the question. What point is Bryce the everyday second baseman with Altuve and left?
Well, Bryce could be your answer to the question of who's going to be the shortstop when Jeremy Pena gets traded.
I think he's full time. I don't know if they like him defensively at short. I think he's your second baseman of the future.
Okay.
I think we could see Bryce as soon as this year. Now he needs to cut down the strikeouts. He's striking out way too much. I think he's in play this season. I don't think it'd be before trade deadline. I think they'll see how that goes. If I had to bet, I wouldn't say this year, but I do think it's in play.
I think next year it's definitely in play if he continues. You're right. The strikeouts have been a bit of a concern, but the fact that he hits consistently, he hits some pop. I think because of the fact that you're seeing Rogers and Dubon and everybody that they're rotating through at second base, I think starting next season, he could be there at second base.
I think you could see it as soon as August 1st. If you swing and miss, pardon the pun, at the trade deadline and you're looking for offensive spark and he's not striking out as much as he has been, and Dubon and Rogers are still giving you nothing offensively, I think that's his avenue this year. But there's a lot of ifs there. Corey could putting Cam on the opening day roster have been Dana saying, hey, all three players we got for Tucker are contributing day one. See, I hate if they did that because now you're putting your perception or the way people are looking at the trade ahead of the overall team gain. So I really hope that's not the case.
And even though I've been the one that's always quick to point out, general managers want to be right as much as possible. So they are going to give guys that they drafted or acquired every opportunity to succeed so that they can be right. I think that even any general manager in that situation would be completely wrong if you did that and tried to force feed him to start his career faster than he should have, because you can be right as long as he turns out to be a good Major League Baseball player.
Yeah. I hope that's not the case. I hope that Dana was like, yeah, he's just easily our best right fielder and we're going to put the best nine on the field, which, I mean, that's a fair argument. I'm not going to say he was wrong. I think he's right. I think Cam Smith was the best right fielder at the time. But was the gap between Cam and whoever is splitting time in right field great enough for the extra year? That's where my argument is at. I really hope that was the case. And I'll give Dana the benefit of the doubt there that was the case. A texture, Cam's mom was only available on opening day, so they had to call him up then. That's a great That was still so cringe. So cheesy. You're doing it in front of Chas McCormick, who's going to be benched for him. You're doing it in front of Ben Gamble, who gets cut. Actually, I don't know if Ben Gamble was there. I think Gamble might have already been cut. But
but nonetheless, if you're going to do that, do it like in the coach's office or do it in like the boardroom. But it is a bit uncomfortable to put him in front of the whole squad.
Yeah, super cringe. All right, is Jeremy Pena going to have the best season from an Astros shortstop ever? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I saw the boys at Apollo kicking this around. Apollo Des over. They do fantastic work. Check out their content at 6:05, of course. Real quick, Summer Circuit continues this week. ESPN Houston. Every week during the summer will be different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Sometimes it's not restaurants. Sometimes it's an arcade. Sometimes it's an East River 9. Like this Friday, we'll be there from 7A to 6P. Round 2 of the U.S. Open will be going on Friday. We'll talk to Will Doctor tomorrow. Get you squared away with all the bets you should be making ahead of the 4 rounds at Oakmont. For some of the golfers. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. All you have to do is stop by the promo table, say hi, and then register to win. And we'll be giving that away at the end of the summer. So this week, East River 9, we'll see you there, 7A, 6P, and you can find the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. But even if you're not there to see us, East River Night, always a great spot for drink, for food, to watch your golf, to play a little golf. Maybe you're playing a little bit of a pickleball. Maybe you're just practicing on your game. Really, really nice spot out at East River 9. Best backdrop in the city of Houston, too.
It really is. And the pickleball outside is a little toasty, but people are playing it all the time. And the full driving range, as well as the par 3 course, means you can work on all your game.
So the boys are kicking this around. The boys at Apollo. They were wondering if Jeremy Pena's season in 2025 can be the best shortstop season in Houston Astro history. Who comes to mind when you think of best shortstop season in Houston? I mean, if we're eliminating Adam Everett from the conversation, eliminate Adam Everett. Maybe Ricky Gutierrez has to be eliminated. Orlando
the offensive juggernauts you can cut out right away. Initially right off the top, is Correa probably had at least one season offensively that would be up there, because I don't think of a lot of Astro shortstops where I think offensive stud.
You'd have to, if in my lifetime there hasn't been a season as good as Carlos Correa's last year in Houston, 2021.
Like who are we talking?
Someone
Craig
texted
Reynolds in the conversation of all time.
Someone texted, one season. We're just talking about 1 year.
Right.
We're not talking about
all-time great year.
I don't know Craig Reynolds' best season. I did look up Dickie Thon's best season. A texter just sent it in. Dickie Thon in 1983 had a 7th place MVP finish. Now, was it better than Correa's 2021? Like Correa in 21 had an 850. Let's just go OPS plus because it neutralizes era. He had a 131 OPS plus in 21. He led the American League with a 7.3 WAR. Correa. If you go to Dickie Thon had a 127 OPS plus, led the NL in WAR at 7.4. So those years are pretty comparable. Like those are the 2 years that I think would be the bar of the greatest shortstop season in Astro history.
Dickie Thon did he get hit?
I think that was the other guy. I think it was Craig Reynolds.
Got hit in the face. I thought Dickie Thon.
I thought it was Reynolds.
I thought it was the other way, but I don't know.
Yeah, you might be right. It might be Dickie Thon. That was before I was alive.
Yeah,
but whatever. Somebody text in 713-780 ESPN. Who was the Astro shortstop that got hit in the head face that derailed his career? So is Jeremy Pena capable of that? Is Jeremy Pena capable of a 7+ WAR, 131 OPS, and a top 5 MVP finish?
Right now, he's on pace for it, right? I'm sorry, I don't believe that he's going to maintain that level for the rest of the season. I'm not trying to burst anybody's bubble or be Debbie Downer here. I just believe that he's going to level off a bit. I don't think he's going to have that high of a finish, both from a statistical standpoint and or from an MVP standpoint. But I do believe that he can maintain being way better than he's been for the rest of his career. Previously in his career.
You don't like Pena, huh? You're not
It's not that I don't
believer?
like him. I just am not a believer that he can sustain what he's been doing to that level.
I think I don't think he's a 316 hitter.
Right. I'm saying, if you want to tell me, is he going to have a really good year and sustain a lot of this? Yes. Do I believe in your scenario? Do I believe that he's capable of having the best season in Astros history? I don't.
I think it's gonna be very tough.
It was Dickie Thon.
Dickie Thon got hit in the eye.
Mike Torres hit him in the face.
Yeah, my bad. You were right.
I don't need all that.
Got that one. Dickie Thon's son. Was it his son? It might have been. I think it was his son. He coached at U of H for a year. I want to say he's a manager in the Astros minor league system. Dickie Thon's son.
Dickie Thon's son, Dickie Joe Thon, the son, is the manager of the Houston Astros AA affiliate in Corpus Christi, known as the
So he got
Hooks.
promoted, yeah.
Yeah, he got promoted from the Class A Fayetteville Woodpeckers.
Yeah, Dickie Thon managing the Woodpeckers.
Likes to go as Joe Thon.
That's right. Yeah, we used to do a TV show, and he was a guest once.
Okay.
He was a first base coach for like not even the full year, because I think he got offered a job with the Astros minor league during the middle of our year, and he's like, "Yeah, I got to take this." And everybody's like, "Yeah, you're a volunteer. Like, you got to take it."
Volunteer assistant coach,
Joe
U of H, 2020.
Okay, good timing too. Took the job before COVID hit.
Yeah,
he made a good decision.
And his time at coaching at U of H led to the opportunity with the Astros.
We did a TV segment. You can probably find it somewhere if you're really interested. So Pena would have to put together about a 130 OPS. He would have to put together an all-star year, and we think that Pena's going to be an all-star. He would have to put together a WAR of over 7. He's currently on pace to do that. Right now, he's got a 139 OPS. He's on pace for like 20-something homers. He's got a WAR right now of 3.9. So that's over an 8 WAR pace. His pace is currently there. Now, to your point, he would have to sustain this.
Yeah, and that's where I have my doubts.
Why are you late to come around on him? What are your doubts?
Because I'm late to come around on him because I think that to this point in his career, he has been who he has been offensively pretty consistently. To all of a sudden have this breakout, it's one thing to say, yeah, this is a huge shot in the arm for this team, and I like where it's going. But do I believe that he can sustain it at that high of a level for the rest of the season? I don't.
Yeah, I do think that there's just predicting it. I love Pena the player,
no doubt.
Don't want to move him from the leadoff, like that's his spot. His defense is very good. Sometimes people are critical of his arm, which is fair. I don't think he's a very accurate thrower. A lot of times, like he doesn't unleash the cannon. He's got a plenty strong enough arm. He just doesn't unleash it a lot.
And on the run, he's really consistent. I think he's really good on the run, charging in on baseballs, and he can give you range and make the jump throw from deep in the hole. But I think you and I have been more on the side of he's an above average defender than most.
Oh yeah, the computers haven't loved him the last 2 years, but they love him this year. Yeah, so
2 years ago he won. 2 years ago is when he won the Gold Glove.
He won the rookie year.
So the last 2 years after he won the Gold Glove, he's been a little less than.
Computers think so. I didn't think so.
I still think he's an above average shortstop in this.
Computers like him this year. Yeah, they like him. They like him a lot this year. They loved him his rookie year. They like him this year. They didn't love him the last 2 years.
I mean, he's made a lot of tough plays, especially running in on the dead run with no time to waste and showing off the arm and the ability athletically to come in and all in one motion get rid of the baseball. I think he's above average defender.
Someone said, "How about Miguel Tejada?" Miguel Tejada didn't have a great year.
Did he ever play shortstop here? Didn't he play primarily?
No, I think
third?
he played short.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he played.
I thought at that point he kind of lifted and ate himself out of being a shortstop.
No, he did, but I think he still played short. Okay. No, he did those things.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure. I'll double check.
Because he was in the home run derby as an Astro in the All-Star game when it was here.
Was he really?
Yeah. He and Berkman, I believe, were both in it.
I remember Berkman. I don't remember Tejada.
I think Tejada was in it too.
That's funny. Texture, he had vision and depth perception issues. Talking about Dickie Thon.
Oh, right.
See, I remember the aftermath. I just forgot the player. No, Miguel Tejada had a year or two here that was okay, but he wasn't best shortstop season of all time. All hitting a glove. Okay, a few of these on Pena. Does Blankers ever think positive for Astros players? Always says they can't sustain it, Chris.
No, I give you my honest opinion, Chris, but I think positively about a lot of Astros players on a pretty consistent basis. We just got done being positive about Cam Smith, Chris.
Not to take away, some people might say
he won it in Houston.
Tejada won it?
Tejada won the home run derby in Houston.
Hold on. Okay. But he was not an Astro. I do remember this now.
In 2004, he won the Century 21 home run derby in Houston.
I think he was still an A. I don't think he didn't win it as an Astro. I'm vaguely remember this now. He won it in 2004.
He was an Oriole.
He was an Oriole in 2004.
Okay.
Whenever he won it. Yeah, he didn't win it as an Astro. He played with the Astros
and
for 2
Berkman,
years.
as an Astro, finished second.
I remember this home run derby because Berkman hit right-handed. He said he had more natural power right-handed.
I was there.
You were there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Berkman. I love me some Lance Berkman when he was a player.
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Definitely shouldn't have been left out first ballot.
Yeah, that was brutal.
I'll give you that. Not to take away from it too much, but Correa played out of his mind that year trying for a 300. You said K, but he meant million. He never played that good before or after that. That is by far Correa's best year. Now, I mean, Correa had some good years, though. I mean, he had a 926 OPS year. Now he got hurt, only played half of that season. I think that was the ribcage year. And his second year in the bigs, he finished with a 7 WAR. Like, Correa had some other good years, and Correa had some really good years that were cut in half or whatever because of injury. Correa was pretty dang good as an Astro.
Yeah,
like,
he was.
To say that was by far his best year is not accurate.
I mean, that's why he got the money that he got. I mean, people saw what he had done here and knew that he was capable of doing possibly more. And he got paid, and the Astros didn't want to pay him.
His best year might have been 17, but he only played 109 games. He had a 155 OPS plus. Now, it was the year the Astros were banging on trash cans. So it might have been the outlier there because he had a 155 OPS plus, the best offensive year he had. And then his second, and then he had like a 131, a 135, and a 137. So that was probably where he was. I think the 17 was.
He was banging.
Yeah, he knew the pitch was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he knew the pitch was coming. That was by far his best offensive year. He had 24 home runs in 109 games.
That's
that was his best offensive
That's pretty
year.
damn good for him.
Yeah, he had some years, man. He had 2 top 20 MVP finish years.
God, even in the COVID year, how big he came up in the postseason. Remember, with nobody there were they playing in San Diego when he hit the bomb to dead center field? That's when he did the Correa time.
Yeah, I loved Carlos Correa was my favorite Astro.
And Springer was mine.
I loved Correa. I thought Correa was very, high IQ, heads up. I think Pena's very high IQ, heads up. Did you see Pena the other day? He caught the ball, faked the throw, and then tried to tag the runner at second.
I did not.
He's pretty sharp. Pena chases slider a little too much, hopeful. So if you think that this isn't sustainable with Pena, like we're looking at a 316 batting average, what do you think is his like a level? I guess
from an average standpoint.
Yeah, career 268, hitting 316 this year.
I think 290, 295.
Yeah, I think that's fair. 139 OPS plus right now. His career average is 104. What do you think is the
121?
Bar? Okay, yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, but I just don't think it's going to be worthy of like top 7 MVP finish and everything. I think he's going to tail off a little bit.
I think he'll finish top 7 MVP.
Do you really?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, he's probably second if the voting was held today.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Correa finished 5th in 21, and Dickie Thon finished 7th in 83.
Okay,
well,
so
Pena finished
he's
in
got
the
to
top
finish
4.
in the top 5, right? He's got to be better, at least as good, if not better than Correa's.
Let's go top 4 to beat it.
Okay, top 4. I don't think he will.
Okay, I think he's going to do it.
Judge is obviously the clear-cut one.
Yeah, I think Pena's going to finish top 4 strictly because of the defense.
What is Bobby?
Witt's pretty dang good.
So he would be 2, right?
If the voting was done today, I don't think so. I think Pena's number 2 if the voting were today. Because so many of the baseball writers these days are just like, okay, we're going to go take a look at the
fanboys, and they know the name more of Bobby Witt Jr.
That's a valid point. I mean, Pena right now is second in the American League in WAR. Cal Raleigh and Bobby Witt are tied for 3rd.
The big dumper's going to get votes if
Raleigh's
he sustains.
pretty, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think 4's in play. I think top 4's in play.
It'll be interesting. It'll be fun to watch.
If you go strictly WAR right now, you got Judge, Pena, the big dumper, Bobby Witt. It goes 5.2, 3.9 for Pena. Raleigh and Witt are 3.4. And then it drops down to Jose Ramirez, who, I mean, obviously a really good player. Bregman, who's hurt, so you can eliminate
He's
him.
out.
And then J-Rod, mostly defense, 2.9. Like,
yeah, the most volatile of the top
play.
4, though, is it's between Pena and the dumper.
But I mean, the
who's
dumper
most
can
likely
finish
to
ahead of
fall
him. though.
off, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
Even if those guys both finish ahead of him, he's 4th.
Maybe he does it. I just wonder how many people nationally are going to give him the love.
I think it's a fair point. Now, it does help him that he has been a World Series MVP. Like that he does have some name value.
He's got a little cachet with that. Yeah.
He's not a no-namer. Not paying Pena after one good year and the year isn't over. He's had like 3 bad years. We should still almost a must to trade Fromber to get some high-level hidden prospects. I've seen that take so many times that people want to trade Fromber. Like I don't
At
really
this
get
point
it.
in time, why? I mean, you've got 2
Rebuild the farm, they say.
Okay, but at this point, I don't know that you're going to how many prospects you're at the time. If you were going to trade Fromber, I think was the offseason, and I think we've talked about it. They didn't get the offers that they were looking for if they were going to trade him. Now you're in first place with your top 2 starters when you get to playoff baseball, which are a necessity, are really, really, really good. I think they're going to ride it out.
I'm a big fan of trading players in their final year of their contract. Not when you're in first place and it's
No.
June and the guy's one
And
of your
you've had-
top two pitchers,
what's-
and I think you're a World Series
I was
contender.
going to say, and here's the thing. What's the thing you can't afford to lose right now? Any more pitching? You've lost enough of it already. I just you're not trading for.
I think they have a chance to win the World Series this year.
I do too.
And you do not if you trade Fromber.
Like, and in order to win the World Series, you got to get there. And I think they're going to be the best team in the American League. And I think that that's in play. I think they can not easily. They're going to they can win the American League. And I think in order to do any of those things, you have to have both Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez.
Yeah, I agree. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I really enjoy Brian on these programming promos. I guess that's redundant. I really enjoy Brian on these promos. He's very high.
I was going to say, he's got a lot more energy than he does on our show.
He's got more energy than when he's hanging out with the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Join us for the NBA Finals, Game 4. Yeah, I guess it'd be Game 3. That was
He's got
a
a lot
terrible
quicker
Brian.
tempo, and he's got a
He's
whole
what
lot of
beat-
energy.
He's got more pitch. Like, he gets up there. Like, he gets a little high pitched.
You got Ryan? You got any of that cued?
Like he's
That
pretty
spot?
high pitch. That's asking
Sean Mapes. Yeah, Sean Mapes gonna get on that.
That's a pretty high ask for a guy who can't run the.
Because I don't think it's fair
yet.
for you to do the impersonation without a reference point.
I mean, everybody heard it.
I mean, because it's more like Madden on Speed 78.
Texter says Pena's gone after this year. That's not true. He
this
still has
year.
2 more years on his contract. Texter. He's currently under contract for this season and 2 more. So they could go Tucker route, maybe trade him after the end of next season, but not that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I think you're going to like this one. In honor of another major on the golf schedule, cash or trash, Bryson DeChambeau, if he came back to the PGA Tour, could save the PGA and its popularity by creating a Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson type rivalry.
With Scheffler?
With Scheffler.
Nah, not trash.
Maybe Rory if he ever figures this driver out.
None of those guys are even. You could combine those guys, and they don't have Tiger's cachet.
No, not to surpass or anything like that, but I think it could get the popularity back of golf because you know that Rory and Bryson have issues, and you know that Bryson is basically the best player on Live, and he's got a lot of popularity. I think that it could get a little more drama.
I wish. I'll trash it though. Didn't they play in the match and like no one watched?
I didn't watch.
I
don't think I watched that one.
I think they had a DeChambeau.
I think it was Rory
Koepka versus Rory, and
I don't think it was Scotty.
But I think Rory's more popular than Scotty.
Maybe so, but I think that again,
who did Rory play with?
If Bryson could mix it up the way he's capable of mixing up, talking a little trash and stuff like that too, that maybe it could energize golf.
Who would talk trash?
Oh, Bryson.
Bryson doesn't talk much though. Like whenever he
got mad that Rory wouldn't talk at all during the match.
Yeah.
I think it fires him up.
Yeah.
He's more the people's champ, the way
I like Bryce. I hated Bryson in his younger days.
I did too.
Like the little hat and you pull up the britches.
He was trying to be the Payne Stewart look with the.
Plus he had the funny looking swing.
Then he goes, and all of his clubs are the same length.
Yeah, he was so weird to me. And now I kind of like.
He brought out like a compass and a protractor on the green,
and he's still that guy. He just, I don't know. He's gotten a little cooler, I guess. No, you can never rival the popularity of Tiger. The only chance they have of rivaling the popularity of Tiger is Charlie.
I'm just saying, but creating a rivalry. Tiger, there's no way you create anything with Tiger, recreate anything with Tiger. But at least if there was more of a drama rivalry.
But, I mean, they all play the majors together. Like I don't think.
But that's why, in the Masters, to know that Bryson was going to play with Rory after what they've kind of traded shots on, that it added that little extra element.
Yeah, I gotta trash it. Gotta trash.
By the way, I'd also like to throw out a second one. The Astros are going to be in first place by 5 games by the All-Star break.
You used that one twice already.
I know, but now they're 3 games up in first place, and when you guys poo-pooed it saying 5 games is too much, there's a chance.
You just jinxed it.
Okay, great.
You're patting yourself on the back when it's a 3-game lead on
Every
June
now and
10th.
then I can pat myself on the back. I mean,
but
come on.
You didn't. The take isn't right.
I know, not yet.
Not yet.
But now there's a
hope
better
you're
chance
right.
of it happening.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. You can't pat yourself on the back on the way to a right take.
I didn't
you have
say
to
I was
wait
right yet.
for it to be right.
Right, but I didn't say I was right yet. I think, but then now there's a legit chance.
I mean, you're scoreboarding a take.
You guys kind of
not done
crapped
yet.
on it like there was no chance because 5 was too much. Now there's a chance.
It's not even a right take yet. How could you scoreboard a take is incomplete?
Because at the time
the odds are better. I will concede.
Yeah, but because at the time they weren't close to this, and you guys were quick to poo-poo
If
it.
the Astros go on a 7-game losing streak, we know who to blame.
I'll own it.
Yeah. Mariners are playing some bad ball. Did you watch the end of that game yesterday?
I sure did. As a matter of fact, I had it notated for other reasons. But
did you see what happened in the 9th?
Which part?
Arizona was up 4-0 in the 9th.
And then
and Arizona's reliever was pitching pretty well, and then he left the game because he aggravated a muscle, I think, in his back. I'm not sure, but aggravated a muscle, had to get lifted. They bring in another reliever who, of course, has all the time in the world, but it's still a weird spot.
Yeah.
He can't get a dude out. It's base hit, 2-run homer, tie game, extra innings. I was on tilt. But I wasn't happy. And then, but fortunately,
all's well that ends well. Yeah,
ends well. I watched that game from the 8th inning on, and I was so annoyed, not because the Mariners tied it, because it delayed me going to sleep. I felt invested.
I would be
at
annoyed
that
that the Mariners. I mean,
I
at
was
the Mariners side.
so annoyed they scored 4 runs. Speaking of Seattle, did you see that the Mariners are going to retire Randy Johnson's number 51 next year?
Yep.
You know they already have a number 51 retired?
From Montreal days?
No. It's a guy you know.
Oh, it's Ichiro.
It's Ichiro.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
So they're gonna have 2 number 51.
How the hell are they gonna do that?
I guess you can. All is fair in love, war, and retired numbers. Apparently, I believe cash or trash. The Astros, out of spite, out of trolling, should retire Randy Johnson's 51 before Seattle does next year. Put it up there on the rafters.
That's one of the ones that I've always hated when multiple teams retire guys' numbers, because there are several like that. And it's like, I mean, I get it if it's like a split decision, like in a Verlander case where you've spent almost the same amount of time with each team. That I can understand it.
I thought you meant
like,
two
I
numbers.
never thought the Rockets should have retired Clyde's number. Just honestly, Clyde Drexler's greatest years and the length of years were in Portland.
Yeah, that was
Les did that because that was Les's boy.
Do you think that they would have done it if he wasn't a Houston guy, like grew up in Houston, went to U of H?
Sure
Like if he
don't.
was just like from Lexington, Kentucky.
Nope, I sure don't. But I
Really?
also think that the main factor that went into it is exactly what I said. Les loved him some Clyde Drexler.
I don't think I'm a fan of not retiring jerseys, period. I'm okay with honoring players in the rafters, but just don't retire the number.
I mean, like Yankees and Celtics, that gets a little bit dicey because you run out of numbers and then you see stupid numbers on players because, like, the Yankees are out of single-digit numbers now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's where you have to. I mean, even if you change your ways and go, yeah, I understand numbers retired. Now we're just going to go Ring of Honor and bring numbers back because you're going to run out of numbers.
Mm-hmm. So did you cash or trash that?
Which part of it? Did the Astro?
The
I'm going to
spite
trash it because
retirement.
I hate it.
Spite retirement.
It'd be funny, but I wouldn't do it because then it's going to be up there forever and he played half a season.
Like, do it when you play Seattle. The last series before they're doing it, you do it when you're playing Seattle. It'd be so funny.
I think it'd be great if the social media department just went out there and started to tease it just to see the reaction.
Texture, cash, or trash. Crab cakes instead of English muffins for Eggs Benedict. Interesting.
That sounds really good.
I've never thought about that. Crab cakes are hit or miss for me. I
like crab cakes.
if they're done well.
They're really
There's a lot
good.
of crab cakes that are not done well that taste terrible.
Well, then I've been blessed to have good crab cakes when I've eaten them on, and I'm a fan of crab cakes.
If you get it done right, they're delicious. You get a mid crab cake, it's like the worst thing in the world. Like, it's so weird how they're
What
so
makes
different.
it mid though?
I don't
Texture
know.
or taste? The
Both
flavor?
probably. Both probably.
Okay.
Like a good crab cake, I think needs a lot of crab.
Yeah, for
sometimes
sure.
like you get a mid crab cake, it's got like 1 or 2 pieces. Like that's
a
not
lot of the
crab
breading
cake.
stuff.
That's cake with a little
cake,
side of crab. Best crab cake I ever had was in Baltimore. Forget the
Oh,
restaurant.
of course it was.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yep.
Very, very good. So you like crab cakes, huh?
Oh yeah. Yep, for
But
sure.
You can't do shrimp?
I eat shrimp all the time.
Oh, you can't
yeah.
do crawfish.
Yeah, crawfish
okay.
is where I'll have reactions.
Another cash or trash. Rockets would have won the East if they were in the East.
No, I'll trash that. But they're not there yet. And They
Trash.
don't have a go-to guy, and they don't execute in the final 3 minutes of a game.
I'm gonna cash it. I'm posturing. They would have beaten the Pacers.
I don't know that they would have beaten the Celtics.
Would
even
they be in
without
the
Tatum.
Eastern Conference Finals?
No.
Okay, that's probably fair. Cash or trash. The toilet paper should be put on the dispenser roll at the end of the roll, hanging over the front.
What?
Very confusing. But are you the toilet paper coming
No,
underneath?
it's got to be
or over?
over the top.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no other way to do it.
That's right.
In fact, I get annoyed.
It is yes.
I
Now,
will-
public restrooms, it's almost always the opposite.
If I'm able, if it's not too much trouble, I would go to the extreme of switching it.
In my house, I would. I wouldn't.
Anywhere.
I would not be touching the toilet paper roll at even at Buc-ee's. I ain't doing.
Well,
it.
I don't know if you can have the availability to get to the toilet paper. Usually, it's under key and lock.
Well, wherever, like,
Lock
say
and
you
key.
go to your filling station on the road or whatever.
Well, I think the spot where I see it come into play, where like, okay, it's not my house where I'm changing the toilet paper, would be in hotels. Like sometimes I get into my room and the toilet paper's underneath. And
But now
I
don't they
will
want to
change it.
fold the two corners over and make it all fancy to where that's part of the
Some places
the room service?
depends on the hotel.
Yeah,
Depends on the service.
I'm not. I don't care about it enough to change it in my hotel room.
I do. If you have the toilet
That's why
paper
you're the big
going,
dumper.
I'm not the big dumper. That's Cal Raleigh.
That's right. Okay,
I
then you're
did-
the medium-sized dumper.
I did have high school numbers similar to Cal Raleigh though. 400 hitter. Cal Raleigh can't dream of hitting 400. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of the Rockets, what do their offseason plans look like? And this trade idea is out there. Interested? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Couple of Astro notes. Start series tonight. Spencer Arrighetti could begin throwing from a mound when the Astros leave for the next road trip. All it takes is for the Astros to leave before Spencer Arrighetti can start throwing again. None of Yordan Alvarez, Chas McCormick, or Zach DeCinzo are swinging a bat yet. That one from Rome. The first one was from Matt Kawahara, straight from the horse's mouth.
How long does it take Arrighetti to be fully stretched out and ramped up? End of July?
Dana said on Astros radio this past Sunday that he's going to do an entire spring training.
So probably at
That's
the
a
earliest
month, right?
end of July, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably post All-Star break.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah, no, right, especially where they're sitting right now. Again, that makes things a little easier to take, and you could be a little bit more patient, even with Yordan and the other guys.
Yeah, Chaz's injury is interesting because, like, they said that okay, we put him on the IL, but he's told us he was good. Like, they could actually use Chaz right now. Chaz, if Chaz was healthy, we're not going to see like he would get some starts,
Mhm.
whereas Jacob Melton would still play some, but Chaz would get all the starts against left-handed pitching. And I actually want to see like what Chaz has. Like we haven't seen a live look or like a big enough sample of who Chaz is this year.
It's fair to feel bad for Chaz McCormick because he went from a guy that looked like he was going to be penciled in as the starting right fielder to a guy that can't get on the field. He can't sniff any time.
And I don't think he's been bad either. Like
No,
he's got it on
but a
base
hell of a
with
bunter.
high clip. Has he?
I mean, he's had to bunt a lot when he does get playing time.
I feel like he's not a good bunter.
No, I'm saying, but this year, the running joke with even I think with Blummer and TK is the fact that when he's in there, a lot of times he's being asked to bunt.
You see Dubon pop up that bunt the other day in extra innings and then came into the dugout and slammed his helmet.
He should be mad.
Yeah, that was funny.
I would
All right.
expect a guy would like he should be able to bunt.
All right, what is Bill Simmons saying about the I guess not so much the Rockets offseason, but some of
Yeah, he came out. I think it was a podcast last night, but it started to surface today that basically he thinks it's all but a done deal that KD's going to San Antonio. That it could come out sooner rather than later that the Spurs are going to get Kevin Durant, and that would put to rest obviously the Rockets and any chance of getting him to join Houston.
I mean, how much is he a reporter these days? Like, do we trust him?
I think he knows people. I don't know what he does and doesn't know. I just know he and Russillo, and Russillo's always been a pretty decent guy in terms of knowing basketball and having contacts. But I mean, it surfaced I think last night and this morning, and I started looking at it. I go, from my personal perspective, I always said the price matters, but if they had to give up substantial pieces to get Kevin Durant, if I'm the Rockets, I'm out just simply because of the fact that I think you're only going to get a couple more years of Kevin Durant. He's under contract for 2. If he likes where it's going, he may or may not stay. He may try and chase another chip elsewhere. And I don't like the fit with how young the rest of the team is, assuming that you get 2 years out of him.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking how credible do you think Bill Simmons is?
I think he's pretty
no
credible.
idea.
I think he's pretty credible.
Okay. Zach Lowe threw out this trade offer for the for Kevin Durant. Is this something you would would you do it or would you not? Kevin Durant for Jalen Green, Jock Landale, Aaron Holiday, number 10, and a future Phoenix first-round pick.
I think it's too much. I think the Jalen Green aspect of that takes it over the top for me because I think whether you want him here or not, I think that he could bring you more than you'd have to give up. And I think that Phoenix wants their picks back. They'd like to have a lottery pick this year, and they'd like to get at least one, if not more, of their picks back from Houston. I think that you kind of hold the cards there for them to where you can negotiate with them and negotiate them down. I just think that's too much overall of a package for a guy, like I said, that's 35, that's got 2 years left on his deal.
I like Durant. I would have no problem with Durant. This is way too much. I'm not trading Jalen, number 10, future pick for Kevin Durant. The only way that I would entertain Kevin Durant if you just you're getting him for pretty cheap. The Spurs thing makes some sense because I think they can get him without trading, obviously, Wemby.
Castle
and I don't think they have to trade their pick. Like I think they can not because they have the second pick.
Right.
I believe they can keep that pick and still get Durant.
But you can throw Castle in the mix and some of their young talent.
You're building around Wemby, I guess Fox, the number 2 pick, and you trade pretty much whatever else for Durant.
Yeah,
I think they can pull it off.
And I think that because of the fact that that's enough for them that they can be a top 5 team in the West, 5 or 6 team in the West. If you had Durant,
you moved it real quick.
Yeah, top 6. Because I'm going to say they're not going to. I think that team's better than a play-in team.
The West is good.
They are, but I think that if you put Kevin Durant with Wemby and the way Wemby just keeps getting better and impacting a game on both ends, De'Aaron Fox is way better than capable. They've got a lot of good role player pieces that I think San Antonio could elevate themselves fairly quickly.
Yeah, they could. I mean, a lot of it really would depend on Wemby's growth and development. And he did have that growth and development stunted a bit because of the injury. They'd be in a better spot, obviously, if he kept playing.
If Chris Paul's there for another year, just as your backup, it
seems like he's going to go somewhere else from what I've read, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, you go OKC, Houston. Do you think Houston's going to take a stumble out of the top 5?
I don't. I think it's more likely. Here I go. I think it's more likely that they take a step back from 2.
Fair, but out of the top 5.
No.
You think the Lakers take a step back?
Yes.
Out of the top 5?
Yeah.
With Luka?
I kind of do.
Wow.
Because I don't think that they have any. Okay, for me on the Lakers, they got to get some. They got to get some size.
I wonder if they get rid of Reeves.
They have that. That might be your biggest bargaining chip. Is you have to get rid of your third best player to get a center because you balked and rescinded a deal where you had a young center that really would have helped you.
That was weird.
It was.
That was weird. They want Adams.
I've heard they are at the top of the list for Adams, but I think that there's a couple of teams that want Adams. I heard Golden State wants Adams because of what he did to them.
So if you have the Lakers out of the top 5, I mean, there's the Spurs taking a spot in the top 6. Denver,
they're fine.
Yeah, with Joker,
I think the big problem, the other question then becomes when you look at the teams, what's Dallas going to be? Because of the fact that they don't have Kyrie, Clay's older, again another year older. Anthony Davis, if he's healthy, is your best player, but you got a bunch of bigs, and I don't know how much the rest of the talent's going to be able to keep that team in the top 5.
Do you think Kyrie will play next year?
I don't
At all?
Maybe at the end of the year.
He pulled. I googled when he injured it. Injured it March 3rd. That would be tough.
Yeah, maybe at the end of the year if they're lucky, and I wouldn't push it.
And it'd be hard for him to be. I mean, the only way he pushes it if they're a playoff team.
Yeah,
And it'd
and
be
even
difficult
still,
for him to be that Kyrie.
Yeah,
Or that
exactly.
quickly.
We talk about the recovery time. You might say, hey, he's scheduled to be back at that time, but he's going to be back to being close to Kyrie? Probably not.
I feel like they're a playoff team, though.
I think they could be a playoff team.
Let me rephrase. I think they're a play-in team. I
Yeah,
think they're a top
that's what I was
10
going to say.
team.
They're a playoff team, but they're not a top 6 team.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
With Kyrie, it's a different story.
I would agree.
There's also a chance that they lose their head coach.
Is that bad?
Depends on who you talk to.
I'm talking to you.
Well, from a Nico Harrison perspective, he and Jason Kidd butt heads. So I think from an organizational perspective, they'd like to get a new coach. They are contractually obligated to him.
Yeah.
If
They should have never let Carlisle leave.
No, at all. But that again was because of Nico Harrison, because they were giving Nico Harrison more power, and Carlisle didn't like him.
Texture, you're drunk. Castle isn't going anywhere. I wish. You would have thought he would have been in the Fox deal, and then the Spurs had all that minus KD and didn't make the playoffs. So if the Rockets aren't getting KD, if they're not getting Giannis, what is your splash of the offseason? Re-signing Steven Adams?
No, I don't think it's a splash. I'm not gonna say it's a must-have move, but I think it's a pretty good priority for the Rockets to bring back a guy that had that kind of an impact, especially with rebounding and offensive rebounding. The price matters again, but I think that should be a top priority. I think trading the 10 and doing something, if you can get what's his name from Brooklyn, Cam Johnson. If you can get Cam Johnson, I think keeping this nucleus together, but adding a guy that instantaneously makes you a better shooting team that can bring points on a pretty consistent basis, I think that is a good upgrade for this team. Bringing back Steven Adams and getting Cam Johnson, as much as people go, it's not the big splashy move. Big splashy move worries me because I think you'd have to give up too much of the core that's made you who you are.
What do you need to give it for Cam? Like I've seen some rumors there, or not rumors, more like scenarios where, because Brooklyn's drafting 19, I think.
Yeah,
it's
they
19.
want 10 as part of it.
So could you get it for 10? Could you get Cam for 10? I mean, you couldn't do it for 10 sweeteners in 19 and Cam, right? Like it wouldn't be that cheap.
I think Tari's got to be in the deal,
Okay.
and then
I think I'm okay with that.
I think it's 10 Tari. Sweeteners that make the contractual stuff work, the Londales and the holiday type. Yeah. And maybe, I don't even know if you have to give up a pick, but if you had to give up one more pick, I would do that.
I don't know if I would. I think I draw the line with the pick.
Depends on which one it is.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't want to include the pick. If I can get them for 10 Tari, 19 and Cam, and then obviously salary.
Wait, we have
filler.
19 too?
No. You get 19 back.
Oh, you get 19 back.
What I've read is that Brooklyn wants to trade into the lottery, and they're willing to use 19 and Cam to do it. So if you have to do 10,
if you get 19 back in return, then I'm more apt to do that because I think you can replace Tari at 19.
Well, I don't think that you're looking to replace.
I'm just saying you get another young player that you can
I think
develop.
you trade it for a future pick,
and maybe so.
They might even do that with 10.
And maybe 19 becomes a veteran shooter that gives you even more shooting from the outside, which you desperately need.
Yeah. Texture says Quentin Grimes. Let's go. Let's bring Quentin
He's free,
Grimes
right?
back. Yeah, he's going to be expensive, though.
Yeah, based on the way he played at the end of the season, he has put himself in a good position to be sought after by multiple teams. That normally jacks the price up even more.
I don't think they can afford Quentin.
I wonder where he ends up.
I don't think they can afford Quentin. Good for him, though. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. It's the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you have? Car wrecks of the day.
You see this Boogie Cousins video?
I did.
Woo! I'm not sure where out of the country he's playing, but he got into it with a fan first that was sitting courtside. He grabbed his junk and tried to hit him in the face after doing so. Then the fan stood up and flipped him off. He tried to swing upon him. Players intervened. Referees ended up throwing him out. On the way to being escorted to the tunnel, fans started throwing things at him. He tried to go at the fans, to which he got annihilated with beer and snacks, and he was not taking it. It took like 4 guys to take him to the ground and get him out of the arena, the inner bowl of the arena. He went nuts.
Yeah, he's playing in Puerto Rico.
Is that where it was?
Yeah, I looked it up last night and forgot and had to look it up again. I can't believe he's playing in Puerto Rico. That was an ugly scene.
He was doing the pod with Michelle Beadle and Chandler Parsons for a while.
No, was he really?
Yeah. I guess he's probably catching a check.
Beadle got let go by Sirius. Is that where the pod was at, or is that
No,
different?
this was the...
Oh, okay, it's different.
either Barstool or one of those.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith, I guess, taking her spot on Sirius.
And she
got mad.
unloaded on him. She unloaded on everybody.
Yeah, she did.
And then they let her go back on the air for like 2 days, where she continued to unload.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess everybody wanted to hear. How old do you think DeMarcus Cousins is?
So he was with John Wall, I think, at Kentucky. So he's probably 36.
He's younger than I thought. I would have guessed older than 36. He's 34 years old. Isn't that crazy that DeMarcus Cousins is 34 years old and he's 3 years removed from the NBA?
Yeah.
So he was out of the NBA after his age 31 year. Like, he seems like a better player than out of the NBA after 31.
Well, and he was a max player for a lot of his career, and he was chased. Remember, and then all of a sudden he bounced around. He went like Lakers.
He fell off so fast.
Bucks. Everybody was giving him like nothing but 10 days.
He was an all-star in 18.
Yeah. New Orleans?
Yep. Last year, New Orleans.
Yep.
He went to Golden State for a year, got hurt, and then never averaged double figures again. It's crazy how much he fell off.
He was really good for a while.
Like, he got hurt, hit 30, and was toast.
He had great years in Sacramento when they weren't great.
He had a few games in Houston. The 1 year he was here.
Oh, that's right.
The,
And
like,
then,
2
and
months
then
he
I
was
think
here.
he bitched about playing time, and they set him free.
Yeah, I think that was the wasn't that the year that
Was that a Silas year?
Who else was complaining about it?
Because he and Wall were teammates at Kentucky.
It was Silas.
So it was a Silas year.
That was that the year that Wall was griping too, and he didn't play?
That was the first Silas year. That was the year that James Harden was like holding out and
He played 8 games
and wearing a fat suit.
Was that the WoW? Was that the WoW year?
Yeah,
was he
the
wearing
wow
the
factor.
suit, or was he?
Or yeah, maybe he was actually.
Yeah.
How did he lose so much weight so quickly? That's
You're
what I
happy.
always wanted to know.
You get fat and you get unfat and happy.
But how do you do it like in a week?
I mean, how do you wear a fat suit in the NBA?
I don't think he wore a fat suit.
No, it's the picture of him in the warm up where he has like the
I
back
know.
pad.
No, but he
Everybody knows
definitely was
He was
over
he
his
was
normal
heavy.
playing weight.
I think that there was a lot of combinations here. Like, he probably had 3 layers. It probably wasn't a great camera angle. He probably was overweight. Like, it was probably a, the stars aligned situation. But how did he go from that to like being in shape in a week?
The Kardashian year, the McHale comments in private were priceless about just James coming in going like 5 for 20 and going, Coach, I need more plays drawn up for me. And
man.
McHale going, James, I need you to maybe take off 5 pounds and shoot 5 less shots. And he was not happy.
James Kardashian.
Yeah.
That was the WoW team. Remember?
Yeah.
Wall, Oladipo, Wood, the WoW. What do they call them? The WoW. They didn't call them the
Wow
WoW
factor.
brothers.
Wood.
It was the wow factor.
WoW factor. That's what it was. I knew there
Jay
was
Sean
something there.
Tate was the young rookie on that team.
He was 25.
Yeah.
There's 2 Houston Cougars on that team. You want to venture a guess? One played 20 games, 5 starts. One played 36 games, 23 starts.
Armani Brooks.
That's one.
Oh, and the guy that ended up going to Philly, Daryl Morey's guy.
Yeah, that's it. Daniel House.
Daniel House. Yeah.
No, he did finish as an Aggie, but he
forgot.
started at U of H.
That's right.
Houston kid. I want to say Hightower. That might be
He
wrong.
had a big. Didn't he have a big tournament one year for A&M?
I'm not sure they made the tournament.
I thought he did. I thought he had 1 year at A&M. His postseason or in his end of the year was really good.
I don't know if they made the tournament that year. I'll look in a second. My card of the day, since you went DeMarcus Cousins, I went Kirk Cousins because he's still a Falcon. Why is he still a Falcon? But my real one, do you see Major League Baseball is purchasing a stake in John Boy's company?
I did.
What
It's
are we
just
doing?
dirty, man. It's just, yeah.
What are we doing? He had a theory that the Astros were using buzzers, and now he's being bought by Major League
And
Baseball.
they're giving him complete access without any kind of editorial control of all of the footage and the highlights and everything.
His stuff is pretty decent. They have some pretty good
Did
content.
you see the celebration after Naylor's granny?
I didn't. I turned it off as soon as he hit it because I was tired.
Perdomo wanted to hit him with water, and he kept avoiding it. He did the post-game interview, and when he hit him with water, he was so ticked off. And he finally, at one point, looked at him and goes, "Are you done?" And that set off a firestorm of, like, their locker room's a mess.
Houses last year, they went to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. First year they did, but the second year they was Sweet 16. All right, does it for us. Thanks for Mapes doing double duty. Thanks for Ryan doing Brian's
Boogie
job.
wins.
Brian, unfortunately, comes back tomorrow, returns from a sabbatical. Boogie wins. Coming up next, not just ESPN National, it's Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis at Senate Avenue Brewing. Goodbye, Houston.
Yeah, you heard it. Senate Avenue Brewing, Jersey Village, live soccer talk here tonight. And it is Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Look, if you want a cold, crisp, clean, small batch beer that's fresh, and I mean fresh, this is the place to be. Come on out. Again, it's 16,000 Dillard. So if you're on 290, you take the Senate Avenue exit. We're right here. We got live guests in store here tonight. Brazilian midfielder extraordinaire for the Houston Dynamo, Artur, will be in here for 2 segments here tonight. One of the best holding midfielders, in my opinion, in Major League Soccer, has had to adapt this year without Hector Herrera. Artur will be in here tonight. You have an opportunity to get his autograph as well. We've got the Houston Dash head coach, Fabrice Gautra. He will be in the house here tonight to give us an update on the Houston Dash. Plus, we'll talk to him a little bit about the women's game and how the NWSL is growing. David Fletcher, who heads up Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, will be in here. Look, it's historic. We're going to host the Gold Cup final here. Gold Cup will kick off this weekend. Energy Stadium will host the Gold Cup, and we'll talk to David about that and much, much more. In fact, this weekend, you got Trinidad and Tobago will ultimately get here to Houston on June 19th, and Haiti. That'll be the first game. But the Gold Cup final, we have never hosted in Houston. This is pretty intense when it comes to, checking the boxes of big events here, and could very well be Mexico. We'll see what the U.S. does in this as well. Andrew Mitchum heads it up here at Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard, Jersey Village. We got the live guests tickets tonight, and great beer and great food. Tomorrow night, we'll also be on with Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, and that is the brand new show that we're doing also to kind of get us ready for the World Cup. So be ready for that as well tomorrow night, and Ben Olsen will be the special guest on that. We're only talking about Ben Olsen and participating in the World Cup. All right, let's get after it here tonight. So first of all, let's just quickly do a recap on Portugal and Spain. This is a tremendous matchup in the Nations League. I think at times a lot of us, Nations League, but when it's a final and it's Spain and Portugal and Cristiano Ronaldo's out there, Lamine Yamal's out there, it becomes a pretty big deal. Missed penalty, and we'll go to the sound on this. It's the missed penalty by Alvaro Morata, saved Diego Costa. Here it is.
Acomoda la pelota Morata, que ahora lleva la cinta de capitán, se la dejó Simón cuando entró. Es un líder indiscutible del camerino. Va Álvaro Morata, atacó Diego Costa. Atacó Diego Costa y le ha dejado la mesa servida Portugal.
After a 2-2 match, by the way, I forgot to mention it went to penalty kicks, and then Portugal's Ruben Neves comes up and hits the game-winning penalty kick to win the Nations League for Portugal.
Rubén Neves, para consagrarse va Rubén Neves, ¡claro que sí! ¡Portugal campeón!
All right, call in number 713-780-3776. So Portugal wins it. By the way, Cristiano Ronaldo had a goal in the semis and the final. He is still cut out at 40 years of age to be in and around the penalty area, to create angles off the ball, and to score goals like the one he scored where he wrapped his foot around a defender. He still has an innate sense to score goals. And, with the type of team that's around him, with the quality in midfield and the creators that team has, he can still be a piece to Portugal at 40 years of age. All right, controversy sells, and that brings me to our next topic. The controversy of players electing to take tournaments off, with mental and physical workloads now being something people focus on. professional soccer players in modern times, it's different. So Christian Pulisic comes off a record-setting Serie A season for AC Milan. He opts out of the Gold Cup, and it's created tons of reaction. Not to mention that Yunus Musa's not in it. Anthony Robinson's out with injury and some surgery. But fans and players alike are taking a lot of differing sides to this, as we all know. This is the U.S. captain, Christian Pulisic. By the way, nobody's that concerned Yunus Musa's not playing in the Gold Cup, but Pulisic, yes. So Pulisic said he was fatigued. He went to the head coach, Mauricio Pochettino, and only he knows where he is mentally and physically. What happened to that empathy? Mental, physical, there's a lot of focus on that in the modern game right now, and he says he needs a bit of a break. He says he's fatigued. Only he knows where he is, by the way. Let me just say this. Everybody can have opinion. Everybody should have opinion. I love it when ex-players weigh in. There's a lot of different stuff going on here with Pulisic. But remember, he came off what is one of the best seasons from his main employer, AC Milan. I think he had 16 goals in all competitions, a bunch of assists. Wants to take a break. Goes to Pochettino. And I think what we're hearing is that Pochettino said, if you're going to take, I think Pulisic offered to play in the friendlies, take the Gold Cup off. And Pochettino said, no, it's all or nothing. So he's taking a break. And former players are now weighing in. And they have a right to have their opinions heard. And a lot of them also, by the way, come from a different era and have, to my knowledge, all pridefully worn the U.S. jersey. And many wore it when there were less dual nationals, if you remember, less dual nationals. Responsible talk from former players is a good thing, and fans clamor for their opinions. There's no doubt. There was social media. Focuses more sometimes on the wrong things than the actual playing of the game these days. We have to factor that in. Former players in some cases have their own motivations. They might be protecting their legacy. They might be promoting their ventures or their podcasts. Maybe they need the light and attention to continue their relevancy after their playing careers. I have to try to remain relevant with this radio show. Not that I was at the level of some of those guys. I did think it was strange that Landon Donovan, a player that, by the way, many of my generation of commentators propped up. We propped him up big time. We promoted him due to his talent and our desire to want to see him succeed to benefit all, including the national team in Major League Soccer. And this was during the dark times of MLS. I remember interviewing Landon, and he had the bleach blonde hair. He was a kid. And he has been one of the greats for the U.S. national team. And we all supported this young man he made mistakes, too, with his career. Some might even say, did he realize his potential totally in his career? That's a fair debate and talk. No doubt he was a heck of a player. But he was supported. So at the end of the Nations League dramatic penalty kick, and Landon's on the broadcast, and this is between Portugal and Spain. It has nothing to do with the U.S. And we're bathing in the drama of this, right? Landon Donovan takes an obvious dig at Pulisic without mentioning his name. And the fact that, Ronaldo's playing at 40 and, Pulisic's opting out with the Gold Cup team. Again, I don't have a problem with that. I thought it was a very strange time to take that dig. So it's obviously something that's on his mind. But it was a strange moment to do that. He's comparing him to Cristiano Ronaldo, who, by the way, plays in, Saudi Arabia, I guess, or Qatar? I don't even know. He's not playing in the Serie A, and he's not going through the grueling grind of a Serie A season. So I'm not going to get in the weeds about playing in the Serie A as opposed to playing in Saudi Arabia when it comes to Pulisic and Ronaldo. But players came out in defense of Pulisic. And some believe no matter what, he should put on a U.S. men's national team jersey and play in the Gold Cup. players came out in defense of Pulisic, who played with him on the national team during those time periods. And one that resonated was Clint Dempsey, whose outstanding career was noted for his talent, skill, and dedication to the U.S. national team. So when he speaks, he listens. So I'm going back to producer extraordinaire Sean in studio. Can you run the Clint Dempsey soundbite for my listeners?
Landon Donovan had a famous sabbatical, took off 144-ish days in 2012-13. From the inside, how did you process and understand it?
The analogy I use is you have the opportunity to go plant the crops, harvest the crops, and then you're sitting at the table when it's time to eat, and you're showing up when it's time to eat. It's kind of like, where were you when we were grinding in the sun, putting that stuff out there? The away games, you're back against the wall. I don't know what he was dealing with and what he was going through. But to build your teammates' trust and all that, you got to go through the wars with them, the battles with them. You got to be able to look and say, hey, they're not going to flake on you. When your back's against the wall and you need to win, they're going to be right there with you. So I can't say what their situations were, but that's how I looked at that.
Okay, so that was Clint Dempsey. He went on to say, I'm a big fan of Christian Pulisic. I think what he's been able to do for club and country has been amazing. This was Dempsey on a podcast. And in terms of American players, this is still Dempsey playing abroad. Him and Anthony Robinson, in my opinion, have been he said, as American players abroad, the most consistent have been him and Anthony Robinson at Fulham. So, when Clint Dempsey speaks, people listen, right? If you remember, Landon Donovan then did not get picked for that World Cup in 2014 by Jurgen Klinsmann. So then we got Christian Pulisic's father came out. I don't know about that. I can't speak for a father. Fathers are going to defend. And like I said, others began reminding that Landon Donovan took off for a mental and physical sabbatical. Remember, mental. 140 to 144 days, comes back, wants to be on the World Cup team. That was sad he didn't go, but Klinsmann didn't pick him, who was the manager for the U.S. national team back then. So remember how U.S. fans were also disappointed when he didn't stay at Everton? Remember he was playing brilliant at Everton in front of Philip Neville? And Phil Neville was begging him to stay, but he came back to Major League Soccer. And you have to say it, the comfort of MLS. And you also have to say Landon Donovan's commitment to MLS was good for the league. But Phil Neville, who's now coaching in Portland, he was begging him to stay because he was playing really well on loan for Everton. Bayer Leverkusen. I remember Landon Donovan coming back from there. So it's kind of weird that he's taken the shot in such a strong way about representing the jersey, the badge, that whole thing, because Landon left a lot of situations to come back to MLS. Remember when people were calling him Landy Cakes? It was safe coming back. And if that's what he opts for, that's his decision. It's his career, not ours. Same for Christian Pulisic. We all think our opinions sometimes, I think, count more. But with former athletes, you do see jealousy, you see envy, and or genuine want for him to wear the shirt in the Gold Cup. I would only say this. Wouldn't it have been nice if Landon Donovan, as a former U.S. national team star, showed a bit of empathy? Because he's an empathetic guy. He talks about it a lot when he was at the San Diego Loyal. Wouldn't it have been nice if he had come out and supported maybe Christian Pulisic in his career? Maybe picked up the phone? Life's going to go on. It makes for great podcast content. Landon's doing a podcast. I get it. Pick which side you're on, but one thing's for sure. Times are different. It all comes with risk. You can't forget that Milan is the employer. The employer. This is where the butter comes to the bread, is AC Milan when it comes to the career of Christian Pulisic. Gold Cup roster's missing a lot of people too. Why would he want to be, if you're going to take the team building, and this is important for camaraderie, Well, this is turned into a Gold Cup that's basically assessment, a trial. It's opportunity for others. That's what this Gold Cup is with the roster that's going to be there. This is a camp of opportunity for others. This is not the camp of Tim Weah, Weston McKennie, Anthony Robinson, Serginho Dest, Yunus Musa, who are all likely starters along with Pulisic. So if you're going to take the angle that, oh, it's really important to build our bond, well, no, not necessarily. So 713-780-3776 if you want to weigh in on that. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in tonight. So that's how we get it started. I know that was a big one in the press and in the media, and of course, controversy will always sell. All right. U.S. national team is going to be in action here in 45 minutes against Switzerland. I think this will be potentially a notch up from Turkey. They got beat by Turkey in a friendly 2-1. But big news for a Houston player, Jack McGlynn, whose stock continues to rise. Jack McGlynn, within a minute of the start of this eventual 2-1 loss to Turkey, scores a goal. Here's what it sounded like.
Pushing the ball down the right side for Jack McGlynn to strike forward. McGlynn calls it in! What a start! What a goal! Jack McGlynn with just 60 seconds gone.
Hits that pocket of space that he loves to get in off his left foot. U.S. played, I thought, very well the first 18 to 20 minutes. Then it got a little bit nebulous. Then you had the mistake from Cardoso, which hurt the U.S. national team in a big way. A loss of possession that led to a tying goal, and then they lose 2-1. Here's Mauricio Pochettino on the start of this game, the manager of the U.S. men's national team.
Mauricio, Jack McGlynn's goal early is obviously a moment of quality from a player who has shown that he could.
All the action,
Yeah.
the team quality, because I think
By
the
the
way
way,
that we
this is
start
in
the
the press
game,
conference
I
after the
think
game.
we were enjoying a lot, I think, from outside, because the team in the first 15, 20 minutes, I think we show great quality. And then, yes, but that because that impact, the emotional impact of the goal that we concede, that create a big mess on the team. But in the same time, yes, we need to be positive and say, next time, for sure, we will react in a different way.
So that was Mauricio on that. And then here he is a little bit more of a focus on Jack McGlynn. He answers the question here.
For me, he's a player that now is in his evolution. Now I think that position is a good position for him, because I think his characteristics and in the way that we are seeing him to improve in the future, I think he can be a very great midfielder that maybe can start from outside now, like in a position like a winger, no? But after going to the half space, and because he's clever, because he play well, because when the ball is in his feet, it's like a ball rest, and you rest a little bit because say, okay, have the ball, Jack. For sure, he's going to have continuity, no? The ball and the teammate also really trust on him. But after need to improve in another areas on the game. That to be a player that you can reach this high level, I think it's a thing that we try now to work with him, because his evolution is not in that position that start today. I think it's more inside, like a number 8, number 10, number 8. But I think if his evolution is how we are thinking or is in our mind, I think with time he can become a very, very good player, because the quality is there. He's a very talented player.
All right, so that was Mauricio Pochettino. Big moment for Jack McGlynn. He's making a push, to make potentially the World Cup roster in 2026, which will be right here in Houston. We have 7 games. Before that, we've got the Gold Cup, and the Gold Cup coming to Houston June 19th, 21, 24th. Those are games that we'll have here. 2 of those are double headers on the 21st and the 24th. And then you got the Gold Cup final, which is on July 6th. You get your tickets at lsse.net. lsse.net is where you get your tickets for the Gold Cup final. Again, we'll take a break here. We are out at Senate Avenue Brewing. Incredible craft beer here. There's a lot of great samples, different types. You got IPAs, you got deeper, darker, lighter beers, every type you would imagine, and it's all brewed here fresh. Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. Much more to come here tonight on Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5. We'll take a break. We come back. We got much more to come.
is Soccer Matters.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back. Cactus Music's going to like that one. Best in vinyl and CDs. Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. We're at Senate Avenue Brewing. 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. You know, you got to love live radio. You got to be ready to audible sometimes, and that's what we're doing. So this will be a segment here. David Fletcher will be coming up. Artur will be coming up, and we also have Fabrice Gatois, the head coach of the Houston Dash. So we got a good lineup here tonight. Again, if you're out and about on the town, Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. We're going to give some tickets away tonight to somebody here to go to the Gold Cup final. Another thing to mention, tomorrow night, we continue. It'll be our second episode of Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup on ESPN 97.5. So what this is a total show on the World Cup. We'll have people that have participated in the World Cup. We'll have coaches from the World Cup, history. We recount some of the greatest World Cup moments. All those types of things you'll get on that show. Plus, you'll get a lot of the local people that are involved with the World Cup. Chris Canetti, the president of the World Cup Committee, was on last week. We'll talk about security for this event, which is massive in this time period. We'll talk about the fan zone down in Edo. We'll talk about some of the challenges in the infrastructure that has to be put in place to host a World Cup and 7 matches. So again, that's Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup on ESPN 97.5. That's a mouthful, that's for sure. And by the way, shout out to the sponsors of that show, which is Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist Energy, and Quanta. Of course, this show, it is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now. And now we got some really good audio going here at Senate Avenue Brewery. All right. So let's move into a little bit of talk on the U.S. We played the highlight of the Jack McGlynn goal. But this was a starting lineup that had Matt Freese from New York City FC in goal. Max Arfston was the left back. Miles Robinson, Chris Richards. I think the 2 center backs positions are really up for grabs here. I think that's an area of concern along with goalkeeper for the U.S. Now, what I do know is today that Matt Turner, there's the potential of him going to Leeds, I believe, because Leeds is getting promoted into the Premier League, and he needs games if he's going to earn that job. So remember, nothing's set in stone right now for a U.S. national team. You got an entire year where people are going to be with their clubs on audition. And hopefully we'll get some surprises. I think Chris Richards has to be right now probably in the driver's seat for one of the center back positions. I would not discount Tim Ream either still with his experience in the left foot. Miles Robinson played next to Richards in the last game. Like I mentioned, Matt Freese was in goal. So the 2 center back positions, the goalkeeping position, that's an area of concern. Striker position is as well. I don't think there's any question there. And then the health of Serginho Dest in the right back position. He is out of the Gold Cup as well. They didn't want to risk him. But hopefully he's got a year to get himself back to where he needs to be. But if you got him and Anthony Robinson, you got 2 very, very good outside backs. We will be showing, so if you're out and about on the town and you want to see the U.S. national team game, I'm looking up at one of the screens, 2 of the screens, 3 of the screens that have the U.S. national team getting set to take on Switzerland. So against Turkey, De La Torre, Cardoso were the 2 deeper-lying midfielders. And you had Tillman, Luna, Jack McGlynn, who had some really good moments. McGlynn had 2 other good shooting opportunities cutting in on his left. And Luna, I don't think it was one of his better games, and we all like Diego Luna because he's kind of a fighter and a scrapper to go along with a lot of skill. I don't think it was one of his better games. I thought the U.S. gave the ball away in the middle third of the field in very dangerous areas that led to very quick counterattacks, including the one that was even deeper that led to a goal where Cardoso lost the ball. Cardoso does not seem to play well with the U.S. national team. I don't know what it is. He doesn't hit his A game there. And by the way, I'm pretty sure he's headed to Atletico Madrid with Diego Simeone. So big move for him. Ajiman was up front. What can I say about him? He's a big body. He's going to occupy people. He's extremely physical. From that standpoint, he can be a challenge. I don't think he's that refined technically. He did get turned one time and provided a little bit of danger. Then you got Haji Wright, who in a lot of ways is kind of similar in strength and stature. I think probably a better footballer. But striker position, Folarin Balogun, Josh Sargent is looking to make a move as well. I don't think anybody's really winning and grabbing that position and making it their own. So you got a year. And we may well go into the World Cup the same way we are talking about the striker position right now without any clear-cut winner. And maybe it just comes down to in the moment, at the time, and possibly, it's by committee, which I hate saying because we all want a goal scorer who's going to bang in goals for you. Sometimes when you're saying it's by committee, it means you don't have one that's good enough. And I say that with all due respect to all the players, no question. Herbie calls in or texted me and said, Pulisic literally posted pictures of himself playing golf, visiting family, having dinner. So what? I mean, he's taking off. He goes on. Herbie says also, the players, if you don't show up, you're being very dismissive to those who support you. I'm not sure I agree with that. If he doesn't play well in the next World Cup, then you're going to be dismissive of him. So he's doing something to help himself out. Again, I don't mind people saying you got to play and put the shirt on when you get that opportunity. All criticism is fair. It's healthy pressure. It's professional sports. Let's stop acting like little kids. And everybody's going to take a poke at the bear, and everybody's going to have a different opinion on it. I don't have any problem with what Pulisic's doing at this point. And I also don't have a problem when people say, hey, you got to put the jersey on. But if you're also a guy that took 144 days off, then came back saying you should be on the national team, I'm not sure that's the right person to be calling out Pulisic. And that's with all due respect. I'm a big fan of Landon Donovan's, always have been. But I think you got to be careful with these takes. And, who knows? He might be just trying to fire people up to listen to a podcast. So it's good. Pulisic doesn't seem to be that concerned about it. Frankly, he wants the rest. He's going to take the rest. And I hope he comes back. By the way, I don't think he's the captain of the national team either. I think that's a forced entity. And I think you give it to Anthony Robinson or you give it to Tyler Adams. Those would be the two for me. And Tyler Adams, I think, spoke like a captain after the last game. The U.S. lineup, I think, is up. It's Matt Turner in goal, Arston, McKenzie. Walker Zimmerman's getting back in there after injury. Sebastian Berhalter, Cardoso's getting back in the lineup. Probably a move after making a mistake, getting him back in there to be fresh for Mauricio Pochettino. And now the monitor went away, so I'm going to go to my phone and see if I can continue to give you the starting lineup if you're not looking at it. Let's see. Okay, so Walker Zimmerman, Quinn Sullivan's getting a start. Nathan Harriel, Paxton Aronson, Ryan White will get the start up front. There's another name I forgot to mention who's banging in goals in MLS in a very, very big way. So Arfston's getting a second consecutive start. McKenzie's getting the second consecutive start. Cardoso's getting the second consecutive start. And that's it. It's only 3 players. You got Trusty on the bench, who's also a center back. But look, this is what you're going to get in the Gold Cup. This is about opportunity and giving people a chance to impress a manager and a coaching staff and become a bigger part of the team. And for these guys that are in this lineup, good for them. They're getting opportunity. One man's absence is another man's opportunity, and there's a lot of absences right now for the U.S. national team. And you know what? You may see something turn into a great, great story a year out from the World Cup. All right, we're going to take a break here. I do want to remind you, again, next Monday night, we're going to be back out here at Senate Avenue Brewing. It's a thing we call Monday Night Football, where we're airing different World Cups, and we're kind of doing the history of the World Cup. So the one we're going to run is Viva Brazil. It's about the 62 World Cup that was in Chile. It's the official World Cup film. We're going to show it here. We're going to drink great beer. By the way, that Brazil team had Didi on it, Mario Zagallo, who went on to be the coach and win the World Cup as a coach, Garincha, and, of course, the legendary Pelé. So that's going to be a lot of fun. That's next Monday night right back here at Senate Avenue Brewing. Let's take a break. Co-hosting that event will be Batiri, the artist, with me. So we'll come out, and I guarantee I'm drinking beer that night. We'll take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm from Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village.
listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
So big changes tonight for the U.S. men's national team manager Mauricio Pochettino, and the assessment and the opportunity continues to exist for the national team ahead of the Gold Cup. So it's a Gold Cup that is, let's be honest, for the U.S. men's national team, like I said, going to break, it's going to be about opportunity for others. And if you look traditionally in the history of the U.S. and what they fielded in Gold Cups, it's only maybe once really been the full national team, which is another argument you can make for Christian Pulisic, which is if you're saying he needs to be there as a leader of the team and everything, well, if it's a mix of all new guys, that becomes a little bit less, I think, important in this case. And long-term for him is the good thing. By the way, he's a Champions League winner from Chelsea. He scored 1 goal in every 5 games at Chelsea. Had a lot of problems with Thomas Tuchel, the head coach. He's pretty much been injury-free for 2 years now. So you want to keep that going, I think, because it's going to come down to him having a big performance in the World Cup in 2026. And again, we have 7 of those matches right here in Houston. So here's a bit on the Gold Cup. We're waiting for David Fletcher of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. He's probably listening in the car and is in traffic right now. So don't panic, David, if you're listening. It's okay. We're all here at Senate Avenue Brewing. Everything's going to be all right. Remember, though, it's 16,000 Dillard, okay? And I got the boss here in front of me, Andrew Mitchum, the owner, his father. If you want to know what real pressure is, Landon Donovan and Christian Pulisic, this is what it is, okay? Because I got the 2 bosses here. All right, so the Gold Cup, Group A is Mexico, Costa Rica, Suriname, and the Dominican Republic. So Costa Rica, I mean, Mexico didn't come off a very good game against Switzerland. They got beat 4-2. Javier Aguirre. By the way, Javier Aguirre, they tried to bait him into talking politics, the Mexican press. Did an awesome job of just totally shutting that down. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Costa Rica is the former Mexican international Miguel Herrera. You know Miguel Herrera, he's trying to rebuild Costa Rica because that golden generation that they have, that's done. Then you got Suriname, which has got Dutch influence, which is actually a part of South America but plays in CONCACAF. Most people don't, I think, realize that, but it is a part of mainland South America, but it plays in CONCACAF for quote-unquote cultural reasons. I guess they identify more with the Caribbean. Group B is Canada. That's Jesse Marsh, okay, former U.S. national team manager, that traitor. Just kidding. Honduras, El Salvador, and Curacao. Now, Curaçao's manager is a very legendary manager, Dick Advocaat, Dutchman. Dick Advocaat actually also played in North American Soccer League with the Chicago Sting. But Dick Advocaat has been a manager at the international level. He's now 77 years of age. I'm trying to get an interview with him on Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, so looking forward to that. But this is a guy, I'm just pulling up his coaching career. Listen to the teams that he's coached. Of course, he's coached the Netherlands a couple times, PSV, Rangers in Scotland, Borussia Mönchengladbach in the Bundesliga, the UAE, South Korea, Zenit St. Petersburg. I mean, this is unbelievable where this guy's coached. Belgian national team, AZ Alkmaar, he goes back to the Netherlands, Russia, PSV again, AZ Alkmaar, Serbia. I mean, this is unbelievable. Sunderland, Fenerbahce in the Turkish Super League, which is a huge club. The Netherlands again in 2017. Sparta Rotterdam. Spent some time. So he goes back to the Dutch league for quite a while from 2017 to 2021 with Sparta Rotterdam, Utrecht, and Feyenoord. 2021, he becomes the coach of Iraq. 2022-23, Den Haag back in the Netherlands, and now he's the coach of the small Caribbean country of Curacao, which they will utilize dual nationals. Okay? They will utilize dual nationals. So there you go. It's called the Little General, Dick Advocat. So we're hopefully going to get him on the show. So Curacao rounds out Group B with Canada, Honduras, and El Salvador. Group C is Panama, Jamaica, Guatemala, and Guadeloupe. And then Group D is the U.S. Always unpredictable is Haiti. They'll have athleticism. They'll have pace. Trinidad and Tobago, Soca Warriors. It's always difficult to peg them. They're so inconsistent. And then you got Saudi Arabia, which will be interesting to see the U.S. Play Saudi Arabia, which is pretty cool. Some other teams to keep an eye on, of course, Jesse Marsh in Canada. Alphonso Davies is out injured, the left back for Bayern Munich. In fact, I think I called his first ever goal with the Canadian national team. Okay. We continue on with Costa Rica. I mentioned Miguel Herrera. They're trying to return to glory. Panama, finalists in 2023, always dangerous. Coco Carrasquilla, former Dynamo on that team. They know who they are exactly. They know how exactly they want to play. That will always be a challenge. They've given the U.S. a lot of fits. You got Curacao, dual nationals, Dick Advocat, and Jamaica. Leon Bailey, Reggae Boys. We'll see what they can do. And by the way, their coach is Steve McLaren, the Englishman, if you remember him. They got a lot of lower division and second and third division players that are playing overseas. Leon Bailey, Romario Williams are two guys that come to mind with Jamaica. Okay, so I guess I'm being told here Elenovu wants to talk about something. Okay, let's bring Elenovu on. Elenovu, what do you got?
Hey, how you doing, Glenn? This is Elenovu.
How are you?
Reached out to you.
Listen, Elenovu, I got to do something. I know what you want to talk about.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring you on the show next time, but I have to get on David Fletcher right now from Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. So next Tuesday, I'll reach out to you. You'll come on the show, and you're going to lay out the plan for me. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
Let's do that. By the way, are you Nigerian?
Yeah, I'm Nigerian, but I've lived here for 30 years.
Yeah, no, I know the accent well. Okay, so you're a Super Eagle. I'm looking forward to having you on. That'll be next Tuesday, okay?
Okay. All right, then.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We Audible here. He is the head of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. He's David Fletcher. He was in traffic. He just flew in here. He's going to close this segment in a strong, strong way. All right. I want to just take you right into Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You got the Gold Cup final, July 6th. First time ever. That's a big deal.
Oh, it's huge. It's fantastic for our community. It's a treat for those of us here locally that have watched the tournament grow, and for soccer fans, it's going to be some incredible opportunities to see really the last major event. I know the Club World Cup's going on as well, but the last major event before next summer's FIFA World Cup. So on a national stage, on an international stage, puts Houston in the spotlight once again. And, that's in addition to 3 great match days over at Shell Energy. It's going to be a lot going on here over the next month.